Oont, 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 oont. Party time. Oont, oont. Damn, I'm the only one up, huh? Jeremy, get it together. Let's fight.
I thought I was listening to you over on the Goonball server. I was watching the Fight the Flat Earth thing.
No, I was listening to Gems, and Gem was just screaming, so I just closed it and came over here.
I'm like, yo, why the fuck is Riggs jumping in the midst of all this chaos doing stupid fucking rave music? Just now, I'm like, out of all this chaos, Rick, because I thought you were over there on the show.
Hey, you want to have bum fights? You and I? We
Remember
can have a
that?
whole like UFC.
Remember the bum fight thing? Did you ever
You
watch
against
those
me,
back in the
Jeremy.
day?
Bum fights.
Did you ever watch those back in the day? The bum fights?
Yeah, man. I mean, what was it on like E-Bombs World or something? I think everybody saw those,
Yeah.
unless I'm missing
It is
something.
like the CKY ones. It was like they were like the jackass guys, like Bam Margera and shit. We had about 50 people in this room last night.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
damn, dude. I just got stoned and went to bed. I'm sure I
Oh,
left a party though.
we were bumped. We had like 40 something, 50 people in there. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Saturday night party time.
I was surprised too because there was people were doing like events in other places and shit. I think heads are starting to realize this is the spot right here to be. What are you doing over at Gems? Real said Gems just now.
Earl
Shit.
and some other guy. They're just getting ridiculed by the normal gem people.
It's fucking stupid.
Grim was there. Foolish Decisions is there. Hey, did he get banned from here? I haven't seen him in a minute.
Grim? Grim or
No,
Foolish?
Foolish.
No, Foolish is fine. He can come in whenever he wants.
I wonder why he stopped showing up. I wonder if it was because of Witsit or something.
Because they get wrecked.
Yeah,
They get
well, they
wrecked
do.
here. Globers get wrecked. This is where the Glober arguments die. They get
They
wrecked
do
here.
kind
They
of get
don't want to
wrecked, though.
come. This is where people that want to have a shit show and overtalk, like Grim can't come. Grim can come here. He's not banned, but Grim is an incessant overtalker. Like he can't. Anyone
He
that
can't
wants to
hang
do a
very long before he
anyone that
gets in
wants
a
to have a
fight.
shit show and disrupt things, they're not going to last here. So I don't know. Like I like Grim, but he's just a crazy wild overtalker, and he got modded for it one day, and he didn't like it, so he don't come here no more. People just want to fucking, I don't know, have no rules or something. I don't know what's going on. That Foolish is fine. I don't know what happened last time he came here. Don't know. Foolish actually isn't bad. He's one of the
He's a nicer one of the folk.
yeah. He monologues a bit, but which is fucking annoying when you're trying to in the midst of a heated debate, somebody wants to go on and on and stuff. You gotta fucking keep it short, man.
Hmm.
I mean, we got people that do that too, so. Flat Earth, I want to see Flat Earth data versus foolish. 5-minute time limit per comment.
Well, what you have to do is mute the other party. You know?
Yeah, yeah. That takes fucking tons of dude. If you when it gets hectic in here, and I have to stop and start making lists and shit. Like it's a full-time thing. Like I can't do anything else. So that is the way to do it. Just fucking. I mean, it'd be nice to not. When I'm doing the list, I don't have to mute anyone. Very, very rarely do I have to mute people when I'm doing the list.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is the way to do it. Is just to fucking. I wish there was a button you could hit and just instant mute everyone in the room. That way you just know there won't be any fucking interruptions. You know what I mean? Somebody starts talking like I'm talking right now, everyone's muted. And as soon as I stop talking, everyone comes off mute.
Well, you can set up. I don't know if you can set up priority speaker on your phone, but
Yeah, I can, but then I got to do push to talk. It only works with push to talk,
right.
and I can't be fiddling with my phone like that.
Well, if anybody deserves to have priority speaker, I think it's you, because you don't really get involved until it's time to do something like mod wise.
I mean, I get in debates and shit. I get in debates while I'm on, but yeah, I should have the priority thing. I was
No, I
actually
just
thinking
mean
about that.
like I don't know of anyone else that would use it very well.
Yeah, I was thinking about fiddling with that because when I'm trying to mod, yeah, it is tough because people just fucking act like you're not even talking. Like it's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Yeah, I would have no trouble like hearing you kind of speak up in the middle of a screaming match, and then like it lowers everyone else's volume. That would be a great little
I know.
trick.
I heard Witsit use it before. It worked good.
I think you guys like I like the open conversation. But it's without the control. It's a little too open. You got to tighten it up a little bit. Just a little bit.
I only tighten it up when it gets crazy.
But
As
it's
soon as it,
crazy. Like it'll be like 2 hours of crazy, and then someone will come in and say, "Please, please." Like what? It's been crazy for 2 hours, and just saying please is not going to like stop anything.
I
Like
know.
if there's
I've
no
realized that.
ramification, then like what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I realize it. Just going, please, guys, one at a time. Like that's not gonna work. You gotta do a list. Also, we've started muting people right off the jump. We know who the repeat offenders are. They just get muted right away. Just mute. Yeah, no, I take it as soon as it gets crazy. As soon as 4, 5, 6 people want to talk at once, that's it. It's list time because otherwise they're going to be constantly trying to talk every time someone stops talking, and it's going to be a shit show. No one wants to back down. So the list helps, man. It fucks up the open, like free flowing conversation, but at least you can hear a conversation happening now, and it's not an absolute shit show.
All right. Yeah. Good talk. Won't change anything. Good talk though.
What's up? What'd you say?
I said good talk. Good talk. Won't change anything, but good talk.
What's not gonna change anything?
I'm just fucking around, dude. We've been
No,
talking
we
about this shit
changed the
for like
game.
years now. It hasn't changed shit.
We changed. No, we changed the game, dude. I don't know. I don't know if you realize what has happened here
what's,
with this
what's
server,
that?
but we've elevated us. This has been the best thing to happen for Flat Earth since people started talking about it because we've gotten ourselves out of the shit show. No one's gonna take it serious if it's a shit show, dude. People go listen to Fight the Flat Earth shit show, goonball shit. No one's gonna take that serious with drunk people. Like it's just not never gonna get taken serious. You got to have a coherent, non shit show environment for anyone to take. It doesn't even matter what you're saying. You could be spitting the facts, hardcore facts all day. No one's gonna take you serious if you're fucking wasted, shit show, dumb shit, goofball shit. No one's gonna. That's never gonna go anywhere. The shit we did here, we do here, where we get coherent conversations going in a call. You know, it does get a little crazy sometimes, but
It's still a little crazy, man. I know. Like, look, the conversations have gotten better, but I don't think it's because of like tight management. We'll put it that way.
well, I mean, if you can hear what's being said, that's a good start. You know, if it's an absolute shit show and you can't hear what's being said, then what does it even matter?
I do like the taking turns thing. That is it takes a lot of work. And I mean it's the hard way to do something that's pretty basic. Cuz if like people knew that there were ramifications and there was a culture that was created, then it would maintain itself. But if you guys want to hold everybody's hand and be like, "Oh, let's take turns, get on the list." I guess that's one way to do it.
Dude, if we
But
had ran, if we
there's got
used
to
the
be a way to
warning,
automate that though, right?
bro, let me tell you something, Riggs. If we used the warning system, there wouldn't be anyone left here talking. Okay, I would have got warnings. I would have been I would have been timed out for 2 weeks by now with the amount of over talking I do. Same thing with everyone else here.
You don't do any over talking, dude.
There's no
Your
rules
over
against your
talking is a
talking.
non-issue.
Sorry. He said Riggs, my wife walked in.
I could be lagging, like people were talking and I can't hear anything. I don't know if you can hear me, so.
No, I hear you. My wife walked in the room. I couldn't pay attention. My
Okay.
wife trumps you.
Well, I heard someone else try to talk too, and everybody's been sounding garbled, so thought maybe it was me.
Yeah, I was just saying that there's no rule against under talking, which I did not intend for it to actually under talk you. It just kind of worked out that way. But I was also
Well,
joking. So it's
you
all
may,
for
you may
nothing.
want to check the rules again.
There probably is a rule for under talking.
But no, seriously though, there can't be. I mean, what the ramifications? I don't know. What do you think we should do? Because we have the warning system in place right now, but if we use that every time someone overtalked or something, there would be nobody left here to talk. Like 30-minute timeout, maybe.
Good morning.
What's up? The room would just die out though, because we would just time out, and then you time out like 10 people.
Yeah, it's tough.
I think there's only one or two perpetrators.
Well, there are some repeat offenders, and we know who they are, and we've taken measures to more effectively deal with them.
Yeah, because sometimes that give and take of what you think a conversation should be doesn't happen. And then it's like some person's got to like, be talking 80% of the time, the other person's just 20. And then maybe they get fed up after a while and they start raising their voice. Now it sounds like a shit show, Jeremy.
Well, the give and take has to be consensual. Like if you try to interrupt me and I stop talking, all right, cool. If I try to interrupt you and you won't let me interrupt you, and then I stop trying to interrupt you, all right, cool. The problem is when I try to interrupt you, you won't let me interrupt you, and I don't stop. You know what I mean? Now it's
Right.
a fucking issue. That's a serious problem. That happens a lot because some of these motherfuckers act like they're uninterruptible, which I understand. There's times where I want to get my shit off and not be interrupted too. So that's when the other person has to have some kind of social awareness to, okay, they're not going to let me interrupt them. I have to stop talking.
Yeah, but usually like people will say pipe in, and just try to like mellow that out for the most part. Some
Jeremy.
people are really tough to manage though, and they won't listen to nobody except you, Jeremy, because you can mute them.
Fucking put them in a headlock.
Jeremy.
Get him, give him a noogie.
Wet Willie shit.
You can't worry about the place going dead. This server is no threat of being dead.
Oh, we had like 40, 50 people in here last night. We're banging, bro. Other people are doing fucking events and shit. We're still banging. Killing
Yeah,
it.
you can afford to. I'm not gonna say ban people, but you can definitely afford to mute people for extended periods of time if they're causing disruption.
Yeah, I mean, it's because you can't stop the truth, right? Like, you could try to suppress it, whatever, but the truth is the truth. And, this is where we're trying to get down to the truth right here. So, this is the truth server.
There's only a couple of people I can think of that cause disruption, and maybe two or three, and then just start muting them for a little bit.
Oh, we've already marked those people, and we started just mute, being a little quicker to mute those people. Absolutely. Because why? They do the same shit after people. It's the same people doing the same tactics or breaking the rules day after day. So yeah, why? And I don't want to ban them though either. You don't want to shut anyone out, right? Because we're not dealing with a lot of people really. So like, I don't know. Like, do you really want to mute? You really want to ban Pete Shea? What do you think, Greg? Do we ban Pete Shea, or do you know? Pete says some good shit sometimes.
What's the
Well,
offense?
like,
He's a fan.
I just find it kind of interesting that you guys like you'll unmute him, right? But then he will literally speak like half a sentence, and then he gets muted again.
I don't know
And
about
this has happened like many times. And I keep thinking to myself, like, just as an observer, like if you don't want him to talk, then just tell him that he's going to remain muted because of the platform or whatever. And that way he doesn't have the expectation and disappointment. I mean, it's just total, you're just teasing the shit out of him.
Why? I
And
usually let him. Yeah, I don't know when that happens, when he gets muted, and then it's some. I don't know when that happens, but I do let him get. I'll let him attempt to join the conversation. Same thing with Denmark, man. I'll let him try. If you can play well with others, then you can be a part of the conversation. But if you get unmuted and you start whiling and doing goofy shit, then you just got to get remuted. I don't know.
no, I mean, he does get goofy, but like, I would have either banned him or muted him permanently. And I don't know why anybody would unmute him if he's just going to get muted instantly all the time.
It doesn't happen all the time. He says good shit.
No, he gets muted all the time. Literally every few sentences he's muted. Like there's no window of unmuted.
Over the Dude,
And I don't care either way. I mean, it's your platform. I just think it's kind of weird behavior. Like you guys have very odd moderation practices.
Because we're trying to let everyone. This is a very hard thing to do, right? We're trying to let everyone be a part of it. We don't want to box anyone out.
It's not hard.
It's very hard. This is not easy.
What you guys are doing is not hard. You're doing
Thanks.
arguably the easiest solution is to just delay, but delay after like several hours of non-acknowledgement. Delay, and then maybe you mute somebody once or you pre-mute. Like, I don't know. It's just not. It's like the extremely lazy enforcement,
Bro.
It's not management at all.
Riggs, and I don't know if you were listening yesterday, but
I was listening. I listen every day. I'm fucking here every day. I'm not the only one who knows this.
Okay.
It's not like I'm not holding a secret.
You're saying the thing you're saying, nobody knows it because it doesn't happen instantly. When it started to turn into a shit show yesterday, there was no 2-hour delay. I was within seconds. I was on it. I made a list. Stop the shit show from happening instantly. Quicker than minute rice, bro.
Well, yesterday was interesting. I would say it was a little different than like most days, though.
Whenever I do,
we had list, like,
and that was not the. What's up?
No, we had a bunch of different people join the conversation that like normally don't talk here, I guess. And it sparked a lot of different people to join in like all at once. And so that got moderated, yeah, because that was kind of like a weird fire that started. So yesterday was okay. Yeah, yesterday was okay. I was not like the moderation yesterday was nothing to scoff about. Good job yesterday.
Yeah. When I do the list, I'm telling you, it's that. Thank you. When you do that list, it fucking stops the shit show instantly, bro.
Yeah,
it's awesome because then everyone can get their shit off. That the list thing does need to be tweaked a little bit, but yeah, everyone can get that way. Everyone can get their shit off. Everyone wants to talk, and everyone wants to be heard while they're talking. And if it's the shit show, 8 people talking at once, no one can hear anything. So it doesn't even matter. You might as well not even talk.
Yeah, what I like about the list thing is it I guess it makes people like forget what they were going to say right away. And so then they just stick to the idea. because what they were going to say right away is usually just going to cause like argumentative tone, responses that are quick, blah, blah, blah. So if they forget their quick response and then they focus on like, oh, wait, it's my turn. What am I going to say?
Yeah, I just want to say
Like-
shout out to the chat, everybody. Thanks. Okay, who's next? That's what happened.
whatever. Yeah,
Give me
whatever
some-
the quick response is, they forget that and they focus on like, okay, this is the idea I want to get out. It's my turn. And so, in some kind of like weird social engineered kind of way, it has controlled the conversation a little bit so that it's more coherent. Because you'll end up getting like 2 or 3 people saying an idea, but they are not necessarily responding to each other. So then it kind of like is this stepstone building conversation instead of this cat attack, you know?
Yeah, hell yeah, bro. It slows it down.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? It calms it down. So it's like not people trying to go, the list is dope. It just needs to be tweaked a little bit. But I think now when I do the list, I'm going to do it. So like not you say one sentence and then the next person on the list says a sentence. I'm going to have let people's whole thoughts get, give them 2, 3, 4 minutes to let their whole, maybe they want to have a back and forth real quick or ask somebody a question. I'm going to let that happen instead of just next person on the list, like let them get their whole shit off before we move to the next person. Somebody that you can wait 2 minutes or whatever. I don't know.
good idea. No, but it does quell a lot of the like people try to just bum rush the whole chat. You know what I mean? Like sometimes that happens. People know that there's too many people, and so they just get away with anything. So that does happen just because it's human nature. So Jeremy's right. Yeah, just slow
Yeah,
it down.
that shit's over with. Those days are over. Those days of Xanax bum rushing shit, and you know who the people are. Everyone that goes crazy. Those days are done. It's over. There's no more shit show, dude. That shit show thing, if that was your thing, there's plenty of places they can go. Tons of shit show servers out there that you can go to.
I would be
and
fine with Xanax not ever being here ever. I'd be fine with that.
I get so many complaints about Xanax, bro. Oh my god.
I
You
used
still
to
think this is easy?
I used to not that long ago say that I wanted the Globers around, but if they're going to be dishonest, what's the point? I mean, I get it if they believe it, right? If they honestly believe it and that's what they believe, but they have to say that's what they believe. If they're just saying, no, like if they're acting like this is settled, right? The story that we told without any testing or verification, our thought experiments are written in stone. It's like, no, that doesn't fly with me. So it has to be a quality Glober that I want to talk to.
Yeah.
But why do you want to talk to
I
him?
like it's helped.
Well, it's not really for me. It's sorry, but it's for the audience, right? The audience should be able to hear both sides so they can make up their mind, right? But if one side is being deliberately dishonest, then it doesn't really benefit. There's no edification.
I mean, that is a good argument. Like, why even talk at this point for us? Yeah, it may not be worth to talk to them, but for like Larry said, for the audience, also
Yeah.
we do pick up some new shit once in a while here, and I will pick up a couple new things here and there. And if I have a new argument or something, it's good to go bounce my idea off of them. Like I still go to Gems once in a blue moon, and if I have some like new idea or whatever, I'll go pitch it to them or bounce it off them.
No, you know what? I take it back. Take it back, dude. No, it's not that. Okay, I take it back. We do want to talk to quality Globers, obviously, but we don't. I just don't think that we need to talk to some of them. Like, there's a few of them that are obviously obfuscating, time wasters, groupthink, no think, Google searchers. Okay, this is Kosho, Zanuck, Bacon. I could name a few, but like these guys have nothing to do.
I don't think Bacon and Cole, as long as they can keep it calm and shit. Yeah, they may run you in circles and shit.
No. I don't think that we need to be talking them ever. They're dishonest people that are pushing an agenda. Ever.
The tactics.
Their dishonesty, their tactics, it should not be allowed. We should be having constructive conversations with open-minded people to show them and to explain to them everything that we found, heard about, researched, etc. It should be constructive. You know,
I had a decent conversation with Kosho about AI. You know, not gonna have a great conversation about flat Earth with him. You know, times I've tried to engage with him on that, he almost doesn't even want to talk to me about it. But I don't know. It's a lot of this is just kind of like bridge building a little bit. Like a lot of people are almost like afraid to make a decision because they're already kind of comfortable with the social environment. Where they wonder.
You think that they're being honest? You said bridge building. Like, I'm not trying to build a bridge with dishonest people.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not saying this is your personal dialogue vehicle either. But you know, it's just like things like that are not so bad. You know, because this is a group. The core of it's a group anyway, right? So I'm not saying that that I want to be best friends with Kosho or anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, they're people. You know, just maybe they have different ideas about shit. That's all.
I think it's good to have your ideas challenged too at some, because you might have an idea that's totally wrong. I've been wrong once or twice. You know what I mean? So it's good to have our ideas, challenged a little. But it is good. The thing you
challenge requires honesty, dude. Like,
the thing you said though, Riggs, is good. Yes, sometimes we just want to build and have a good, a conversation of our ideas without them being challenged.
Well, that's the thing is like that they think because we peg them to be like different, or maybe they just have that to start with, but it's like they don't get to become designated Glober because they're the only guy in the room, and that's what happens a lot of times with these guys, right? They just feel like they got to answer everything, fucking naysay everything, you know. Anytime there's what Riggs is trying to say, like we try to build like a constructive conversation. Sometimes somebody just wants to smash that shit. It's usually those types of people. No, I'm wrong. It's just weird. The online thing and also like with Discord, like, you know, there's no real control over like what what the group is going to be that particular time, you know. So like right now we don't need a list. Maybe if there were like 10 other people in here all wanting to talk, we would need a list. I don't know. I don't know, man.
I mean, you just need the list because like if 5 people, we know a topic a lot of people want to talk about. So 5 people want to talk at once. You got to have a list at that point. Like there's nothing, even if it's just us in here and there is no Globers, like we might still need a list because we ourselves get into some heated shit.
Yeah. Well, it's like one person talks, if 4 people are listening, 4 people might also have reactions all based on listening to one person. So, yeah, sometimes it's the total opposite where just somebody will talk and then nobody will even say won't say boo about what they said. They'll just glaze right past it. So like, I don't know, man. It's like changing conditions. It's like trying to predict the weather. But, when shit's fucked up, you got to manage it, right? That's all. And
I guess I'm coming from the position of there are certain people that should not be in our community, like as a whole.
Okay.
Because they're obfuscators, they're dishonest, they run an agenda,
right.
etc.
I understand that that's inconvenient and stymies progress. Yes.
I mean, it's just not. I'm not like saying that needs to be the tone of the room and that's how people are moderated or whatever. I'm saying that like there's just a few bad actors that are intentionally trying to cause obfuscation.
It's always been that way, as far as I
Yeah.
remember. But I think part of it
we still let them to run their program. You know, and
But-
when one leaves, another one comes in, and it's like they're on shifts or something.
yeah,
Strange.
but their behaviors, their mistruths, they get picked up by the audience, and then the audience gets to make their own informed decision based on the information given by the flat earther. And you know what I'm saying? So,
well, I want to
get-
know how many people come in here and say that they were converted because they were in the audience.
I think it might just be promoted to speak. It's something that you could be checking this out privately, and then you get into just listening to a discussion where you could chime in, and then you do. I think that's like the break point. You know, until then you're kind of just it's just like any other subject you might check out on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like before you get involved in a community. Does that make sense? Like I had to listen to like Gem Panda beat up on somebody who just didn't have his shit together in order to feel like, all right, I'm the guy who's gonna fuck Gem Panda up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like somebody has to be challenged. And well, I don't know, maybe not everybody, but I think a lot of the voices that we have within this topic are spurned on by like mistruths. Like we want something that's fair and that the facts are represented correctly, what those kinds of things. So I think sometimes just witnessing the inequity of it all is enough to bring people to challenge it. Thank you.
You guys are too fucking nice, man. I tell you. God damn it. Jeremy, Snack. You guys are too fucking nice.
I've tried it every different way, man. I've tried to be like fucking really hard on the band hammer, and I've tried it where everybody has equal power. And overall, I have.
No, I'm not. But I'm not saying that you have to ban everybody or be heavy on it. I'm not saying that you have to try. Both of those spectrums have nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I know, but like I had Negator around for like a long time. Not that I wanted him there; he was just show up there. You know what I mean? Or Flat Earth Math. Like these dudes are just like pop up. And it's like, well, I don't really want them there, and they're just fucking up my already good conversation that's going on here, where I'm not even a part of it. It's just kind of going on, and they jump in like, "Hey, what do you guys think about this?" And it's like I don't even know what to compare that shit to, in real life, like where that because that doesn't really happen. I mean, it's just online that a lot of these things go on. So I'm at a loss for like how to handle a lot of it. To be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree.
All you can really know is like what your ear says. Like this is a decent conversation, or this is a shit conversation. And I guess that's a rule of thumb for keeping it a good place to be, to keep the general decorum up. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying if we like let diatribe for 45 minutes long, that it's not going to reveal some hidden truths about something that we had not previously thought about. But also, sometimes it degrades the engagement of others in the audience. So, or not an audience, but in the room to talk. Yeah, I don't know, man. All things in moderation. Haha, that's catchy. Write that down. Yeah, but I hate the way Xander goes on sometimes. Yeah, I'm not saying I love that stuff. No, it totally makes me want to bite him. Like on his arm or something, like a canine.
They were going over this Mr. Sensible. The last fight, the flat Earth thing. They were going over this Mr. Sensible video, right? Not to change the topic. Did you have anything more you wanted to add, Zach?
Dude, are you watching all of their streams or something?
I'm watching Fight the Flat Earth.
No, I was all done with quality statements. Thanks.
But I watched some of their streams though, yeah. See if there's anything good. But Brandon, about I don't know, like 2 years ago, maybe year and a half, he debated Mr. Sensible on that Mage video they were going over on the last Flight to Flat Earth thing. I don't think anybody watched Brandon's shit because I don't know. They were doing all right, but like me and Brandon bodied him. Me and Brandon actually ended up doing tests after that. I did a test in the middle when Brandon was debating Mr. Sensible. I went and
Brendan
did a
Toy?
test. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When Brandon debated Mr. Sensible on that Mage video, I actually did a test during their debate. It sparked me to do a test about like if you were to raise up off a circle, it would start to curve. And fucking yeah, I mean that is some good. That was a good debate, I think.
Did you know that Brandon Toy's previous employment was one of the world's largest space contractors? And that after
Yeah, I
his
heard he was in some
employment there,
military shit. Yeah,
he was on
Alex Jones.
on with Alex Jones. Pretty particular. Pretty particular.
Who's this guy you're talking about?
Brandon Toy. He literally works for one of the world's largest space contractors, or did. Supposedly quit and became a whistleblower on Alex Jones. Totally legit, right?
I mean, there's a lot of suspicious shit going on with some of these people. I mean, that could be just maybe. I mean, what do you think? Everyone that goes on Alex Jones is a an agent or something?
No. But what you do is you build a reputation, and then you get celebrated and presented on Alex Jones. You get like, oh well, this has been spiking up on social media, so we got him on the show, guys. Blah blah blah. No, there was no build up to this guy. It was just like, oh, this guy's a whistleblower. It never became big. It never popped up. But he got the recognition on Alex Jones like it was scripted. Like, okay, let's put him here. Let's do this. Let's release this story. And now he's one of them. And now he's legitimate and he can like infiltrate these communities.
Yeah,
he just happens to work for a space contractor and does a show that at the end of the show, he leaves his computer on and records the voice chat and he discloses it to everybody that he's recording the room. Just let you guys know I'm recording the room. I'm just going to stay on mute. He says that after every fucking show.
After show.
Yeah.
After show, yeah. I mean, you would think there would be some. You would think there would be some controlled opposition in this Discord community, wouldn't you? I think Brandon, not knowing anything about his past or anything, just by his actions from when I know him, he looked legit. So I mean, I don't know, but there would be some controlled opposition in this Discord arena. Would don't you think so?
Well, I don't think he's legit at all. Like he was just
no, that's fine. But there's other people. I've heard other people because they know. Yeah, Brandon was my boy, and people have told me. But
somebody's lagging.
Whoever that was, you're a robot. Yeah.
Maybe it's me.
No, it was them. You want to try it again?
I mean, he may have distracted you or something, but Toy Brandon brought up good arguments that were like, open mind your he would bring up arguments that would erase mutual exclusivity of one side of the models. You know what I'm saying? Whether or not why he was doing it or whatever. I mean, but he was doing it.
I felt that his arguments were genuine. Like he was, I think he was convinced by the topic and that he had good genuine arguments that represented his actual views. Like he sounded candid. but his position and purpose and agenda of being in the community, I think, is separate from like his opinion and the very few times he did speak openly.
Yeah, definitely could be. Definitely don't. Those are two separate bags. Definitely. Why he's here professionally or whatever, and then what he personally is. Yeah, definitely.
Like if he was like deep cover and they were told him, okay, you have to do this. We want to record these people. We're gonna have these debates, and we want to know what they're talking about. Blah blah blah. And he's just doing that job. And while he's doing that job, he becomes convinced of the argument. That's totally separate from doing the job. You know.
Yeah, 100.
Man, the lag is legit today.
He's on Telegram, I guess.
Holy.
Sounds like Morse code.
Barrel Writer is maybe his internet packets are riding a horse right now.
I think that's his funny. I think they does that shit on purpose, dude.
I don't think so. I don't think he's that technically advanced. No, not as like a jab at him or anything. Just
no, he's helicopter funny.
No, he's self-confessed not good at tech.
All right, Elon Musk, try again. I am a robot. I believe in the globe. We will go to space in 2023. You still sound like shit, dude. Restart your phone and throw it in a pool of water. Man, I feel like I'm hungover from yesterday. I smoked a bunch of weed.
Smoking's old school.
I smoked myself stupid yesterday, bro.
Yeah, that didn't just happen last night. I hate to tell you, but smoking's the old.
Damn,
smoking's the old school.
He got me.
Smoking's old school, bro. The edibles is where it's at, dude.
I agree. Yeah, I bought a bunch of shakes so that I can make some like, you know, some crackers or cookies or some shit.
I was asking.
Yeah, get these.
Oh shit! There he is.
We hear you.
What happened to Brandon Toy? He just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, Geo tagged in. Geo is now the big agent.
Brandon's around. He came back. I messaged him a little bit, and he's back. He took a little break. People take breaks. Mansaw's on a break right now. Dude, I've wanted to step away myself. Like, you guys are fucking annoying. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, you need a vacation. We're gonna send you to see H blocks.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get some vacation time built up here.
Yeah, sometimes it gets really toxic on both sides, and I feel like stepping away. But I always feel like I'm going to miss something important.
I mean, I pretty much, I have the hardest job in Flat Earth. So, it's tough. I gotta carry all you guys around on my shoulders. My back hurts. Tell you what, though, Riggs, I've never been able to use the Cheerio effect yet in an argument with these guys.
Well, it's okay. So they claim it doesn't actually exist in air. They say that it only applies to fluid. I'm like, bro, air is a fluid. You just don't have a large enough sample size.
That's what happened when I tried. Yeah. I tried using it before, and they're like, "It only happens in fluid." I'm like, "Air is a fluid, motherfucker." And
air is a fluid, especially when something is on a torsion beam. the air is going to express itself if something has no forces applied to it. You know what I mean? Or it's in if it's at rest on a torsion beam. It's
You think this Cheerio effect
the air
explains like
itself
a
is
cabin?
going to what?
My bad. Go ahead. No, finish that out. I want to hear what you were saying.
Well, I mean, it's the same effect when you remove all the pressure and all the forces. The only thing left is the air.
Yeah.
That's it.
I
That's the
tried
only
using.
thing
I
left.
think I.
So to say that it doesn't apply to air, I mean, well, why not? If you remove all the forces and the air is the only thing left, and it starts to Cheerio, then why wouldn't the air press things together? Why wouldn't it? That would be the most efficient form that it would take.
Yeah, I think I tried when I tried using it. I tried using it with Cavendish. Is that where we use this? Maybe Focalt.
Yeah, with
Cavendish seemed like
like
the most
Cavendish.
logical thing to use.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just slow enough that it would be the air or this idea of gravity. It's just slow enough to like be the same exact effect. You know, like if they yeah, I mean I can't think of anything else. I mean maybe there's a few other things like okay, like some people say, "Oh, well, we had a vacuum chamber and blah 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 blah." I'm like, "Well, wait, did it hold a vacuum, or did you have the was the motor turned on? Was the vibration of the motor isolated from the vacuum? You know, stuff like that. Like, and then did the attraction happen at the rate that was expected? Because gravity is extremely weak, and you would not expect a very quick attraction. It would have to be something else if it went very quickly, you know, that would be some other type of attraction that would be not gravity.
I have heard of it in the past, but I had to laugh when I looked into it, and it also
Yeah, I
happened.
thought I was joking. I thought I was
It,
joking.
it happens in Discord chat when somebody comes on. You talk a lot to people that counter you, and then somebody with a strong voice and a strong opinion where you relate to, you cheer them on. You have the Cheerio effect.
No, seriously, the first time I used it though, people like were laughing and they thought I was joking and that wasn't a real thing or whatever.
Yeah, you can finally go with the flow. Yeah. Fluid.
All these little tiny minute effects like the time dilation or this Cavendish thing, all these little tiny, teeny tiny things that happen very slowly over long periods of time.
Yeah, and then
Could
they
be
say
lots
that,
of
"Oh,
stuff.
look, proof." Like, bro, that's so small. I mean, why would I don't know,
Yeah,
bro.
such a
Like,
tiny effect.
it's the
When
tiniest
Biodual,
of tiny, bro. It's like, how is this even a thing? Like,
it's
if someone came to your
smaller than
house
your
and they're
dick.
like, looked on top of the fan and they're like, hey, look, there's a piece of dust on top of your living room fan. And that's how I know the earth is spinning. It's like, bro, what? The fuck are you like? So wait, you think that because the earth spins and it pushes dust around and one of them landed on my fucking ceiling fan, you think that that is ultimate proof of earth motion? And it's like these are so
And
minute that like you're totally extrapolating has nothing like one has nothing to do with the other whatsoever.
like when Biodual did that Cavendish thing, before he was doing it, I'm like, oh hey, you should do this, you should time it, right? You should measure the distance and time it. I want to do all this stuff, this scientific sounding stuff, like time how long the effect takes to happen and measured it. And he just like wasn't like really interested. He's like, no, I'm only doing this for one. It's like, dude, why would we not just figure out? I don't know. I hate the way
Well,
these guys do
look
science.
about it this way, man. Like the ability to create a torsion in like our atmosphere, right? On the ground, in your house, doesn't matter where, really, like anywhere on Earth, the what do you call it? The torque required would be way too high for gravity to ever interfere anyway. It's entirely a correlation process. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? Like the weight itself of these objects compared to the forces around it, gravity could never overcome it. So the fact that things are moving together is a correlation. It's like, oh, look, I wanted things to go together and they happen to be, so that must be exactly what it is. Like, no, dude, actually, it's just too small. There's not enough influence. I'm not saying that there isn't an attraction, but that's not how you would do it. You would not be able to
That's why I
overcome the
wanted
torque
it. That's why
necessary
I
to move
wanted.
anything.
That's why when BioDuel did his shit, I wanted him to time it because he did his in a vacuum. So I'm like, yo, bro, your shit should be
Oh,
faster.
I watched
Your shit should.
his video lasts like
Yeah,
what, like 10 minutes, and it actually had what it moved together with like his frozen turkey or something within like, I don't know, 30 seconds to a
see the
minute. Like,
turkey.
bro, if it moves that quickly,
Didn't see
you
the
know it's
turkey.
not gravity, right? You know that, right?
I didn't see the turkey one. I don't watch fucking goofy shit, but yeah, I wanted him to time his other one because in a vacuum, if you're doing Cavendish in a vacuum, it should happen faster, right? Because there's no drag.
Well,
for the
no, it
balls
shouldn't.
that they have to.
I mean, it shouldn't just happen faster. I don't think it could be done even in the atmosphere. The pressure of gravity is extremely weak. The supposed pressure, excuse me, is too weak compared to even like the air that we breathe. It's not enough force. So like the fact that it would happen in a vacuum, I wouldn't even say it would be super fast. It would still be extremely slow and probably not happen just because the weight itself would be hard to overcome. So like,
Yeah, when I said faster, I meant because of the drag. So just not by any like. I don't even know if you'd be able to measure it, but just the point is, I want him to fucking just see how long it takes for the balls to go together, or move a degree or whatever, something, do some kind of like time measurement so we could see how long this takes.
yeah, it'll never be right.
Like that should be the thing. That should be the thing. Like you have a 1 kilogram mass on this
Right.
side,
I agree.
X gram mass on this, yeah, and then you time
if
it,
they
and then
if they use
should be the same
time
time.
and they set a standard where everybody could set up the exact proportions, or they have one apparatus that they send around the earth, you know, they mail it to different people or something, and they all use the same apparatus and they time it. And you would never get this. You would never get the expected number, first of all, and second of all, you're not even between people. You're not going to get the same result because what you're asking for is so minute. We're talking like there's no such thing as an accuracy with like you know 0.0000 and you know almost 40 zeros and then a number. There's no such thing. I mean, you'd be lucky to get, you know, a hundredth or a thousandth with some type of accuracy. We're talking like over 30, under 40 zeros. Not happening. It's just not happening. There's nothing in existence with that type of accuracy other than God himself. Literally.
We got atomic clocks, man. Atomic clocks.
Atomic clocks aren't even that accurate.
They do like a billionth of it. Have you ever tried to buy an actually real?
Yeah, how much
atomic
is a
clock? You know
billionth?
how much?
How many
fucking
zeros
money
is
they
that?
are? I don't know.
9.
5, 6, 7.
9 zeros. So we're talking orders of like 20 to 30 more zeros than the accuracy of an atomic clock. There's no such thing. So anyways, that was the point I was trying to make. This attraction thing, this whole correlation of attraction thing is bunk on its face. All they've got is a correlation and then they pretend like it's science. It's just really weird.
Yeah.
Like
no,
I'm not even
correlation,
saying
yeah,
that these things don't attract. I'm saying that it's you're creating an attribute. So what I mean, if you had, and I use this one all the time, if there is a tug of war between like 1,000, WWF wrestlers on one side and then 1,000 WWE wrestlers on the other side. There's a tug of war. And then on one side, you have an ant holding the end of the rope, and that side wins. And then you say it was the ant.
Yeah, no,
And that is still like 500 zeros off compared to like the reality of what the reality of the situation,
Yeah, the correlation thing is it's a leap. Like, I hate to always use the example, but when we boil water, like, we know it's heat or whatever your temperature, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that's what's causing the water to boil, because we can play with it, manipulate it. You can't do anything with space-time. Witsit was bodying this dude last night. Witsit had a drone that flew off just electrostatics, and the guy's like nitpicking him and da-da-da, and Witsit's like, where's your space-time drone? Show me your space-time drone. Like, they can't do it. They can't manipulate it or anything.
Dude, Witsit was on one yesterday. I don't know if he wanted to fight somebody or what happened. He was fucking on one, bro. It was actually pretty funny. Cause like Kosho was getting bodied. I fucking bodied Kosho. People were getting bodied left and right. Red Tape came in. Fucking, Big J, chick with a dick came in. Like just all kinds of fucking people were throwing their axes and they're just getting fucking bodied, bro. One after another. Pretty funny.
Well, it gets frustrating. I feel Witsit's pain, actually, because if you're trying to go through something with somebody, like, it's tough.
The only thing that kind of like pissed me off is that we were giving platform to someone who's not a girl and then asking them about female preferences.
Did you touch it?
Look, this person, all of their friends are trans. They were posting links to a trans community. It sounded like a man that had lots of, injections for their, hormones and stuff. It was just clearly a man to me. It was just very clearly a man. No mistake.
Yeah, but who cares though? Who cares?
Well, I care, because if we're having a serious discussion, one of the most serious discussions, in my opinion, about relationships and social issues, as far as like breeding and dating and like getting society to move forward with truth and family values and all the most important things, because they're the basis of society. And then we have a whole room of like 30 people letting this person clown us by pretending to be a woman and then speaking on woman's issues as if this man in drag has any fucking say. I think that's like, we're just feeding into their kink. You're feeding into their kink. It's just disgusting to me.
I still don't. They were posting some trans links to other Discord.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
their
friends are trans, and they're on this server. Red Tape.
Yeah, but I don't know how you know they were not a girl though. They sounded like a girl to me.
No.
Did you touch it?
You'd have fun in Thailand.
Did you? I'm just saying. How would you really know unless you touched it? Anyways,
and then this person, they just happened to know all of the trans arguments, right, and all of the trans history, right, and they were debating that too in the conversation. It just happened to be so specific, like, yeah, bro, this is a dude. This is a dude that has defended themselves, has led debates, has followed these communities because it involves them directly. This is not a chick. This is someone who is extremely biased, that is representing a particular community and gets off on pretending to be a woman online. This is someone who does that.
Seems like there's people. Hold on, there's people involved in the debate and shit that are their actual gender. Like, you ever see that dude on TikTok a lot? He's pretty good. He debates this whole gender thing all the time, and I think he's an actual guy.
But he's calling out the voice, dude. It's the voice. Like, you just got, let's take Riggs' word for it for now. Like, you know what I'm saying? He heard a voice thing. Like,
Rick
Look,
smoked
just so you
himself
know,
stupid
I'm
last
not
night.
even saying I don't have anything against trans. I don't have anything against gay. I think people should be able to do whatever they want to do. If let people express themselves so that you know how crazy they are.
Shoot a bullet in your own head if you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, like you do you, brother.
no.
But don't speak on the issues of the populace and represent a whole sex and like
That's a good point. That's the main point. I like that point.
yeah. That was literally my point when I spoke yesterday. Yeah, when I
It's like
spoke up
false
about
representation, right? Like no
Exactly.
taxation without representation, and that's false representation. You know what I'm saying? But like you should ask them, can you cop a feel? You know what I mean? Can I cop a feel, bro?
You know what they told me? They said their dick was bigger than mine.
See,
that when I brought it up, that's what they said.
Straight women, little punk girls like to say that too a little bit sometimes, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I said, you know what? We can settle this right now. Not afraid of that.
That's a bold statement.
Well, I'm just saying,
So look, there was a situation about 6-7 years ago, where there was a very unhealthy dude kind of raggedly dressed as a woman, like one of these really messy ones that you see, like beard, in between hairstyle.
Oh, shit. I will be right back. Sorry to escape real quick. Keep
belly hanging out, like stained up white t-shirt, like really messy looking. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? But he had like titties, But like other than the titties, like it really just looked like a sloppy dude. And there was a guy we know, he asked him, he said, "Yo, can I cop a feel?" And if it was just a straight dude, like would have laughed or whatever. No, there couldn't have really, even if the guy wanted to be like, "Hey man, this guy just asked me to cop a feel," and want to snitch him out to his job or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? I've just never seen like that. Like, what are they gonna do? Be like, okay, well, he was kidding around. It's obviously not sexual harassment. He's kidding with you, But because this person was a trans person, they got to play the opposite side of it a little bit and be like sexual harassment. And they went and said this dude asked to cop a feel and got the man fired and all this. This shit was crazy, bro. He was kidding around. He was trying to be nice to the person.
Here, I got a question for you guys. Maybe we can just divert from the whole like sexual thing because that's over for right now.
Wait,
not a big issue.
No more sex. All right.
Well, so a friend of mine works at Amazon as a delivery driver, and they have like a work chat. And in this work chat, the guy goes, "Hey," he's a black guy. And the guy goes, "Hey, the left headlight is out on my truck." And black guys and police don't really mix very well. I'm going to have to come back in. He was trying to get people to take over his shift. But he said that on the work chat. He typed out, "Black guys and the cops don't mix very well." So, do you guys think that was appropriate for like a work chat, or like is this some kind of like privilege thing, or the guy was just thinking he was funny?
He's obviously just thinking he's funny, but it's like what the company, ain't going. It's just,
well, like if somebody doesn't want to finish their shift, they want to get up early, and he's like using that as an excuse, or
it depends
you
if
think
he's
it was
black.
impure?
It depends if he's black.
no way that could be serious.
I already said that he's black, so
yeah, there's no way it could be like anything more than a joke. I mean,
if he's white, it's racist.
Well, my friend was pissed off because, like, here, let me read it out. Actually, I'll just read it because that's
there's no way.
If
the guy's that scared of police, that serious, you wouldn't even want him working for you. Fire him for that if regardless of if he crossed the social line.
Like he's
No,
like
I,
a week.
I disagree.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I have to read it. I was gonna post it, but it's got his name on here. Let me just read it real quick. Van 15 driver's side headlight is out. Just want to let y'all know before it get dark. I don't want to get pulled over. Black people and police don't mix well. And I was on like the team chat, you know. So I'm wondering, man, if I said that, I would probably get reamed and in trouble, or that'd be an issue, you know.
Right, but he is black.
That could be a valid
Yeah.
fear if he's really black.
Yeah,
I
but
live in LA.
if Rig said it,
Down
so
over
if
here.
Rig said it's cool because he's black. But if Rig said it, it's not cool.
It wouldn't
That's
be
right.
applicable if
Had to be
Rick
black
said
to say that.
it.
Yeah.
If
But
Rig,
white,
no, what if
white,
Rig
white
was
people
like,
and police don't get along too good. That doesn't even make sense.
No, well, he would
What if
tell the
Rick-
guy to
what if
come
Riggs
in. He'd
was
be
like-
like, yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, it
What
sounds
if-
like
what if
race
Riggs was
baiting.
like, hey-
Someone's trying to take advantage of, like, so he has to. He has a certain allotment of packages he's got to deliver, and maybe he just wants to get off work early or something. Because if his truck's got a headlight out, he's trying to get someone to take over.
Out, shouldn't be working. Period.
okay, but what if Riggs was like, hey, my man, I seen you got a headlight out in that van. You better get back before it gets dark out because black people and police don't mix or whatever. Like,
I mean, if he's on a
if
comedy
Riggs-
stage, we'd be
shit.
rolling.
No, this
Or,
is
or he'd be like,
work
yeah,
ethic.
damn, you're right. I better get out of here.
Yeah, it's context, man. It's just crazy. But that's what's crazy is like if it's a chat and you're just like you're joking about a standard comedic trope. I mean, it's standard. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't be.
Oh,
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
will
We do
say
that
I
shit
don't
all
know
the
this
time at my
employee,
job.
so I don't know the context. Like maybe he was joking, and maybe that's why I'm asking, because like from maybe like are you black? You sound like you might be black, or like
Right. Me? No.
You
And
are
in all
black?
fair, no, I'm not. And in all, but
You're
in
not?
all fair,
Okay.
in all fair regard, he also could be doing both. You know, you can be doing both at the same time, like pointing out a small risk, but also making light of it at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? No big deal. Like paying attention to it is, I think something we need to solve it by letting it just, you know, just in one ear out the other. The stuff that you should pause and be extra.
That's what I told my
extra-
friend. Like, just ignore it.
Yeah.
Keep your job.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on like the situation. Like we fuck around at my job with shit like that, but we're all cool and shit. So like, it depend. You gotta, you know, take each situation on its own, because like if I call Kosho a bitch, that's cool because me and him got a good rapport and shit. But then if I'm in a heated
But he
argument
is.
with someone that but if if I'm in a heated argument with somebody else and I call them a bitch, it's taken in a different light, and now it's a fucking issue. Just like that guy with his comment, you know, some people might not. You got to know who you're talking to, basically.
Hey, Jeremy,
know who
you've done about 5 years of this now, right? This debating stuff.
Data, I'm gonna have my chapter ready for your book, and give me a few days.
No, I'm done already, dude. Today's the final day.
It's
I
not
just had it
done.
uploaded.
It's not done.
Oh, it's finished. It's
No,
finished.
the
So I uploaded
book's
it.
not
I
ready,
uploaded
bro.
it. It's already done, dude. I can write it part 2. It's done. I put it up today. I'm getting 5 print proof copies off to hand them out. I updated my last 2 prints, so this is the final stage before it's done. And then once I'm done, you're never gonna fucking see me in these chats ever again.
Oh well, fuck you too.
No, Data, stop.
5
Stop,
fucking years.
Data, never.
Don't
No, I
Data.
mean, listen,
us.
Data,
Listen,
dude,
guys.
are you telling us you're here to brag that you were data mining us and researching our community to just write a fucking book and jet out? So you're not really a
Got
friend?
it.
Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, that's how it's
Yeah,
kiss
no,
his
so-
ass.
a friend,
Fuck, Data.
a virtual
You're not really a friend
You
of-
are
you're not
all
really
of
a
my
f-
You're all my virtual friends. Virtual
Sure.
friends.
Virtual friends. So you just exploited your own people and you're like, fuck you guys, I'm out. Is that what you're here to tell us right now?
I
And you're
wouldn't say I
bragging about it? You
exploited.
want us to
I
like
wouldn't say
celebrate
ex-
or something?
I
That's
wouldn't
not
say
very
that I
nice as a Canadian, eh?
I
Yeah.
wouldn't say I exploited. I would say that I put in just as
Sure,
much effort
yeah,
as you
well,
guys.
If you're not coming back, then you're not our friends. You did exploit us and you're an asshole.
Like
That's
if the
what
Yeah,
it is.
if we're a
like if the
comedian
first-
either.
You'll like the book. You'll like it. You'll buy it. You'll stock it
if
on
the
your
book
shelf. It'll be there for
sells,
20 years. There you go.
No, I'm just. You
if
know
the
what I'm
book
gonna do,
sells,
bro? I'm gonna download the PDF and then I'm gonna delete it.
look, if the book sells, he'll be out. If the book doesn't sell, he'll be back for 5 more years for a
It's
second book.
okay, man. Hey, my book is in line with all of the rest of them. Gerard Hickson, fucking Diesel Cesis, whatever you want. All those guys.
What are
will
you
be part of
doing?
that
Data. What are you doing to
That's pretty
protect? This
fucked
is
up,
serious.
bro.
This is so serious. What are you doing to protect the data in perpetuity into eternity? Do you have a family vault? Are you going to rely on, backup hardware, little drives and stuff? And this is all serious.
For what purpose, brother?
For ownership and what's it called? The family, the lineage, for lineage and ownership.
Do you think I'm buying into this hierarchy of lineages, all this stuff that people hold on to? I don't buy into the same paradigm.
What do you value?
I thought maybe you'd want your kids to remember you and your grandkids to remember them and so on, and everyone remember.
Nope, don't give a fuck about any of that. Nothing.
What do you care
Don't give
about?
a fuck about that. None of that shit. That's all illusionary, afraid of death bullshit. I'm not
What
afraid
do
of
you
dying.
care about?
You hit the nail on the head. It's afraid of death, but like being afraid of death is honest. You don't have to be afraid. You can prepare for death.
I'm not afraid of death. And a lot of these people who what's called generativity, which is
yes, I know the
mental
bias.
state.
I have it.
Yeah, so it's a mental state that every man goes through at a certain age, where it's called generativity, which they want to leave something behind, something for something. I buy bullshit. I worked hard. I provide a attitude. If my kids don't work hard and get the attitude from me, it doesn't matter what I leave them behind. They'll either destroy it or build upon it. But if I leave my character behind, imprinted on my kids, that's better than any fucking copyrighted.
Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about, though. A vault of owned by the honor guard and not the fucking public fucking schmuckery. You know what I mean? That no, your data right now on whatever server it's on, it's owned by the fucking Google, bruh.
It's not owned by anybody.
So
My
he did
data
it in
is my
hard
own,
copy.
right?
He did it in hard copy in a book, right?
Yeah, and you better hold that
So I've
shit in the
got three-
vault.
those-
You should
there's
join
only
me
two-
in the vault for
There's
truth.
only two versions, which is a digital copy and then a soft book. I was going to do a hardcover, just because it would look probably pretty dope as a hardcover, because there's no other book that will look like it. But other than that, man, it is what it is, man. I wanted to make use of the time here, the use of the conversations.
Well, I hope
tell you
it's good, because if it is, it'll get a place in the vault of truth. Okay, Data.
I hope so, because basically how I established my book is that in time it will be revealed to be false or true. And that's the premise of my book. Whatever stated here will either be proven true by time.
Is my name going in your book?
I barely got an honorable mention. You're definitely not in there.
I don't even know. I don't even know who you are. What's your name?
You're not in it, bro.
No, I would say the classic. It's all about the introduction, right? So whoever started the classic introduction, or I should say the class. What am I saying here? The people, the originators, the original people that started it. Jeremy, you were one of the first in there, but I didn't catch on to you until later, right? Why you're actually here? Because you're probably in the same lines of as Kosho and Ruhif, right? So the same.
Yeah, but don't. I hope you weren't blowing smoke up my ass. Because remember, I told you, don't hear no one in here screaming louder for more cameras in space. Stop cutting the videos, swivel camera, and you better freaking nail that home run, Data. Please, don't fucking downplay it. And you better represent.
There's nothing to downplay. Like I said, if what I stated is true in the book, time will prove it correct.
That is a good point to accentuate, though, the lack of video, especially this day and age. You would expect there would be 360 cams all over the place and shit. Like, it's ridiculous, the lack of cameras in space.
Well, when he takes all his names, I made sure to be like, you put the press Don down for that. And he, he
You're
does
not in it,
a little
bro.
appeasing, like, yeah, but he ain't doing nothing of that.
I don't want to be in that.
I didn't do the cliche. I didn't do the
No,
cliche.
I don't want to be in the book. Please take me out of the book.
You're all over the book, bro. Every
Make
chapter.
me immortal in your book.
So the point of the book again is to look at the live exercise, look at how government control population, and what agendas are being driven. Well, you guys are all part of it, man. And some of the agents are here fucking 5 years in, 5-year plans.
I've been into this conspiracy thing before this whole flat Earth shit even started, dude.
Oh
Back in the
shit!
90s,
Really?
I was never
back in
into
the late
conspiracies
90s.
until flat Earth. Never. I was actually shocked and surprised of how fucking depraved and how deep people go to mislead people based on conspiracies.
Like
He'd
in the
been in
mid
this game for
90s,
years, but Effie made him a flatimal.
like what the fuck? In the mid 90s, like I had already known the moon landings were fake. You know, and then 9/11 happened. I was into the, JFK and some other
See,
little conspiracies.
I didn't pay two shits to any of that stuff. It was garbage to me. What it was, whether it was true or not, it's not the point. It's the idea of the distraction. What the implications of that distraction was against the populace. While people are still fighting against the fucking moon landing, they should be going after the politicians for taxes. But you see how it works? NASA, knowing they're full of shit, are the controlled opposition, are the ones that put agents in place to make the fake videos, to actually critique their own shit. Don't you see that's what they do?
Did you say
Where in the
NASA?
book,
Today
bro?
is your last day with us, Data?
No, not exactly. Once my book is actually published.
You
But
ain't that lucky, Essie.
Time will
Well, let me
tell.
be the first to say,
Exactly.
Data, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
You're not going to stay away.
I hear
guarantee it.
I'm addicted to the serotonin rush for sure. The intrigue, the mystery. But again, that's a design. That's designed that way. It's a different feeling when you're not aware of the design. When you're aware of the design, you can counteract the feeling by going, no, it's not real. It's purposely put me here to waste my time.
I guarantee you're going to be here. You're not going to disappear. How much you want to bet?
A very long
I'll bet you 100 XRP.
You're on. You heard it, guys, here, right? I called it out first. Data
Bro, you
will
better be
not
careful.
disappear, like he says.
You better be careful. I could be worth like fucking, a lot of money in the future. So
Well, SC deserves it. If SC's been here all this time and XRP goes to $1,000 a coin, and I give him $100, and he's got 1,000 coin per 100 tokens, then there you go. It's a good little exchange for him. $50 into 100,000 is pretty good.
You guys heard the bet. It's on.
I got it.
I don't know, man. The
Dave.
premise kind of pisses me off. He came here to data mine us. He's bragging about
Not
it.
you.
Now he's telling us
Not
he's
you.
He's been
Not
telling us
you.
the
He
whole
used
time.
us, bro. He used
He's had
us.
full
The
disclosure.
conversation.
Not
All right, one at a
you.
time. One at a time. Data, I think that was a very bad bet on your behalf, because if the coin ever does go up and you come to claim it, as soon as you show your face here again, you lose the bet. So it's a null bet.
That's okay. I
a good
haven't
point,
made
Larry.
I haven't made the official announcement when I'm not coming back. Today is not the official announcement. I can still come back for a week, a month, even perhaps a year. But the day I
Yeah.
decide not to come back, I will
Well,
announce
Larry's
it.
point.
Yeah,
Larry's
he's
100%.
going back on his claim now, guys.
He's going
No,
back.
False alarm.
Going
False
back.
alarm. He's full of shit.
No, I did not. I said today is not the day that I make that claim. I said when the book is probably officially published. So I'm not going back on nothing.
All right,
Yeah, he
roll
said
back the
soon. He
tape,
said
guys.
soon.
He did say when the
So-
book
Look,
is
man, I want to
published.
learn law now. I want to learn law. We are not discussing law. I need to go learn law. Now that I have access to ChatGPT, I can spend most of my day learning law. That's what I want to
I mean, are we even going to need lawyers because of ChatGPT soon? Can't you just
No.
do?
No,
So
you
if you want to learn law, there's this really good. He's a guru. High frequency radio. He'll give you like a list of stuff that you could read. Now I know that you're in Canada, but I believe you guys have common law there too. So basically, what you want to start out with is probably grammar, if you're not good with grammar, and then trust law. Right, trust law is really important.
I started with trust law. I got a book from it, but now that I got ChatGPT, it can help me analyze the trust law book that I've got. Like I'm just starting, but I'm done with the like I said, the cosmology, mathematics, geometry. I went down that path for years, and I should have been learning law as well. But now that ChatGPT is there, I'm telling you, man, it directs me right away.
Let's talk law. Let's talk law. I'll give you one, Dad. I'm sorry cutting you off. You didn't know how it is in here, though. All right. So when and how, what type of land and how are you allowed to take land?
In Canada, you have squatters' rights here. You have two kinds of versions of getting land, two ways of getting land. You can squat, and nobody contests over a period of time. You can get squatters' rights. The second way in Canada here is to maintain the land for a period of time, fence it off, maintain it, show that you have proof for a duration of time that you fenced it off and maintained the land. You go to claim it, nobody protests, you can get that land. Those are the two ways that I know you can get land here without purchasing it with cash.
Right. Okay, so I appreciate that answer, man. But I guess I'm saying, like, say the world starts over and you and your council are thinking about, or just you, what would your heart tell you? Because squatting, yeah, if you sit on the land and you defend it, obviously it's yours, right? But like,
well, squatting rights has been exercised here by the First Nations, but not only that, by European descendants from the Mennonites and you call them Quakers, if you will. So there has been case laws where these people have squatted on the land and gotten their rights. So they've done so. Yeah.
What if me and America and the whole NATO decide to just make the law where, okay, you can run through Canada now, and whatever you take is now legally yours. Forget the old people that were there. Whatever the new people claim, that's what the whole rest of the world decided to do that to y'all? That would be okay, right?
Well, it wouldn't be okay to the present owners, no. But feudalism is what's happening. So this question that you have is not geared towards what's happening in the future. Feudalism is here, it's coming. And they're not going to they're doing the opposite. United Nations here is using the natives, will be using the natives for land reparations. They're already doing it downtown Vancouver, where the natives now are going to be given the land back there. So all the high rises, all that land that is built up, is going to be given back to the natives. Now, how does that work is when it comes to tax
backroom handshake deals.
Yeah, so that's what's happening right now behind the scenes, because if people got wind of it on a large scale, they'd be very, very upset. But you see how they've done it. They've done it at the virtue of climate. And so there's going to be this really, really clever mental break they've done to people, because at the same time they want the environment to be good, and then they can sympathize with the natives due to colonization, but to give back all the land under the guise of climate change, when it's actually feudalism, is really what they're kind of keeping in the back, kind of keeping hidden from everybody. So they'll use the climate change and the native to start reparations here. They've already started. By 2030, it'll be fully implemented, because all of the regulations are being enacted now. So, for instance, what they did with COVID is they enacted a whole bunch of regulations around 2019, knowing by 2023 you're going to have all of these lawsuits and all these reactions to their plan. In British Columbia, that's where I'm at in Canada, British Columbia, they put some regulations into doing with what's called immunization reporting. And you, by regulation, have to report your child's immunizations to the school records. That was passed in 2019 before any of this shit came out. Knowing they were setting up for this fucking mandatory vaccination shit so they get all these children on record. I exposed that to the school. I wrote that to the school. That's illegal what they did. The regulations don't stand. And how are they putting regulations in place for something they didn't know was existing? Oh, they must have known it was existing, because the regulations stipulate the exact fucking cause or the reason for the record keeping. So when I reached out to Health Canada about that, I was like, how did you preempt a regulation based on immunization records and forcing me to do so where my kid can't go to school? How did you get that enacted in 2019 before any of this shit happened? No fucking response, silence on it, and I get labeled as the fucking nutter. So,
what pisses me off, and I'll try to be quick. We've been talking about vaccines for a long time, for years. We kept saying the adult vaccines are coming. Adult vaccines are coming. They were like, no, there's nothing wrong with vaccines. You guys are crazy conspiracy theorists. But as soon as it's adult vaccines are ready, all those doctors that were like, sorry,
can I ask real quick? Yeah, are we censoring the speech here?
We're not. I could shut the live stream off. Hold on, I'm gonna mute the live stream.
Okay, all right.
And then
I forgot about that. I apologize.
No, you're good, brother. Came from the right place.
You weren't over to target it. You were cool. I would think you were cool to talk about the past, but anyway.
Yeah, talking about the past. And these doctors that were like, no, there's nothing wrong with vaccines. You guys are a bunch of conspiracy theorists. And then when it came time,
that I could just go down the points. That would be great. Someone
Yep.
can send me those links.
Chat, I'm telling you, brother, ChatGPT, line it out for you, beginning to end. Where to start, what books to read first, how to test some of the logic. It's brilliant, buddy. I can't get.
But
I've
think
been
about it.
researching a lot.
I'm asking the people who. Okay.
But think
Say,
about
just
your
on
point
YouTube
as a
and Google.
greater point. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dad. I'm next.
I'm just saying YouTube. I've been doing these links and videos and lawyer stuff, but ChatGPT really pinpointed exactly my thought, and it gave me the material regarding my thought, as opposed to Google and the links and videos. You really have to sift through a lot of data to find the pinpointed beginnings, and that's why ChatGPT is so brilliant, because it allows me to have a thought and then facilitate the exact result in that thought.
But it's another handicap. It's another crutch taking us further away from the truth. Data.
No,
think
not
about
when it comes to
how
learning.
ignorance is no. Okay. They'd be like, ignorance can't be an excuse for the law, because otherwise people would always be fucking getting off, because there's no way everybody could know all these freaking laws. It's like, you don't even know you did something wrong some of the time, okay, not all the time, some of the time, until it's too late. And you've been kidnapped and have to be in court arguing your case for some little technical fucking, you know what I mean, statute that they have or whatever. When you make the point about it'd be great if there were bullet points of law. That would be great if in every municipality they bullet pointed their laws.
I want to teach you guys something real fast, right? We don't play lotto tickets because it's a tax of the ignorant, right? So the Texas Lotto supports Texas education, but do they teach you how to calculate odds in school? I don't know, do they? Right, so if you think about it, like if you go to court, they have like a 98, 99% conviction rate. So why would you play that game? Obviously, you want to stay out of the court, right? You don't want to go into fact finding. You don't want to challenge the facts because they're not interested in facts anyway. So what you want to do is you want to do just like Jesus said and make an agreement with your adversary on the way to court. Because if you don't, the court does one thing, turns you into a slave. You're either going to pay on the outside or you're going to pay on the inside. So if you make a contract like this, hey, if you can, prove that you didn't violate my rights and prove that I don't have the right to do this, this, and this, and give them a whole bunch of lists of things that they can't prove and say, so as long as you can prove that, I accept everything that you've done to me. That's how you have to play this game. You can't play their game. You have to play your game. Thanks.
Thank you, Hank.
Learning it though it's been for me much faster with ChatGPT.
All right. Well, if someone could send me all the links to learn law, I'd appreciate it. I'm not going to talk to a bot about it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not a bot. You don't talk to a bot about it. You ask, hey, in law school, what is a good book to start with that early law students start with? I mean, yes, you can ask this on Google. Yes, you can get the answer. But once that book comes up, you can say, what sections in the book? I'm focused on this sort of law. what sections in the book should I focus on that can really help me start out with these kind of questions? And then it'll give you points of the book to look at, to read, right? So I'm looking for an arrow to a bullseye rather than looking at a target and trying to pull back the arrow and the arrow myself to find the bullseye. That's why ChatGPT is quicker or more efficient, is because I can narrow down the fucking target.
And you don't have to do any thinking for yourself.
No, I still
Hey,
have to
Earth's a
read the
globe,
content.
guys. Earth's a globe,
still
guys.
have
Just
to-
letting you know.
Yeah, I still have to read the content, and I still have to apply logical exercises or case law. Like, you still have to apply case law and then and give your opinion, if you will, based on how it's structured in the argument. I'm still learning all this stuff. So I'm just saying that it helped me already within the fucking week that it's come out, that it allows me to pinpoint my thoughts and narrow things down quicker. So it's not lazier, it's just more efficient.
It didn't help you with that daylight thing in Antarctica, though.
Riggs, I sent you something.
Thank you, Hank. Thank you.
You're welcome. This guy has like a university on one of his websites, and he basically charges you like chump change and gives you a bunch of shit to read. First, go to his website, read the shit for free, because he's giving you all this shit for free. Like, he teaches you how to understand the UCC, how to get in and out of court, the secured party process, the administrative process. He teaches you this stuff, but you have to read first. So before you sign up and pay, do all the prerequisite education part for free, because he's not charging you like $325 per book. It's free online. And then once you read the material, he says to read it like 4 or 5 times, but he's dealing with numpties. But yeah, if you read the material and then you sign up, you can basically learn how to get people out of prison, because what you're doing is you're looking for fraud. And he's a black guy. He's going to have, a lot of spiritual stuff on there, but he's not a religious dude. He's going to have this
in a legal sense, everything has to be on the up and up. Like, they cross the line of fraud like many times because you don't know your rights, right? That's kind of how it works.
Yeah, you're finding the fraud.
They're doing in Canada.
Yeah, you're finding the fraud. All you have to do is find the fraud, and then you get thrown out, because you can't convict somebody on fraudulent assertions, and that's what they do. They operate under assumption and presumption and color of law. You have to understand that.
Well, I always thought it was kind of convenient and interesting that the same governing body and authority that is handing me the ticket is also prosecuting me for the claim. And I'm like, well, what was the crime though? Like, if I'm speeding, 5 over or something, and I get a ticket, like, is that causing an injury to somebody? That kind of thing. And then at the same time, the person that's making this claim is also part of associated with the body that's going to be handling my conviction or whatever. It's like, isn't that also a problem?
Yeah, it's definitely a problem, because they're all railroading you to the same destination with the slavery. So in my opinion, the best thing for you to do is conditional acceptance. Hey, yeah, I'll agree to everything you did to me, just so long as you can prove this, this, and this. And you give them things that they can't prove. And then they're like, well, I can't do that. And you're like, oh,
interesting.
You can't. Sorry about your bad luck.
And is there a body of evidence of basically this high frequency radio of people who have taken this course or gone down this road and systematically have come out with positive results? Like, is there a team of people that have evidenced the efficacy of this program?
Okay, so this is how this works. You have to understand, they put Johnny Depp's trial out in public, but Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person in history that's ever been, put in prison for sex trafficking to no one, right?
Right.
So you have to understand, they're not going to give you a step-by-step playbook in case law how to defeat them, right? So what you have to do is you have to understand this, that if you're settling on the private side by saying, yes, I agree to this and everything that you've done to me, so long as you can prove this, they're not going to post their step-by-step defeats program. Like, when a UFC fighter gets defeated for the first time, everybody's watching that tape. This is how we defeat them, right? We take, this Holly Holm girl.
Yeah, is there a group of people? Is there evidence of it? I mean, I know about these public things. I'm not worried about the public cases. I want to know, about people in this community, the high frequency, or people you know, or yourself, who have a stack of evidence that their systematic use of these processes actually result in a positive result for them?
So I don't know that for sure, but what I do know is they got these anti-sovereign haters that are very familiar type that are constantly trolling the fuck out of him, and I know their type, and you got to wonder, if he's just some jackass misleading people on the internet, why does he have so much controlled opposition? Why? I mean, that doesn't prove anything, but it makes me wonder, like, oh, these are like anti-sovereign, anti-flat earther type. Like, you know, the type, the atheists that don't believe in God, and they think they're statist, basically, and they're always trolling the fuck out of him. But if you want to do your own research, obviously that would be the best bet, because I don't know of any way to prove something being settled on the private side.
Okay. Here's the problem that I have is that I hear there's maybe like a dozen of you law people on here. I hear your take, and then I hear Cuddle's take on it, and then I hear what's his name? Issa's take on it, and you all have like
We're all saying the same thing. It's all the same thing. Just
well,
we're
I hear
saying
a
it
different
differently.
approach from either, like all of you. So I don't know how exactly
that's
it's the
not
same
true.
thing, other than it's a opposition.
Listen, we all say that you never just appear to the court when they summon your name. You're making a special appearance, right? That right there, you're challenging a kangaroo court. So once you establish that you challenge jurisdiction, there's no undoing that. What they're doing to us is they're bringing us in these kangaroo courts, and through threat of duress or coercion, they're getting us to contract with them. So if once you realize that it's all commercial, unless you create an actual victim, you got to ask, hey, before I plead, Your Honor, I want to know the natures of the charges. And when they say it's commercial, oh, you're contracting. So you realize the judge has not a judge hat on, but a banker hat on. So he's trying to balance everything and get it to zero. So the debt means guilty. Guilty means debt in German. So when you're pleading guilty, you're saying, yeah, I did that, I owe, right? When you plead not guilty, that's when there's a trial. And they always win a trial. Well, not always, but they usually win a trial. So once you realize that it's a commercial thing, and you say, yeah, I agree, I owe everything that you say that I owe, and everything that you did to me was justified, just so long as you can do this, and you give them something that they can't do. Once that happens, the ball is in their court, and they have to prove it, because the burden of proof is on who he asserts, on who asserts. So what you're doing is you're playing the game by your rules, because you've realized that, oh shit, this is commercial. They're trying to contract with me. Okay, I would love to rub your feet, honey, just so long as you give me a blowy. Oh, you don't want to give me a blowy? Sorry about your feet.
What? Okay, maybe I lagged out or something. I just heard you say I would love to give you a blowy, and then you want to touch my feet or something?
No. That's
What?
not what I said. I said when your wife.
My back, I'll scratch yours. Bono, man.
No, I'm not scratching
Bono,
nobody's back. I'm not. Okay.
No, that's what he said, Riggs.
No, I didn't say anything. Okay,
All right,
listen
he's
to what
all
I said.
yours, Skylane.
Listen to what I said. Your wife wants you to rub her feet, and you say, okay, sure, I'll rub your feet, just so long as you give me you know what. And she says, well, I don't want to do that right now. Okay, sorry about your feet.
Oh yeah, well, see, I live in that world.
Okay, so you get it.
I already employ these tactics.
All right, now that you've employed these tactics with your wife and it's worked well for you, now you just have to learn how to apply it to the railroading slavers.
Okay. All right. Well, you got me interested. I mean, you sent me one video. I'm sure I'll find more.
You had Riggs at the blowjob part. I like to call it the B for B, blowjobs for back rubs.
Well, if you hit all the right spots, then they're kind of begging to. Anyways. No begging required. Yeah, I guess the law thing is kind of interesting at some point. It's one of those things like you don't know you need it until you need it, and then it's just
Right.
good to have.
You think you would have done it too if you happen to be in the same boat?
Yeah.
I mean, right? You'd be like, hey, I'm smarter than people, and also this is a good little way to get a little extra out of society. This little way to be able to corrupt myself too, and this little way to set up, security for my future lineage. And
Nothing
you
wrong
would
with
do it
stacking
too,
your Riz,
right?
you know.
Yeah. It's like, who wouldn't do? But that's why I tried to get with Dad. I was trying to be like, hey man, do you agree with? Because he's all in the, you know what I mean? Like, Dad, I heard you support government a lot, talk about the good that they do, and then admit that there's some bad. But you're like, don't throw the baby out with the bath. That's the summary I get from him. He's like, don't throw the baby out with the bath.
You cannot sit in front of a computer, go to your fridge, grab your food, do all of that stuff, and then convince me that it's all bad. That's bullshit. That's a lie. That's extremely dangerous.
I'm not asking you.
Not you.
Again.
Not you.
Anybody.
Not you. In general,
But
there's despots, dystopian anarchists that gravitate towards conspiracies. They
right,
ruin.
but if the middle is lovely.
They ruin the truth movement. They ruin the truth movement. They ruin truth seeking.
I agree with, you don't want to muddy the water. That's also a good point. But it's like, what if this mostly good bubble, what if they're like in the middle, dancing on top of a corrupt foundation? You get what I'm saying? So whereas the whole thing isn't bad, if the foundation is bad, you know where I'm going.
Yeah, if you had a group of people that were highly educated and wealthy, then you had another group of people with the same attributes, but they were a little bit more evil. Well, that particular group, I know, because of the evilness in general, they are plotting. Now, the person that's good doesn't necessarily plot for the intention of evil, but plots to prevent evil. So you have two of these classifications of these two groups managing their ideologies between them. In other words, battling each other out. Well, I know that as good has to prevail, evil has to stand up first. So if after World War II, that was this signifier of good standing up against evil, well, we had a prosperous time. Now, that may be at the expense of other countries and other nations, which can be classified as evil. But what happens is that beacon that was created after World War II became very attractive for other civilizations, other citizens, other people of other countries. That's why it became coveted to come to the United States, because of that evil that it had conquered. What evil did it conquer? I'm allowed to own my own home. I'm allowed to develop my own business. I'm free to worship my own God. Anything that would surmise or plan to stifle and to remove that is to me evil. Well, what's happening? We have the good. They built the system. We fought evil. Evil's coming back up. That other group now that has all the power and all that stuff have been plotting for the last 70 years, at least 70 years, to gain into the situation where they are at this present moment. How do they do that? By removing law from children, by implementing models and ideologies from the institutions. So we have to rebuild that. How do we rebuild that? Well, evil has to stand up, rear its ugly head, and then good has to come and conquer it. So we're at the beginning stages. We're at the beginning stages of where good. We're at the beginning stages of where good is just, I believe, waking up. But it will still take another decade before the full evil rears its head. And then I believe another decade, good will prevail. But it's going to take another 10 years of evil and all of this implementation that they're doing with ESG, digital currency, with carbon credit.
Sure.
I mean,
When does this book come out?
There's four turnings. It's going to constantly be a cycle. I want to disclose to you, when I hear good and evil, I hear cooperative and selfish. Those are the simplest, consistent terms I can put on it. And I also want to disclose to you that I'm a cooperative-minded person who always tries to take his own personal bias out of it, admit I'm a weakling, admit I was conditioned to be cooperative to survive. And I want to just disclose that I'm not for or against the good and evil, like the people that are, quote, you're calling evil, or I would call selfish. I respect them for doing what they think they need to do to survive.
We got to stop saying good and evil. Hold on. We got to stop saying good and evil, right? Everything is right or wrong. Everybody knows right and wrong. God's law is written on your heart. That's why they have to do everything lawful and legal, or good and evil, or God and devil, right? That's the wrong think, in my opinion, right? We can't think like this. We have to think
But
right and wrong.
evil stifles happiness. Evil
But what's
stifles
evil?
freedom.
What's evil? Some people, evil's subjective.
Stifles happiness. Well,
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Evil. Hold on. Evil's subjective, bro. Some people think that eating meat is evil, right? But what is, surviving off the land and feeding your family? That's right. Nobody can say that that's wrong, right? Evil is subjective. Legal is subjective. Everything needs to go back to right and wrong. I'm done.
I mean, it's subjective, right and wrong too, though, Hank. It's tough, man. It's tough for me.
No, it's
I
not
want to do
subjective.
the in your heart thing and all that, but I respectfully disagree, man.
All right, well, what is right and what is wrong? You know that you have the right to do anything unless it violates someone else's rights. So you can do anything you want, right? But you can't be on heroin if you have children. Why? Because that's wrong for the children.
Say to that point, I want to throw out a quick disagreement to that point, because I can flip the other coin. I can be like, all right, as long as I don't hurt anybody, I'm being right, and as long as nobody hurts me, they're being right. But you know what? I actually kind of humble myself a little bit, and I'd be like, who am I to say, just because Larry comes and hurts me, that he's wrong? You might be needing to survive to feed your family, Larry, or you just might be doing your life. I mean this in all sincerity. I know I probably would be scared. I know I might not be comfortable with it or not like it, but I'm not the one that gets to judge and go, he's wrong for doing that and hurting me. That's my pussy ass crying.
Yeah, I like the non-perpetual victim mentality that you have, right? And you shouldn't take every fight as we must go to war. Yeah, if I steal your lunch money, maybe I needed it, right? But if the government does it to you and you're just going to let them get away with it, that's how they keep railroading us, right? You can't let everybody get away with everything. Evil men prosper when good men do nothing.
Do you guys know that there's 30 million Americans addicted to heroin right now as we speak?
That's ridiculous. 10% of the population?
Yep.
That's fucking sad, dude.
Medical derivatives of heroin. 30 million right now are addicted.
The people that didn't get the jab.
What's the stronger shit?
Go
What's
ahead.
it called?
Oh, sorry, Larry, come on with the people that get jabbed. Sorry.
Fentanyl. So the people that didn't get the jab, they're getting the fentanyl, right? So this is get the carbon down to zero, right? The fentanyl is extremely deadly, and in San Francisco, you can't even get regular heroin anymore. Right. Everybody's doing fentanyl. But now they got this new stuff.
Illegal. I'm not talking about illegal heroin. I'm talking about legal prescription.
It's about
people that have
oxycodone
families,
and
people that have
and
people that have children. Right now, your neighbor is probably addicted to heroin. Right now.
Yeah, my wife's addicted to it, bro.
There you go. There you go.
I said my wife is yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry to hear that, right?
What's the derivative of heroin that they give in the hospital? What's it called again? Makes your skin fall off.
Well, my wife just takes oxycodones, but she, used to take them. Then she had a medical thing where then they prescribe them to her, and then now she's like, "Fuck!" They prescribe this shit to me. Take it away, and then they put her on methadone instead. But
yeah, no, that was a travesty. We were talking about this yesterday. It's a travesty with the doctor, this whole medical thing with him prescribing these painkillers. Because I was hooked on. I had a bad car
There you go. Legal junkies.
I was taking the painkillers. They were prescribing to me for 2 years. Just one day, they didn't even stop prescribing to me. I just woke up one day and I was like, "Yo, I'm not right." And I was like, "I think it's the pills." I just went cold turkey. But some people can't do that, and then the doctors will stop prescribing them to them, and now they're like, "Shit." They're going through withdrawal. They want to get their fix. They can't get the pills. They just go buy heroin, and they're not dope sick anymore after that.
Yeah, they turn to the black market because the derivatives they give of this legal stuff is basically heroin.
Right. So basically, the lesson to be learned here, kids, is don't get painkillers from your doctor.
For real, man.
Just say no. Just say no.
Don't pass money on Cash App.
You wear a dare shirt in your doctor's office.
Yeah, doctors are legalized drug dealers, for real. That's all they are. They're just drug dealers. So my son had an ingrown toenail. They prescribed him hydrocodone. Yeah, they prescribed him hydrocodone for an ingrown toenail, guys. They're trying to get him hooked.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing.
Wait a minute.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Most people are like, "Oh man, but I have to have pain relief. I have to get through this pain to get through the day." It's like, hey man, if the pain is deliberate. What is the term?
Look, if you break something, for sure, a week or so, you need these meds. But after that, you can cope. You don't need no freaking heroin.
Up with the pain and being like, "Yo, I just need to go back to when we didn't have painkillers and just fucking, gut it."
Debilitating. That's not true, I have chronic back pain.
Thank you.
I have chronic back pain sometimes, and I'll tell you, I don't take the pills anymore. But I'll tell you what helps a lot is edibles, THC edibles.
Yep,
great for fucking painkillers.
There you go, a safe alternative.
Replace all painkillers out there. I'm talking Tylenol, Advil, all the way up to fentanyl, heroin.
The thing is, Big Pharma was the top spender. Big Pharma was the top spender when it came to lobbying to keep marijuana illegal. I wonder why that might be.
Of course, we're talking about for like you have what's called THCV. This is the new pharmaceutical grade synthetic THC that's grown in yeast. The company that made it is Kronos, which is on the stock exchange. I think it's in at $3 a share. But it's THCV. It will be used in the next paradigm of pharmaceutical, which will be marijuana, THCV synthetic stuff. You have anyway, you'll have access to this coming up, but it'll be dealing with pain and sleeping.
Yeah,
people should not be allowed to blow their own head off.
If I could just chime in for a second, there's interesting research being done where it's not even the THC in the marijuana, it's the terpenes that are actually able to do things like stop asthma attacks or do other things like that. It's pretty interesting. It's like there's
not the part that gets you high that helps you. It's the other part.
No, terpenes get you high too, but they sort of augment how the THC is. It's like a flavor. You know what I mean? It's like sugars in apple juice, but you're like, oh, it's apples, or oh, it's Coca-Cola. I mean, that's that flavor, but that also plays a biological role too. The terpenes are important to the plant.
Yeah, definitely the medical establishment doesn't want anything to do with this stuff. That's for sure, because they wanna charge you the big bucks, of course.
I know we should all we should vote for representatives who are going to put a swift hand to justice, because we got to do something about this stuff. I mean, my kid is not smart enough to know what's going to hurt him. I need to have a preventative law, to ban this before he ever has a chance.
You stand no chance, bro. If you don't get rid of the lobbyists, you stand no chance. Absolutely zero. Because there's lobbyists right now lobbying for that senator that you're talking about that's going to vote next. He's going to get money for his reelection from that company. So unless you get rid of the lobbyists, you stand no chance.
And here's how easy it is, and I'm not going to say anything past this. Each lobbyist has a name and address. Thanks.
Yep, absolutely, exactly that.
Okay.
So the lobbyists, when a new guy goes into Congress, right, there's like this initiation where they say, oh, you want to be part of like the military regulators, right? I don't know the official name of it. They go, okay, here, sit down, have lunch. These are the guys that you're going to be regulating. Like they introduce them to the people they're supposed to be regulating, the lobbyists, right? So it's like it's set up to be corrupt. Like as soon as you get initiated as a new congressman, they're like, "Here, have lunch with these guys," and they're like, "Oh, okay." Like these are these are the lobbyists. These are who you need to be talking to. Like that's corrupt as fuck.
That is the
I mean,
big
but they're
problem.
smarter than us. They know what's good for us better than us. They're only doing what's in our best interest to protect us because I'm too stupid to protect me from myself. Okay, and who cares if they want to do less work, you know, by average or by relative to the other man? Who cares if they want to do less work and make 10 times the more money by being, you know, 10% of productive to society? It's a necessary role, guys. We'd all be so much worse off without them.
That's the assumption and presumption that they have a higher claim to your life and body than you do. You got to rebut that.
All right, fine. I guess I'll rebut it with you. But I'm gonna do it like this, man. Fuck y'all, man. How the fuck y'all think y'all gonna tell me what's better for myself? I mean, what the fuck? Nobody should support. Nobody. Anybody does that shit, man. We need standing opinion votes of all communities. Any representatives that make laws against the popular opinion of the community, get the fuck out.
You got to put the word lobbyists in every American's mouth. Us in Canada, we don't count. Nobody else in the world counts. If you're an American, you need to know the word lobbyists. This is where they do it to us, and not just you guys, the whole world.
Here's the way you get to learn some of their tactics.
Is that okay, Dan?
Hold on. Some of their tactics are exposed in the movie Thank You for Smoking. They take a look at what the lobbyists do and how the lobbyists speak and the damage that it could do to society just because a lobbyist made it so that cigarettes can be sold here and then to people under this age and blah 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 blah. You think it's harmless, right? People are like, oh, they're just doing their job. These lobbyists, they're just lobbying for what's in people's best interests. But yeah, then you get a fentanyl problem, and it's like, wait a second, those lobbyists were lobbying for something, weren't they?
You remember that 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Marlboro? Who's old enough to remember that?
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Black and
Marlboro
white. Ashtray on the desk.
And that was all lobbyists in there saying, hey, listen, cigarettes, nicotine doesn't kill people. Other things do.
Yes.
Well, I do want to say
was it in
that
the
the
people's
tobacco
best
of old was completely different than the tobacco today. It's like, real tobacco actually has an extremely, there's a huge area of medicine, which includes tobacco, but not the tobacco that they're selling today or that they're spraying with in like all these conditions. Like the products that they were releasing today is not exactly tobacco, in my opinion.
It's tobacco with
filterless back then.
the tobacco in the jungle is probably actually medicine and has medicinal uses, but the tobacco today is tobacco that's been turned into a product and has chemicals all up in it.
Yes. It is
we know they
natural
manipulated the
sewage.
nicotine for sure. We know they manipulated the amount of nicotine. They admitted it. They boosted it unnaturally. So, yeah.
That's what it boils down to. They're waging war against anything that's natural. Anything that's natural, like natural food, natural water, everything natural, they're waging war against it.
If the corporations are allowed to run wild, like they are, this is the society you're going to get. Medical run wild wants sick people, and military run wild wants wars. It's not hard, right? If you're a hammer, you look for nails. So you
If
got to
something's
get
all
rid of
natural,
the
you can't
lobbyists. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
If something's all natural, you can't put patents on it.
That's
You
right.
can't
That's
own it.
why
And then you can't
that's
have
why
competitive advantage. Good.
Yeah, sorry. That's why they wanted to get people the RNA, right? Because once you genetically modify a fruit or vegetable, you patent it and you own it. That's my theory, by the way. I didn't come up with it, but that's what I think.
Well, you're
Well, you
thinking
guys know
legal
the
terms, right?
well, you know the World Data Bank when it comes to so their goal with the PCR test was actually to because you can log plants with it, fruit with it, everything. You can get its genetic makeup with the PCR test. So that was the PCR test, I believe, is for the World Bank of DNA. So it's called World Bank DNA, I think, .org, something like that, in that nature. And that's what it's for. It's because man wants to catalyze every single everything DNA, everything's DNA. They need to do that. So that was part of the another mass campaign as well, is to get that information through the guise of this cerveza sickness.
Imagine they came to a point so powerful where DeSantos, for example, has put a tomato, has copyrighted a tomato. You can't grow tomatoes unless you buy them from these fuckers. Imagine that. A fruit. Well, some say it's a vegetable, but you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the idea, having the sequence. When they create something, they'll have the genetic code sequence to it, which would be a patent. So you're getting the tomato patented.
Yes, but not only that, through legislation, they're able to sue farmers next door if the seed just blows in the wind and grows in the next door farmers. They've made it so they can sue the farmer.
Do you guys think it's interesting that they've separated the food from the organic? Like that, isn't that it? Like one of the largest, like in your face psyops? Like, bro, like if it's not organic, it's not food, in my opinion. It's a food-like product.
Well, the guise was originally founded in the idea of, like, if you look at the rice, all were originated around the rice grain, and having the rice grain, be able to mutate naturally based on environments, right? Different environments, so adaptability. So they wanted to have rice more adaptable to these harsher environments for poorer cultures, right? Like in Africa and so forth. That's where I believe this motivation came from, which was, good intention. But then again, what happened is you now have Monsanto, like SC was saying, patented their grain. And if by chance it pollinates the farmer's field's grain, miles down the road, they can come and test the grain, be like, hey, look, you're using our genetically patented wheat, which means it will have more harvest, it's stronger yield, it can withstand more temperature differentials. Therefore, you can't do this because we spent all the money manufacturing this product. The farmer has to now destroy his crop. They don't sue the farmer. They get the farmer to destroy his crop, and then the farmer has no money. So they've done that, I think, in India now a few times. They've gotten away with it with farmers and this genetically modified grain. They're also doing it with rice too. But yeah, man, I mean, I don't think, like, if you look at Japanese rice, it's all white, right? So they have modified that rice naturally over hundreds of years to get that white rice for their sushi. So, and that's not necessarily genetically modified. That's just a breeding a certain type of rice over hundreds of years, right? So I think there's a fine line between genetically modified, the way we interpret it, versus naturally being able to take two different rice plants and
right.
Growing them from there. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. So,
well, I was commenting on organic, and I agree that there's some nuance with the whole modified thing. Like you can absolutely make strains and mix plants, and I think that's within God's nature. I have no problem with that, actually. But
there's a difference between horticulture and genetic modification.
Okay, so if we have one tomato in Italy and one tomato in North America, and that one potato does better in colder temperatures, you could breed those two tomatoes together, right? And then get the characteristics and attributes. It has nothing to do with being genetically modified. You can take those attributes and blend them together. It's no different than breeding two crazy different style of fish. They're still fish, so technically they can breed, just like a Great Dane and a poodle or a Chihuahua can breed. But then you end up with potential other complications when it comes to that gene or those genes combining. But this whole evilness or this personification of genetically modified is unnatural. That's kind of a bullshit lie, because we've been modifying, like the carrot, for instance, was modified from black to orange by using I can't remember the protein of the parsnip. So if you
there's a difference between selective breeding and genetic modification. Like with the corn, I think they added like fish genetics to it, right? That's not natural. There's nothing wrong with like selective breeding, your dogs to select, basically a pit bull, right? You get a wolf, you breed wolves, and you're like, oh, this one's cute and cuddly, so we're going to breed this cute and cuddly with
Well,
this
no,
cute
but
and cuddly
you can
one.
actually mix plants together.
Yeah,
Like you
there's
can
nothing wrong with
you can
that.
slice a branch sideways and like tie it to another tree or something, and you can kind of have a mixed result.
That's correct. You can without this, like you have to think if the Arabic kings and they were modifying animals back in the day through the process of breeding, they would breed based on characteristics and then try to breed out certain other characteristics without being in a fucking lab, if you will. And you can do the same thing with plants. You can do the same thing with vegetables. So the idea that it's this evil thing, no, what's evil about it is patenting your sequence. That's what's evil about it. That's the only thing that they're modifying is the sequence, not the characteristics. They have no control of the characteristics. They can just maybe address the characteristics, increase the characteristics, and things like that. But overall,
That's not true. That's not true,
What do you
bro.
mean?
So what they do is they make glyphosate resistant corn. So normally if you get regular corn, like God-given corn, and you spray a whole bunch of poison on it, the corn will fucking die along with the weeds. But they get this Roundup resistant modification that they've made so that they could spray a fuck ton of poison on it, and then all the good, stuff that's supposed to be in there to help break down food, the enzymes and all that stuff, it's completely dead, but it stays on the shelf longer. It stays good longer, and it produces more money because there's no crop failures. Like everything around it dies, but the corn is fortified to withstand the poison thing.
Yeah, so what they've done is they've taken let's say a protein, and they've made this a permissible protein to instruct the DNA, the structure of the cell, to have a membrane that doesn't degrade as fast as the other membrane, right? So that's a characteristic, probably like you said, they put in fish, right? There's one of the characteristics adding. Do you know how they got the resistance to the chemical? They must have looked how the chemical attacked the protein, and then wanted to what do you call it? Not solidify, but penetrate. What's the word for when you make it impenetrable or fortify? They fortified it with another characteristic due to that reaction of the chemical originally attacking the protein. So there's nothing wrong with that. You're looking at a way to grow more crop, more process, and modify the product. It's how you modify it maybe is the problem, but modifying it to make it produce yield.
What's being done?
What?
How it's being done?
Anyway, I don't see it inherently evil. Again, but Monsanto is already being sued and charged because their chemical they produce causes cancer and things like that. So we're talking about another situation and motive for potentially why they make corn the way they did. But the process of making
we hear you, bro. You're going on and on. Let somebody else get in, bro. Somebody tried to speak there.
I think it's the fact that too is none of this is actually being tested to see if it's safe, right? You're just saying, hey, we're gonna genetically modify something to do something different now, different characteristics, better yield, whatever the fuck their excuses are, which is not the case. Because if you look around, there is not better yield.
You've been eating broccoli and carrots for a long time. Both of those are genetically modified vegetables. Carrot is never
not in the same manner.
Not
the same manner.
Selective breeding.
Sure, but it's still
selective
modified.
breeding.
It's still modified.
It modifies it, but it's a natural way to modify it. Like if I, a white man, mostly of European descent, have sex with a sub-Saharan African, I'm not creating some sort of GMO, right? It's just selective breeding. I like black girls. They're thick as fuck, thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Shit.
Yeah, but listen, broccoli is classified as a genetically modified plant. You understand that?
Whatever the fuck you want to classify stuff that's organic that ain't organic. I don't care about the classification. I care how it's being done.
I know, but orange carrots are classified as genetically modified. Same with broccoli. Now he's saying that genetically modified. There's two ways to do
blurred the lines, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. Is that if you're going to claim that it's genetically modified, well, there's a natural way to modify it genetically by the speciation introduction. Then there's apparently this mystic version done in a lab. Well, no, it's not mystic version. It's literally plant to plant. Now,
Like
if you want to synthesize that stuff, sure, but at the end of the day, it's botany and synthesization of that botany. But the process is natural. It's not like this crazy chemical thing. Like a carrot was made naturally, genetically modified naturally by introducing a parsnip gene, and the broccoli was an amalgamation of something else, two other vegetables I can't remember at the moment. You get broccoli, or even cauliflower, another modified thing. And
yeah, but
so,
we're not talking about that. Somebody told you about
All
a
right.
fish gene
So-
introduced. Did you miss that part?
that we're
Hold
talking
on,
about chlorine now.
hold on. Stop, Data, stop. Listen. There's this thing called epigenetics, commonly referred to as genetic expression, where the same plant can produce broccoli, cauliflower, cabbage, Brussels sprouts. This is not genetic modification. Nobody's modifying the code, right? They're using certain techniques to get different vegetables from the same plant. This is normal, natural, everyday thing. People have been doing this for hundreds of years with horses in Arabia, with plants in America. I mean, the whole Amazon, the rainforest, it's all from plants that people grew on purpose, and then it got out of control when everybody died from the sicknesses. But my point is that there's a difference between genetic expression and selecting those different genetic expressions and splicing fish DNA with corn DNA in order to get it Roundup ready so that it's Roundup resistant, so we can poison the fuck out of it and you can still eat it. Thanks.
So there's like
That's the issue.
has anybody ever eaten a red grapefruit? Clearly, no one's had a red grapefruit in their life. But red grapefruit is a radioactive mutant of grapefruit, regular grapefruit. Is it
Red grapefruit? I've had pink, but red?
ruby red? Yeah, pink grapefruit.
Yeah.
Yeah, pink
Yeah.
grapefruit is itself exposed to radioactivity. The seeds are, and then that's how that breed was selected from basically, yeah, just like exposing the seeds to radiation.
So
And
was
For
then-
real?
was it irradiated due to because of a law when you have products shipped?
It's not that
Whatever,
reason.
What
Well, 'cause, you know,
kind
when
of
you have-
radiation?
Agricultural radiation.
Do
I
they
mean,
like leave it
basically-
out in the sun, or like what?
No,
it's
no, they
kind of
usually
broad.
they
can it.
expose it to a radioactive isotope. But this has been done this dates back like thousands of years. They used to do this in India. So it's possible that even some of the vegetables and varietals that we believe to be uncorrupted were engineered in some fashion using this method.
Did you hear about the Chinese scientist who took the cherry tree, which takes like 7 years to bloom or something? He took it up to high altitudes and exposed it to some sort of I don't know, gamma or alpha radiation or something. Brought it back, and the seeds were blooming in less than a year, or he was able to germinate them and bloom the tree in less than a year or something. That's all documented.
Yeah, I think like, well, that's why we have like fast growing marijuana too, is because it grows at high altitudes. It like has a limited amount of time that it can grow, and so it responds to light conditions and will speed up its maturation process to match.
Yeah, it depends on the strain, but like I think the quickest one you can get would be like
the ones, but all the autoflowers come from mountainous regions, and then they're crossbred with other land varietals that lend that same trait over. It becomes part of the genetic expression.
Yep.
Like it was nonchalant, no big deal that they're going into a lab and it's just like, oh, it's just plant and plant. It's just like it is out there, regularly, naturally happening. When you're taking maize and you're taking that gene and putting into a rice embryo in a lab, how is that mixing just the same? Which is plant with plant naturally. You are making that happen. You don't know the effects of that.
Yeah, but that's okay, because if you had, let's say you had a village to feed and it was subjected to harsher conditions, and you knew that a strain of, let's say, a rice strain had a little bit more resistant to maybe a flooding and so this area was subjected to more flooding. You would then breed these two plant species together to to gain properties. The idea that this grain would be more resistant to flooding. So then you do it. All of a sudden, there's those horrible crop years, flooding, but the rice survived. It means it wasn't so much damaged on the yield, therefore people survived. So this was known. I think there's a Pulitzer Prize on a guy who actually did this for real. And this is the whole reason for modification, was the idea is that he saved this lots of millions of people by naturally creating this resistant strain by breeding the two strains together. So just like how marijuana is bred for different various strains, all plants, all things are in that nature the same result. It's not specific.
Nothing wrong with selective breeding. There's nothing wrong with selective breeding, right? It's the genetic modification when they're inserting genes and playing God. Now, chimeras are perfectly fine. Like, I don't have a problem with the liger, right? But the liger can't breed, so it's self-limiting, right? So if you have a chimera because of selective breeding, there's nothing wrong with that. But what they're doing with the jab and everything,
how's that a chimera?
And the corn, well, if you mix two things together, isn't it a chimera?
I don't know.
No, a chimera would be a hybrid human and a pig. That would be technically a chimera. It would be a pig and a human together.
It's anything like with the human kind. Or if like we took a goat and a tiger. Yeah.
I was understood that anytime you took a human and you took a tiger, that would be a chimera. You took a pig and a human, that would be a chimera. But a pig and a tiger,
I don't know. I don't think a chimera has to be a human. I think that's a manticore.
I think a liger is possible because tigers and lions are cats. Both cats.
Exactly why they can produce. Yeah.
What about the Tasmanian devil?
Now I did hear a story. I read a story about an Egyptian king or priest or whatever.
Hey, Glatt, get your dog under control, man.
Bred a dog, a cat, and a rat together to produce a pig. That's what I read once.
That's weird.
That sounds like a very difficult pregnancy.
I don't know how you can breed a cat and a dog and a rat together to produce a pig, but that was I think either the folklore or the first story of altering genetics, because the origin of the pig, right? Where does it come from?
That sounds like a pile of rubbish.
You know, it's a lot like sheep and
go
goats.
Look it up, dude. It's go look it up. It's actually was a story told about the creation of the pig. I know it's far-fetched, but it was believed to be the cause of the pig, the origins of the pig, breeding a cat and a dog and a rat together.
Like I said, that sounds like a ridiculous story. I mean, anybody could say anything, right? Yet there's absolutely no evidence in the fossil record of any animal turning into another animal. Absolutely zero evidence. Zero.
You probably think it's okay that we create spider goats and shit. Like, this is stupid. We should not be messing with nature.
Absolutely, we should not be playing God. Absolutely.
What's up, Jerry? It's been a long time I've seen you in here.
What's going on?
What's up, man?
The way you're talking is almost the way they're trying to sell it to us. It's good that we're crossbreeding everything now with genetics. We can crossbreed anything. It's all good. Next thing you know, what the hell are we living in?
Can you imagine in the future if every vegetable, every animal has a patent? That's where we're heading, right? You know that, right? So this is big business now. They're going to patent everything. You won't be able to have chickens in your backyard and eat eggs. I'm telling you, this is where we're heading.
You're going to be
But we see the bigger picture, man. You think they're worried about that shit? They're trying this transhumanism thing. They're trying to make death painless, bro. They want us to be freaking computers, man. They ain't worried about food.
Technically, yeah, you already are patented if you took the jab.
Yeah.
Yeah, by law. I think China pretty much owns your ass at that point.
Wow.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Yeah, where we are at now. Amazing. They have patented our food and everything else. It's crazy.
I thought it was weird the first time I heard there was patents on seed. You know, it's very weird.
Are we on YouTube or not? Are we live, Jerry?
You took it down.
So check this out, guys. I just seen a video. Somewhere in the United States, a girl.
Hold on, we're live on YouTube. Why, you want me to pause it?
Oh, sorry.
You want me to pause the stream?
Yeah, just for a minute. This is very important.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. Who said we weren't live, dude?
We were temporarily paused earlier. Well, hurry up! I'm on 7%.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can
your
criticize it. That's the thing.
you can't be a tough parent anymore. You got to be your kid's best friend now, or else.
You know what? I turned YouTube back on. Just don't post anything crazy in the chat, guys. We still got to maintain the Discord thing. So I thought this was Shit Show Sunday. It's not. That's not a thing. It's not even a real thing.
It's becoming a thing, Jeremy.
Is that an event, Jeremy?
No, that's not a thing. No,
Yeah,
that's not a
coming
thing.
up, guys.
It's not coming up. It's never coming up. It's not a thing.
We're selling tickets. Just send me the money.
Me and SC
So who
are
has the right now?
Napalm, stay off the mute button.
If somebody's child comes and tells them, "Hey, Dad, I want to change," and they're still young, who has the right? Who wins? Does the child get what it wants? Or do the parents have the say until the child is 18 or 16?
I mean, dude, I couldn't even get a tattoo. I couldn't even get a tattoo before I was 18. Like, you might want to slow the fuck down on this, whatever you're doing.
Hey,
Yeah, Jeremy, a robot. And
I just had a problem with Discord. It's not letting me post where it says, like, if you type Jesus, it won't let me type Jesus. It says, okay, on this server, it lets me do it, but like another server, can you edit the words that are allowed or not allowed on a server?
Definitely.
Absolutely. We absolutely can, and we do have
No, but you do it through a bot. Can you do it through Discord?
I don't think Jesus is on that list. Oh, I have no idea how the technical side works.
I'm pretty sure they have they have their own plug and play bot already. But either way, I think it's important on the being your friend, being your kid's parent, if I'm coming through okay. I think it's important that, let's keep in mind there's a range of behaviors the parent exhibit. They could be like, they all while still, saying no to the kid. They can do it nicely. They could say no and explain to them why. They could say no and ask the kid to explore the reasons. They could be kind of like just empty about it,
Roboting a
not
little
give
bit.
any reason, or they can be extra mean. Hell fucking no. All right. They could be fucking mean to their kid and be like, fuck you, you're not fucking going to be transgender. You know what I mean? And some people would look at these whole range of different ways a parent could react and, get one right or wrong. But I just say, it don't fucking matter. However you want to be. You tell your kid what to do and they fucking listen. That's it, period, done.
I don't know. If I was going through some shit like that, I'd be looking at all the influence around that kid and be out for fucking blood, dude. I'd be trying to sue whoever, Fortnite, whatever fucking bullshit, put this shit in my kid's head, dude.
Fortnite.
It happened to my kid at school.
Disney is the one that put it in your kid's head, and will continue doing so until somebody does something. Believe it or not.
I heard D-Mock's gonna be the mod on the shit show.
Who's that?
No.
Who's that? Snack? Is that Snack?
Well, it's not just Disney, right? It's Hollywood in general, right? So all the way back to like the 1500s, when they were doing like Shakespeare's plays, there were no women allowed on stage, right? So the men would dress like women. So this thing's been going on for thousands of years. It's just they put it in your face with media, and they make black people wear dresses, rappers wear dresses. I don't want to say what they say. I don't want to be offensive, but you get what I'm saying, right? So when they do that, right, they're kind of like spreading their kink. It's like they recruit. Like I don't have any problem with someone being gay in the privacy of their own home or being gay in public for that matter. It doesn't really bother me. But when they're trying to recruit, like that's the weird shit. Like why do you need like more of this? And the agenda is the problem to me. But I don't really give a shit if a man dresses like a woman in the privacy of his home. Like that doesn't bother me at all.
I think all the recruiting is done at the universities, and I think what you're seeing and what you're talking about isn't of their own agenda, rather than what they're being told to do by their handlers and shit. So,
or social conditioning. Just kind of saying, press the movement, march, be prideful, social, and that would be like passed down from some sort of.
He's talking about rappers wearing dresses, right? Bro. You're roboting, bro.
Okay, I'll back off.
Yeah, all that shit with entertainment, glorifying all that, like what you said with the rappers wearing dresses and shit. They're not doing that out in the hood with their homeboys. They're doing that shit on the fucking videos, and it's not by their own desires, rather than that of somebody telling them what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
But all that
I've heard stories.
That shit's all done in the universities, dude. Within the frats and all that shit.
It's I find everything, Larry, everything you say, most of everything you say, I'm very agreeable to it. But then still, as I listen as a critic, I think I'm hearing some conflict, some inconsistency in some of the philosophy, and so I'm like examining. Wait,
you're breaking up. You're breaking up real bad, Don. But I just want to tell you that I'm a libertarian at heart, right? So basically, what that means is I don't identify as left or right or any of that bullshit. I identify with liberty, individual liberty. So I really don't care what people do. It's none of my business. That's a very consistent thought in my process day to day. In my everyday life, in my private life, in my public life, I'm very consistent with that thought.
Yeah, I think for the most part, everybody is. It's when you want to start pushing your problems onto others. Like, just because you have some sort of a disconnect with how you identify doesn't mean that everybody else needs to cater towards that disconnect and make you personally feel better. Like no other individual is responsible for your feelings. That's up to the individual themselves to be responsible for how they feel. And that's the problem with today is everyone's trying to place blame. You know, he made me feel a way, and therefore, you know, I'm offended. That shit's got to stop.
So
That
yeah,
shit's got.
you were breaking up. You were breaking up, dude. If you want to address me again, kind of heard what you said. You said that I was being logically inconsistent with my ideas about
Oh,
individual
me?
liberty. So if you want to address that again, bro, yeah, go ahead. Now you're getting better reception.
Are you talking
So,
about Don or me?
yeah, did you want to respond to what he said real quick? And I'm not coming at you either, Hank. I'm agreeing with most of what you say. Am I coming in any
That's fine.
better?
Yeah, you're better now. I want to give you a chance to redress what you said,
Yeah,
but I'm not trying
I
to
see.
ignore him either.
I
It's
see that.
just you went first.
I got you. Okay. If
Your
we can
mic's
do
off,
it in this
bro,
order, thank you.
Don.
Come on, man. I'm fucking outside. I'm fucking in the perfect area now.
You're outside in
Come
hillbilly
on.
heaven where they have no satellites or something. I don't know. You gotta get your
I
satellites
think
up.
it's hey,
I'd be
hey, I'm on
complaining to that
2%.
McDonald's manager, bro.
No, I'm on 2%. That's what it is. I need to
Check your
charge up.
strings. Check your strings. Your tin can and a string internet service provider might be fucking up.
Yeah, you got a knot in the line, bro.
You better not say that again.
D-Mod, I heard you're modding the upcoming show, bro.
No. What? No. No. Not doing that. This shit,
I've been
dude,
handing out.
this server, and I know it's funny, but this server has literally been the best thing to happen to Flat Earth since we started talking about it because no one's going to take the shit show seriously. And
I've been
now
handing
we're
out
trying to
invites over
elevate
at Gym
ourselves up
Pandas,
out of
bro.
the shit
All
for the
right,
shit
so
All
show,
right.
man.
Mic check.
Yeah,
Mic
Go ahead.
the new
mother
event.
effing check. No? No good still?
Yeah, we hear you, man. What's up?
I said go ahead.
Okay, Hank. Let me get it out while the mic's working. The only inconsistency I hear is when we go, I don't have a problem with it, you know, but oh wait, do we need more of it? I wanted to ask you for maybe a terminology agreement because I relate to your feelings, I think, but then I was like, wait a minute, maybe I do have a little bit of a problem with it. So maybe we should say it like, hey, I'm cool with tolerating it. You know what I mean? I might have a little problem on it, so like I'd rather it not be, but I'll tolerate it. You know what I mean? That's the only verbiage I heard that was a little inconsistent.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm doing is that I don't necessarily agree with everything that people do in private, but if we're talking about two consenting adults who are fully informed and consenting and contracting with each other, I don't care. It's none of my business. Absolutely none of my business. The problem I have with it is when people shove it in my face and try to make it my business. Like every time there's a trans person in the room,
That's a
everything they
little
talk
bit
about
of
is
a gray
trans.
area though. It's a little gray, you know, the
Not to me.
like okay, well the quote unquote shoving in my face, I mean I get it. So it's like if they're just passively doing something, it's cool, but if they're doing anything of like trying to cross a line into giving you information, it's shoving, you know what I mean? Like cuz what if everyone's just making out on the street? It's pseudo shoving in your face, but again, it's passive, but
If
I
you're
don't
out
know.
on the street, Don, and you got people walking around dressed up like firefighters that aren't firefighters, you don't think that's a concern?
Look, I agree with everything he's saying. First of all, I'm just trying to get a consistency of like the terms of where's the line, where's the black and white line drawn? You
I'll
know,
tell
are
you
we
where the line is. I'll tell you.
okay?
The line is simple. Men can do whatever they want. They can dress or sleep whoever they want, as far as I'm concerned. The line is children. That's where the line is, Don.
You got it. That was what I was getting to.
Well, he's made that point before too, and again, I would agree. But what you just said was so great. You just said children. I mean, that's hardly systematic.
Well, we know what children are, right?
Right. So any exposure to children at all, I guess we'll just say that 100%. Just there should be zero exposure to children. Period. Point blank. And that's the line. I could see a consistency there if that's where you want to set it. That's fine.
Yes, in the school system, these people should not be allowed to go in and teach children. That's my opinion.
What about the public libraries?
That's another. I'm against that, but that's public. I mean, if you're dumb enough to bring your children into a session like that, that's on you, right? But in school, they have no choice, right? The parents have no say.
What about lap rides and makeovers?
Yeah, look, you know what I'm saying, right? My issue is the children, because if you put in their mind that if you're 5, 6 years old and you feel like you're a girl or something like that, how could a kid at that age know what he feels like? I don't even have any memories. Like, I have slight memories of that age. Never mind how I felt sexually. That's insane. That's child abuse.
No.
No?
It's brainwashing.
Who said no?
Somebody who was child abused.
You're going to tell me allowing a child to remove his breasts at 6 years old, that's not child abuse?
No one permits that.
No one prevents
No one
that?
has breasts at 6 years old, dude.
Or maybe a little bit older. You know what I'm saying? Look, read the article I just posted.
Have you ever seen
He
a
knows what you're
6-year-old with
talking
boobs?
about.
I don't know,
Promoting
bro.
a kid to be something
What
it's
are they doing
not
out
at
there?
fucking 5 years old and 3 years old and 9 years old and 8 years old and 7 years old. Get fucking
I
real
think
if
you
you
missed
think
a
these
few
little
numbers,
bitty kids are
D-Mock.
making fucking human decisions. Grown ass decisions is what he's saying. You can't make a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old ask them a fucking question that has relevance to the world when they haven't even been in the world. It doesn't even make any sense.
Are you modding the next show, D-Mock?
I don't know who you're talking to right now.
Oh, okay.
Can everybody
I thought
hear
this
him?
was D-Mock.
Can you guys hear him? Who is that?
Yeah,
Is
so
that
just to be
Gregory?
clear,
Gregory, you're breaking up.
I don't have any hate in my heart for people. What I do have hate for is when people try to talk to children about certain things. Like if a child came up to me and said, "What does gay mean?" I'm going to be like, "Well, you seem like you're very interested in that question. Ask your mom or dad." Right? And that should be the end of the conversation. I have a problem with people who are trying to like recruit and manipulate children into doing things that have lifelong consequences in a state to where they're not even capable of critical thought. So when you watch TV, your brain goes in an alpha wave state, right? You're basically like a little child. You're just listening and taking it all in and suspending disbelief and all that stuff. That's how a child's brain is 24/7 below the age of 8. So if you've got like a child in that state of mind where they're not fully capable of functioning and thinking critically, and you're like indoctrinating them, like people say that their children are born this way, that way. It's like your child doesn't even know what the fuck that means. You're crazy.
So I work in this one particular area. It's actually like a bunch of, I don't know, townhomes in like this giant area. And for whatever reason, there's a bunch of same-sex marriages, like households, and there's also an overabundant amount of young children dressing the opposite to what their biological identity is. And it's almost as if the parents are like kind of pushing it onto them. There's at least 2 or 3 kids that I've seen walking around in this particular complex dressed in pink, and they're boys. And my partner was talking to one of the tenants there because we were working on their house, and he's Hispanic and so are they. So they were talking in Spanish. But after the whole conversation was over, he told me that that they said that there's a lot of it going on, and that was a little boy that they're making wear pink dresses and stuff. And yeah, I'm just saying, dude, it just seems really bizarre. Like, I don't think this is a natural thing. I think this is a
child abuse right there.
It's not
little
child
boy,
abuse.
little boy wearing a little pink dress, being told it's okay to be a girl. That's child abuse. Sorry.
That's not child abuse.
Is it child abuse if a girl's wearing a little pink dress?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Nope.
What if the girl is wearing
Pink
pants?
dresses are for girls.
Says who?
Says the pink dress itself. It's not made for a motherfucking boy. Do you think a boy naturally wants to go, oh shit, I want to look just like a girl?
Dude, calm down. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, no, listen.
Boys wear
are
dresses all
girls
the
are girls.
time.
So listen, boys are boys, girls are girls. Anything else, it's a lie.
Like, it used to be illegal for women to cross-dress, and that included wearing pants.
Yeah, you could tell, like, this kid was,
Cool.
like,
So when we tell little boys,
over-nurtured,
little
I
girl,
guess would be the best way I could put it.
so it's not child abuse to tell little boys a little girl?
No, we're talking
No.
about wearing clothes, not whether or not
So,
they're a boy
so
or
a
a
pink dress
girl.
doesn't represent. Listen, a pink dress doesn't represent pink for the girl. Then it doesn't.
Actually, pink. Oh, men used to wear
Yeah.
fucking high heels, dude.
Yeah,
Yes or no?
pink used to be a
Colors.
Yeah, when you
masculine
do a,
color, you know?
Colors
Yes or
are a
no?
masculine thing and a feminine thing. In nature, you
do a
see it all
gender
the way
reveal
around.
party,
You see the
when you do a
ladies
gender
or the
reveal party,
guys.
it's
I'm
pink
talking in
versus blue.
society.
Can
I'm
you
not
hear
talking
me
about
talk?
nature.
Are
Playing
Hold
people
with
on,
like
guys.
you
society
guys
There's a
doesn't have
hear
lot
me?
anything
of
to do with
there's a lot of
nature.
people
So
talking at
15
once.
people
Hello,
just chime up.
hello. This is the mod. This is the
All
mod
right,
talking now.
D-Mox
I'm
modding.
modding.
D-Mox modding.
I am modding. I'm modding. List.
D-Mox
I
modding.
can make a list if you guys want. If you guys can't go one at a time, who wants on the list?
I want on the list. I can't never go. Everybody
Hey,
starts chiming
Democ.
up.
Who else?
Democ and then
Democ,
Larry.
who else? Democ, Larry. Who else? That's it. Okay, go ahead,
I'm
Democ.
not doing that list nonsense.
Little
I'll talk
kids.
like fucking adults.
Well, we
Little
can't all talk
kids.
at once.
And
Hold on, Democ. We have to do a list because if we can't all, go at one at a time, then it's a crazy shit show like Die Slow's dying to get. But we can't have that because then
D-Mox making the list, bro.
go ahead, Democ.
yeah, by being on the list, I make it. Cool, die slow. You're so intelligent. So, back in the day and right now today and everywhere, colors don't really matter. The color's not the thing, and the dress ain't even the thing. It's the idea of boy, girl. What the fuck is that, and what that should be? A boy is born a fucking boy. That's how we know what a boy is. That's how we determine that. A girl is born a girl. Now, a girl can wear whatever the fuck she wants, but then if she starts being a boy, that's weird. A boy can wear whatever he wants, but then if he starts being a girl, that's weird.
You done?
Hey, Larry.
Yeah, I never thought about all that, D-Mox.
So I've said many times that I've said many times that if a feminist is defined as someone who believes that men and women should be equal under the law, then I'm a feminist. They used to arrest people if you were a dude and you weren't wearing pants and had a comb or two items in your pocket, like a comb and a wallet, to show that you're a dude. Like, you could be arrested. If you're a woman and you didn't have like certain things, you could be arrested. Now I think that's bullshit. The state should not get involved. The government should not be involved in what people wear. Now I got to get to cultural norms. I'll be real quick. It's perfectly normal in Scotland for a dude to wear a kilt with no underwear on. I don't know why, but if he's got a kilt and a dagger, that's the traditional garb. In Saudi Arabia, dudes are wearing dresses. I don't know if they got underwear on. I haven't checked. But apparently, those dudes are wearing some sort of traditional garb that is not weird, and that's what men wear. Now,
It's not a dress.
if a woman chooses to uncover her face in some of these countries, they're going to get the government involved and maybe take her to court or something. That's wrong in my opinion. But when you try to get a child to dress a certain way and the child is not consenting, just because he's not an adult doesn't mean that he doesn't have rights. So he shouldn't be publicly humiliated if he doesn't feel comfortable with it. Because it's like mental, what's the word? It's like torture in a way. Like, you're making him wear a dress in front of all of his friends who are all wearing like baseball caps.
Why do you think
Because
they're
you're
being
politically
made to wear it?
bro, there are people who are saying that
Yeah.
my newborn
So
son is trans. My newborn baby is trans. Right? You get that, right? There are people who say no.
Larry, your mic's a little
oh
rough,
boy,
bud. Larry, your mic's.
you
We
know what
heard you, but
happened?
your mic's rough. Hold on, Larry, your
Yeah.
mic's a little rough.
The
We can
reason
hear
why.
you, but hold on, man.
Okay,
As far as the
sorry.
men wearing dresses, with or without underwear, you don't know. We'll get Dice Low to check. It's fine.
Can I go?
Yeah,
Can I
that's
be
what
put
I
on the
do.
list?
I'm almost
What
done.
about the name?
I'm
The
almost
reason why
done.
the newborn was trans was because when they did the gender reveal, both colors appeared at the same time. It was it was blue and pink at the same time. So that's automatic grounds for trans.
Okay,
You
let me
sure this
finish. I'm
person
almost
wasn't
done.
born intersex, where they have both genitals?
Can I just be? No, they weren't. So can I just be real quick? Okay, so when you start forcing shit on children that's going to publicly humiliate them, it does something to them. It gives them like a complex where they're never going to like feel like they actually fit in, right? If all the other boys are wearing baseball bat hats and cleats, and Timmy shows up in a dress, that's going to scar that child for life and is child abuse, in my
No,
opinion.
there's nothing
But
wrong with that, Larry. No, of course there's nothing wrong with that. What's the difference between a girl doing that and a boy doing that? There's nothing wrong.
I heard D-Mock used to wear
Can I go
tampons
next?
as a little teenager.
Jeremy, are we still doing the list thing?
Listen, on the islands and stuff with the animals, the girls and boys can have pretty colors and bright colors. A girl can do the dance or the boy can do the dance. Different mates attract different mates in different ways, but it's usually the opposite sex they attract, not the same. That's the only thing.
We don't have to do a list as long as you guys can go one at a time. I'd rather have it that way.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Yeah, there's nothing saying that they're being forced to wear dresses, man. Like, it's probably their preference.
Some might.
Some might, yeah, sure, but
so you can guarantee me that? Okay, you just recanted. Okay.
What child is actually being forced to wear anything? They're being given an option, and that option is being manipulated by the owner or the parent or whoever.
originally your microphone's really quiet.
I hear him. I can hear him.
He's at 100% for me. Let me try turning him up.
Go ahead and say what you got to say, bro. We're listening.
They're trans pets, yeah.
All right, guys, I said all I wanted to say.
I don't know. It sounds like shit.
So a little boy wearing a dress is not a little boy being effeminate. Totally masculine thing to do to wear a little dress, big dress.
No, I guess not, but like it doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm just checking to see what kind of kids are going to be raised in this fucked up world y'all are getting.
Dude, chill
Shut
out.
up, bald person.
How many genders we got now?
Yeah.
72? Or more than that?
I mean, I think if you're a little boy and you're like want to try on your mom's dress just for fun or something, that's one thing. But I think if your mom's telling you to put the dress on and go outside, that's a whole different fucking story.
Well, you're
Correct.
saying that they're being told to put it on, right? You're assuming that.
Well, you could tell like the kids being overly coddled by the parent. They're holding his fucking hand everywhere they go. They don't let him go. Like he's not running around with the other little kids. Like he's being dragged along by mommy in a fucking dress with like little girl shoes on and girl socks and shit. And
Yep.
it's pretty sad, dude.
That's
And then
an
his hair is
Fucking
short.
gross. Disgusting.
You're exactly right. They're all
Also,
assumptions.
like
right?
some kids are just timid. I mean, you can't really make assumptions like that. Like, have you ever worked in childcare? Like, there's tons of kids that are just kind of like that, especially when they're younger. I mean, not every kid's gonna be running and jumping everywhere.
Well, that's
So
when
shall
you
we
got to
put
start
them on
looking into what's
hormones
going
when
on
they're
at the
young?
house.
Are you agreeing, the woman that just spoke? Shall we put a child, let's say 6 years old, who thinks he's a girl? Shall we put him on hormones? What's your
How
opinion?
did you get that at all from what I just said?
No, I'm
What?
just asking you. I'm
No, I
asking
don't.
because I see
I
you're
don't
Why
being
think
did you
very liberal. So I'm asking
Why
you.
did you assume his gender? That's first of all.
Exactly.
Well, what if I want to be Superman and I want to fly and I want mom to take me to the rooftop and hold my hand so I can jump off and see if I can fly because that's how I identify. Like, where do you draw the fucking line, Big J?
Well, that's just committing suicide.
I didn't even talk about like trans people. What's going on? I thought we were just
I think
talking about boys wearing
I thought the
dresses.
talk was just
I
about
seem very
CrossFit.
triggered over
Yeah,
every
boys
conversation.
wearing dresses. That's a slippery slope. I mean,
There's
think
something
about
to
it.
it.
Like, this is the same thing as people used to say about women wearing pants.
Yeah.
Okay, so if a dude wants to wear a dress, that's fine. If
Yeah.
someone forces and coercion through threat and duress makes them wear a
You're
dress,
claiming that. Again, you're claiming that they're being forced.
so you don't think
What
that
about
there's political ideologues that are so possessed by their political ideology that they're so afraid of being white cisgender male because that's the enemy that we have to make them some sort of victim. You don't think that's going on?
No. Well,
Do you think
Oh,
that maybe there are
absolutely,
ideologues that are so scared of their sons becoming these effeminate pansies that we all really hate that they're actually doing damage to their kid's psyche, and then they're gonna grow up thinking that wearing a dress makes you gay or whatever?
What about the women
Do you
that
think
want
it's
to
okay
have a
to
guy?
identify as a cat, Jay?
Does
I'm
that
just
have
curious.
anything
Like,
to
if
do with what I said?
I'm just asking. Like, I'm just trying to see where you draw the line. Like, like if I identified my kid identifies as a kitty cat and wants a litter box instead of a
dude, that
normal
whole
potty.
thing never happened. Are you talking about the school?
I'm just saying. Like, where do we draw the line here?
Well, that's just called being a furry, and most of
Well,
them work
it's
in
the
tech.
parents' job to help navigate a child to safety and what they think is best, right? So, like maybe in some conditions, it may not be safe or appropriate for a child to be wearing a dress or acting like a girl. Not to say that they can't just play and have fun and do that shit, like it's not a big deal, but it's there's a lot of context that we are not aware of as far as this argument goes. So, can't really
Is
say
furry,
one way or another.
is furry acceptable in this world?
Like,
Yeah, that's
are
what
you
I'm
going to say
wondering.
the same thing about gay people, right? Should gay people, should parents not permit their children to be
No, I
like,
don't have a problem with.
That's their
No one has a
choice.
problem with somebody being gay, bro. Nobody has an
What,
issue with that. That's not
what about
an issue here. What is an
what about
issue is people trying to dress up, right, and confuse others just because they're confused, and they want other people to accept their confusion and go
this is the
along with it.
same rhetoric that people used against gay people.
so we
No,
shouldn't
but he's
have like
right. That's the problem. He's right. You don't have to like it. Fucking right.
A world of confusion where
You
nobody
guys
know what the
better
word
learn how to
is.
speak Mandarin because your civilization is finished.
God, I
All
wish.
that
I
woman and
wish
that
China
guy,
wins, dude.
you better learn
Yeah, I
Chinese,
hope
my
so,
friend,
dude. I'm not a
because
liberal.
you're gonna get
Dude,
cucked
I'm a leftist.
so
I don't like
badly.
liberals.
You're
Dude, it's
gonna be tasting their, you know what, in
He's
your
just
mouth.
doing the Fox News script, dude. Just let it
but
pass over.
but what do you think?
No,
Should
your
they
civilization is burning, and
I'm
freakaloids like
NPC.
you are supporting it. This is what's going on.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
You are the
I'd rather
problem.
learn like
You woman and
not
you
a
guy.
not a tonal language, because tonal languages that sounds like hell. I don't want to do all that. You
You
know what I
know
mean?
what's funny when people put themselves into categories that have been given by people who have mastered the way of running a society by dividing them into categories, and now they're like defending even their own category they have put themselves into that are completely fictional.
What
No,
are you talking about?
I don't know. This guy is crazy. I don't even.
Wait, isn't
I
this the
have him
guy who
at like
claims he was
40%.
addicted to weed?
I hope
NPCs do not
so.
understand
Were you
most of the
addicted to
things I
weed?
say. NPCs do not understand most
Dude,
things I
it's been
say.
10 years. Get a new meme. Makes you
Can I
old.
get an answer from you guys without like saying, "Oh, I didn't say that"? I
Why do
want
you
to
put
know:
it?
do you think that a 6-year-old child should be put on hormones if they
I don't
feel
think
Oh
they're a
any
different
6-year-old has been
gender?
put on hormones.
Right.
no. Why would a
No.
6-year-old be put on hormones? What are you talking about?
You
Yeah.
What
disagree
about
with that? You disagree with that?
I don't know a
Well,
single
no, I don't
person
think
who
any
agrees with it.
6-year-old has been put on their hormones. If they have, it's
There's been
random.
reports.
Reports
Don't
from
ask me
where?
when, how. I'm asking you a question. Do you
Okay.
think children as young as 6 years old, if they think they're a different gender, do you think they should be put on hormone therapy? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Remember, they are immunizing 5 years up. Yeah.
What? No.
Can
Let
I
me
get
talk to
an
some.
answer?
Let me
Yeah, he
talk
was
to
Get
some
a
looking for an
straight
answer.
answer from you guys.
Other people are talking. So you're asking, should children be put, like 6-year-olds, be put under like hormone therapy? I don't think that has ever happened. No, that
That's
should not.
a simple no by everyone.
Just a
I already
simple
said
no. How
no.
about the
Can
woman?
I
Do
ask
I
a
get a
question?
no from the woman?
How
How
about
about
the
you?
woman? You already know that question's no. Stop virtue signaling, dude.
Okay, perfect. As long as you say no. Good.
Isn't
What-
it just isn't it pink sneakers that are a problem? They're the main spread of this thing.
The names are funny too, like a little girl named Hammer or Bucket, and a little boy named Trophy or Unicornus.
What?
What?
Sweet.
Yeah, the funny names they have that mean everything. Like you name a little girl Chuck, or you name her Bucket or Sky or Door Handle.
How about
Has
blanket?
anyone? I don't think
How
I've
about
heard
blanket?
anyone with those names before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you have Toast.
Bucket? I've never heard of
I'm
anyone
telling
named
you,
Bucket.
man, I've
That's,
heard
What
the
about
weirdest
that's some
Blanket
shit in the
trailer
Jackson?
park
world.
shit.
You
It
guys,
depends where you're
no,
from.
you guys forgot about Blanket Jackson.
No, yeah, they
That's
forgot
what I
about all
said.
the
Yeah, I
actors.
said blanket.
Fair enough.
Apple something. Like, come on, man. You don't
Well,
name your kid Apple.
what about gender neutral names? Are they like letting the
What
door?
That's what I'm
about
talking
Elon
about.
Musk? Elon Musk.
There's a few
Kid
gender
1,
neutral
2,
names.
Z5, 6, 8.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Those names that you could be like,
I think there's only two biological sexes and genders, except if they look a little different, it's just because of time dilation,
Well, there's
like gravity dilation or whatever.
Jordan is a gender
It's
neutral
gravity
name,
well.
right?
No, it's not, bro.
What? I've met girls and boys named Jordan. That's a pretty
Like
gender
Chris.
neutral.
Yeah, that's
name.
Chris is a
It's really
gender.
weird. It's
no,
really
it's
weird when
not.
a guy has like a girl's name like Kelly, and then like he'll have to become a cop because everybody's gonna make fun of that dude for like the rest of his life,
I don't
and
get
he's
that.
gonna want to like seek revenge on anybody who even smirks when he says that his first name is
Even the cool
Kelly.
Kellys have a tough time in high school. Even the cool ones.
I don't get it.
What about Casey? I've been trying to figure that out. I just got an
Casey's
email
pretty
that my
gender
kid's
neutral.
baseball coach is his name's
Yeah,
Casey. I couldn't figure it out.
Jesse
Yeah,
is
Jesse
a
can be pretty gender
boys and girls.
neutral.
I know a dude named Kelly. Yeah.
I just want to say Summer's a fat girl's name.
I blame Cameron because back in the '90s, he was rocking all that pink fur and the pink Lambo and shit.
There you go. Men just shouldn't be able to wear pink. If we just made that a law, then a lot of this other shit would just solve itself. No,
That's not going to happen.
Men
But,
can
yeah,
wear anything
What
they
if
want.
they're like they're colorblind or something?
Yeah, I knew.
It's about children. Hello.
I'll just switch to
Hello.
Marine.
It's about children, not men and women. They can dress as giraffes if they want.
Well,
It's about
Montreal, there
children.
seems to be some anti-gay people here.
Not me. I'm not
course.
anti-gay.
Might be anti-pink sneakers, but that's me.
I'm
I'm just old school.
anti-freakaloid. I'm anti-freaks. That's what I'm anti. Anti-freaks.
I think anyone is gay here.
I don't know, I'm bi.
And you know what? The gay and lesbian community should be the ones leading the charge against these freaks. That's what I think.
Leading the charge to the downfall.
Because if you're a man that wants to dress as a woman, put fake boobs out, have your private showing, and go teach children anything, to me, you're a freakaloid.
You've got a
That's right.
problem.
Freakaloid. You're not normal. You're not part of society. You don't belong in society.
You want to change the normality of men and women to suit your narrative. It is ridiculous. Exactly
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, it's crazy. And nobody's talking about it. Everyone's afraid. You're anti-gay. No, we're not anti-gay. At least I'm
Looks
not.
like Clay is.
I'm anti-gay. Yes, I'm anti-gay because I'm against the practice of men going with men. But I will never be anti the human being that is still under confusion of being gay because
What
it's
about
a
women
spirit
who
and
like
you
to
can
make
fight
out
in
with a
spirit.
woman?
There's enough people who have repented of being gay and they themselves have realized what wicked ways they have
Oh my
been
God.
fallen into. Because you don't see the other side of transgender people being saved, homosexuals being saved, because you don't look at these things, you only look at one side of the whole spectrum, so you have no idea, man. You're absolutely lost.
I
You
mean,
need a
most
sexual
detransition people
and
are
that's
homosexual.
that's right. Why it also says that that he will give most of these people who just cannot get out of their confusion are being given over into the depraved mind.
Like we need a sexual messiah to separate the
Yeah, now we're just
sexes
going
from the.
over into the mocking. Yeah, funny, haha.
Yeah,
No,
I don't
because
know. Anyone under
The Bible just last night was saying that, or somebody was reading it, that North dude, and he kept saying everybody's looked at as nothing or something, not even really boy, girl, man, woman, whatever, like God or whatever, right? It's reading it as everybody's the same gender, genders don't matter. So it's saying
Yeah,
the same damn thing.
that's why they basically go to children to the school and they bring dildos and trying to teach 7 and 8 year olds how to use dildos. Like, yeah, it's totally normal, right? Like, age doesn't matter. See, if sex
that
doesn't
doesn't
matter,
sound good.
age doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, bro. This is factual. These people go to the schools to the with children and they bring dildos and show it to the children. Hey, this is how you use dildos
Is this like a
in
high
schools.
school health class or?
I don't really
No,
think
we're
that.
talking
I
about
believe the one
I'm
he's
Even
talking
talking
then,
about was
about
a middle
7 to
school
10
teacher.
year olds holding dildos in the classroom.
Yeah, you guys have
how
no
old
clue
were the
what's
kids?
going on, man. You have no clue, seriously.
What did Denmark just say I said last night?
Let me
You
guess.
said
He
that
straw
God
manned you.
said,
The
you
stuff that
said that
passes for
God said that
education
they
in
don't
like
look
a
at
school setting these days is pretty gross. I mean, it's probably not
Riggs, you
even
got
worth
that mock?
putting kids in school, to be honest.
Riggs, you got that mock turned down?
Oh, I didn't know we were taking turns. You guys go ahead. I'll mute.
For this
Oh,
reason,
well, I mean, we can't. We're definitely. We're always. Okay, we're always taking turns. We can never talk at the same time. But
But
you
we
know, it's
do.
all
I've
predicted.
got Demok muted and blocked because my life is better without it. So sorry.
I don't listen. I don't blame you. But you gotta at least have them turned up enough so that you don't overtalk them.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Wouldn't make no sense for you to block me. I've never said
Oh.
nothing to you. That's funny. I've never in my life even said anything to you, Riggs. You don't even know you.
He's
You're
chugging
be
that haterade, man. I don't know what to tell you. Demok brings the party every day.
every time.
I
Now
thought it was
listen,
like White
what
Wednesday.
North said last night was the whatever creator of whatever his imagination is of his religion said genders don't matter. He looks at everybody the same.
No, I did
That's the
not.
same thing as what they're
No, I
saying in
didn't.
the transgender type thing. They
Yeah,
don't
'cause
care
you
about
will.
gender. A little baby can be
Hold
whatever,
on, North.
right?
You're next,
And in
North.
God's eyes, you can be whatever. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead, North.
I have a
So
question.
that
Hold
was
play.
that was nothing close to what I said. So if anyone wants to pull it up on live stream, they can see
You
it's just.
talked for 3 hours straight
Hold on,
and gave
Denmark.
a sermon.
No, I most certainly did not talk for 3 hours straight at no time.
That never happened.
24? 24?
You're just saying
Am I
numbers now.
short? Giving you too many? Giving you not enough? 87 hours
You're
straight.
just
And you said
showing
so many
me a
things I
lie,
couldn't even
right?
postulate, like half of them from the other thing, and half of them were schizophrenically said against the other thing that you said before that. So
Specifically,
yeah, you keep
something
reading from
specific.
that good book that makes no sense, that you keep making no sense from, when you got 57 different things that people are coming from: the seed, the man, the father, the spirit, the dad, the grandma, the whatever. Like none of that shit makes any fucking sense, and you know it. Get real.
I could come on and insult you, as you have done me, but it wouldn't make any sense. Neither would it be productive. You're not specific of any example that you're giving me about what I said and how it was so
There's
unintelligible.
nothing specific in
So
the Bible.
I would say that your claims that it was schizophrenic and all these other things. You could be specific, or we could debate it, or we could have a dialogue, or you could just continue to talk over me and
D-Mock's
build a
modding
straw
today.
man.
Give him a break.
You could just continue to build a straw man and lie and bear false witness, but that's not beneficial either.
Yeah, plus we're not going to sit here and bicker about it. If you think someone said something fucking crazy, pull it up on a live stream. This is all recorded. Give us a timestamp and the YouTube link, and we'll take a look at it. But there's no point in arguing of what he said, what he didn't say. If you want to say somebody said something, pull it up on a live stream.
That part.
I think I was muted yesterday when he was saying it, or else I was going to come in and say it then, or I was working. That's
it's
why I
fine.
brought it up
It's
today,
all
because I
recorded.
think it's funny that all the people in the Bible keep saying that, but then they say they don't say it. What the fuck does God care about then? Does he care about your sex? Is that what you're saying right now, North? That he cares whether you're a boy or a girl? Does he see you as that? Is that what you read?
The distinction in the verses that you're putting forth that I was saying, that I was reading from, there's neither Jew nor Greek, male nor female, but you are all one. So here's the point. The distinction was being made. This is the context of what was being said and what was written, right? There was a distinguishing marker between the Gentiles and the Jews, or the Greeks and the Jews, or any way you want to put it. There was a distinction made. And there comes a time when there's no longer a distinction made because there's a grafting into one family. That doesn't mean the people in the family can, the little boys can start being little girls and little girls start being little boys. And yes, the scripture does teach against homosexuality, and it's in Romans chapter 1. So,
You just
and it's
said a
many other
distinction isn't
places.
made. You can't go on for 50 hours. You got to let me interject sometime, buddy. That's what you do. So listen, you said at some point the distinction doesn't get made by God.
Democ, he's
I'm
almost
trying to
done,
fucking
probably.
step in and have a conversation. This guy wants to talk to
No,
himself.
you're not. No, you're not.
He doesn't want to
No,
get
you're
interrupted.
not. You just want to keep going so nobody can talk to you, right?
No,
Is that
you're
what you
going to
want
be
to do?
able to talk right after
debate
he's
on
done
it?
talking.
You want to have a moderated debate
North,
on the
Don't
verse?
give me 50 fucking
North.
hours to keep talking about a whole Bible worth of
Let,
shit I got to
let Jeremy
cover.
do his
Hold
thing.
on.
You want a moderated debate on the
Hold
subject?
on, North. Hold on, North. We already know Democ's out of fucking control. What's your excuse? When you hear me talking, I can't mod the shit if you won't stop talking. Let me step in. You need to help me help you. You do that all the time. You won't let me step in. Please let me step in. I'm not even involved in this argument. Step in and mod the shit sometimes. Don't just keep talking. It's real easy. You hear my voice, stop talking. If you can't hear me talking while you're talking, you have an audio issue you need to fix.
All right, D-Mock's making a list. Go ahead.
We're not giving Dyslow what he wants.
Telling you, bro, I could sell tickets to this shit.
Isn't it funny? I'm talking with Clay Under, and he's against gays, right? But isn't it funny that most of the Catholic priests, a lot of them, are gay and been
Can you
convicted
stop
for
with
gay
the
acts
straw man,
against
dude?
children? Isn't that like the craziest thing that you can think of to support?
Isn't it funny that most of Americans who kill someone else have eaten a burger at McDonald's? So everyone who eats a burger at McDonald's must be a murderer. It's the
Come on,
same
Clay. You
stupid
got to
straw man.
address his argument, bro. That's a straw man.
I
Try again, Clay.
address the argument just because someone is in a religion and claims to know something about the Bible, or claims to be a Christian, or claims that he knows the Messiah or whatnot, and he makes depraved acts, doesn't apply to everyone else. That's just it makes no sense, this type of thinking.
I listened to a stream tonight where a bloke was talking about someone going into jail and being manipulated by the men in there and end up enjoying it and then being protected by the men who liked it the most. So it's a very strange world we're living. You go in straight, you come out big. It's ridiculous, guys. We are a mixed up world, and if you're not educating your children to the ways of the world, you are part of the problem.
So for the last time, okay, let me tell you something from scripture. It says, "And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light." Do you know what that means? That if Satan might be standing in front of you, he will be the most Christian being that you can maybe imagine, okay? It says, furthermore, therefore it is no great thing if its ministers also be transformed as ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. I say again, let no man think me a fool, if otherwise yet as a fool receive me, that I may boast myself a little. That which I speak it, and not after the Lord, but as it is It is where foolish in is confidence of boasting.
So you didn't address the problem at all. I think North
I addressed
wants
it
in
to
on
you,
it.
man. It
No, you
literally,
didn't.
the Bible tells you that that's even Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. That means just because they're out there, people calling them priests, being
Okay,
some kind
Clay,
of
we
big
heard you, bro.
religion.
Yeah, let me
Yeah, and
address it.
still
Right.
you hear
Okay.
it, and still this guy claims as if I didn't address it. That's
I
crazy.
know he didn't like the way you addressed it, so let me try another way. Okay, so the thing about Catholics is we're Protestant, right? The reason that Catholics don't have wives when they become a head of a church is because the church don't want to pay for the 16-year-old girl who married a 58-year-old man and pay for that 16-year-old girl for the rest of her life, right? So because of this, the fathers don't have wives. We're Protestant. We're against that. Protestants are for the natural family unit where the preacher has a wife, children, and can have all the fun with his wife that he wants to. That way he doesn't get tempted to, do something weird to someone else's wife or children. So that's one of the reasons, one of many, why we're Protestant.
Yeah, SE, if I
I
could
hear
address.
that.
Yeah,
So, but
I would like
if the Bible is so explicit and it promotes such goodness, and like, how are the people
Thanks,
that
Jeremy. Appreciate it.
say what?
You guys both started at the
Yeah,
same time.
apples can be goodness and
Hold
full
on,
of
Larry.
apple a day
Larry,
keeps.
hold on
Oh,
a
I'm
second.
sorry, bro.
North, you guys both started at the same time, right? Somebody's got to back down. I mean, just go ahead.
I
You can
didn't
go
hear.
now. He's done talking.
Fuck, what was I talking about?
You got to be able to hear other people when you're talking. That's crucial for everyone in the live stream to have that
I did when
ability.
I heard
Go ahead,
myself.
North. Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead, North. I've always cleared the floor for you, bro. You're always going to get a chance to speak. It may not be at the exact moment you want, but everyone will get a chance to speak. I promise.
North has vacated his opportunity. So I wanted to address if the Bible is such a good thing, how can people use it for good? Apples are good, but if I poison an apple or use the apple in some way to deceive somebody, you can use good things for bad things, right? Like I could take a steak knife and cut a big hunk of meat and give it to some orphans, right? And give them some charcoal and some lighter fluid and a lighter, right? That's a good thing. But those orphans could be like, fuck your meat, we're vegan. I'm going to burn down your establishment. So anybody can take a good thing and use it for evil. Thanks.
Yeah, and just to address it, guys, I did start speaking first, Jeremy, and that's the problem. I always back down, right? And it's become a real problem lately. But I'm not going to complain about that. I'm just going to address SE's comment. SE, if your own reasoning opposes itself, right? Because you have a problem with someone who is a male pretending to be a female, or a female pretending to be a male, when they're obviously not that. And so when you look at at the Catholicism and you look at the Pope, and you say that these men are Christian, no, they're claiming they're something that they are not, and that's what needs to be pointed out. That in itself. And so that's what the other two men are trying to propose to you, Clay and Larry.
I've never heard a Catholic claim to be a Christian. You ask them what their religion is, they say Catholic every time. And ask me how I know, because I live and work with Mexicans.
Holy shit, dude. That's retarded. No, they're just saying the name of their denomination.
No, that's not
No, you're
retarded.
dumb. No, they're the Catholic Church. They're the universal church, the Christians, right?
Yeah, they're universal. They're not Christians.
No, that's what
Protestants are different.
the word Catholic
Listen,
means. They claim to be
bro.
They claim to be Christian.
No, they don't. They claim to be Catholic. Is it the Christian Church of Rome?
I have heard people who have introduced themselves as
Hold on. Listen, bro. Is it the Protestant Church of Rome? Is it the Christian Church of Rome? No, it's the Catholic Church of Rome. And you have to listen, bro. Just go on mute for a second. Let me speak, and then I'm going to go on mute and let you respond. Okay, there's a difference, right? And if you don't believe me, there was many wars in between 1500 and after about this Protestant. 100-year war. Keep going. Keep going. There's more. there's more wars between the Protestants and the Catholics. If you don't think
Which
there's
are
a
both
difference,
Christian.
you are an ignorant person.
Buffoon.
In the Caribbean, the Catholics will call people that are not Catholic, they'll call them Christians.
Maybe this is like an out of America thing because I was raised Catholic. Like I went to
Out of
Catholic
America,
school, the whole
South
shebang,
America,
but like
South America.
yeah, that's what I
It is
said.
America.
Well, you know, out of the United States of America, you know what I mean.
Oh, the United States. That's a small piece of,
Jeez.
well, a big piece of America.
Dude, you're during.
To say they're not Christian is to say that they don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Yes,
That's
they-
just
Yeah,
my
like,
Yeah,
I was always taught that we were like the
Catholic
only
person
Christians.
and okay, hold on. A Catholic person and a Protestant person are both Christians because they believe in Jesus Christ. If they say they are Catholic, obviously that's what they say they are. They are Christians of different denominations.
Yeah. I have met people who have claimed to be like Lutheran, right?
The believing part is where you're going to get confused, because to believe in the scripture, in the text they subscribe to itself, the word believe implies action. So it's to walk as he walked, or to follow the example he laid out. And all these churches or all these different denominations do not follow those things in the order in which they were prescribed. So they are, some of them or most of them are counterfeit, and they are not Christ-like, walking out the example.
Correct. They don't believe that they're being deceiving, just like your kindergarten teacher didn't think she was deceiving you by telling you the Earth's a ball.
So
That's
it's real
what they
simple to
believe.
understand.
That's what they were
Larry,
taught.
I wanted to respond to Larry. Larry, yes,
Go ahead.
I know that there were many wars in the 1500s. The crux of it was the 30 Years' War. It wasn't a single 100 Years' War. That's what I was disagreeing with you about. The 30 Years'
I never
War
said it was a single war. I said it was many wars.
Yes, but you said 100. Yes, the 1500s to the 1600s was the height of European religious warfare. The 30 Years' War was the crux of it. It killed like a third of Germany.
Okay, so now that you understand that wars have been fought over the difference between Christian and Catholic, now try not to lump them together. Try not to lump them together in the same bin, because if you're praying to Mary,
they don't pray to Mary. They do not.
Are
pray to
you
Mary.
kidding me?
Catholic.
What is Hail Mary? What is a Hail Mary? Is it a
Hail
football
Mary, full of
pass?
grace. But they specifically say you do not pray to Mary. You ask her to pray for you.
Oh, so what did I hear in the movie Religulous, where Bill Maher cited a source that in Rome, the people who pray during a time of crisis, they pray to Jesus Christ seventh. He's seventh.
You're
right?
going to believe an
If they were
atheist. You're going to believe
Christians,
an atheist who wants to slander Christianity.
that's a genetic fallacy, bro. Not good. Bad form.
Yeah.
Reformulate your argument. Go ahead.
Reformulate your argument. Again, it was
No, my argument is good.
Actually, in the Catholic Church, they do pray to Mary.
They do not pray to Mary.
Bro, you could go to the front and they tell you pray to Mary, and they have
They don't.
like a whole prayer. Bro, I've been there.
If they say that, they're mistaken, because they're not supposed to pray to the saints. They're not supposed to pray to Mary.
They do.
They don't.
I mean, I've been there. So I did
ask
it.
a priest the difference, and maybe you could understand. Like Jay, I don't think these guys even know about the Orthodox Church.
Yes, we know about the Eastern Orthodox and the schism. We're well versed in these things.
Larry,
You're the one who should. Hold on. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. You interrupted me. You interrupted me, bro.
Because it wasn't done.
I wasn't. Okay, you weren't done interrupting me. I was talking about the schism, and then you interrupted me, bro. I'm sorry. The middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of your sentence.
Larry,
You don't have to continue.
I'm going to.
Well, I'll mute you then. That's what you want to play. You want to play hardball? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Jeremy's going to mute you both.
I'm
That's
asking
fine.
Jeremy to come in here and to moderate this a bit.
Oh, you need him to stop fucking talking for a second and let Hank say something?
Yeah, I'll unmute him when I'm done talking. Okay, so all I'm saying is that people who don't have amnesia and are Protestant know that they are not Catholic. If they want to call themselves Christians, that's fine. if Catholics want to call themselves Christians, which I've never heard one do in my entire life. In fact, I've heard a Catholic, I think he was like higher than a priest, but not quite the Pope, up there. He said that fundamental Christianity is like a virus and needs to be eradicated from the earth. So if you think he was talking about his own kind and we're somehow the same, you have some sort of mental illness or psychosis. I'm going to unmute you now.
Are
That's
you
called the
saying
Civil
Catholics
War.
are not Christian? Did I hear
Yeah,
that correctly?
Yeah, that's called the Civil War, dude. Just because people in the same denomination don't agree and fought before, you never heard of a civil war?
Yeah, but
Okay,
Catholics
it's not
not
a
being
country.
Christian,
A
that's
civil
a
war
little
is a.
bit.
Okay, I know that some of you have trouble understanding what a Protestant is, right? If I'm protesting the United States government, does that mean that I'm loyal to Washington, D.C.? If I'm protesting it?
Wasn't the
Hello?
Protestant religion brought about because some English king wanted to divorce his wife and he couldn't?
No,
That's that's how it was
specifically the
brought to the
Anglicans.
UK. Okay, so we're talking about before this, Martin Luther, not King Jr. In 1517, he nailed 95 Theses to the door of the church, which was how they challenged a debate in those days. He read it himself and he said, wait a minute, that's not what the fuck we're doing here. What the fuck we're doing here is something totally different, and taking indulgences, which means you can pay to have your family members and yourself removed from purgatory so that they can go to heaven or some stupid shit, and purchasing tickets to heaven. The Catholic Church was wrong, and they could not defeat him in a debate. If you don't know about the Protestant Reformation and the Counter Reformation, please study your history. Thank
Larry,
you.
it's not tickets to heaven. Like if you're in
Whoa. Okay,
purgatory,
so why don't you teach me? Teach me. Please
yes,
teach me.
purgatory
What is
was
an
essentially
indulgence?
was a thought that before you enter heaven, you need to expunge yourself of the remaining sin in your soul, right? More or less. Now, if you're
So,
in purgatory, you're already guaranteed to go in heaven. That's it. It's the
so why
transitional
were
space.
people paying for tickets if they already had a ticket to heaven?
No, they
Why were
stopped
people
doing that.
paying?
No.
Yeah, after they were
They didn't want
exposed
their loved
as
ones to
being
spend more time in
fraudulent.
purgatory. That was it. But
Okay,
church
so they
stopped
were
the
paying for
practice. The
tickets to
church did
heaven,
stop
right?
the practice, yes. But here's the other
So
thing.
after they were exposed, they stopped the fraud and usurping the priesthood of the Most High God, Messiah, his
Here's also
priest
the other
or
thing.
Messiah.
Martin Luther wanted to maintain the Catholic Church. He wanted to reform it. He didn't want it to
Yeah, I know. But
what
when
else?
people found out they were being deceived, they were like, fuck this shit. We're going
And
to do it
then
our own way.
Martin Luther decided to betray all the peasants in Germany and help all the nobles kill them all.
That's
So let me
perfectly
get some
fine. You can.
clarity, Hank. Am I wrong in the assumption that it was an English king that made it official, the Protestant religion? Am I wrong in that?
So there's no
No,
Protestant religion.
you're
There is
not.
no Protestant
Is
religion.
your
There's
name
many
Hank? Is your
denominations.
name Larry? Is your name Larry, bro?
No, I was
Why
talking
would
to
you
you.
think you?
Did he
Why would you answer a
specifically ask
question?
you, dude? Did he
Yes,
specifically
he
ask
did.
you?
Yes.
Did
Can
he,
you please
Montreal?
listen when other people are talking?
Yeah, I did, bro. Yeah,
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
specifically
I'm
asked
sorry,
him.
Yeah,
Montreal. I'll
you're
just turn down
not
Larry
wrong.
again.
That's fine. You're not wrong. Actually, the whole story was he couldn't produce a male heir. He was trying to, but his balls didn't create male sperm for some reason, right? This is a well-known fact in medicine today. So what he did was he got different wives, right? So he wanted to marry Anne Boleyn, and in order to do that, he had to be excommunicated from the church because he thought it was her fault. He didn't understand modern medicine and how we know that certain men can't produce females. Like there would be a family of like 8 girls because his testicles don't create male sperm for some reason. I don't know why, but yes, you're absolutely correct that King Henry VIII brought Protestantism into the island that we call the UK nowadays in Britain, so that he could divorce his wife and later on do a whole bunch of other atrocities.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure I had that right because I'm not too strong on, on the religious issue. So I know here and there. Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. And you can look at this in other religions as well. Everybody who's a Shia Salafist Muslim, they don't consider Sunnis as the same as they are. They're not Muslims because they don't agree to the same caliphate. The schism between the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, they've also split up. So the Christian religion is the number one divided religion And there's a lot of people. I'm definitely not a Mormon. Like you could say, well, the Mormons like Jesus. I'm not a Mormon. In the same way that I'm not a Catholic.
Yeah, my only
Do you
beef
know why
with
it's so
religion
divided?
is the division part. That the leaders use religion and even denominations within religion to divide us and conquer us. That's my main beef. I don't have a beef with people that believe in God and stuff, right? I believe in the institutional. Yeah, that's a cancer.
Well, you got to think, why is there 33,000 Christian sects? Is that not the most divided and conquered group of people on the planet?
So they're
My
mostly
point
just
exactly.
Protestant sects.
Yeah.
On the planet? What planet?
So those people
Yeah, I'm
should
sorry, bro. You know what I
those
meant.
people those people should have an unction to study themselves as the text they're holding in their hand says, to show themselves approved, and to question the preacher, right? And not to put their faith in any man. So the problem is the leaders, but it's also the people. A lot of the people love the lie, right? And they love the division. And they love
Exactly.
all these things, but they don't love the thing that they hold their hand that they profess to say they are. So that's the problem. There's counterfeits who are just ignorant people, and some of them are just, they're evil, they're wicked people. These are all not great people.
Exactly.
Look, if you have an
And
institution that sees children get abused and takes then the priest and puts him in another church where they know they're going to continue the abuse, that's evil, man. I don't care what you call it. That is pure evil.
yes, it is evil, and no one says it isn't.
Yeah, who would disagree with you?
Let me say this real fast. When you have a deeper conversation with a Mexican and you're getting to know him and you're being friendly, you might ask the Mexican, "Are you Christian or Catholic?" He's not going to stand up and say, "How dare you, sir? Catholics are Christians."
It's a
No, he's
literal
not going to do
genetic
that.
fallacy you're making.
Right? He's just going to say, "This." He's going to say, "I'm Catholic," or he's going to say, "I'm Christian." They never stand up and say Catholic is Christian. Only you guys do that. Mexicans never do that.
SE, are
That's
you
news
saying
to
you're
me,
not?
man. Honestly, that's the first time I heard that a Catholic is not Christian. That's really
SE,
news to me.
was it not satisfactory, when you receive the answer, that even your own reasoning opposes itself? Because when someone claims there's something they're clearly not, according to what is evident, right? And so if someone holds a book in their hand and says, say it's the Quran, and someone holds the book in their hand, they say, I'm Muslim, but they go against everything in the book. Are they following the teachings, or are they a counterfeit? And if a male says, I'm a female, is he a counterfeit? Is he really not a female? I mean, your own reasoning opposes itself, and I hope that answer was, satisfactory. But you can see that there are people who claim to be something they are not, right? So we
I
should
hear
call
you,
them out
and
for what?
you're.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
call them
Like
out for. Yeah, call them out for that and that alone. Don't lump everyone into the same group and say all these men who are trying to be Christ-like are pedophiles, because that's basically what you're saying.
Well,
You
not
didn't.
really. What I'm saying is, and I don't want to put everybody in that, right? Because I'm sure there's a good Catholic priest, right? But the record of the institution and the fact that they don't allow men to exercise the most basic thing of a man in seeking out a woman, right there, it's a corrupt institution. Right there, you're inviting corruption. How can you tell a man to go against his most uh, wildest instinct, the very main thing that God says, multiply. Like it just doesn't make sense, bro. How can you, for a second, even support that? I don't get it.
Yeah,
Well,
nobody supports that. It's not taught in Scripture to be that way either. And so those people saying that they can't marry and all of these things, that's not in the book that people profess that they follow. So those people would be counterfeits. And yes, I've run into Catholics who say they believe in Christ and they are Christian. So
I'll,
yeah, people claim to be something that they're not, that doesn't make everyone who is that thing evil or wicked.
I'll tell you
Agreed, but that's
the
the
biggest
prevailing
difference.
religion in the West.
Hold on.
Catholicism is the prevailing religion. The Pope, the man
Hold
who
on.
speaks, and everybody listens, right?
I just want to say this real fast. The number one difference between Christians and Catholics, and this is out of a Mexican lady's mouth about her not being legally married because she didn't get permission from the father of the church to get married. You have to pay $300, take a 6 months or 6 weeks class, I can't remember, and you have to get permission to get married. With Protestants, they encourage people to get married whoever they want to. So with Catholics, permission. With Protestants, no permission required.
There's a ton of differences between Catholicism and Christianity. One is your relationship with Christ, which Christianity heavily promotes, and then the other being Catholicism doesn't allow that. They say you shouldn't have a direct relationship with Christ because that's literally a mental illness. The Pope came out saying that. Also, they keep the blood of saints that have passed away, and in these
Bones
glass
and
vessels.
blood.
Yeah, they keep them in these glass vessels, and they predict the future based on how that blood acts in that vessel. Like, they do all sorts of weird shit, dude. Like, nowhere in Christianity do we.
Yeah, Mithraism was really popular. Mithraism was really popular in Rome during the time of Christ. And basically, Constantine was in a position where if you can't beat them, join them. And all he wanted to do was consolidate his power in the empire. He didn't care about getting the doctrines correct. He only cared about unifying everybody under one religion because the Messianic uprising nearly overthrew Rome completely. Thanks.
Exactly that. Exactly that. King Constantine made Christianity official in what was then the the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, the Greek part of it. Correct.
Well, it was a merging of three religions at that time. That's why the Pope has that fish hat. It was some sort of like Druidry or paganism, and then there was like another third religion that kind of got merged into Catholicism during that time period. And you're
Well
right, it was
said,
all
brother. The fish hat comes from Samaria. Sorry to interrupt you. Go on.
Right. And then the all sorts of stuff, man. Like, that's just a really spooky religion, and I don't connect that with Christianity whatsoever, man.
Another main difference is, according to the book of Hebrews, Jesus Christ is the high priest. So you do not need any other mediator between man and God other than the man Jesus Christ. So this is a key concept in Christianity, that you can directly go to the creator of the universe and speak to him directly in the name of Jesus, and on our behalf, he mediates in between the two. With the Catholic Church, you need a father or a priest in order to be forgiven of sins or blessed or whatever the hell they're doing over there. And that's completely against it, because under Christianity, all are equal under God. There's no Greek, there's no Jew, there's no Gentile, there's no man, no woman. We're all equal. And that's what I like about Christianity. There should be no class system in Christianity. Thanks.
Agreed. Hey, Hank, let me ask you. I just posted something. I've asked a lot of people this. Nobody has answered me yet. I completely ignore me every time I post this picture. Can somebody please answer, what is that thing on the Pope's garb?
All right, I'm looking. Give me a second.
14 past the hour.
And just to back up, what Larry was saying, and to kind of tell you what I was saying earlier, go to the text people hold, and what they say their foundation is within that text. For instance, when people say that the first pope was Peter, right? And this is where they get this whole foundation. It's when Messiah said, "Who do you say I am, Peter?" And Peter said, "You are Christ, the Son of the living God." And Messiah said, "Thou art Peter, blessed thou art, for my Father has revealed this to you, and no man on earth has." And he says that upon this I will build my church. So the Catholicism, the popes think that it's upon Peter that the church is built, and it's opposite of what Larry was just telling you or Hank. So yeah, you have to go to the text that they subscribe to and prove them wrong by that, right? Test them by the text that they say they subscribe to, and it's very evident they're wrong.
So can somebody answer me
Okay, I'm
before we
trying. Yeah,
go
yeah.
against? We're gonna
So
completely forget what I said.
I don't
Can
know what
somebody
that
have a
is.
look at that? Of course.
Yeah,
Go on.
look. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but it looks to me like the cave paintings where they draw like these. I don't know. They're not men, but it's something that they see in the sky. So the Electric Universe Thunderbolts Project YouTube channel, they did some videos on plasma cosmology and the things that people see in the sky like dragons, that they're actually some sort of plasma event like plasmoids in the sky, and people see them as UFOs. So I kind of see like a UFO look to it, and it also looks like the cave painting, but of course, this is all speculation on my behalf. I do not know what that is.
Yeah, why the heck is that on the Pope's garb? Why?
Hey,
It's like
that
so
that
many
that
weird
doesn't look
things,
holy
man.
to me.
Definitely not a holy looking thing. Definitely not human looking either.
No.
I think you actually know the answer to your question.
If
Please
the
go
great
on. What is it?
Well, you know what that symbol represents.
No, if I did, I wouldn't be asking.
That means I believe that one means boy lover.
Oh, I think you're talking about something else, but
Oh, I thought you were talking about the one I
if-
posted.
no, he was talking about the one he posted. If you look up above that.
I think the triangle is for women, and then the circle is for boys.
No, it's the other way around.
Is it?
No idea. The circle is for girls and the triangle is for boys.
I don't know. I just see it everywhere. I mean, it's especially on like children's programming. Like they'll put it on the hats and on the T-shirts and
yeah.
on the toys and everything.
Disgusting.
It is pretty gross.
This is a sick organization. Anybody belonging to this organization, you should reconsider, man.
It's just weird how when you look at a lot of pizza chains in the US, or in general very famous pizzerias, for some reason you also find a spiral on like the menu or whatnot, and it's just this makes no sense. It makes no sense, you know. I mean, all the coincidences.
if the great deceiver is a real entity, where's the first place he's going to enter into after Yeshua leaves? The church. And
Yeah,
he's
and
gonna-
especially
It says that it's called a Tarapaka deity.
yeah, isn't he considered the vicar of? Was it the vicar of Christ or the vicar of God, second only to God? This man here with an alien
Well,
on his garb.
that's the whole point of when they say that Peter was the first pope. So their whole institution is based upon the statement made by Peter and the response Messiah gave to Peter. So when Messiah said, "Who do you say I am?" and he said, "You're the Christ, the Son of the living God." And Messiah said, "Blessed thou art, for my Father revealed this to you, and it was not revealed by man. And upon this, I will build my church." So the Catholics say it's upon the Pope, it's upon Peter, the first Pope.
Which
And
Peter?
that's the
Yeah.
problem.
Which Peter is most known for denying Christ in the Bible.
All right.
Really?
So all right. So it's supposed to right. That's Essie. To answer your question on that, because I just looked it up and I found a couple of answers. Well, a answer.
Cool.
It says according to the local Indian legend, the giant deity Tarapaka left the pavilion Titicaca Lake and walked to the north of Chile, where it was adored by the Indians. The Indians made an enormous geoglyph on the hill of Cerro Unida representing the giant, which became a pagan religion symbol of the area.
Interesting.
Yep.
So they incorporated
Yeah,
a religious figure from the area.
Yeah, this is
Probably
how they got these three. This is how they got these three religions to merge into one.
So I figured it out in Free Chan in 2015. I was talking to a lady from Buenos Aires, and Ganja Girl or something like that was her name. And I was asking her about her religion and stuff like that. And it occurred to me that everywhere the Romans go, it's either assimilate or die, like the Borg from Star Trek. You either assimilate into their religion or you die. If you don't assimilate voodoo into Catholicism, which they have the voodoo queen in Louisiana buried in a Catholic cemetery, which the only way you can be buried in a Catholic cemetery is if you're an actual Catholic. So everywhere they go, they take the religion that's there and they mix it with their own. And anybody who rejects it, they get the sword and the axe. Thanks.
Yeah, there's more to this than meets the eye. I mean, it's if you look into this stuff, man, the fish god, the eagle god, the bird god, all this comes from Samaria.
So stupid. It's like, are you kidding? What a comic book life. Like, what's real power? Show me real power, not a goddamn fish. What the fuck's wrong with these people?
Yep. But yet, look at the Pope's hat, and look
Hey,
at
look at his hat.
Dagon. I just posted it. Look at the similarities. I mean, it's uncanny.
Well, why would? That's the thing. Like, what? Fish don't have any power.
Well, according to the Anunnaki, they believed in, they had two gods, a god that came from the water, that's the fish god, and a god that came from the sky. You see him with an eagle beak and wings, and the purse and that thing in their hand. That's where all this comes from, all of it.
I think I wouldn't try to worship it. I think I'd just try to kill it and eat it and go about my day. What do you guys think?
Hey, SC, you think they put seeds in those little purses? Walking around planting shit?
I don't know, bro. Some people say it's a power source. You know, like when an astronaut walks to the rocket, they're carrying that thing. Some people have tied it into some sort of power like that. And if you notice, they hold something in their hands like a cone. So that could be like a projection of power. I don't know, bro. I'm just putting stuff out there. I don't know.
Motherfucker's got a pine cone, bro. Got a
Yeah,
satchel
pine
of
cone.
money.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah.
Representing the pineal gland.
Yeah, that's another thing I heard. Yeah, yeah. Some say it's a rocket. Like, look at this, right? You see some people sitting down in a machine and they have that purse. Some say it's some sort of power. Yeah.
Why do they have the mecha legs? Their legs look like they're clockwork or something.
Yeah, yeah. They look like mechanical. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So another difference between a Christian and a Catholic will not read a Christian Bible. They absolutely will not do it. I tried to get many Catholics to talk to me about the Second Commandment and about how the Pope changed it, and they absolutely will not look at it no matter what. However, a Christian will read a Catholic text and compare it to his own.
Hold on, real quick.
Catholics are a lot scratchier than you think.
Real quick, those bags that they're walking around with SC, they're probably bags like we would have. You know what I mean? Picture a guy with a book bag. He might have a little solar panel on it. He's got a little power source. He might have some snacks in it. He might have a Leatherman or something, a knife, like just tools and shit. You know, it's probably just filled with a whole bunch of different shit.
Yeah, but check out the different cultures, bro. One is in Africa, right? And the other one
Bro,
is
you
in.
don't need to convince me that there was a worldwide civilization before this. I'm already sure of it.
Cool.
I hear you though. It's on different continents and shit. They weren't supposed to be in contact with each other. There's a bunch of stuff like that.
Yeah, it's
the guy
just
Carl.
Too much of a coincidence, bro.
History did not play out like they said it did. There's clear evidence of massive flooding. Like if you synthesize all this data, it's pretty clear something else was going on other than what they told us in that far past.
What if it's not a representation of a bag, but a representation of how the fallen ones have got their grip over the world? You know, when they have fallen, gave technology over to men, and they all look like hybrid beings. What if that's the symbol of the dominion over the land?
The bee, like Genesis 6 says. Those are the beings from Genesis 6, possibly.
Yeah, and this bag is not a bag, but a representation of the realm we live upon. You know, and they have the grip on it.
I think it's just a bag, bro. You might be looking into this too deep. You may not be. It could be what you're saying, but I personally think it's just a bag with their stuff. And I have a whole idea of who these people even are. So,
Then
What
they went
about
all shopping.
the ancient Vedic texts, like the Hindu texts, where they would have Vajras and stuff? Could it not be a form of that?
Oh yeah, that's interesting. You heard of the Vimanas? They have
Yeah.
a whole culture of space related stuff that I don't know if people are aware of. They have these flying machines, Vimanas. They talk about wars
do
in
they
the
sound
sky, planes firing missiles and shit like that.
when they
I think you could
describe
at
those,
least
when they describe the Vimanas, though, they describe them like houses, almost like picture like the Chronicles of Riddick movie with these people that wanted
like
to
a
kill
TV
everyone, like
kinda, yeah.
like some giant thing like that or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like floating in the sky. That's insane. And they controlled them with Vajras. So that's insanity.
Yeah, stories of wars in the sky between the machines and shit like that, man.
Yeah, history. I don't think history played out like they say it did. There's a lot of evidence that it didn't. I don't know why they're still even sticking to that paradigm.
The truth is much stranger than fiction.
I mean, that war in the sky thing that could have taken place in my paradigm. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for that. I still like aliens. I think aliens are still a thing.
Look
They
at
could be.
the text chat 28 after. This is the Vimana shaped building that you're talking about, Jeremy.
There's definitely non-human, highly intelligent light beings that vibrate outside of our frequency of visual and audio perspective. I do think that they do actually exist. I just don't think they're from planet Xenu from 65 trillion light years ago or
Yeah, I
whatever.
feel you. Me too. Absolutely. I also wanted to say one more thing. Sorry to cut you off, Larry, but definitely not from another. Anyways, I wanted to say something about the religious thing earlier. With ancient Rome, what they used to do is they would just mix match religions. They would say, "Ooh, I like this thing, and I like this thing too, and I'm just going to combine them and do this thing." It was like a religious buffet, if you will, in ancient Rome. So that's why people think Christianity was a copycat religion, is mostly because of that, because of the mixing and matching of it, right? If you try to go back to before ancient Rome when they weren't mixing and matching religions and shit, you can't get nothing pre Jesus.
Yeah, they were
That was that whole
pretty.
zeitgeist religious argument, anyways.
Yeah, they were pretty primitive.
Earlier,
Go look at the Roman numeral system.
I think I misspoke. I said Wahhabi, Salafist are not Sunni. I think they're the Sunni and the Shia is Iran. So I think I may have misspoke.
Yeah, there's mad evidence. Sorry to be flip flopping all over the place, guys. I just wanted to say that one thing about the ancient Roman religious thing. But there is like Atlantis. There's lots of evidence for Atlantis. There's evidence that
I've never heard it. I never heard it said as a religious buffet, but I think that's probably true, and I do like that as a way to describe it.
I made that up freestyle.
Bars,
bro. But there's definitely evidence for Atlantis, for a world, a massive flooding on a massive continental scale. Evidence that there's the same things going on different continents when they weren't supposed to be in communication. Tons of shit.
With that, when you think Atlantis, do you think all the continents were pushed together at one point?
No.
And the whole thing could have been called Atlantis?
I wouldn't rule that out, but that's not how I think of it. I think of it where there was a worldwide, are you familiar with like Graham Hancock's idea on this? There was a worldwide civilization.
Yes,
Ice Age ended abruptly. Yeah. I like to go with that kind of I've obviously view on some of his opinions on it, but for the most part,
I gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, I get.
I
Is there
always
like
think we're all
Randall
surrounded by
Carlson.
water. You know?
If you've watched all the Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson stuff on Joe Rogan, that's a pretty good description of like how things may have played out.
All right, gotcha.
They had a debate with Michael Schumer, the owner or editor or son of Skeptic Magazine. That was pretty good because Graham Hancock went against Michael Schumer, and then Randall Carlson is big into geology, and he went up against Schumer's geologist guy, and that was good.
Yeah, that sounds interesting for sure.
Because Randall Carlson prevents the flood evidence, but then you got Graham Hancock. They make a good team, those two guys, because their stories, like, their ideas of what happened, like help each other.
Yeah,
There's a
it's
story
always
that
good
the
to
flood
hear.
only.
Yeah.
I was gonna say there's a story that the flood only happened in the Mediterranean area. They say
No.
you're saying
And
that there's evidence worldwide of a flood.
massive evidence in all the Americas and Russia and Europe. There's massive evidence everywhere for these floods. These floods were legit. America has the scab lands are all tore up. There's just massive, the Finger Lakes. There's a lot of evidence. Watch that Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock debate on Joe Rogan.
Okay,
The
I'll check.
geologist.
Yeah, but like all
Randall
like
Carlson isn't a geologist, but the other guy was. But Randall Carlson's like us. He's done a massive amount of studying and investigating into it. Just for the record, he is a Freemason. So
That sounds legit.
What was
on
this?
Joe Rogan,
What was the?
the guy's a
What was
Freemason.
this? What's the state that there's like it's almost like a desert, but it looks like sand. It's in the middle of one of the states, but it looks like sand. Like when water it's hitting the bay or the shore, and you see these ripples of sand, and you see these like over miles and miles. But this is a like 30-foot sand dunes.
Giant ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's evidence that there was like something like Niagara Falls times 1,000 at one point on the surface of America, North America.
Yeah.
if you go through like all that land from like Arizona all the way out to Cali, it's just there's no topsoil on. You know what I mean? Very
No,
very little.
the
topsoil.
Arizona was done by an that was done by that's like a scar. That was done by electricity or some type of laser or something that carved that scar on the ground. The whole thing.
What got lasered?
Yeah, the
It could be,
dunes.
it's a combination of water and things, but there is definitely water involved. But when I imagine the type of water that came from the deeps and the water that came from the heavens, a combination of those things. It needs some type of electrical discharge effect into whatever it's
Okay.
touching as well.
All right, let's be clear. I was talking about a different type of flood. This is a whole new type of flood. So don't mix me in with this.
Well,
like I'm
think
not
about
with
it.
the
What-
biblical,
Yeah, you don't need to mix
the
me in with
biblical flood, like water's above water. I think this shit was we were in an ice age and that shit melted.
No, I mean you could say biblical, but whatever it was, biblical or non-biblical, whatever it was a lot of water
I'm not saying you're
a lot of soil on the ground. Like whatever water was flooding the land was turning soil, and that's why you see all this soil covering towns and cities and all these. Yeah.
I hear you. Yeah, it could be your biblical thing. I wouldn't rule that out. But
I mean,
that's
you're the
just
one bringing the Bible, right? So you think this is a biblical flood?
you said water's above or something. I don't know. I thought you were about to get biblical with me.
I mean, okay.
What did I don't
You
know.
have
What
the
did you mean
Bible
by
in your
waters
mind.
above?
Are we going here?
What?
What did you mean by waters above?
I mean, if there's water coming from under the ground, and there's ideas that water comes from above as well.
Yeah. All right. Oh, no doubt.
Oh,
I don't know.
you were
I
talking.
thought you were gonna get into the. I thought you were going saying it was the Bible flood. All right. Whatever. I wouldn't rule that out either, but I just think it was from like an ice age melting abruptly.
Has anybody ever thought where all this water came from?
Isn't that a problem that the Globers have? Where the water come from?
Huge problem. Every time I stomp them on that.
Bro, the
Because
Glovers.
they're
Some of the theories of the Glovers, they say the water comes from from space.
Yeah, it comes from the
yeah,
sun.
that's the main thing. Yeah, they
It
have to
comes
say
from the
that.
solar flare. It's from the waste of a solar flare that it turns into ice, and then it hits our atmosphere.
I don't know about a solar flare, but they say it
That's
comes
what
from
they say.
comets, meteorites.
No, more of it
Because
enters
don't forget,
from the sun than any of those other things combined.
from the sun.
It's about like they say something like a condominium, like a 2-story condominium of ice enters from the sun. It's generated by the sun and enters. Well, I don't know. That's what I
Has
heard.
anybody else heard that? I swear this is the first time.
I have heard people saying that the sun emits water recently. I've never looked into it, but I
Come
swear to
on.
God, I swear to God, bro. I've heard people saying it. I don't know if it's actually if that's what the mainstream is claiming or not, but I have heard
I
people
heard this in
talking about
mainstream,
this recently.
like over a decade ago. I heard this in mainstream radio.
You're kidding me, bro.
I don't see. When they claim that, obviously the globe, heliocentric ball going through space is not real. But whenever they say there is something happening in the sky and it's producing water, just like you having, like a plasma. How do you say the electrolysis? And as in a vehicle, you can and from the exhaust, the end product of that electric exchange or whatever, you do get waterways, right? So I think the electrical phenomena that is happening in the sky when you put helium, hydrogen, oxygen, and you put all the stuff, all those gases put together, and an electrical effect, you might have, as a result, you could have something. There's something called new water. You ever heard of that? New water?
No, but real quick, you could is that under the water they say they can't penetrate in the Mariana Trench?
No, but we're talking about the sky, right? So water coming from the sun or whatever. I think there's a possibility. There is a phenomena happening in the sky that they're saying the truth about the water from the
So
sky.
you know what they
But
say the highest clouds are, right? Yo, somebody load Chat GPT up and let's see if or do a Google search or something, see if water is emitted from the sun, and
Let
look
me
up
kill
how
that
high.
notion right away. What our buddy just said right now.
there is new water that comes from the electrolysis thing, and it can be done with lasers as well. And they call it, like, there's an exchange in between the two electrical charges, and you get some product called new water.
Fine. Let me tell you, Silent, what maybe that's the case now with all the stuff here, but in their model and their fantasy model, right? The Earth was a molten iron core, right? Got hit
Forget
by a
about their
planet
model.
Zira. So there is no possibility of that happening in a molten iron core. The
So-
water has to come from exterior source.
So it says that research at University of Glasgow say there is evidence that particles emitted by the sun created water on the surface of dust grains on asteroids which hit Earth.
Yeah, that's complete nonsense. Because, like I said, if you don't have an Atmos in the beginning of the fantasy, which of course I don't believe, the whole ball here was molten iron. The whole surface was bubbling mess of molten iron. There's
Yeah, and it
no
doesn't make
way
sense
water. Yeah.
because we know it's not a globe and this iron core or whatever. We know that's all BS. But when you put it in the context of electricity and the gas molecules and the cycles of water, you do have the possibility that that exchange that is happening, it could be producing water, or it could be melting something that is, as a result, is liquid, and you could call it water. Because there
I'm
is
not
such
going
a
to
thing.
disagree with that or agree with that the first time I heard it, but yeah. But my point is that what you're saying now could not have been the initial source of water, is what I'm saying.
No,
It couldn't
probably
have not have been because everything was molten. Maybe it happens now. I'm not saying no, but there's no way that that could have been the case for the beginning of water accumulation here.
Larry, you were gonna say something. You said Gemsy, Larry?
But this is the thing though, right? So if this is what they're saying, right, that particles emitted from the sun created water on the surface of asteroids, why wouldn't it be creating water now?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it is.
I was just letting Montreal know that he's talking to Jimsy, not Silent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got you mixed up. My apologies, Jemsy.
How dare you?
No worries.
You guys sound a
Sound
little
similar.
alike.
Yeah, they do.
That's
racist.
See, that's payback. He told us all white people sounded alike the other day, didn't you, Jimsy?
Yeah.
Not USC. You sound like Yogi.
I'm offended.
Indeed.
Well, it must be the last days because everybody's offended.
Everybody's
said to
really
tell us we're
offended lately.
snowflakes.
Like, yeah, crazy.
He says the biggest snowflake of us all.
That was so accurately
Esau?
predicted in the Bible that in the last days people will be offended. Everybody's offended about none of their fucking business every day, all day long.
Did you say Isa, Jeremy? Or SE?
No, Issa. You've never heard him go on that rant about how he's the biggest snowflake?
Yeah. Well, Isa is like peace and love, and we'll do it the nice way, the right way. I'm not against that, but it's a pipe dream. So.
Yeah, but we should try that first, right? I mean, just because we have the right, according to the Declaration of Independence, to overthrow a corrupt government, we should at least try the pen first, right? Because it is mightier than a sword.
Yeah, but it's too late for that, bro. It's been think tanked. It's
like you're standing on the battlefield and you literally have a pen, and that's it.
Yeah.
You're not,
and you're facing tanks. Yeah.
Well, I haven't been neutral. I've been on the internet trying to spread ideas of natural law, God's law, right and wrong, this sort of thing. I've been on the internet for a while, so I'm not exactly on a neutral train just sitting there.
But there's no way you're gonna get change by the pen now. That train has gone. That train has left the station. There is no peaceful way to do this. Sorry, but that's just the way it is, man.
it can't be that other way, though. It can't go down that other way. It ain't gonna work.
Well, when I say the other way, I'm not saying, because a lot of people think we should demolish the system, go to farming. It's a whole bunch of nonsense. We cannot go backwards. We cannot regress, right? Like you said, you want your
That's
washing
what I'm
machine.
saying.
Yeah, we cannot regress. Yeah,
that's why it can't happen that other way. That's
it
why
could. It could.
It can't.
You just get rid of the virus in the system. You don't get rid of the system, right? When your computer is infected, you don't throw the computer out. You throw the virus out. Now, the virus, I told you, I have identified the virus. You go after the
like
virus.
I said.
Sorry?
Yes. Like I said, Paul came in with the best one when we were in the midst of that. Paul came in and said, you got to change people's hearts. Like, you got to change people's, where their head's at, with the way how they're thinking.
It's too late for that, bro. You're not listening. It's too late for that. We've been already infected. You got to get rid of the lobbyists. That's the virus. I mean, it's easy, man. I gave you the solution. Get rid of the lobbyists.
I can't believe that's even legal. I can't believe that's even a legal thing.
Yeah. I identified the virus. It's not the computer.
Well, how do we do it? Now we're talking about Issa,
right?
Now we're talking. Hold on, Larry, 1 second. Now we're talking about Issa's legal way.
Issa could be involved in this. Yes, definitely. Yes. I'm afraid it's too late, but yeah, the lawyers could get in on this. Definitely.
I thought you were arguing against that way.
But it's not going to work. I know it's not going to work. I don't want to
Well, what the
seem like
fuck?
a warmonger and say don't try it. I'm saying try it
Paul's
so
way is
you
gonna
can
work.
see for yourself that it's not going to work.
Paul's way will work. We got to change
No,
our
it won't.
the way we think in our minds. Yes.
No, it won't. We just finished saying Christianity is split into how many denominations. Never mind the other religions. Are you kidding me? You ain't changing nobody's heart and mind. That ain't happening.
You got to change the way people think about things. You know, open them up to the information, other ways to think about things. I'm telling you, it has
Oh,
to be done
really?
like that.
How's it been going for the past 5-6 years? Have you
Well,
changed anybody's mind?
We were close.
prob-
We were close. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I just want to say real fast, the problem is all the censorship. If people were allowed to have open conversation and people weren't so heavily compartmentalized in their little circle jerk of collectivism, my group is the best group and we're victims and that's why we're the best group. And the other group is like, you know, we're going to make sure that only white people live and everybody else dies, whatever the fuck, right? If people would just realize we are all individuals, there is no collective. We're individuals.
Yes. The problem is the powers that be have figured out that you can be saying that all day long. No one's going to go by that. The Catholics think they're right. The Protestants think they're right. The Muslims think, the Taoist thinks they're right. Everybody thinks they're right, bro.
Well, I mean, it's like you could choose different religions. Like, in essence, in the reality we live in, most people don't think you can choose a cosmology. You know,
Bro, this ain't a religious thing. I don't know why you keep bringing up religion.
I don't know why he's doing that either.
Yeah, you're weird straw man shit, SC.
What do you mean? We were talking about religion, weren't we?
The straw woman.
You're right. They sing and praise Lucifer in the Vatican, so we can cross them up. They're wrong.
Look, the problem is egos, right? Just take the characters we have in here, right? Nobody wants to admit when they're wrong. And they know it. The powers that be know it. They know the Muslims ain't going to change. They know the Catholics ain't going to change. The Protestant ain't going to change. The Muslims aren't going to change. Everyone's
We
going to
can
believe
change.
their belief is right.
We're not. This isn't religious. We're talking about something else. But you can get.
Last time I had to admit I was wrong was when I was trying to defend your argument. I see.
Yeah, I heard they broke you down there, bro. You shouldn't have let that happen. But they keep grinding and grinding. I hear you, bro. You got to understand that they're controlling us and they know the divisions. They know that religion is the biggest divide of all, right? Now they're after gender. I mean, it's in your face, man. They're doing it in your face. They're not hiding it.
Yeah, they're definitely putting it in your face. I'll show you some images that I just downloaded real fast. So this was the Pope, and if you get a real good look at that statue, that is a wicked freaking statue. And in the building, if you compare the architecture to that of a snake, to the anatomy of a snake, you can see that he's in a snake building. And there's no reason why the roof would be shaped like that, other than an artistic view, right? There's no real reason why you would shape a building in that way as far as just architecture. It's the artistic slant that makes the building look like that, and it's obviously that it's right in your fucking face.
Yeah, it's part of the trick, I think. There. Oh, yeah, that's the good one. Yeah. Good post there, bro. I think it's part of their thing to show you, like, if part of the magic is they have to tell you that they're doing it.
Yep. It's the revelation of the method. It's to cancel karmic debt.
Like, it's your fault. We told you. Now, our hands are washed type deal. Or in order for the magic to work, they have to tell you about it. Some sort of sick thing they have, I think.
Yeah, so provocative, man.
Yeah, it's all about
Provoke.
division. It's all about division, and their plan is working spectacularly. Spectacularly. Just look
Oh,
around.
it's almost like they were planning it for like 1,000 years or more.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
I unmuted Pete. You've been warned.
So it's up to the Americans to save the world. How do you do it? The lobbyists.
No pressure.
You
No
go
pressure.
after the no pressure, no pressure. Just show how great
Just
you
do
are,
it the legal
America.
way Issa said. Do it the legal way Issa said, you're saying.
Try it. Try it. Try it his way. When you see it's not going to work, you're going to remember who told you that. And then you're going to say, damn, he was right. And then you
Then
can
what do
go
we do?
about it the correct way.
Well, I don't know if we want to get into what you think is the correct way on a live stream, but because I don't think it can go down like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it can go down like that, but it's not going to be good after. Like, I don't think that's the way to proceed. I used to
Okay,
think that.
let's take a legal avenue on this.
It can't happen that way
Fights are
either. It ain't
listening.
going to happen that way, bro. It's not going to happen that way.
How would we go about it? How would we go about getting rid of the lobbyists? Whoever is a lawyer here, is there a way to do it?
Viva la révolution!
Viva la révélation. But besides that, is there a legal way
French,
to tackle them?
Yeah. Besides the Revolution the musical, which really just means that whole French Revolution thing wasn't no revolution anyway. I mean, that's kind of inside baseball if you think about it. French Revolution was an inside job, man. Oh, that's fresh. That's really.
Does anyone remember the singer Gio was talking about a few days ago? And he thought it was a different person. So do her fans.
Oh yeah. What's her name? I heard that. I forgot, but I know what you're talking about.
I don't know if Pete heard that one or not.
Oh, this is what you wanted to talk about now, Jeremy? Really?
No. Well,
Seriously?
I mean, I'm just trying to keep it going. What else you got, bro? You got something else?
Anything but that, bro.
Well,
Chat
GPT is the future, guys. Guys like Kosho and these guys, they're out. Chat GPT's, going to end up taking their spots.
Mm-hmm.
I got something else.
Who
here has looked into radiant energy, ether flow energy that I brought up? How many of you even watched one video that I posted? Hands up.
I watched all the videos you posted.
Is it called radium? Radiant
with a T.
Yeah, but it's in relation to radium. Look, this term of radium.
No, not at all.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You think that what I'm talking about has to do with radium?
Okay, no, go ahead. Go ahead, say what you're talking about.
Well, it's got nothing to do with radium. It's
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jesse.
No, go ahead, Kosho. Let's see what you've learned. I'm interested. Go ahead.
Well, I watched all your videos. I think the last one I watched was the what's that fucker's name? What's that dude's name? Ken Wheeler.
The guy with the beard there.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler's.
Yeah, I forgot his name as well. Yeah,
Uncle
I know who you're talking about.
The never bearded Ken.
Eric Dollard is his name?
Yeah.
Dollard. Oh, you're talking about Dollard? Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the guy that explained it, but okay, go on.
Well, no, you presented this video to me, and you said that he was getting radio signals from inside the Earth as far away as China.
Yeah, that was one of them when he did the antenna thing. Yeah.
Right. Well, both of them actually were what do you call those? I forget what they're called, but they're AM low. what is it called? Whatever they're called, small wave, shortwave radio. That's what it's called, shortwave radio. Yeah. So
Was that under 1 inch? Or
say what?
under half inch? Is that under a half inch or under 1 inch?
They're fairly big actually, but regardless, right. They're both the stations that he brought up are famously known for
Kosho thinks 1 inch is big.
Say what? So what?
I was just saying you think 1 inch is big, but go ahead.
1 inch can be big.
It could be any size.
Size is relative. But regardless, where is I? Oh, right. Those radio stations, they're both famously known for being their capability of being transmitted and received, all over the world. And that's because they bounce off the ground to the sky. So if you have if you have your device on the ground and you're receiving these two stations specifically, it's not shocking.
Yeah, but if you say you watch the video, then you missed.
It was being sent through the earth.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, you got it now. It's not
but
that apparatus that he used. He used the earth as an antenna.
Yeah.
I think that's the part for me.
It turns out they're not being shot through the earth. It'd be different if you would have gotten a radio station that is, let's say, unique to China, or maybe a radio station in New York that's unique to that region, then you're receiving it somewhere else in the world. But if you're receiving stations that specifically get sent around the world through bouncing off the sky and the ground, what do they call that? Whatever it's called.
The ionosphere. I know what you're talking about.
No, it's not the ionosphere specifically. Because that's like what's called. I'm sorry, I'm just waking up, dude. So, but you know what I'm talking about? The skywave. The skywave is like when it chills in the ionosphere and it comes back down. But the other type is when it bounces off the ground into the sky again and off the ground to the sky. I forget what that's called though.
Yeah, it's the bounce. That's not what we're talking about, for sure. We're talking about, regardless of that, he used not an antenna to pick that signal up. He used the earth as the antenna. This is the main issue here.
Well, why was it only those two stations specifically that he picked up, and it wasn't?
I don't know
a local station.
Bro, I don't know why.
That's what I'm saying. Is it's not remarkable to me if someone can pick up stations that are meant to be sent, that are meant to be able to pick up all over the world.
Oh, really? I think the
claim that was being made was false.
Show us how you can do it. Use the ground
as an antenna. Stations? You can pick up those stations most places in the world.
Using the ground.
That's the whole purpose of them.
Bro, you're not listening. Either you're intentionally not listening, or you're doing what you do. It's not an antenna.
What am I missing here, see?
I'll tell you again for the 5th or 6th time, bro.
He
didn't use an antenna. He used the ground as an antenna. That's the remarkable thing about it.
Regardless of that fact, the claim is that it's being sent through the earth. You understand that that's what he was saying?
No, that's not the claim. The claim is he's picking up the signal from the earth. The antenna is the earth.
He showed the diagram of how it was sent through the earth, supposedly. He says it travels infinitely, up to 90 degrees, and then after that, what did he say? Some multiples of the speed of light. Both cases much faster than the speed of light. And depending on where you are, like I said, the diagram he showed was inside the earth. Everything was inside the earth.
That's another thing he said, that exactly. He achieved transmission faster than the speed of light. As a matter of fact, he said several times the speed of light.
Extremely fast. He said at 90 degrees, it travels. The word he used was infinitely fast.
Exactly.
It's just not a thing.
So now, did you just agree that there is such a thing as faster than light travel?
Oh, I did not. I'm telling you what his claims are to let you know that it's not just about receiving the signal using the earth as an antenna. He's talking about the signals traveling through the earth faster than light, and that he's only receiving it in this way. And if that were the case, if you really wanted to test that, you would pick up a local station somewhere else, not just a station that is supposed to be received anywhere in the world. You know what I mean? If you can receive these shortwave stations anywhere in the world, and you're claiming, oh, well, I'm doing this because I'm getting through the ground, you're going to have to, make something that would be unique to that claim, not work in both cases.
So you're going against the genius called Tesla. Gotcha.
No, I'm going.
What did you
I'm
think
going
about his
against what
other?
Eric Dollard was presenting as, and what he was presenting it as.
That's one aspect of it. Whatever. We're going to be going back and forth. You're going to be saying this. I'm going to be saying the Earth. Regardless. How about the other stuff that he found?
There wasn't anything remarkable about that either. I mean, I when before you showed it to me, I had told you I already knew about that. Because
No, you didn't. You had no clue.
People conflate free energy, some free energy thing, like where you take energy from the ether, or whatever you were saying, and his famous towers, where he wasn't creating energy at all. He was just transmitting energy that was already created somewhere else. And that was the first patent that was shown in the other video. And then the contraption that he made was simply just that. It was the longitudinal, what they call longitudinal waves. That's what he calls them. Which are basically the principle behind what do you call those? The cables. What do you call those cables?
Coaxial cables.
Yeah, coaxial cables. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it's not like that's just a method for transmitting the energy, over in the air, like from one tower to another tower, like through the air. But it's not a method for pulling energy out of anything. Like
those are two different things you're describing.
Well, I know, but that was
all the patents.
It was presented as, like, when you showed me that video, you were saying this is like ether flow and pulling it from the from the ether or something. But
you can definitely pull energy from the air. Let's be clear, that's not even a dispute.
Yeah, but that's not what's being claimed.
Okay,
he had another device that he made where he was pulling ambient radio waves from the atmosphere, from the sun and shit like that. That's true too. And there's also the like the other thing that SU was talking about.
You said radio waves from the sun?
Say what?
You said he's picking up radio waves from the sun?
I said they are ambient. So in the air right now, there's just free radio waves and shit like that. Some of them come from the sun, and you can, if you have a receiver, you can actually capture that. And he had a device that did that. He also had a device that picked up the what do you call that? The atmospheric current that's caused by the cosmic rays, right?
The downward current.
Yeah, well, it's not. That's the thing, though. People are
mixing everything up, Jeremy. I'm going to clear it up.
My bad. Yo, my bad, bro. Go ahead, SE.
Well, not you. He's mixing it all up.
I'm mixing. I'm separating them all for you so that you understand that it's not a singular miraculous ether that he's pulling from. These are separate things that are doing different things that are.
How do you know?
None of them are mysterious.
Unbelievable. Okay. Bro, you're unbelievable. You had no clue about this a week ago. Now you're telling me all the stuff right now. Like you said, Jeremy, he's an expert now.
When you asked me, when you said that you had ether flow, I was asking you, is it this? Is there another name for it? Because I don't know. I never heard this ether flow, but I told you about the transmitting of the rate of the energy, because that's the patent that I knew about, right? I didn't know about the radio station thing.
Do you think this ether flow that you call it, that you're trying to describe now, do you think it's an electromagnetic energy?
I would assume it was an electromagnetic energy, if it's energy at all.
So you weren't listening. You didn't hear anything in the videos or what I said at all.
He didn't even watch the videos. He was bluffing.
I watched both the videos, dude.
You watched them at 8x speed, probably.
No, I didn't. I watched both the videos. One of them was interesting, and I was already aware of that shit because I had told you about it before. I had shown you that patent that he showed in that video before you showed me the video. But then the other video about the radio stations and stuff, I'd never seen that, so I watched that whole thing, and it was kind of interesting, except for the claims were extraordinary, and the presentation, when he was actually doing it, it was interesting that he didn't have an intent, like he was receiving it when it was
without an antenna.
Yeah, when it was grounded. That's true, but it doesn't matter because those signals that he was receiving aren't coming through the earth. They're already bouncing from the sky to the ground. So it's not bizarre that they would be in that location.
What are they bouncing off of?
Where are they bouncing off of? What are you talking about?
You said they're bouncing off the sky, or?
Yeah, I forget what that type of transmission is called, but shortwave radio does that, where it bounces from the sky to the ground all over the world.
What's
See,
it
he's
hitting
going
in the
on
sky?
to what we
Is
already
it hitting
know.
the dome? Hold on, is it hitting the dome, or?
Yeah, it's hitting. God has a ping pong battle, and he fucking hits it back down. That's what he's doing.
Is it bouncing off? I'm just wondering if it's bouncing off the dome. What do you think it's bouncing off of?
Probably the ionosphere. I mean,
Anybody that uses shortwave radio knows what he's talking about,
Well,
right?
what you
This
really mean
is not what
the
we're
ionosphere.
talking about.
I mean, so the concept of ionosphere, like, you know, either it starts out like way, way far away, or it's like just a present, you know, that differential, from ground to z-axis, that's going to cause that voltage, right?
I mean, it depends on the radio wave, like the wavelength, and it depends on the sky
Yeah,
can
like
vary. The sky can vary each day. Hold on a second. The sky can vary each day, so that distance and radio wave the size of the radio wave, and that distance where that radio wave is going to be affected can change, every day.
No, I'm saying that the ceiling for it, if you're starting with 0 at ground and then elevating to, I don't know, was it 440k volts or kilovolt? I don't know. What's the limit theoretically to the top?
I don't know if there is a limit as far as the amount of you're talking about in the atmosphere or
Just
in the
in the
signal that you're
atmosphere,
sending.
Yeah, in the atmosphere, like
Master
that would
P,
be
No
like,
Limit Records.
okay, like at some point at where that energy level is going to just start ionizing the air mass, you know.
Yeah, well, the ionized air, as you're saying, is caused by the bombardment from the cosmic
What would you
rays.
call it?
What?
What else do you call that? I mean, you know, you're talking about the ionosphere.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to break this concept down so it's
Yeah. The
do something.
ionosphere is basically a region in the sky where the cosmic rays are constantly bombarding the atmosphere and turning these ordinary particles or
So it's
ordinary
like a
atoms
dome.
and molecules into charged particles because they're stripping them of electrons. So
It's like a dome surrounding Earth.
no,
This ionosphere.
nothing like a dome. But
It's acting like a dome, making sure this stuff doesn't get through, right?
no,
Exactly like that.
it doesn't make sure. It doesn't make sure.
It
shit
sounds
doesn't
like
get
a
through,
dome.
though.
It sounds like you're
It
describing
is
a dome.
It
You
doesn't
just
make
named
sure
it
shit
the
doesn't get through,
ionosphere.
dude. It doesn't
It's
make
going
sure
to
shit
act
doesn't
just
get
like
through.
a dome would.
Well, I mean, you're using the word ionosphere, but it sounds like you're just saying dome.
Okay. Well, whenever we
It's
crash
a good word.
when we crash into a meteor or a comet tail, and we get meteor showers, the meteors don't hit the ground because they're bombarded by these particles in the air. So they collide with these particles, and you see them fucking disintegrate in the sky.
Is that inside or
That's the
outside of
same
your dome?
principle. That's the same principle behind what the cosmic rays are doing.
Okay, hold on.
They
Are
hit
the meteors? Hold on, real quick. Are the meteor? Where this meteor thing is that happening? Inside or outside of the dome that you say is out there?
It was discussion time that it was a dome right there.
Is it inside or outside the dome? I'm just curious.
So I just want to point out that he doesn't know that this is happening, right? It's just the narrative that he's been fed, and he believes it. But really, these things that we see in the sky could just be plasmoids, because the Earth and the Sun are electromagnetic in nature.
Yeah, notice how we tactically changed the topic. Way to go, Coach.
Well, I
notice how we went from.
Jesse. I'm actually talking about the main subject. People are asking me dumbass questions.
That might have partly been my fault. My bad.
Yeah, this is an interesting thing that supports the atmospheric bounce. There's a guy called Mud Duck out in Lordsburg, New Mexico. When I'm in Middle Tennessee, where I'm from, it sounds like he's next door to me when he's talking, and he's aggravating son of a bitch, calls everybody window lickers and all kinds of stupid shit. So I've got to listen to this guy when my CB's on. But when I get into Arkansas, he fades out. He goes away. And now I'm in West Texas, fixing to, here about a couple hours, I'll cross into New Mexico. And I'll start picking him up again faintly. And when I get to Lawrenceburg, I am next door to him and I can hear him again. But it's an odd that I can hear him in Nashville, Tennessee, and then I can't hear him in between, and then I can hear him again when I'm right there next to him.
Right, like there's
Yeah, we got the dome bounce. The dome bounce Coach Show just described. Yeah, it's bouncing off the dome.
There's dead
Look,
zones.
the
I
ionospheric
would bounce a
bounce
bottle
has
off
been
you, Tom,
known
dude.
for a long time. Anybody that does CB or a shortwave radio knows this is not what's the issue here. The issue here is a new type of energy. A new type of energy
This is what
that's
Eric Dollard
not
had.
electromagnetic based.
Right. This is what
I'm
this is
trying
what
to
Eric
tell you.
Dollard had claimed. That's right. Him and the guy, his cameraman, who was basically Ken Wheeler, who also thinks he's like the fucking Jesus of electricity and magnetism, and knows more than everybody else. Eric Dollard's little sidekick is claiming, this is a new type of. He didn't call it. You're right. He said it's not electromagnetism. It's I wrote it down. I can't remember what he was claimed it to be.
I'll tell you. First of all, you got it all wrong. It's not him that claimed it. It was Tesla that claimed it. And I tell you the name again. The name is radiant energy, or ether flow energy. Yes.
Great, that's fantastic that you interrupted me to talk about something I'm not talking about, dude. That's not what I'm talking about.
Dude,
That's
you
why
attributed
I'm
it to
saying
Dollard,
no.
dude.
That's why I'm saying no. It's not what it was called. It was called fuck. I'm gonna pull up the video again so I can find it, but it's not ether flow or radiant
What,
energy.
longitudinal waves, maybe?
No.
Longitudinal waves?
I'm talking about what was creating that signal. Hold on one second. Let me just let me pull it up.
He's trying to change the subject again.
I'm not changing this. This is the subject, dude. What are you talking about?
The subject is the energy. The energy that Tesla discovered through Maxwell and other people and Hertz. You have no clue what you're talking about, bro, as usual. But you're trying to educate me. This is really weird, man.
How am I trying to educate you when I'm telling you about the video that you showed to me that I saw, and I'm telling you in the video what he's claiming. He's claiming one thing, and you're not correct to say that, oh, it's not him saying it, it's Tesla. No, it's his interpretations of Tesla. Okay, it's a very different thing.
What, the ether flow? Is that what you're saying? Isn't it his interpretation? And Tesla didn't say it? Is that what you're saying? Let's have some clarity here, bro. What are you saying?
I already told you I wasn't talking about ether flow, dude. I was talking about that video with the radio, and I have to pull it up so I can get exactly what he called it, but it wasn't.
Then we're miscommunicating because I thought we were.
I already told you. I already told you what I was talking about, and it wasn't ether flow. So just give me a second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, I like how Kosho just said, the Ken Wheeler is like got like a messiah complex because he goes against like the mainstream. Like he automatically thinks that he's like some sort of messiah. I think it's fun.
I'm with you, bro.
Can people just disagree? Like, are they capable of disagreeing without thinking that there's some sort of messiah?
Dude, I can pull up any Ken Wheeler video, and I promise you, I can find at least 3 times in the video where he says that he knows something that nobody else knows, and everybody else is fucking stupid, and mainstream science doesn't know this, and it's actually called this word that nobody else uses, by the way. And I can
let
pull
me
this
just
up
say
in
one
any given
thing.
video, and it's gonna say something along those lines every time, dude.
Cocho, let me just say one thing. I got zero info from this guy. I don't particularly like this guy, to be
That's
honest.
fine. I was talking to Larry.
Yeah. Just to be sure.
Thing.
Yeah, just let me respond real fast.
So I know that he says that he's right. Right? Most people do think that they are right, or they wouldn't think it. Right? If they thought they were wrong, surely they wouldn't be deceptive on purpose. Surely, right? Because that would just be dishonest. But the point is that he calls himself
and refers to himself as the tattooed monkey. So obviously he's not claiming to be some sort of messiah or anything like that. I think that this is weird that you would say something like that.
I think it's weird that you use that as the refutation for it. I said specifically that he claims to be correct and everyone else being wrong, calling everybody else in mainstream science, including Einstein and people who are actually fucking Nobel Prize winning physicists who changed the world, calls them stupid. Okay, this is him. This is the guy I'm talking about.
It's okay to disagree with what he's saying. I think it's just out there that he's an opinionated dude. Like he does all kinds of like, if you watch his like camera lens review stuff, he's like pretty heavy handed and not super specific either with this stuff. Very often. And I've heard him speak on some other topics, and I'm like, I don't know if if he's at all that everywhere, but that's not to discount his work with like the magnetic book. I mean that's a serious amount of effort and stuff like that into there, and he definitely owns like the magnets and things to try the shit out on, and I don't know what else do you take away from that. He's not making this like some kind of claim set that you could like attack him for being a fraud necessarily.
And didn't Einstein in 1915 think that he was right and everybody who disagreed with him was stupid? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. Hey, Kosho, I just posted the 2 patents that I was telling you about. Now, the last patent there, that's the one that collects radiant energy right out of the ether, right out of the sky. And it could be done both in the daytime. Let me finish, please. Both in the daytime. No, look at it carefully. One, it's receiving energy from a bulb, and the other one, it's receiving energy from the atmos, from the ether. Call it what you want.
I suggest maybe you look at it carefully. This is the same patent.
Dude, do you see it? Do you see one that has on the first one, do you see a thing that looks like a light bulb, like a ray tube?
Yeah. It's figure 4.
Now on the second one, do you see that missing, not there?
Yeah, figure 2.
Okay, so do I need to say anything more than that?
Yes. Maybe say that these are 2 pictures from the same patent.
Yeah, and one is collecting energy from a tube produced by him, and the other one is collecting it from the atmos, from the ether. Do you understand?
I understand that one is showing that that this is him collecting energy that he himself produced, and the other one is him collecting energy that is radiant in the atmosphere. Like
that's what I just said.
Free radio. Yeah, no, you said from the ether. But from the atmosphere.
I said, call it what you want. I said the atmos, the ether, call it what you want. Because I know those are triggering words.
It's
but
not triggering
he
words.
clearly says that it comes from space, right? From the cosmos and from the sun.
Okay.
And the proof is that even at night, unlike a solar cell, you can still get this energy. You understand?
Yeah, this is the patent that I showed to you like 2 weeks ago.
No, I showed you that.
Oh my goodness!
Don't play games with me, Coach.
Dude, I can pull up the
Don't fucking play games with me, bro.
Don't play games with me.
I'm the one that brought this stuff out. Okay.
Hey, you brought it up, and then in me looking for it, I showed you this and asked if this is what you're talking about.
Oh my god. Well, maybe you did look it up after I told you, but you had no clue about this before I mentioned it. And it doesn't really matter. I don't care. I'm not trying to say I brought, but don't try to one-up me, bro.
I'm not one-upping you. I'm correcting you. You're saying that you showed this to me. I showed it to you because you brought it up, and I asked you if this is what you meant, or if this is what else it's called. Because I was trying to figure out. I never heard the ether flow. I don't know any patents, the ether flow or anything like that. So I looked up. I asked you if it had anything to do with him capturing or transmitting the radio waves to the air, or capturing the free like radio waves or whatever. But
so you knew about this. You knew about this.
I knew about this and the other one. Yeah.
Okay, tell me, how did he discover it?
How did he
Oh,
discover it?
let's go through the
What?
procedure. How Tesla discovered this.
I don't know, dude. I don't know how he
I
discovered
know you
it.
don't know, dude. I know you don't know.
You're asking me the history behind how he discovered it. What is that? I don't understand. Why does that matter?
Well, you said you were the one that showed me patents and that you knew all about this stuff. Right now, and you're
You don't
disputing
remember the
the very
conversation.
patents that I posted, and you're even disputing that. And after I told you what they are, you go and explain to me what they are.
Dude, when you brought this up to me, I had no idea what you were talking about because you said it was the ether flow, it was this other type of energy, this and that and the other. And then the only things I knew about was the only things I could bring up to you. So I asked you if this is what you were talking about because this one has to do with him capturing radiant energy. I'm not telling you I wasn't trying to teach you something. I'm trying to figure out, I was trying to learn what you were trying to share with everybody.
Okay,
You kept
enough of
bringing it
this
up,
back
and
and forth.
I
Who said
kept
what?
bringing it up. What?
Okay, fair enough. Now, do you understand that this type of energy that I'm talking about is not electromagnetic energy? Do you understand that?
No, I don't. I don't understand that.
Okay, so you didn't get anything then.
No, I did.
I'm sorry,
Get it.
bro. If you
I
don't
did understand
understand
it.
that
I've
part,
also read this patent, and it's not. It doesn't claim that it's not electromagnetic energy.
I'm not talking about the patent. Now I'm talking about radiant energy, ether flow energy. This is what I'm talking about now. A cold ether flow energy. This is what I'm talking about. That it's not electromagnetic. If you didn't get that part, you didn't understand anything.
Then why did you
Bro,
show me this patent, and why did you show me the Eric Dollar videos if what you're talking about is not those things, and it's some other thing that you haven't yet showed me?
So you haven't seen the video, and I specifically told you one of the videos, it shows Dollar with making the apparatus in a tube and showing this radiant energy tube and a regular tube. I specifically told you that.
Yes, I've watched it. That's a video that I just told you that I
Now you're
watched.
saying you watched
He
it.
shows.
Oh my
Dude,
God,
Essie, stop for a second.
bro.
Essie, that's the first thing that I said when I talked to you. I watched those videos, specifically that one where it was claimed to be just like you claimed it to be just now, and in actuality, it was just showcasing how this can capture radiant energy and also transmit energy at a distance. Those two patents and those two creations. That's what it was showing. It didn't show anything about cold energy. It didn't show anything about I don't know, pulling something that wasn't electromagnetic radiation or electromagnetic energy. So that's
Then
why
you didn't see the right video. Then I will repost you a video so you'll have no excuses next time we talk. Okay?
yeah.
I'm gonna repost you a video. Tell me if
you,
this is the one you saw.
yeah, why don't you
Okay, give me a
pinpoint me to
second.
the right part of the video?
I'll try to find you the right part too.
I
That'll
watched
make
the
it.
entire video and all it talked about were these patents and recreating them.
Did it show a part where they had a table and they had four
Yes.
light bulbs on the table?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Did it show a part where it says this light bulb is this kind of energy
Yes.
and that light bulb is electromagnetic energy? Did it show that part?
Yes, it had those two light bulbs, and it showed how one was energy received like with a normal apparatus, and the other one was energy specifically received from that longitudinal wave, that coaxial, that where it's like a perpendicular rod with like a coil around it, basically. So it's
So
like
you did see the video where he produced two
Yes.
different kinds of light.
Yes.
So that is the ether flow energy.
Okay, it wasn't cold energy though. It wasn't cold energy, and it was. They
Call
specifically
it
talks about where he
whatever.
got it from. It didn't come
Now
from
you're
the ether.
tackling the name now, bro.
What?
Bro, this is an old game that you play, bro, and I'm
Listen,
really getting tired of it.
the
Seriously.
claims you just made was it was cold energy and that he's pulling it from the ether. That video doesn't show that he's pulling anything from the ether because he describes exactly how it's.
I didn't say
transmitted,
he's pulling it
and
from
it
the
doesn't
ether.
show that it's cold.
I didn't say he was pulling that from the ether. That was produced by him using the generator, using spark gaps,
Right.
using coils. It explains it. Obviously, you didn't watch it.
I just said that to you.
You
I
just said
told
that
you-
to me.
Yes, I just told you it wasn't produced from the ether. It was produced there in the lab. He's just showing how it's transmitted using that longitudinal wave.
Who
So
said it was produced
one
from the
was
ether,
received.
dude?
What?
Oh, you know something, man. I think we're talking past each other, bro. I think we're talking that totally
Okay,
past each other. Or
let me
you're
ask you a
trying to.
question
I
then.
don't know what you're trying to do
Let
here.
me ask you a question. Where's the video or the description or the evidence for the thing you are talking about? Okay, because we're going over these things, and then you're saying, "Oh no, that's not in these videos." I'm like, "Well, that's what we're talking about," because the other stuff is not, it's not shocking stuff. That this technology is not only done by Eric Dollar, but they even sell some of those radiant energy like captures. They're not very strong or anything, but
Either you're in a state of sleep, or you drank too much. Or I don't
dude,
know what. I don't know who I'm
I'm asking
talking
for
to
the
right
actual
now.
evidence for the things you're claiming.
You just explained it. The guy made a video showing the light bulbs. One was ether flow energy, radiant energy, and the other one was a regular electric bulb. I mean, am I talking to you or am I talking to a phantom? I don't understand it, bro.
Okay, so in that video,
Something is definitely wrong here in this communication process.
you just agreed with me that that energy that he captured in both cases was created there in the lab. The difference was how it was transferred to the bulb. One was transferred in a traditional way, and one was transferred using the longitudinal waves.
Oh my God, man!
This
You
is
know
only
something, Kosho? That's just completely useless talking to you, man.
I mean, what's
Like,
wrong with what I just said, SE?
SC's trying to say that he's right and you're wrong.
Yeah, I know he's saying that, but I'm
Yo,
asking him what's wrong with what I said, SE. How is that incorrect?
yo, Snacks, look at this pic, bro.
So
I'm not trying to say he's right and I'm wrong. I'm trying to explain something to him. He disagrees with me. Then he says exactly what I said just before he changes the words.
No,
At
but
first, he's saying there's no such thing as this energy.
no, dude,
Then he said it is electromagnetic energy. Then when I showed him that it wasn't electromagnetic energy
that is
in the video that he
electromagnetic
watched, he
energy.
changed that. I mean, bro,
SE,
it's like,
let me make something clear. When he's producing, when he's transmitting that energy in that lab, and he's receiving it at the light bulb in the two different ways, in both cases, it was electromagnetic energy. That's the truth. Okay, one was using the longitudinal waves, and one was using the traditional way. Neither of
see,
those,
again, you're wrong.
neither of those are not electromagnetic. So that's what I'm saying.
Again, you're
So if there's something different,
100% wrong. This is what you're not listening. The energy that you saw in that light bulb is not electromagnetic energy. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. But you're too thick-headed, bro.
why don't you explain that to me then? How
I'm
that's not
not going to explain
electromagnetic
it to you.
energy?
The video explains it to you. Tesla found a new energy. I'm going to try to tell you this one more time. Let me tell you how we discovered it. Maybe you'll learn something. Maybe you'll talk right past through me. But try to listen. Tesla was experimenting with Hertz and Maxwell, what they thought electricity was, right? And he found a fault in Maxwell's calculations and what electricity was. Now, in doing so, he took an electric current and he passed it through a powerful magnet. And what he noticed was the electrons were creating a certain flow and sparking on one side. But on the other side, he noticed something never seen before. This other type of energy, which he named ether flow, radiant energy. Do you understand? It has nothing to do with electromagnetic energy. It's separated from it. This is what you're not
What does this have to
getting.
do with Eric Dollar's video? Because Eric Dollar's video didn't show
Holy
that.
shit. Forget it, man. Forget it.
Yeah, forget it, man.
Somebody just changed the top. This guy will not listen to anything
All
I
right,
say.
SE,
What
what?
you're saying,
SE,
SE, you're not connecting the dots here, and that's what I'm trying to do, right? You're showing you use that as the evidence for what you're describing right now. In that video, he doesn't do that. He doesn't describe that. He uses that perpendicular coil to make the longitudinal waves, but he wasn't doing what you just described, and he doesn't claim that it's cold energy either. Like where the energy comes from is from, like you said, the generator. It's just the transmitting of that energy to the light bulb was what he
You
described.
missed the part where I said spark gaps and different coils and cracking of the electricity. You missed all of that, man. You know why? Because you don't listen, bro. You think you know shit, but you don't know nothing about this, bro. Zero. And it's very evident and clear to me that you have no clue of what I'm talking about, bro.
Okay. So the video I watched that you showed to me, I spent time watching. I clearly didn't see what you're now describing, right? As the
I posted a lot of videos.
yeah, I know,
Lot of them.
but you know which one we're talking. We're talking about the same video, SE, and you know that because it's the one where he's in the garage. He shows the pattern at the beginning of the video. He sets up the apparatus. He has the light bulbs. He shows the difference between the energy received from one and the other. That's the video we're talking about.
Okay. I'm gonna prove you're lying right now. Everybody, listen to this, right? He says he saw the video. Okay, tell me the difference in the characteristics between the ether flow light bulb and the other one. Tell me the characteristic difference. Watch this now, everybody.
Okay,
You
one of the
forced me
light
to do
bulbs-
this, bro.
Okay.
Go on.
One of the light bulbs looked like an ordinary light bulb. Maybe its color was it was either blue or white or whatever it was ordinary light bulb. The one with the longitudinal wave, it was much brighter, and the it didn't have the same it didn't have the same steady consistency as the other light bulb. Like the other light bulb was like steadily lit, but the one with the longitudinal waves seemed much brighter, and it was also like the brightness was fluctuating basically.
That's malarkey. The characteristics, what they have specific characteristics, which he pointed out. What were they?
I mean, what I just described. I don't know.
No, you see, he has no clue.
I don't know what else
He has no clue. I'm going to tell you now, everybody listen to me. I'm going to say it, and tomorrow he's going to be an expert on it. Ready? I hate doing this, but I hate fucking bullshitters. This is the difference. The ether flow light bulb, first of all, is in a vacuum. There's no gas. Has a regular filament, but is in a vacuum, has no gas. And it has, when you put your hand to it, it has like a pushing force. Okay, I know it's remarkable, but it's true. Also, the same light bulb, when you put a metal thing next to it, it attracts. It attracts that thing like a magnet. Now, had he watched that video, he would have known about this. So he's bullshitting everybody. He has no clue. I'm sorry to do this, but
was what I said wrong?
Now you're gonna hear the bullshit.
No, I'm asking you a question, SC. Was what I said wrong? Was it what I said evidence that I didn't see the video? Did I just randomly guess that that's what? First of all, I had no idea what exactly you were looking for. But was what I just said wrong? Because unless I randomly guessed that's what the light bulbs looked like, how the fuck would I know that? I watched your stupid fucking video. That's why I described it to you. I watched the other video you showed me. That's why I described that one to you. So I'm gonna disengage with you right now because you're fucking calling me a liar for no fucking reason.
Hey, cool, go on mute.
Right?
You are a liar, bro. You are a liar. I hate to do what I did. I don't like doing that because it's not about who's right and who's wrong. But clearly, you didn't watch the video. Clearly, you have no clue what you're talking about.
Tell me if what I said was wrong, and could I have known that without watching the video?
How could you have not known these characteristics
answer my
that
question,
I just said?
SE.
How is it that you went to the brightness of a light? Seriously?
Yeah, was what I said wrong, SE?
I don't even know if you said what if it's right or wrong.
Why don't I pull up the timestamp then?
Bro, I don't give a shit about that, bro.
You're sitting you're being disingenuous.
Let's take this to the end.
Yeah, you're being very disingenuous.
Identify the very specific part of where Kosho's lying. I want to hear this.
He didn't watch the video. Had he watched the video, he would have known what I said. He would have instantly said, "Oh, the characteristics." Yeah, of course. He would have explained the tube. He would have explained one is vacuum. Well, first of all, repeat what I said, Kosho. Do you know the difference between the tubes now?
What you said, dude. But you didn't ask me what was the characteristics before he put the energy in them, right? Like what were the difference between the light bulbs? You asked me about what was the difference in the effect. That was the differences in the effect. You further went on to further effects, but what I said wasn't fucking wrong, dude. That's the first thing that happened when he put them on. He turned one on, and immediately you could see that it was a steady fucking like regular light bulb. And he turned the other one on, and immediately you can see that it was much brighter, and the brightness was like fluctuating. Like it looked like it wasn't as steady. It wasn't as steady, but it was much stronger. It was even a slightly different color.
Look, say whatever you want. I don't want this to turn into what it's turned into. I just want the people to know that there's this very amazing new energy that's been hidden from us, and it has amazing characteristics. And don't let somebody like Kosho shoo it away and say, "Oh yeah, I knew about it. It's only this and it's only that." He had no clue about this, and he has no clue about this.
So I'm just gonna pull the video up that you posted.
So what's it called when you come into a room and you cite like an article or a video or something, and the other people like don't know anything about it? You just showed it, and then you start quizzing them, and then you're like, "You don't know what I'm talking about? You're an idiot." Like that's a certain tactic. I forget what it's called. I think Witsit knows. What is it called?
I don't know.
Anyway, I heard it on one of your debates. Anyway, so basically, what's it called when you just cite your source? The person has no idea about any of this, but they automatically presume like, authority over it, like they know better than you do. What would you call that?
Dude, you're being an asshole right now, dude. First of all, that's not what happened at all.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm not talking about you.
When he first brought this shit up, I literally asked him to clarify. No, dude, you're being an asshole right now. You know it, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm seriously, legitimately not talking about you in particular.
Well, why are you talking about it? We're talking about
exactly,
Kosho in general right now. Why are you bringing that up?
Okay, let me make this clear. I'm not referring to the current conversation.
I don't know what's
I'm not referring to the current conversation. I'm talking about tactics. If you feel guilty, that's not my fault. I'm literally not talking about you.
Then why'd you say what you said, bro?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what this
reminded him of
called.
the tactic, and he's trying to figure out what it is. So
Yeah, but
You guys are so
in a way he's
triggered.
insinuating that first
Oh,
of all,
man, you guys are
somebody-
on one today, bro.
whatever, man. Who cares? Is anybody interested in this technology that I mentioned that can power things wirelessly, that can travel a few times faster than the speed of light, that could
Only the
just have a
truthers that
few?
see. Only the truthers, not the bots, because they can't believe anything could be faster than the speed of light. So automatically it's fake. Automatically they have to say it's no good. Automatically they have to poison the well and say that Russell is an idiot. Tesla's an idiot. They can't believe anything outside their paradigm. Anything faster than light doesn't work, therefore everything you're saying is wrong. This can't be real. It's a misunderstanding. These losers in Discord know way more than the people that physically experimented with it for years. There you go. There's a summary. And yeah, we can pretend that's not what happens. That's exactly what the ballers do. You bring new information up to them. They know nothing about it. In 5 minutes, they pretend that they're experts on it. Just like when I told them that the earth is spinning faster all of a sudden. They didn't even know that. They said it wasn't real. They said, I made it up. Then I showed them where their own paradigm says it. 3 minutes later, they knew ice caps melted and made the earth spin faster. Oh, never mind. That doesn't work, but blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's just how it is. That's how it works. Some of this stuff's not for them.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I
sorry
don't know.
for getting upset and yelling, but man, it pisses me off when I see that.
So there's this concept where you're not supposed to cast your pearls before the swine, right? Because pearls have no value to swine, right? And once again, I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but often, when we're talking about things, some of these conversations aren't for everybody.
That's correct. Like whenever I found that this dude showed that experimentally you can have transmission 3 times the speed of light. That's not for the ballers, dude. Because in their mind, Einstein is God. The speed of light is a fact, cannot be questioned. So they can't even comprehend the paper. They can't begin to understand it. And I'm not even trying to talk down about that. I'm saying that's an actual intellectual phenomena that they experience. They're like, this must be fake. So, I mean, you just got to know who you're giving the info to, bro. It's like...
That's a Robert Simmons effect. It has to be fake.
He informs us further that he noticed the speeds of several times greater than that of light, and that
There's
he
no
has
doubt about
designed
it.
equipment with which he expects to project so-called electrons with a speed 2 times faster than that of the speed of light.
Dude, I even used their little AI and showed him the paper, and he's like, dang, like this needs to be done more times, but this would definitely change all of physics and do away with relativistic understanding. Because it would. And, you know, that's 2 times. We have 3 times. Tesla did 1.5 times the speed of light.
Can somebody send me the link to this AI tool that you guys have been using?
You broke up, bro.
Can somebody please send me the link to the AI?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, guys, morning.
Morning. You guys see this picture they claim is of Mars from 1976?
You mean like Arizona desert?
It's definitely a desert. It says in the caption, it looks just like a desert on the Earth.
I posted it, Larry. I'll send it to you exactly.
With red filters, man. I remember when NASA got caught having an entire facility at like the desert of Arizona, and they were showing the rover there, and they're like, no, we were testing it. And the guy who was photographing him and like, it's like, it's kind of funny they use the same rocks and desert in that supposed test grounds they were using with the rover as official pictures.
Yeah. And that they say it once we take pictures and once we find out.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Elbow.
No problem. So it makes no sense. Like you guys get caught doing all this scam shit, and they get upset when no one wants to believe them.
Well, it's funny, like the ballers will. How do you sit here and find like NASA was taking pictures discreetly in the desert with Mars equipment, the rovers they claims on Mars. Then we catch them, and then they come out and admit, oh well, they practice there.
Yeah.
And you guys think that's totally legit?
I got a bridge to sell.
Like what?
Check out the picture I just posted.
I don't think that's real though. By the way, I okay. When I say that, if that was originally on, if that's an actual picture from NASA, then they took it down. They took it down once people found this.
Can I say, can I jump in and say, I've been to this location in Ireland and I know exactly where it is. It's in the Burren in County Clare on the left there, the SC Montreal.
Really?
I've actually been there. So
you guys saying it's fake? Let me in on it, because
Yeah, so I saw this thing the other night because Geo posted it, and I immediately went and tried to reverse image search the Mars one. I couldn't find it being coming from NASA. So I mean, we all know NASA would just take it down once they got caught. NASA's taking tons of stuff off their website after Jaren exposed them. But yeah, okay. Here I see a picture coming up right now. So maybe we can.
Wonder if we can Wayback Machine it.
How are you so sure it's fake?
No, I'm saying you can't find that picture on the right from an official NASA source anymore. So that's all the bots need. You know, they're like, this is fake. Some stupid flat earther made this meme. It's not real. Even if it used to be on their website, right? If they take it down, they know that the religious zealots will believe it. So.
It's hard to tell because there's like it's coming out of like a newspaper is pretty low print quality.
Oh, the newspaper is a different thing. Yeah, like I bought that magazine. I mean, I bought that newspaper.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm just saying like that actually might even be photoshopped. It's hard to tell. Like it looks like a composite almost.
Well, we'll see. I'm gonna get it in person. I'm gonna look at it, but like as the best I can do.
This picture from SC Montreal.
Yeah. Yeah, like I tried to take. I just took a screenshot again of that.
So the
just that one picture though, right? I remember seeing a couple.
I'm trying to give you guys the answer here.
Yeah.
Okay, the picture he posted was It was featured on a YouTube video of a guy trying to prank the space hoax, flat Earth group community or whatever. He like put this video out there of him editing a picture and then posting on different places to see if people would believe it because they're so stupid.
Yeah, see, it's a setup.
Okay, good to know. So I stand corrected then.
No, it's all good. I was just trying to help. Because
This is
this is
true.
they'll take that as some type of proof that Mars is real or something. Like that there is a rover on Mars.
Look, it's just one of the many memes I have. If it's proven false, then that's it. So be it.
Well, as a general rule, I'd say like at least half the memes that we post are not correct or just like exaggerations or something. But the
I got
other
a question
half,
for
you know,
the other half.
Oh, we've already debunked Mars, bro. They claim that there was a helicopter on Mars in Mars atmosphere, and then the shadows of the propellers didn't match. So they've already been disproven. Period.
Not only that, the Atmos they claim is there. It's impossible for that chopper to take off. That's the Achilles heel of the chopper.
I got a question for Kosho. Is there any contradictions in mainstream science that you've come across that are perplexing and kind of like leads you towards wondering or having interest in trying to get to a better result than what was given?
Yeah, there's plenty.
Can you give one off the top of your head?
Sure. About the Big Bang, about how all the energy and everything was for some reason supposedly condensed down to insignificant size. There's not really reason for that, nor is there does it follow logically. So yeah.
South Exchange thing happened nowhere. The contradiction that caused change. They revamped their model because if there was
what would be?
Sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Kosha, what would be the alternative to that?
Well, that's actually the best explanation we have. So I couldn't give you a better one. That just sucks because that best one we have, it just doesn't make much sense. So
I mean, what are some of the other answers coming from the other side of the table?
the other side, I don't know what the other side is, but other people on the same side, like Roger Penrose has a description that I don't know. He could have just made it up because he's old and he wanted to make something up before he died. But he had this thing where when the entropy, like when there's a heat death of the universe, and the entropy is as high as possible, basically. He's got some hypothesis that says that that's identical to the entropy of the universe at the right before the Big Bang, basically, or right at the point of the Big Bang, where everything everywhere is it's kind of like it's evenly distributed, and for some reason it just that triggers a Big Bang or something like that. So it's just a cycle that repeats itself over and over again. But it doesn't make much sense to me. But that's it's another explanation.
So there's more, or are those like the only two that you've come across?
That was one. You just asked me for another reason for that thing, or were you asking me for another thing in science?
No. Like I mean, we could stay on that particular thing, or unless you got something else you want.
There's tons of things. I mean, they're not. I don't know. There's tons of things. If you're asking me if there's things that are already understood to be, that have been tested that are contradictory. If they were contradictory, they wouldn't be, current theories or current models.
So okay. So if there's a few different things, and each one of those topics has a few different explanations that don't necessarily all boil down to being the same thing, then how do you separate? Like, how do you pick one that sounds the best to you? Like, what do you use to discern?
Evidence
I
and
guess
the Occam's razor.
so. So using like logic and stuff like that, huh?
Logic and evidence. Those two things are decent tools.
Okay. And a creator could never be a possibility.
No, that could be a possibility. It could be an explanation for the problem that I just stated, like about the Big Bang. A solution could be that there was some entity that had this amount of energy in one position, and then made these rules, and then set it into motion, and everything else followed from those rules and that force. And that force could be what people know as dark energy, but that hypothesis doesn't have any. It's false. It's unfalsifiable at this moment. So
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I just wanted to see how you think about things and like why it is that you only entertain one side of the argument.
instead of being duplicitous,
Like,
what do you mean?
well, just like for as long as you've been in this server and heard all these arguments, it just I don't know, for you to like remain on one side of the fence instead of like at least on the fence is I
What
don't know, it just
defines
seems
the fence?
concerning.
What fence are you talking about? The flat Earth fence? What fence are you talking about?
Yeah, whether it be that topic or many of the other topics we discuss, it always seems like you lean towards one side rather than
Yeah.
being on the fence about anything.
No, there's certain things I could be on the fence about, but usually those things are things that are unknowable. But if there's something that's knowable, then I try my best to know it. I mean, I don't know why I would be on the fence on something that you can come to.
Well, I mean, like for example, yesterday, Witsa was showing you how you guys don't have a working model. You were still arguing that you do, even though he was showing you proof from your own party that you don't, and like you were just unwilling to concede to that.
Well, what he came in and said was that he had a death blow to our paradigm, right? That's what I was disagreeing with. As I said, it's not a complete model because there's a lot of things it doesn't explain. However, there's a lot of things it does explain, which is why it's the current, main hypothesis. It's not.
Well,
it's not a theory. So the model, for a model to become a theory, it has to be true and without any contradictory, without any debunks or anything like that. So this it hasn't reached the level of a theory, but it's a pretty strong model, the hypothesis. So,
but I mean, it's presented as fact, so it just seems a little disingenuous.
who presents it as fact?
What are we talking about here again? I thought we were talking about the heliocentric model.
No, you were specifically talking about the dynamo model, but now you're talking about the heliocentric model?
The what? You said the what model?
The dynamo model of the magnetic field of the Earth.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what it was.
If you're
You're
talking
right.
about the heliocentric model, it's presented as fact because that is a theory. That theory is sound.
Gotcha.
Beyblade theory.
All right, fair enough.
Hey,
I think
Kosho,
Larry had something to say.
Kosho, when you doubt the Big Bang, like you said, does that ever make you like second guess like your faith, like believing in a god or anything?
I never said I doubted the Big Bang, and
Oh, my bad. Well, whatever you said about it.
he asked me if there was something in science, mainstream science, that I find maybe contradictory or
You might doubt, right?
yeah, because I wouldn't say I also said that's the hypothesis that if I had to like put my my vote on or whatever, it'd be that one because it holds the highest. There's the most evidence for that. It just
No,
doesn't
I
make
got
any
you. I
sense.
got you. I'm just saying, if you showed a little doubt, if you see like a little bit of a problem with how that's explained, does that ever make you wonder if there is a God?
No, because I already believe there's a God, and I believe that
Oh, you
in
do? Oh, my bad. I didn't know that.
my description of the Big Bang, like I said before, the way like one way that would make sense is if something created that and then made those rules. So it's like out of the gaps kind of thing. I don't have an answer, so that's my
Yeah,
answer.
my bad. I didn't know. I thought you were an atheist, but that makes sense. I knew I liked you for a reason.
Well, there's a
This
lot
is
of
the latest answer from many of the bowlers I find over the last many years, which is now that they accept that there's a creator in play and that it's not impossible that the creator created the Big Bang. So the universe as given is still in play, but they accept then that there's a possibility of a creator beyond that.
that's the only honest position somebody who believes in a creator.
Yeah, but the heliocentric model, the globe Earth, is not true, Kosho. The honest position would be to question it in the same way that the rest of us do. But you seem to be a man who has all of the answers and no questions whatsoever.
Questions is how that conclusion is gotten to. So it's
Occam's razor.
questioning nature that gets you to that conclusion. That's what I'm saying is that if
Okay,
you
Occam's razor would tell
if
us
you
to go with the
some of
testimony
that
of everyone who's ever lived on this earth, which tells us that we're on a surface
Jesus
that's not
teach.
moving. Why would you not go with that?
I don't think he's going to answer. I wanted to point out that I've seen lots of
Not now.
contradiction in the standard model of cosmology. If you do a little more than preliminary research on the cosmological constant problem, you'll see that they have many, many different models of gravity, and none of them actually work to fit the quantum. So the quantum field theory doesn't really work with the gravity theory. They're not compatible at all whatsoever. And over 300 different papers have been published trying to solve this problem. So that's like one of the contradictions. Another one is the helium catastrophe, according to Dr. Eric Lerner. Apparently there was too much helium, and according to his book in the early 90s, he wrote The Big Bang Never Happened or something like that. And there's many other problems like this.
I think that helium thing has a simple conclusion. It's because when the first matter, I forget what that's called, that phase or whatever, when the first matter came about, like it cooled down enough for electromagnetism and the weak force to separate, and atoms like nucleuses could gain electrons or whatever like that, and there was some fusion that happened in this event, and some of that fusion created the helium. Actually, some things were even heavier than helium, but helium is technically the most stable. Because the most stable element is iron, on another aspect, but the most stably structured element is helium. So it does make sense that there was more of them than other things that would have been less stable and could have decayed into helium.
So, like the coelacanth, helium forgot to evolve, right?
Say what? There's no
Just like
evidence.
just like the coelacanth, the fish that didn't evolve over 65 million years, helium didn't evolve either, right?
No, that's not what's being said. If you looked at a later universe, or you look in certain parts of the universe, there's a high concentration of iron in certain regions. That's because it's the most stable, and most stars will create that and then explode or whatever. So for the same reason, it makes sense that there would be an abundance of helium, even though at first it wouldn't have been in the same proportions, but it could have ended up being in the same proportions because of the like I said, because it's the most stable.
So, how do you verify what you're saying is true?
I wouldn't know how to verify that. I just know that it solves that question. The question of how could that be the case? That's one way that could be the case.
So, if there's a dead body, Jenny's on the floor, she's dead, but we know that Jenny doesn't have like any enemies whatsoever. Nobody would kill her because she was the kindest, sweetest lady ever. Does that explanation just explain away the dead body?
What you're asking doesn't make much sense, but if this were the case that, like what you just said, like there's a mystery or there's a contradiction or something, that actually isn't a contradiction if you allow for all the principles to be known. And once all the principles are known, if you see that this is the result, that there was more helium than was first suspected, this explanation gives reason for that. That's the point.
So do you think Dr. Barker never thought about helium to begin with?
No, perhaps I have never read his book, but I have heard about the early universe and about the amount of helium and about why it was common and all this other type of stuff. And most of it has to do with the stability. And as I also said, it's also it's a decay. When large molecules decay, it's one of the main what do you call it? It's alpha radiation is a helium particle, or helium nuclei.
I posted something for you, Kosho. Please read it.
Okay.
When you get a chance.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I was looking for that. I'm looking at that dollar video. I'll probably look again. But there was a term that he used, and I think it was like dielectric something or other. I can't remember what it was, but that's specifically about the radio thing. Okay. I understand that you're talking about this kinetic energy from something else, but I'm specifically talking about that radio, this radio signal. He said in that video, I remember him saying that it wasn't an electromagnetic wave. It was something different. And then he said, yeah, nobody else knows about this. And then he said, it's actually a dielectric something or other. So let me just find it, and that way I can...
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not electromagnetic energy. Correct. It blew my mind when I found out about it. I go, what? And by the way, Tesla thinks that electricity has nothing to do with magnetism. If you can believe that.
No, I can't believe that.
Neither did I when I heard it.
I said I can believe
that's another topic. First, just let me understand that it's completely different from electricity as we know it.
I see. When I was younger, me and my brother, we made a Tesla coil, like one of those arc reactors.
Yeah, I thought too. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was electromagnetic radiation, but it's not. He discovered something totally different with healing powers, with germ killing powers. He describes that he can heat up a room wirelessly, light bulbs, everything in your house, your cars, wireless, planes, wirelessly, boats. Like astonishing stuff, man.
Yeah, but so even in this quote that I'm reading, it says, well, first of all, I don't know what it says before this, but it says something Tesla referred to in the paper did not operate on magnetic electric field induction created by alternating currents. Okay, and then it says it instead operated on an entirely new domain of physics based on disrupt discharges of electrostatic potentials.
Exactly what I was telling you. Yeah.
But how's that not a part of the same electromagnetic domain? Like it's not from the magnetic electric field induction from the alternating currents, but it doesn't mean that it's not electromagnetic.
Again, don't disagree with Tesla, bro, because you're not gonna look
I'm not
good.
disagreeing with Tesla. This is what I'm saying. Like, if someone says this, they're not disagreeing with Tesla. They're disagreeing with somebody interpreting Tesla. But this says both of the two things that are said here, both of them are electromagnetic in nature. Like electrostatic potential is indeed electromagnetic.
You're still not getting it, bro. Somehow, when you crack that field, first of all, you can use AC or DC. He prefers DC, but it's not about how it starts off, right? We're talking about two different things. He creates it here using a machine, and the one that he gets out of space, that's different. Now we're talking about the one that he creates. But you got to understand how he creates it, right? He uses a DC generator, and then through coils and spark gaps, it's like you got to, like, I don't fully get it, to be honest with you, right? But you got to watch. I'm going to post you another video that is going to help you on this, right? It's like splitting. They call it. It's like splitting the positive. They say it. It's like splitting energy, cracking. It's the cracking, like when the machine turns off and it creates this spark, this discharge that kills. That's what they use. It's crazy, man. I know it sounds crazy, but you got to look into it. I'm gonna find you a better video for you to watch.
I appreciate
Where a guy does a thesis on it and he explains everything from Maxwell to Hertz to the whole gambit. If you want to watch it, that is.
I'll check it out. I really did watch those Eric Dollar videos. I mean,
You sound like a Canadian Eddie Bravo.
What do I sound like?
A Canadian Eddie Bravo. Just look into it, man. Just look into it.
I'm telling you, I'm not making this shit up. It blew my mind, Hank. When I saw this, I was like, my jaw was on the floor, man. Because I was in the midst of arguing with Witsit and not Extremis, New Perspective and the boys. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, let me look into this shit so I know what I'm talking about at least, right? And man, just blew my mind what I found.
I remember you gave me the Think Big article or Big Think. I can't remember which one. But you gave me that article about the Schwinger effect. And it was one of those things to where you were like, this is bullshit. Look at the bullshit they're trying to pass. And I'm like, ooh, what you got here? Like, oh, you found something good.
Yeah.
But it's okay to be, look, I think the natural position for a thinking man is to be skeptic. I think that's the natural position. So I don't have any beef or issue or whatsoever with people who are skeptical. In fact, if everybody thinks, that there are no zombies, we need that 10th Jew, according to the World War Z movie, to be like, well, what if there were zombies? Hypothetically. Let's look into that. So if 10 scientists in a row, if they all agree, then the 10th one should automatically be like, okay, I'm the 10th one, so I'm the 10th Jew, so I have to disagree by principle alone. I think that's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. And it's not like I'm trying to push this thing on anybody. Don't get me wrong, right? It's just that I found something remarkable, and it just blew my mind. And I can't believe that no one's talking about it. No scientists have lobbied for this. No one, like, especially what happened in the past couple of years, since this radiant energy claims to have microbial killing things. Like, it just astonishes me.
I mean, like that right there too is so. Witsit posted something yesterday about a drone that it uses the charge. It charges the atmosphere and basically cleans the air by ionizing it, basically. Right, but that's not anything from the ether or anything like that. That's what I don't understand. Like
No, this is nothing to do with what you're talking about.
No, but what you're saying about how it's sanitizes. So you just said.
Yeah, I posted a video for you, bro. This guy did a thesis on it. Gary Vasilatos. You're gonna blow your mind. Anybody that's interested in this is how I got introduced into this video right here. And the guy did a thesis, and he goes from Maxwell to Hertz to everybody. And it's just mind blowing, man. Imagine having you can turn on a device, and keep in mind you can tune this to different frequencies, right? He found that this energy could go through steel, or you could vibrate it and melt the steel. And not only that, you can do it through you. In other words, you can have your hand on the apparatus, right? Getting the energy. It goes through you, and you're melting a steel bar, and nothing's happening to you while you're
What
doing
about
it.
Brown's gas? You guys seen Brown's gas where you can take a little needle?
Did he break up for everybody? We still here?
We're still
Yeah, I
here.
was going to show you something, but I can't find the exact one. Hold on. I've seen this guy make a plasma jet engine, but while I'm looking for that one, I'll just show you this cool plasma engine. Hold on.
A lot of people have done that.
Oh.
I have one. I'll show you. Wait till you see this one. Oh, this one blew my mind. Hold on.
Well, the one NASA has is like the best one. I think China supposedly has one too, but I don't know anything about it. Yeah, a couple years ago, I was trying to put this proposal together that I was going to send to SpaceX. I forgot what I was trying to do. We were trying to do something, or maybe, oh yeah, that's right. We were trying to like send something to space and then have it orbit the other thing. So I was trying to like compute, like calculate what masses that would need to be involved and how fast it had to be going, all this kind of stuff. But we were going to power it with ion propulsion, so it could be as light as possible. Yeah, and I was going to come up with something that I was going to propose and see if SpaceX would send it up for like cheap. But I think there was a problem in the calculations. Like in order to get something to orbit something else, you need significant masses, or significant speeds.
Anyways, I advise and I hope people watch that video, man, because I want more people to talk about this with. I promise you, you won't regret it.
But did you post another one? I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's like a cartoonish looking thing.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one too. It was like a 12-minute video.
No. This is a long video, bro.
Wait, this is the last one you posted?
Yeah. 10 past the hour.
10 past the hour? Or 13?
10.
Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about, the Tesla one. Is that 12?
Sorry I interrupted. Sorry I broke up. I was just trying to tell you guys about HHO gas or Brown's gas, how you can use it to cut metal, but it won't burn your hand. So this whole acetylene torch thing, like I don't really understand why we've been doing it, because anybody can crack water and make Brown's gas. Anybody. The fact that it cuts metal but it doesn't burn your hand, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
What did you call it? Brown gas? Brown's gas?
Brown's gas, yeah. Brown's gas or HHO on demand. It's kind of the same thing in a lot of ways. But if you pull up Brown's gas torch, it'll show you that you can take, the tool that you use to hook up to your air compressor to blow up a basketball. You take that little thing and you cut the tip off of it, and you hook it up to, your Brown's gas HHO generator, and it'll cut metal, but it won't burn your fucking hand.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Is it on
See
fire,
how?
or is the gas on
Yeah,
fire?
you're lighting the hydrogen torch, and it's hydrogen and oxygen coming out at the same time, because that's what happens when you crack water, right? Well, the interesting thing about this is that anybody could make it for pennies on the dollar. I mean, literally pennies. It doesn't cost very much to make. And some people have very intricately designed HHO on demand generators, and some people just put steel wool and hook it up to two different steel wool things separated. And it cracks the water and makes the bubbles, and the bubbles are hydrogen and oxygen. You put that in a bubbler, and you do a one-way valve, probably several one-way valves, so you don't blow yourself up. And from what I understand, it's pretty safe, but obviously don't try this at home, kids. Ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
I'm going to try it right now. What do I do? I don't even need instructions. I'm just going to do it. It sounds cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. HHO or Brown's gas torch?
All right. I'm on it, bro.
Yeah, there's a bunch of videos showing how to make it pretty easy too.
And if you, run a current through like the spark gap, or if you run like a spark in, what am I thinking? There's something you can do with Brown's gas to make like nitric acid deposition. Everybody wants to do that. Then you could refine
Well, it's funny.
your wristwatches. Okay.
I was going to say it's funny because Tesla describes that energy as like the cracking of electricity, sort of. It's like a spark gap. It's that spark that
It's
freaked
I
out,
think
man.
it's that's the breaking the Avogadro's number, right? It's like
I don't
the
know, bro.
insulative force of nitrogen over the conductive paramagnetic conductivity of oxygen. Get at me, left lane. You go, I don't think you understand what the fuck you're talking about. Hey, no, I do. And I think that's what he's talking about. And that, like you hear electric cracking, you hear it like too, like when it breaks the sound barrier too, you hear like that cracking. I'm not really sure if that's the afterburners or just the way that nitrogen is getting like overloaded, breaking that sort of same barrier. Like there's just like physical constant barrier. It keeps everything kind of uniform, keeps things from going crazy. But yeah, once we start like hearing thunder cracks and all that shit, man. Yeah. Physics are being evaded in their normal ways of being. Was that too deep? Sorry. Back to you, Odysee.
Oh, it's good, bro. It's good. Can't always talk. I can't be always talking. I mean, I feel strongly about this, and I hope people look into it so we can, collectively check this out. I'm sure there's a lot smarter people with me. Like if you're an electrician, if you know about electricity and shit, you should be on this, man. Like crazy.
Well, no, I mean just think about like air is itself a circuit, right? Like a wire. You can use it as a conductive medium, right? Fire flames conductive, that runs about like 10,000 volts. But there are paramagnetic gases like oxygen or nitric oxide, and both of those should be able to conduct electric or be used in different kinds of functions.
It's funny you mentioned the air because Tesla checked out Maxwell's calculations about electricity, and he said he's completely wrong. And one of the reasons is because he didn't put the air into his calculations. But it's funny you say that. And Tesla thought Maxwell's calculations were a joke concerning electricity, by the way. He called it a joke. Yeah.
Well, Maxwell's stuff was involved in a system, and And he came up with things like reflection and stuff like that, right? Like measuring transient voltages across a system as it moves the charges through.
I found that
Like if you have
funny because Maxwell is considered. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Sorry, bro. Go. Continue, please.
No, it's all good, man. Just if I just drop, just keep talking. It's fine. I'll get my points in eventually.
I was just gonna say that funny. He disagreed with Maxwell because Maxwell was a freaking genius. No, he put all the calculation. He combined all the works of everybody into equations.
Yeah.
And then Tesla comes out and says, "This guy's full of crap."
Yeah,
It's not like
I just
that.
think they're kind of using different. They're sort of in different ends of the technology, and I don't. Yeah, like none of what Tesla's doing, maybe in that respect, could be done like how Maxwell's doing his stuff. But Maxwell's doing a lot of his stuff like it's all. There's unlimited amounts of error, whereas like Tesla's almost like utilizing that. You know what I mean? And then all the air stuff probably that goes to where when they're getting into the radio transmitter part of it, they're probably addressing some of the things that Tesla was on after, but I think what Maxwell's original research is limited to like a certain type of system design that might itself not very much interact with the air, but Tesla being like radiant energy and all that stuff. And then there's like other examples of like useful radiant energy. I don't know. Nobody talks about the Bedini generator, the Bedini wheel generator, or the Bedini's SSG radiant charging circuit. That's also like something else you can find called the Daft Man coil. Basically, it's a revision of that done for the average person to make. But it basically just uses like transistors to carry a load, and it's not like free energy or anything like that. But it's definitely working your power to like a higher efficiency rate than other type of battery chargers. Yeah. But it's working on a flux from capturing the release of the magnetic flux upon like a coil, a core, basically some kind of ferrite core that is going to have your windings around eventually, right? So like it's coiled. So like every time the wheel passes over with the magnet, it like grabs a hold of nails. But as the wheel keeps moving, it's gonna be ripped away from it, and that rip force is like a static spark. You know what I mean? Almost like it just rips away from it. And so, because of the design of the SSG circuit, like it can grab that voltage, steal it really quick, and then just add it back into the system. And since it's a kinetic wheel already, it's got that working for it. And if you want to scale it, you could just like add other transistors, or just basically charging off that same wheel. It's just a really interesting model. But yeah, so Bedini has something to do with Tesla's work, I believe.
It sounds similar, bro. Because you want to freak out. You know how they first witnessed this thing when they would turn off power stations, right? When they would turn it off, this spark would like discharge would happen, and it's strong enough to kill you. So this is basically
it's like it's a spike. It's a back spike, they call it. It's either back EMF or back spike or something like that. But it's like a it's like a negative polarity, but it's like it's very, very high in the voltage, but just momentary. So, but that's also has claimed that the frequency of that wave and it's spiking as it like goes to a battery system to charge it is also desulfonating the battery plates more efficiently than just like an AC to DC, your traditional battery trickle chargers or something like that. It's really like zapping, like I don't know. I guess as the force of nature would have it, because like you're just really using simple things like ceramic bar magnets. You don't even need fancy neodymium shit. You could just use regular ceramic magnets, ceramic ferrite magnets, and copper wire nails or something, or welding rods. I think is what they used to make it. Cool shit.
Well, it's
They want
obvious
to
that
make
you know your stuff, but this is the
on that.
this is
Yeah,
the energy
maybe
that he harnessed.
little.
What you're talking about now, this breakup, this turbulence, this whatever you want to call it, right? This discharge. This is what the energy that he experimented on.
Yeah.
What people were trying to eliminate that caused death, that's the freaking energy that he's talking about. That's the beginning of it. So when you're telling me these gaps and that, it sounds very familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I've been looking at another thing, basically like a contactless gearing using magnets, and being able to create like a gear ratio, basically. So there's like an outer ring, an inner ferrite. So it's basically just like magnetic metal. So like steel. That's like that would be attracted by a magnet, and then the inner ring, which is more magnets. But there's more magnets on the outside, less on the inside, and then those basically you just like create a circle of these like little bars, or think of them like a bolt. You could just use a bolt. You space around like maybe 16 in of these bolts, and then so as you turn the bolt ring, it creates rotation in both of the rings. I think they move at opposite spin to each other. So like, but they'll apply that force because there's like a harmonic down convergence, I guess, that goes on, like where it's like different orders of magnetic harmonics are going on. So basically, like 4 magnet forces will get squeezed down, attracted through the bolt, and then through to the inner circle. So you can get like imagine basically you're taking like 32 magnets on the outside and squeezing that force applied down to like a center of like maybe 12 or something. So you can get these work ratios out just based on the basically flux, just wrangling that flux down. That's some pretty crazy shit.
Complicated. Wow.
It's not that complicated. It's just like magnets moving in counter rings, and then in the middle of it, just something that would be attracted by the magnets. You keep this rotation going on. It's like a gear ratio, and you can see it with those magnetic field viewers as well, like just those little cards, And so what it looks is like it's like some type of compressed like disturbance in the card. You know what I mean? You can see it's like squeezing down, going through the bolt, and then going down to the other magnets. And I don't know. It's just super interesting to develop that. I mean, it's contactless. Like nothing wears out. It's frictionless. So super cool.
Enlighten us, Jace. Come on. Spread your wisdom upon us.
No, forget about Jace. I want to say that there's so much information that I've come across. With all due respect, Jace, I'm just joking. There's so much information that I've come across ever since like 2015 for each end to like here and now. I just wish that I could have retained like all the not free technology, but stuff like that. And now I'm getting to the point where I realize that technology is so retarded on purpose held back, right? Slowed down, I guess to prevent us from killing each other. Because imagine if the Crips and the Bloods had earthquake machines, you know? Like, I think that's their thinking and holding us back. But also, I think that, once you gain all power and money and everything, like, the only thing that you can do is hold other people down. Like, you can't get any higher. Like Elon Musk, you can't get any more richer or any more powerful. After a certain point, what's the point? But what they can do is like hold us back.
Yeah, no, that's true, and I agree on that one because again, like you look at the way these elites, you look at Rockefeller, you look at them. There are a large group within a religious sect that truly believe they're God's chosen, and and that's all in different cults and different things or whatever satanic god they are praying, and they really believe that only through them and whatever dark nefarious spirits they're talking to, allows them to rule and destroy the many lives that are unruled. Some do it at some sort of god complex. Some do it at debauchery. But in a lot of books and literature, in a lot of movies you see out there with the dystopia, Hunger Games and stuff, it's always these elites that are living in a life of lavishy and servitude, and that's their dream. But they can't get it with this current, generational people.
I don't think there's any chosen people. But if you look back in history, ethnocentricity has been a thing for a very long time. I guess, if I were to say who are God's chosen people, I guess it would be the race of men, right? The whole race.
Or what about the lottery
winners? Who are the lottery winners?
Powerball or Mega Millions.
Literal lottery. I don't know. I guess they chose the numbers, so the numbers are chosen.
So, like,
but yeah, I don't think there's any special group of people. That's weird.
No, there have been, look, the more you research into the occult and the more you look at the common denominator of where these rich people hang up, Freemasons, Skull and Bones, the Templars, the Red Shields. The more you look into these organizations and these clubs, the Red Shoes, where Bill Maher is in one of them, or the Right Eye or the Sea organization, they all have an occult god complex. And most of them are diverse, and some aren't of a certain racial sect or a certain blood sect or blue blood sect. But these individuals, once you hit a certain market cap of money, you could pretty much do anything. Like I said, I can get 10 people. If I had trillions of dollars in my bank account, I can get 10 people and drop about $10 or $20 million in their accounts today. And that would change their life. They will swear undying loyalty to me. I can probably get them to do whatever the fuck I want. I can change their moral compass. And that's exactly what they're doing to all these other people in these management positions. So, and that's how they're fucking up society. They're more of a parasite and a blight to humankind than an actual boon. So once we get rid of them, or we push them away to the point that they have to go back into the shadows, we can progress into like far more advanced societies.
Well, that's why Rothschild said, give me control of the nation's money, and I care not who makes its laws. Right? So if you did control people, let's say you bought a whole bunch of rappers, right? And you got them to start pushing this like thug life mentality into the inner cities so that you could get more slaves to fill the privately owned prisons. But if that, thug mentality rapper, if he ever like started doing woke rap, I just mean conscious rap is what I meant to say. If he starts doing that, then you're going to pull the plug, and you can turn a billionaire into a broke dude real fast.
Yeah,
just like they did with the Canadian truckers.
Yep, and the issue is, and again, this is where I say, do not like overestimate the enemy. Don't overestimate these guys. These guys, when they were at their prime, when they were venture capitalists, yeah, they were smart. They were really cunning. But we're talking about their fourth generation children that have been spoiled from Ivy League college, that they're getting caught in the most dumbest thing. Look at, like I've said, Hunter Biden. Look at all the other situations. They can't even get off the drug to do proper job and concealment, instead of sending it to one of their dad's like laptop places to get it checked out and fixed, he just went to a local laptop place, even with all the the CP stuff and all that stuff. So like I said, the ones that are currently on the mantle are the dumb ones, and this is like our chance. This is the awakening.
All right, Deathbringer. I know you probably don't agree with me with the ethnocentric thing, but what about this theory? What if Hunter was actually a decent guy and he did that on purpose so that his dad wouldn't be president and ruin the country? Is that a possibility?
No, well, if you want to put it in the option of possibility, and I'm not a guy to dismiss any hypothetical possibility. No, that is a possibility. The only issue is like you look at the nature in which the activities he's done. So if there wasn't CP, if he was just some like how I say like some Breaking Bad, kind of a dipshit kind of son, does drugs, fucks, legal age girls, and kind of like a rock star lifestyle. Yeah, I would say he's just kind of sick of it, like a lot of these kids are. But my major issue with the situation now is that he's done a lot of CP stuff and some very fucking evil shit. I can't excuse any good that will come out of it since he's still doing that.
They hacked his one of his accounts, and his dad is listed in his phone as T-word Pete. I don't really want to say it because I don't know for
Yeah, like we just got to be wary of like that's why I say CP and not the literal terminology. I think you get what I'm saying, right? Like the kids.
Yeah, maybe that's. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So right now, as it is, like I've said, like his shit has been caught, bro. Like it's not like if it was something else, like if it was just like him being a drunk meth head, like rock star, then yeah, more power to him. Like fuck your dad, especially if your dad is like that. But he's not doing that. He's doing other shit just like his dad. He's just the same copy of his dad, if not a clone. And these evil people that can't be are the ones that are currently fucking the world. So and again, like with the whole ethno nationalism, like what do you mean by that? I'm more curious as to what you mean by that.
Well, I guess we would probably call it race realism. In the Old Testament days, everybody was extremely ethno-nationalist, ethnocentric. So the Israelites, they didn't fuck around with Greeks like that. They didn't want to eat in the same room with them, right? So in several parts of the Bible, you can see the ethnocentricity even in the words of Christ. The Greek woman said, "Doesn't even the dogs get scraps from the table sometimes?" Because at first he was like, "What are you doing? What are you talking to me for? Aren't you Greek? Like, get out of here." Basically, is what he was saying. And then other times when they were talking to Jesus, they said, "Ah, he's an Israelite indeed," right? Meaning that he's like one of the boys, right? Not one of the goys. So I think it's really interesting that that's just how things were back then. And I recognize it as, historically valid. I don't necessarily agree with it because I don't care who my neighbor is, right? Because as long as he's not breaking into my shed or in my house, I don't give a fuck, right? I don't care who my neighbor is. But I am a little more ethnocentric in the old world. Like if, let's say, for example, people were moving in Japan and Japanese people weren't, having a lot of children because of the economy, et cetera, et cetera. But people from other countries, they got all kinds of tricks and they just come in and outbreed them. Like, I'm not for that. I'm a little more ethnocentric when it comes to places like Japan, where they don't have a lot of land, or Ireland, or the UK, right? I mean, God forbid the Japanese culture be erased from the map because of genocide through outbreeding. That would be a sad thing, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And the thing is, like someone who's studying history at the moment, it's like when you have to understand wars are played out not through the battlefield, but multiple different ways. There are cases where they'll try to collapse a neighboring nation's economics, or they'll try to do take all a certain surplus, burning crops to cause famine, or mass migration or religious takeover. They'll just slowly try to convert people first to priests and then others. And again, these are all these factors that we've known in history that other kingdoms in like the Bronze Age was using. But in a modern world, we're like, oh yeah, that's not a war tactic. And I'm like, that is a war tactic. We're currently being subverted from the inside out. Like the concept that tribalism or ethno-tribalism isn't a thing. It's been tested. Psychology's been testing it and studying it. Children in these diversity schools will only sit with the kids within their own race and their own appearance. And it's been tested so many times. And the factor is that the West is this melting pot, and they just keep flooding people in, and like people are like ignoring who's the one that's flooding this in, who's the one paying for this shit. Because once you catch them on, fucking arrest them, put them in Guantanamo Bay, torture them, let a pit bull maul the motherfucker. Because not only are they creating a slave system in America, but they're also destroying the economy and everything else. So that's my thought.
So
Everyone has
I
right to
am.
live.
I'm also for immigration reform. I don't have any problems with immigration, just the way it's being run. I think that it should be a big ass fucking wall with like sick ass Marines guarding it and looking for tunnels and shit. Like bloodthirsty fucking Marines, like anybody trying to cross. But I think there should be a big ass gate for verification to vet people to see if they're wanted in other countries. But yeah, immigration is fucked. I agree with that. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Yeah, like every country, every culture, and every country has a right to survive. Like and that's the thing. I've always argued in ethno nationalism, and I'm like, oh, you must be racist, bro. I'm currently studying what's going on in Jamaica, being invaded by the Chinese, and that the Chinese lied to the Jamaican government. They corrupted them, and they only hire Chinese people. So the Jamaicans that are losing land from eminent domain promise this big giant city for Jamaica, and are completely homeless. They're not able to eat. Crime goes going up, and eventually, if this thing keeps up unchecked, China will wipe out the Jamaican culture. And I've always asked these questions from these diversity leftists. If I was to put an entire human population of Chinese in Jamaica, are they still Jamaican? Do they have the spirit, the dance, the music, and the blood history tied to that land? And all of them give me like, oh, no. So why the fuck would you allow mass migration diversity in other nations? And they always give me the weird answers. I'm like, no, I'm not about that shit.
Hawaii's a really good example right now. What's going on in Hawaii is that the Hawaiian people can't really afford land because outsiders have come and bought up all the land. And because it's an island, this is a compounding problem. Just like Japan, just like Ireland, right? It's also in South America too. There's huge problems. But to me, like when people are extremely racist, I think they're really low IQ. That's just my opinion. But as far as preserving the culture, the ethnic identity, like in places like Hawaii or Japan, South Africa, I'm all for that. I really don't understand why people can't see that. But over here in America, and I'm excluding Hawaii because, it's not the mainland. Over here in America, everybody in the world could live in Texas, and it would be no more population density than Dubai or New York City. So I don't have a problem with people coming into this place. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, put all the Mexicans in West Texas you want. They're going to love the heat and hate the cold, so they're going to be in a good spot. Like, bring them on. But what I don't want is all the criminals.
They're already here.
Yeah, they're already here. But see, here's the thing about Texas. It was the white Texans and brown Texans who fought for independence. If it wasn't for the Mexicans siding with the white Texans, we wouldn't have pulled it off. It had to be everybody pulling together. So as far as I'm concerned, Texas is just as much Mexicans as it is Texas. It just doesn't belong to Mexico.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it shouldn't belong to the United States either.
So here's the issue, though, right? It's not about. It's like this: when you have a national sovereignty, right? And this is where a lot of people don't understand about migration of workers. Those that are willing to cross borders, make the long distance of travel, those are very strong-willed and determined, stubborn people, right? Those individuals could have helped build up Mexico 20 folds, 2 generations within about 30 years. Could have easily built Mexico into a first world power economic powerhouse. But when we open our doors to take in about maybe 2 or 3% of those young generational workers, into our place, and then they become economic slaves. They get butchered, they get fucked up by machines, they get all these other nonsensical legal shit. Well, you can't really sue because you're not technically supposed to be here, so go fuck off and die in a corner. And they're living in chicken coops. That's fucked up. If we were to get these Mexicans to come through the legal process, like like you said, you're good for referendums, but the major issue is these nations, these that are flooding in, they would have been world powers already. They would have had a stable economy, but they were taking all their people in, and even though, and again, America's America. America's a predominantly mainly white ethno nationalist nation, and as much as a lot of people like to throw out like, no, we had all these diversities, when you look at the percentile from historical records, it didn't compete enough to be an equal or like some sort of third caliber power. So, and then now we're getting all this diversity and all this migration. There's only going to be one dominant culture, and the reason why a lot of these people are racist, the extreme ones, is because they're sick of it. They see all this shit because they're living in this shit, and eventually all you could do is be angry. So yeah, the racist is kind of dumb and shit, but that's a reactionary. I can't find a job. I can't do this. I can't do that. I go to McDonald's or a
I
food place.
disagree with you, bro. Let me disagree with you. There's like 11 million jobs right now in America, and people are too fucking lazy. So it's kind of one of those things to where the old racists used to be like, well, who's going to pick the cotton, right? And then the new racists are like, who's going to clean your toilet? Those are the leftists, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
That's not the real way to look at it. Like, everybody should get to work if you have an able-bodied to work.
Yeah, so the issue is like this. First of all, it's not about. It's like when you look at the blue collar jobs, right? And during the fucking 90s, about maybe the 80s, if you want to get into that, you had painters. People used to make a real fucking living painting, being independent contractors. Then you had these contracting companies and even smaller chapters that would only hire migrants, and they would have them bussing it. Mind you, they had labor laws. Painters will have to do this, prepare here, clean this. So work usually was the standard long for about just to paint an entire interior house or outside a house or a building, about a week or two, right? And that was reasonable. But then all of a sudden you have Mexicans or whatever type of Hispanics and blacks they can get their hands on, almost 24 hours in, nonstop. Oh, someone fell. I'll replace him. I'll go get another guy from Home Depot, which is fucked up. And so now you have painters no longer a prime job anymore. And it continues to go on. You got carpenters, constructions, day laborers. And the reason why we have a generation of now no one wants to do it is because when people were bringing this shit up during the 90s and early 2000s, you know what they said? Go to college. Go get a job. There's no room for blue collar. And now we're in it where everyone is dying off, where they're like, okay, well, we actually need infrastructure. We need these blue collar workers. There, no one wants to do it. Most people, it's even gotten as far as to the dating market where women will not date plumbers, electricians, welders, you name it. Even the welders are making far more six-figure money right now. They will not date because the mindset's already been warped and changed.
When you say women won't date electricians, I don't really know what you're talking about, because
it's an entire culture thing.
Women want high quality, high value men who have their own business. I don't really understand that argument at all. I have to disagree with you once again, because I know women, they love strong men. And if you're a plumber or an electrician, like, you're an able-bodied dude capable of providing provisions, protection, and all sorts of other things. Housing.
So what you see versus, and there's huge census now. There's like so many companies now that used to do dating. Like, there's a lot of dating coaches that are now quitting completely. A lot of female dating coaches are now like a very extremely rare job. Back in the last 20 years, they got red pilled by the female culture, right? Because female culture, people will go out there and they'll do census, not the YouTube shit. They would literally do census. They'll go out there, they'll talk about 1,000 women within a week. Some will do about 100 women a day. And most of the majority of these women, right? And the same thing with a lot of majority of men, they're completely missing the point about how much is the average man makes. What's the average height? So when you look at the data analysis of what the majority of women consider blue collar work, because there was, and this is a funny one. This was done with a documentary with a black woman who literally got 10 black women, and they asked, well, I got these beautiful, good-looking black guys that you can easily go ahead and marry. They're strong, they're athletic, they're 6 feet tall, they're all good standing, no criminal records. And all the women started looking at the 8 of the guys out of the 10 and says, "Oh, what is he? A plumber." They don't see plumber with 6 figures. They see plumber bottom in the barrel poverty. They don't. That's how they see it, and they see construction labor painter guy. He thought, oh, is he like an artist? No, he paints interior warehouses. He makes a huge killing. He even has a business, and they wouldn't date him. And a lot of the girls that comment after didn't went against the women. They go like, yeah, man, I'm only want to date these type of high earner men, like businesses, white collar.
I
So
got a question. Are you of European descent?
yeah,
You're a white dude. Caucasoid.
yeah.
You said axe. I've never heard a white dude say axe before.
Oh, because I'm from New York, bro.
You're from where?
New York.
Okay, okay. Culture matters. That makes sense. Okay, that checks out.
Yeah. So I went to a predominantly black school and predominantly black and Hispanic. Yeah. So ask. But yeah,
sorry about that. Yeah, that's just not
No, it's
normal
okay.
from where I'm from. Go ahead and please continue.
Oh no worries, man. Like I've said, like it's the accent, but I went to the Midwest and I had to hear a lot of people say y'all. I'm like, what the hell is that? So no, but yeah, like I've said, I study all different cultures and dynamics. Like I don't just stick on white culture and white this. I study the entire thing, and I look when someone tells me, "Oh yeah, a lot of guys are going after Latin girls," and I was like, "All right, I mean, check out what's going on with that." And then you find out reasons why they're going after Latin girls is the whole femininity, stay at home, has beer waiting for you when you get home and stuff like that. You're the first one to be served in the table. So that right there, you can understand why a lot of men are looking at like Latin and Asians versus all the other races. So I do a lot of studies, and then I'll make charts and graphs and stuff, and then I'll put it out there in the net because this is all the data that's been collected. And a lot of people do a lot of polling data. They'll do census and stuff like that. They'll do test groups, and all that information is there. That's why when some people give me like, no, I don't ever see that or I don't understand that. I was like, everything has a reaction. You throw a rock in the water, there's ripples is going to affect everything. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
So the number one problem that ethnocentrists that are pro-European would have right now would be the Arab Spring, these illegal wars, fighting the enemies of our allies, and a lot of study would lead you to believe that we're fighting the enemies of our enemy, but for some reason our government thinks that our enemy is our ally. And I've kind of been anti-war since like 1991 when I found out what war was, and I was like, you mean people do this? Like people sign up to go kill people for oil? And I was like, this is ridiculous. So I've been against war this whole time. So really, I think every single like so-called conservative should be like backing what I'm saying, that we shouldn't have wars unless we get attacked, and everything that we're doing outside of that is purely illegal. It's legalized murder is what it is, state-sponsored genocide. And I think that every time we go to war, our politicians have completely failed us because their only fucking job is to politic. That's their only fucking job, is to keep us out of war and keep us from spending like stupid amounts of money. But every time we get a chance, guess what? We're going to war. And then all the conservatives are like, yeah, let's go kill them. Let's spend all the money.
Yeah, a lot of conservative now are very there's a lot of reactions that are going now with the whole cut conservative or neoconservative, like the Charlie Kirk conservative. When Charlie Kirk was started bringing a lot of these gays and trans and neocon for Israel and shit like that, I was very happy that a lot of conservatives kind of started moving away from Charlie Kirk, and he started losing a lot of his influence. Because why are we fighting for oil? After the Iraq, they thought that a lot of the Bush administration thought that people are just dumb enough, they'll sign up for another war, all that stuff. And, it dropped. People used to, I even myself made fun of the recruiters. Why? We're going to die for fucking, oil and fucking kill brown people, man? Fuck that shit. Now, mind you, I'm supposed to be this, white nationalist or ethno whatever, and I'm supposed to be like, yeah, kill the brown people, I'll be more supremacist and stuff. But I don't want to kill anyone. I think I am in a complete belief that everyone has the right to their own homeland, their right to their own God and their own blood into the land, and they should live there in peace. Unless Iraq invaded us by ships, like we're the most heavily armed civilian, like you will be fighting bloody inches to get in here. And I don't see any reason for us to go to war. I don't want to go to war with Russia, and I don't give two shits about Ukraine. I know it's the CIA that calls that shit, and the CIA should be put up in war crimes. But I'm sick of the corrupt government, and I'm sick of the corrupt politicians that are telling me to be patriotic, but also sending our kids to die, and also me if I ever get recruited.
So geopolitics is actually one of my favorite things to study because I can, easily see like this is bullshit, that's bullshit, this is bullshit. And it's like everything that we're doing is not in our interest whatsoever. Like helping England and the UK in World War II. The Brits didn't pay us back until like 2020. And the same thing's going on right now with the UK. So it seems like, oh yeah, sorry, not the UK, the Ukraine. So it seems like, oh yeah, we're loaning them all this money at high interest, and they're going to have to pay us back. But we're giving them like I don't know how many billions of dollars for what? Like we're sending them hay bales of dollar bills to the most corrupt country in in Europe, and it's like, what are we doing that for? Can anybody like point it out to me? Like, how is this helping us in any kind of way? And the only thing that it's doing is just going against the people and driving the wedge further against the American dollar. But it appears that it's time for the dollar bill to go bye-bye. Because that's what it seems like they've been doing. They've been kicking the can down the road and having all these expensive ass fucking pointless wars and robbing the American people blind with a hidden tax called inflation. And I think it's disgusting what we're doing because Mexicans don't bring alcohol in Texas, right? Because there's no prohibition on alcohol. What do Mexicans bring? Well, 60% of the cartel's money comes from marijuana. So if we could take away 60% of the cartel's power overnight just by decriminalizing marijuana, why aren't we doing that?
That's a good question. But for some odd reason, it's because no one's given enough information. That's why I'm happy that conspiracy nuts got venerated, and now everyone's listening. That all this shit, all the drugs, all the slaves, and all this stuff is coming from the CIA, and we need to get rid of them. That's why when people say they're FBI, you see normies calling FBI glowies. They're a bunch of fucking clowns. I have no respect for ATF, feds, or any of the three-letter agency. They can go eat a dick. And I'm happy that people are seeing that it's these motherfuckers that are doing all this travesty. But yeah, man, most people figuring it out already.
Yeah, I usually don't get to talk about geopolitics, but it's definitely one of the things that I'm interested in. Whitney Webb, The Last American Vagabond, these type of journalists have people, boots on the ground in these other countries, and they're exposing what's going on. And anybody who doesn't know about Whitney Webb or The Last American Vagabond or the like gonzo-style journalists, you really need to do your research and find out who they are and what they're saying and look at the evidence that they're providing because they're putting their life on the line literally to go against the alphabet agencies. And like you, I have no respect for the ATF. Once they said that a trigger is an assault rifle or a machine gun, I think is what they named it. They said a trigger is a machine gun. Who the fuck gave them authority where they could just redefine words and arrest people based on, their decrees? That's retarded because in my opinion, if we had a true capitalist society, and we were actually free, ATF would be the name of every convenience store. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Don't mix the three. Right?
Yep. That's what they want anyway. They really do want that. They're salivating on the concepts and idea of like full, big brother control. They're the ones in control. You're the ones that are that now have to come to terms with them. And they want to do that. That's why they salivate when idea of like, like look what's going on in Virginia's red laws. It's extremely unconstitutional. And the fact is, the Constitution is supposed to be the highest law in the land. We're a constitutional republic. We're not a democratic nation. And you see them avert that multiple times. Like, listen, I have the right to not be infringed to bear arms. That means all these little fucking restrictions, these background checks. And you think, oh, a constitutional lawyer will fight that. No, he ends up like, no, it's more safety. Like, there's a little bit more regulation. Well, the Constitution states, even Jefferson says, and they were like, oh, the founding fathers never knew about advanced weaponry. Nope, Jefferson even wrote in his memoir about it that even weapons that would fire multiple rounds and can shoot across a massive distance. So he already knew that these things were going to come. So I just find it fucking nuts that we've given so much ground to these idiots.
Well, I do want you to be encouraged and don't be totally black-pilled, because Illinois has just passed some whack fucking laws about no bail bonds. So people that kidnap people can get out without bail. And then once they leave their ankle bracelet, the cops can't start tracking them down until like 2 days have passed by. And in 2 days, they could get halfway to Canada. I'm sorry, halfway to, or almost all the way to Alaska. So it's really interesting what's going on, because at the same time, all these different sheriffs, right, constitutionally appointed sheriffs, they're making what is it called? Not a sanctuary city, gun sanctuary county, I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
Sanctuary counties, Second Amendment sanctuary counties. Yeah, that's it.
I think it was 100 sheriffs, right?
Right. So yeah, it's really interesting that this is going on. The problem is that the sheriff has the right to arrest the feds, but if the sheriff is getting all this money and all these, rebuilt or refurbished war machines, they're taking the bribes and they're bending over to the feds, when really all the authority lies in the constitutionally appointed sheriff.
Yeah, those cops, like I said, the Civil War is not going to start from like some rogue American militia going after and doing federal bombings. It's going to start off with the state versus the federal government's reaching arms. And we're already seeing it with Texas. We're definitely going to see Virginia being the ground for that area, depending on how far they want to push the metal to it. Because Virginia, you had about 100 county sheriffs, which are elected by the people. The governor said that he was going to do something to impose on them, which he can't. The deputy governor said they will get state cops to do it. But even the sheriff says, I'm ready to deputize 200 citizens into a militia, and we will arrest and apprehend any state ATF feds that cross the line to knocking on people's doors with illegal warrants. They will not be able to do that. And if they do, we'll do that. And then you had both sides going back and forth. So, and if they even go as far as doing the National Guard, you'll have a National Guard versus the people. And that's when you really get like that hunker down situation. But only time will tell to see how far they're willing to push this.
Sorry about that. I'm at work and I was talking to somebody, a fellow Texan. We were talking about the new gun laws where everybody can carry, and he said that he couldn't get his pistol concealed. And I told him about Urban Carry, which is a company that makes some really nice concealed holsters that sit on your thigh, so nobody can see it. Well, I mean, unless they're trained to look for it. And technically, you can see it printing, but I have a full-size pistol, Glock 17. So, I mean, I guess you can see it if you're looking for it. If I got a long shirt, you can't fucking see it.
Yeah. So everyone's just kind of getting ready and seeing the situation.
Yeah, I think everybody should, defend themselves. But we also talked about the go-to thing should be gel spray, pepper spray. Because the gel spray, it doesn't get on you or anyone else. It just gets on your target. And if you can't see and you can't breathe, you can't find it. Ask me how I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, most altercations I've seen, like the hardest, like prison hardened dudes, like ready to freaking fight, and they get pepper sprayed and they're like, "Oh, time out, my eyes."
It's not a fun experience.
No, it's not. My brother pepper sprayed me once. Not even directly. Just I got some of the mist and the wind.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm all for pepper spray.
Yeah, pepper spray should be good, but like I'd say this with the constant move of like the Antifa and shit like that, and we haven't really like fully addressed the Antifa situation where now you have that. I think it was the Georgia governor that's now put a shoot on sight when contending with them. Like if you see them with the banners, you see them with this stuff, give them a warning. But if anything goes beyond that, shoot them on sight. I was like, that's a perfect approach to dealing with terrorists. Because it's incredibly insane how you could just kill people randomly or burn people's businesses and then go back to your rich San Francisco city.
I'm definitely against Antifa. Antifa is fascist. The Democrat leadership, they are extremely fascist. And I love how Jimmy Dore, even though he's like a leftist, like he points out the fascism on the left. So I watch Jimmy Dore a lot because I'm not Democrat or Republican. Never will be. I'm only classifying myself as a man or a libertarian. That's it. That's how I identify. Right? So, everybody wants to talk about how do you identify. Like, I identify as, jabbed. So, fuck you with all your bullshit. And, I identify as a liberty loving son of a bitch. So, I'm against fascism, but I think that sometimes the alt right goes too far too.
Like, what do you
There's
mean?
too far on both sides.
No,
So that guy that ran over the crowd, there's two of them. The most recent one was like an insane psychopath son of a bitch. But the one that happened a few years back with the Dodge Challenger, I can't remember his name. Something Fields, plural. He was a alt-right guy, allegedly, who ran over a bunch of people. Like, I obviously don't condone any of that stupid bullshit.
No, I agree with you. The thing is this though, and this is where I've always told people about how dangerous the situation is, and this is why I don't like Jordan Peterson, because he's doing some really fishy shit. But I'll tell you this: the reason why a lot of these extreme rights are a lot more lethal and a lot more dangerous than that of the left, because the left are easily misled, are easily one of the weakest of the groups. Malnourished, fat, obese, soyed, all these other their moral compass and their attitudes are completely weak. They use numbers and all that stuff. And these individuals do not understand that the people on the right are generally young fighting age men trained with other, far more extreme and aggressive individuals And mind you, these outcasted societies, these really bad people, we would have shunned them morally in a normal society, a society that had a structure of nationalism and good understanding. But because these young people are being outcasted from their own homeland as foreigners, guess who has open arms to embrace them? It's the extreme. And in the extreme, and I've been into all these types of circles, learning and reading and hearing what they had to say. And I also been to the left circles too, to see, archive everything. And the extreme says this: you see those guys on the left, they want you dead because the way your skin color. And they'll show a 2-hour video representation of every other group of diversity from the left, saying death to whites, kill this. And mind you, some people will think, oh, they only take all whites. No, they take every color. This is not like some ethno-nationalist group that will shun away a black guy. No, they'll even tell you, black man, who made you a slave? Who grabbed you from Africa? They say it's us, but look up William Lynch. What nationality was he? And they'll go on, bro. And the fact is, the more the left push these people out of society for toxic masculinity or whatever nonsense.
What do you mean the
label-
left?
Yeah, the left. Yeah. What do you mean
There's
by-
no leftist organization in the United States and with any real power.
Yeah, there is.
Liberals aren't leftists, dude.
The neoliberal.
I agree with that.
Neoliberals
I agree.
aren't leftists, man. They're
Yeah,
still
they are.
I agree
they're
with
center
that.
right typically, but you can
Hold-
call Republicans
hold
neoliberal.
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah.
Prager diagram, right? Prager. So Prager says that a liberal is like Gandhi, basically, and
No.
a leftist. Hold on, bro, relax. And a leftist is an authoritarian, right?
That's not
They're
true.
on the left. Okay, you tell me what you're talking about.
Well, no, leftists can be anything from like a left authoritarian to a left libertarian. Like you can have like anarcho-communists, or you could have mutualists, or you could have.
That's what I just said, bro.
No, you said that they are authoritarian.
Leftists are authoritarian, bro.
No, like you could have anarcho-communists. You could have a mutualist. You could have
That's what I'm classifying as a liberal.
No, liberals do not believe in any of that. Liberals are anyone from fucking Kennedy to Bush, right? Center right to far right. They could be either.
But have you not noticed
Liberalism
that
is
the paradigm
specifically
changed,
about
hasn't it?
economics.
Did a paradigm not change where even liberals are now look like conservatives? Did you not hear an entire segment of Bill Maher saying that now he's pretty much a conservative based on the way the
He always
paradigm
was. He's a liberal.
That's not the issue. He even
He
stated
was
himself
never a conservative.
Yeah,
Well,
he's always seen himself
If
as
you
a
look at
left
it from
Democrat.
like an outside of America point of view, both the Democratic and the Republican Party are at the very most center right parties. Like you could call maybe some of the progressives in the Democratic Party center left, maybe like Bernie Sanders, but he's not even a Democrat. And you could see how the Democratic establishment treated people like Sanders, right? They didn't like him. They wanted Hillary.
Yeah, because it was a whole thing. But like I've said before, when it comes to the entire political scene, everything has been radicalized and shifted. So even people now that, like I said, even the extreme right that would have existed in small pockets are now growing in phantom level strength. And now everyone's like, oh my God, maybe even the lefties, like Destiny was talking to another viewer.
Destiny is not a leftist.
He used to be a leftist. He's even stated now
He was always a liberal.
Yeah, no, he was left-leaning liberal. Very left-leaning. Because again, liberal with trans and gays and stuff like that, that was a more left-leaning lens. He even said himself. So like there was an entire segment of that. Now Vosh is a bit more left than him, and Asanabi is more left than him.
Well, yeah, Asanabi is definitely a leftist. Fosh, you could maybe make some arguments that he.
Yeah, so like I said, even his own people, he's even trying to like re-educate them, right? Which is too late. He's even says, you know that argument that you've made. I think he was playing Minecraft when he was doing this, where you were saying about using political violence to attack right dissenters for political arguments, and they go like, yeah. Well, now the right has assembled such a mass amount of weapons and ammo, they want to purge you. And now the liberal left, the one that he was talking to, were like, oh, maybe we should be only the one that have the right to political violence. So it's like,
well, here's the thing. I really don't think the political right has that many like support. Like Americans are fat and happy centrists. Like they'll just vote on feels. I don't really think they're enough like ideologues on the left or right. It's just like centrists who have like a few like interests. I don't really think there's like
No, I'm sorry,
that
you're
much
wrong.
political.
You're wrong. It's ever since ever since the 2016 election, and ever since now the jab, they even stated off multiple markets from the animal manufacturer. They are now on triple back order and now going to the fourth.
No, I
People are
just don't
arming
see the
up.
political radicalization, man. Was it more than the 60s or the 70s? No.
No, like I said, there are. If you look at the time stream of political, when political upheaval happens, especially like when you look at the Korean roof campers and the riots that were going on all over the place. And again, history repeats itself. You just got to look at it. The weapons and ammo manufacturer, everyone is arming up for what is to be, a civil war. And I'm not talking out of some fringe Tim Pool. I'm right, because I said it 1,000 times. You're looking at the paradigm of what's going on. Like American citizens feel like foreigners in their own homeland. Whites are being attacked openly, racism, and that's okay. And that's where everyone is seeing that.
I just think you need to get out of your echo chamber, man. Most Americans are too fat and happy to do anything.
Yeah, and I would say the same to you because it's going to be a agree to disagree.
Can I
Because,
interrupt?
it's
Yeah,
going to be
you guys are just going to agree to disagree. So
and the only way to
I have
solve
to,
this would be the war. That's that. I even starting to agree that too because you can't have two of these opposite paradigms. That one is open to burning cities, killing diversity people because they didn't fit their narrative, and then to get away with it, it's just not going to work.
I don't know.
all
Like,
right, let
look
me
at
interrupt. You guys
like
just
I
talk.
just
Go
don't think
ahead.
there's like the political radicalization that you saw like in the late 60s or 70s, maybe even in the 90s. I just think it was part of the 24/7 news cycle. Like it might happen again during another election, but I don't think there's like that much. Like look at the 70s, right? Civil rights was still kind of like doing its like baby steps. There was a very unpopular war, far more unpopular than the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. There was a conscription, very unpopular presidents. I don't know. Like maybe if like the trend continues, I would agree with you, but I just don't see it.
The trend keeps getting more drastic. See, the issue is if this was like a slow rise to it, then yeah, maybe you would be right. But the trend keeps they're pushing the envelope. Like for instance, there was a case in a situation where and again, a lot of fathers were talking about this 5 years ago, is about the trans individuals and female locker rooms and female bathrooms. And then you had a school that had a rape case, full rape case, where a young trans person, a male pretending to be a woman, rapes this girl, incinerates her. Then the father is getting held back by the FBI because he wants to put the school board responsible, not having his child arrested. And then within the week, he rapes again. You would think to yourself, this is insane. And then
Well, I
also
would just say that's just a rapist, dude. Like,
yeah, it's a rapist, but the problem is he's being protected under the trans gay laws, that they're going about with the school. They're
well,
protecting
I
a
have to
lot of
look
these
into
extreme
it, but I don't have a problem with trans people going into bathrooms.
My point is that men off the bat, men know there's going to be some bad men, and women know there're going to be some bad women, and we know when you literally open a door to that, it's going to cause problems. No society should ever bend the knee.
Okay, I got a
1%.
simple solution: gender
Yeah, it's
neutral
like poking
bathrooms.
the fire, poking the bear. Stoking the
Yeah.
fire. It doesn't need to
Yeah.
happen.
Just make gender neutral bathrooms, and
No, we don't need to bend society to 1% or less than 1% of the population. It doesn't work like that.
Nah, I just think it would save money, dude.
No, you don't.
It would save money.
You got to make sure that situation can't happen.
I don't know. They use the same rhetoric about gay people being openly gay and having like rape sessions and
I'll just point out that if we just killed everybody, that would also save money.
That wouldn't be true because
that's not a good argument.
No, because that's not true. Because if you killed everybody, you'd have much more expensive labor.
No. If you kill everybody, just everybody in the whole world, it won't cost any more money. All the money spending will stop. We'll save all the money.
Well, no one's making that ridiculous argument.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is that your argument isn't actually a real argument? It will save money is not a standard we can follow. Otherwise, that is.
Like think about it. If everyone used the same restroom, there would be more people in it. Less likelihood of someone just like raping someone because I don't know. There'd be more people in the bathroom.
Yeah, there's lots of things you could list as theoretical potential positives and ignore everything else that's possible.
Like, wouldn't a rapist just go into like the bathroom no matter what if they wanted to rape
argument
someone?
of let's just kill everyone. You can list a whole bunch of positives that could come from it and ignore all of the negatives. It's just not a good argument. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So the agreement to that too is, like I said, A lot of the major issues, yes, you're right. A rapist can go into the bathroom, right? And can do that. But in a lot of these places and facilities, when you see a grown man or whatever going into the woman's locker at the middle of the night in a 24-hour gym, a guy or an individual will go like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, I'm gonna do this. And already would started getting the process to start calling the cops because the bad character, you know? And that's exactly what you would have done. But what we end up having now is that we have this mental delusion psychosis that we're supposed to go like, well, I gotta walk on eggshells. I don't want to be labeled as another phobic word in a persuadal dictionary. So that's the issue where a lot of people are kind of done with the gay community. A lot of people are done with the gay community because of the parades and the constant backtrap of we're not after your children, and then you have the San Francisco choir. Yeah, we're going after your children. City Hall representatives of the gay community saying we're going to convert your children, whether you like it or not.
I don't care about that.
Exactly. Well, we do, and we don't want no more part of it because you guys, if you said you don't care about it, majority of conservatives do, and that's our major issue.
If that was true, you would see that in represented in the Republican Party, because you must admit that the mainstream conservative party is cucked. They don't conserve anything.
No, you're right about that. We're right now. There's a cleaning of rhinos right now, and the problem is
there really a cleaning of rhinos? Because they seem to be going even more hard on like, we're not homophobic. We're just going to let them keep.
Yeah, they're still playing the stupid political game. The same way, like you'll have people go like, good example. Trump says, I love gay people, I like gay people, but I don't think trans and gays should be in the military, or mainly I think it was trans at the point.
It was just trans people. He didn't say anything about gay people.
But we still had the don't say anything laws. Like if you're gay in the military, you're not supposed to say shit.
That was done away with a while ago.
Yeah, but I've already talked to a few people in the military. It's like, no, dude, like there is a discrimination against gays if you talk about that shit. There are even men that can actually say, say if you have a gay person in your unit and you're in a military locker, you can even ask, I don't want to be in the same area or the same schedule as them, and they will actually accommodate. Now it's completely condoned. So that's a completely different thing. So like I've said before, as time goes by, we're seeing all these extreme changes for, again, 1% of the population. We have more major pressure things to fix, and we're just constantly passing laws and doing things for the gay community. So I'm kind of done, man. Like I'm like fucking like fatigued with all this shit. And yeah, you're right. Cut conservatives, man. That's why a lot of people. That's why
I'm saying that I don't really think they're cleaning house. Like the Republican Party is essentially made just to like. It's more concerned for consumerism and profits than any kind of like cultural conservatism. They just use that to rile up the base.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, history repeats itself, and I hate to keep saying this because I know it's getting to the point of annoying, but to make life a bit easier. This happened in 1930s Germany. Germany had cut conservatives.
Well, I don't really think the Weimar Germany comparison really works. Sure, you could say they have cut conservatives.
Let me just finish, and that way you can curtail to that. The thing is this though: they had child brothels, transgender thing was a thing, Antifa was a thing. The bankers and all that stuff was there at that time. And again, they were dealing with levels of unemployment and oppression. And all it took was for that guy to get into power was because people were fed up. And this whole Jordan Peterson bullshit that people were scared because they joined up thousands of parades. You could look at any museum's picture, big fucking 20-foot pictures, and you'll see everyone showed up because they were done. And that's exactly what's going on now here in America, that's why you hear nationalism is on the rise. No one calls themselves conservatives. They even go and even make jokes, especially in the Nick Fuentes groups. Conservatives, cuckolds. It's nationalists, ethno-nationalism, right? And that's exactly what's going on.
Can I talk about the first point first?
Sure, go ahead.
I don't really think the comparison to Weimar Germany works. Weimar Germany was the results of essentially the complete collapse of any kind of like traditional government. Because for one, Germany was completely and totally humiliated by the loss of World War One. The Prussians, who united Germany, who made the Second Reich, were totally embarrassed, defeated, and it caused a lot of like issues, right? they had multiple treaties where they had to pay ridiculous amounts of reimbursement towards the. It was called the Entente, right? The alliance between France and Britain, right?
Okay.
But whatever, you know what I mean, right? The alliance. Not only so, they also had to demilitarize the Rhineland, which was like the heart of German industry, and on the border with France. So you had a generation of young men essentially thrown into the meat grinder for nothing. They lost almost everything. They lost the empire. They lost all their colonies. They lost their territories in Poland. Germany was humiliated. There was rising right-wing and left-wing groups with far more popularity than anything in the United States. They were threatened abroad by France, who wanted to take even more from them, a looming Soviet threat. So there was a lot of like passions inflamed in it. There was far more going on in Weimar Germany than anything going on in America, because America is essentially too prosperous to ever be threatened.
Can I just ask in general, like all those things you just said, like obviously I doubt you were in Germany at that time. Like, is it all just stuff you've read? Like, where are you getting that to be able to make a statement that has any back?
There's a bunch of books from people who lived through that time period. Now, of course, like I guess you're going to say that all that could be fake, but if it's all fake, then we might as well not be discussing it because we'll have no idea what's actually true.
All right, I hear you. So you're saying these are books of people that were there?
Through the time period, you have a few books written by like Nazis after the war. You have some during the 30s, like during the rise of power of like the fascist movement in Germany. Even in like the 20s, where it was kind of like chaotic. There was a book by Rosa Luxemburg I read. It was very interesting.
I know it's kind of it's a different topic than you guys going in on what you're going in on. The propaganda is just so thick in terms of what is out there, in terms of what people claim about life in general, different people's lives, so it's just so much narratives going on. So it's just I feel like a lot of people just sort of absorb information and then go off of it. And then
these are topics that are very rarely talked about in like modern education, because it's more of a you have to go out and look for this kind of stuff because it's not really talked about.
I like two books by an SS Nazi official. He wrote Project Mars, a technical tale, and Conquest of the Moon, and the Mars Project. And Project Mars, he even wrote down about a guy who will colonize Mars, and his name is Alan.
Sorry to bring my entire train of thought.
Yeah, that's okay, dude. Look, what I'm trying to say is this: like,
well, I don't. You guys don't want to go hardcore politics, I guess. I don't know.
No, it was just a conversation.
Just agree to disagree, But we're from two different sides,
I mean, do you agree that like Weimar Germany's situation was far more extreme? Because like, sure, you can say the thing about trans people and gays and stuff like that, but there was a lot more going on than just like cultural decay, right?
Well, it's almost I've talked to a few historians as well, PhDs and stuff, and they're even saying that our side is a bit more on the extreme because of social media. The interaction of a local individual during the Weimar Germany, if that's what you want to call it, had only a local interaction and a local newspaper interaction, words and stuff. But here on the modern age and modern stage, people can see far vast information, and even a normie will have full access to YouTubers who are no longer in like the mainstream media propaganda. So people are actually getting a lot more information than they did back then. And so they're seeing, like, for instance, so say if a German who had encountered in the outer areas of the industrial section when the French went and moved in and went for reparations, that they beat and raped their way towards getting the shit, that guy might get some stories and stuff on the pubs. But we have video evidence of people saying such very hateful, colorful shit to the people that live here. And that recording gets turned into a meme and then a movie and a documentary. And eventually you'll have a guy talking about it, narrating over the entire fucking, you're a foreigner in your own homeland, and these people want you dead. All these officials, all these political leaders. This is why I always find Destiny dishonest in this point, where when people bring up evidence and they're, the quotes, he doesn't like that shit. He can't comprehend because there's nothing really to rebuttal because there's evidence.
I would argue that they could disbelieve that, right? Because like there was a lot more. Again, I still think there was a lot more going on in Weimar Germany. They lost what was essentially German homeland, right? They were forced to repay the people that they essentially lost a generation of men to. Like everyone knew someone who died in World War One, basically. Um, you had like a massive army that not only was humiliated and like thrown through the meat grinder, but now essentially homeless because Germany was forced to have an army of only 100,000. No air force, I think, and their navy was severely was basically dismantled. I just think there was a lot more social pressures on Weimar Germany compared to the United States because, like, we still haven't gone through anything like the Great Depression, right?
We're going through our own Great Depression. It's just
I don't
not
think
being
it's that
labeled.
severe yet.
It's not. It's not. The thing is, and you have to understand, you have, like I said, you can't just when you look at something like the back in the past, in the 1930s, and into the 1940s, and then now, you have to find some sort of equivocal, comparison of what we're doing. We have high male suicide rates. We have high male dropout from society. The educational systems has even stated that there's more young men stepping away from college and family. The birth rate is dropping tremendously, and it keeps getting worse.
See, that's what I'm saying. Where are you getting all that? Like you're saying it as if it's like roar, like you're a politician, like it's stuck. Like I don't know, man.
There's articles
like the birth rate is this and that. It's like you're just like depending on like all of this other information outside of yourself, and then spouting it as if it's like yar, as if you have something. It's just surprising.
So let me back up his statistics, right? I've been aware of this for a while. So males attempt suicide less, but when they do, they're better at it, and they kill themselves more than women. So that statistic is true. Males dropping out or getting kind of pushed out of college, white males are doing really bad in college. These are statistics that are verified.
Yeah. So, like I said, there's statistical data. You can even pull up from the military records too. Like I've said, all this data that has been done, not from a political side, that they have to do an analysis. Like for instance, like we're now getting the whole people kind of dropping dead and stuff, and people are showing you this is the legit data and this is political data. It's up to you where you want to go. That's why when some people misread an article, they're like, well, I've read that article too, and it literally just states otherwise. That's why when I'm like, if you want, you can look this up yourself. But like I said, these are things that are happening, and there's an entire causality to it, and all you have to do is research it. The factor is that we are going through this Great Depression. They just don't want to relabel it. Like we still have a president and a current administration that doesn't say, "Oh, we're not in a recession." There is not this huge job market loss. There's not. It's all presented lies.
No, I get that I'm being very, very skeptical, and I'm not saying there's not real statistics. Obviously, there are real things happening, but I don't know. I guess when it gets into a lot of the kind of political realm of things, I just feel like there is truth within it, but I just feel like there's so much information that's sort of out there, and then people sort of absorb different parts of it and then kind of put it together in some way, and then making certain strings of claims. I guess I'm just being skeptical. I guess
it's okay to be skeptical. Look, like I said, I hanged around a lot of the extreme left groups, not too far, and then I've even gotten to a lot of the extreme right groups, and I went and got an archive data there too. And again, when a lot of people are saying that these groups don't exist, that these individuals don't actually have enough information or residency as to why they have this extremism, it's the same bullshit when you have these school shooters come around, like the legit ones. Where like, oh, I didn't understand why this kid just shot up just 12 Pacific kids from 12 different, like in different locations. And everyone was like, yeah, he was bullied the fuck out of. There's videos of it. He was bullied the fuck out real bad. And he just came in with a hit list and he killed those fuckers. It's like, no shit. And you would think you would do some research on that as to what will be a better way to prevent school shootings and bullying like that. But no, of course not. They blame it on video games and some other shit.
I got a statistic. It's not a statistic. So the 6-year-old that shot the teacher, there were several warnings throughout the day. The first warning was that he was picking a fight with somebody. The second warning was somebody said he had a gun in his pocket, and the teacher said, well, his pockets are too small, so he doesn't have a gun. Then somebody tried to search and wasn't allowed. So there was all these warnings that they would get heated, and then he shot the teacher. So this sort of thing, a lot of news, they're not going to report that. Like, that's not going to be on the mainstream. You have to do research to get to the bottom of why these things are happening. And I understand that there's an alt-right group, and I don't agree with everything that they say, but a lot of people think that it's white nationalists. Let me tell you, firsthand, I know that there is a lot of black folks that are extremely right, extremely on the right, and they are extreme, and they do not want people coming over the border. So to think that only white people are Republican, no, that's not reality. I talked to black preachers who were like legitimately pissed off about the border situation and illegal immigrants taking jobs from the black people who are on the bottom rung anyway, and they were extremely pro-Trump.
Deathbringer, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What is your opinion on Haas?
Haas?
Infrared.
Oh, infrared. Supposed to be that he's kind of like you trying to use like this new form of like, you know, communist, traditional conservative kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. He's kind of brash and stuff, but he's trying to find some way. I like some of the talking points he's talked to, because I've talked to National Socialists before, and you know what that is, right?
He doesn't like fascism, but he's definitely like a communist.
Yeah, so I'm asking you in particular, do you know what National Socialist is, right?
Do you mean the German sense?
Yeah, the
No.
actual name of the party.
So the actual
yeah,
National Socialist Party from Germany.
Yeah, the actual
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
he's opposed to them because they don't believe in Marxist economic thought.
I think that's him placating on certain words. I think what ended up happening is he talked to someone, and because I've started seeing an entire transformation. I definitely think he talks someone a bit in the right side there, because again, there's a lot of people that you can come across anywhere that's a bit more eloquent and educational. And he definitely took the National Socialist pill. He's just changing it in a way so that people can understand there's like a difference between like communist and National Socialism. And he's been predicating a lot of national terms, and he's also
he has completely denied supporting national. He still believes in Marxism.
Yeah, but when you talk about stolen land, you're talking about the sovereign nation and borders. He's pretty advocate of what that
He's just basically repeating Stalinist points. It's not that surprising.
Well, like I said, I have no problem with either of these things. Like I've seen, like I said, a lot of people, because again, I don't like when there's an entire paradigm shift when the right is now gaining power and momentum. You have 3 social media platforms that are taken over by right-leaning individuals. You have open speech now, where it usually
I really don't. I think Musk, I think, is a poison pill. If you know what I mean. Like, I just don't think he's.
You don't think he's right-leaning?
He's right-leaning, but he's still a liberal.
Okay, but it doesn't matter.
Liberal.
In order for these left echo chambers, which had already gained so much power, is that they needed to have some sort of censorship to allow them. Like if a trans or a gay activist or a leftist will start talking about communism and anti-capitalism.
Yeah, but like, Musk was banning. He already banned like what's his fucking name? The Graper guy.
Nick Fuentes already?
He was already banned again.
Oh, he was already banned again? I remember seeing an article that he's going to try to reinstate them again.
No. He was banned, and then they unbanned him very recently, and he was banned after a day.
Nah, all right. Well, he's already getting more traction in his other website. So Twitter is just the new 4chan 2.0, where you could pretty much shut down these echo chambers and shit like that. Because that's how a lot of this Tumblr shit got power. They were constantly allowed to censor any any sort of conversation or attack pieces, and they were able to continue to brainwash plenty of people. So that's why all these social media platforms, they went to move into, what was that other one, that Monk Tank or something, and it didn't even work out so well for them. So social media is now an open platform where you can say anything, and then again, you can curtail your language. I can tell someone to cope seed and you'll never be a woman, and I won't get banned. And I've seen plenty of people said that, and the platforms that are continuing to censor, like Twitch, which are now banning people for playing Harry Potter games. It's like they're going to start to die off when other platforms are going to start, opening up for a non-censor. So, and this is where Jordan Peterson is doing. He's trying to stop the ethno-nationalist rising, which he's even stated himself, like when he was talking to a bunch of white people, like unearned privileges, and he was like, "Oh, you're about to say that, huh?" And the thing is exactly what happens in history. Every time the left comes up into power and they start subverting a society, they'll start to slowly erode all the traditional norms to the point that there is nothing left to erode, and the right will have enough of it, and they'll wipe out the left, and then you get this very extreme imperial nationalism or something else that, and it always comes with a violence. There will be a purge to it. Germany did it, Italy did it, Japan also had it a few times. And these things will happen again. It's just human cycle. So that's what he's hoping to do, is by preventing the purge from happening. So, like I said, yeah, just talk to any conservative. What do they want to do? They want to get rid of the left. They don't see any conversation happening. So, and I have to ask you this: you said you're a liberal, right? Or you're
No, I'm a
left-leaning?
leftist.
A leftist. Would you say that for the last 20 years they weren't censoring or kicking out any conservative individuals from colleges and speaking platforms and stuff?
Depends how far right they were.
So what? So you would say like Ben Shapiro?
Ben Shapiro is a cuck, dude.
But no. That's not. I don't give a shit if he's a cuck. I'm saying how far right or how extreme. Would you consider him kind of an extreme right?
Not really.
Yeah.
He
So
claims he is, but he really isn't. He's
I don't
It's
like
this
Ben
problem
Shapiro
with
either.
supporting capitalism if you're a traditionalist, right? Because capitalism inevitably erodes the traditional morals.
Yeah. So the thing is this, and this is where
Do
a
you
lot
agree
of
with that, Deathbringer?
Yeah, no, I agree. Capitalism is usually a gateway to neo-capitalism. And
No. Capitalism is just capitalism, man. All it
no,
does is just it erodes and destroys traditional
it's like
morals.
Marxism is like the first step towards a grander stop communism, right?
Well,
These are-
Well, it's socialism. It's like feudalism to cap. Well, if you're a Marxist, right, you believe that it's going to be like
yeah, but I'm saying
from
when you
feudalism
establish
to
government,
from feudalism to capitalism to socialism to eventually communism.
yeah. So you notice those are evolutionary steps, right? That eventually
Well, you
society
have
will
to
become
believe
that.
in you have to believe in Marxist thought to think that's true.
Yeah, but that's the issue, though. Even with corporations, eventually too much corporation power will become neo-corporation, where the corporations are now dictating sways of the government, almost like a cyberpunk dystopia kind of
Well,
bullshit.
I just think that's just a feature of capitalism.
Nah, it's a gateway to it. That's why when you hear most conservatives says I'm for the free market, I'm for wanting to support myself financially in businesses, they're usually, people try to convey, oh, like you're a capitalist. Like, oh, you mean like free market capitalism? Sure, I like money. I like to make money. But that's the issue. And when you guys started throwing out that name, a lot of conservatives like, I don't get what the fuck you're talking about.
Well,
Like,
think of like the Gilded Age, right? That was just capitalism. It's just that capital accumulates and accumulates. Someone just seizes more property, right? They just become bigger and bigger. If you don't regulate capitalism, it just becomes that.
Yeah, anything should get regulations. That is the truth. Like you can't allow one
Because like say if you were like an anarcho-capitalist, right? What prevents the corporations from just becoming a state, right?
Yeah. No, like you're hold on, say that again. Sorry, I was like in the middle of trying to
I know
finish
there's
my
one. I forget his name, but I think I heard him earlier. He's like an anarcho-capitalist in this room. Well, what would prevent like a corporation from just becoming a new state?
Well, you regulate them, and if they get out
Well,
of line,
no.
they
I
make
said
too
in
much
an
money.
anarcho-capitalist society, right? Because that would
Oh,
just like the corporation would just become a state, basically, right?
yeah, that I can understand. But again, if like we're talking about in terms of constitutional republic, and then what we got from here, the access of the Federal Reserve and stuff like that. Not talking about like if we were to predispose of narco society.
Well, basically, if you didn't have any regulations, right? Corporations would just basically become larger and larger and larger until they basically become a state, right?
Yeah, I agree on that.
It's already kind of happened.
Yeah. So
is there? I don't know.
Well, no corporation has gotten as large as the East India Company or.
I think you're missing technology out
I'm
of a
not.
lot of these conversational pieces.
It's like the East India Company is like
Uh,
basically the example of a mega corporation, right?
Are you not saying like Amazon, Walmart, and all these other technocrat companies?
They don't have that much influence yet. They're close. I'll grant you that.
Whoa. All right, that's a problem. What are your limits? Because when you're talking about limits of like influence, like what exactly are you talking about? What's your line of how much influence you think is too much?
Well, no. I was saying like in the sense of a mega corporation, or were you calling Amazon a mega corporation?
Yeah, Amazon's considered a mega corporation.
I don't think it's that there yet. It's close, but it's not there yet.
It's there. When they hit the $1 trillion mark, it had enough money to fucking pay, buy, and sway anyone if it wanted to.
Well, did they have an armed forces yet?
Armed security forces?
Like an
Who
army,
knows?
like an actual army, because like the East India Company did.
Private armies do exist. There's lots of private armies for hire.
Oh no, because like the East India Company used an army to literally conquer.
Yeah, but here's the issue, though. Here's the thing you're missing. A corporation like Amazon doesn't need to hire a military or a private thing. They could just use the infrastructure of police and feds to do their own job, which they do.
Oh yeah,
When they-
every corporation has used the.
Yeah, so if you why
capitalist state to-
need to pay for an extra army, which they probably can. There's different security sectors that they can do that, which they've been shown to have in their own when they built their own complex and stuff.
Well, like
But
I
they
can
use
give
the
you an
feds.
example. Like, do you know what the Pinkertons were?
Yeah, I know what the Pinkertons were.
They were basically just sons of bitches who infiltrated union movements and
Yeah,
threatened
but
and assaulted
but
workers.
again, why would you need to tote in a giant army, right? Like the West Indians. Why would you need to tote in an entire massive forces, which would be bad PR, when you could lobby and pay politicians to enact the laws you want and need that would benefit your company?
Say if like the authority of the United States government basically collapsed and you can go full open and just assume the control of whatever's
Well,
left.
if you read some of Amazon's weird fucking regulations and laws, they even talk. This is where people were even pulling up the conspiracy of zombies. These data servers. Yeah, Amazon and a lot of these corporations even have like a retention of Navy SEALs and stuff like that. They pay themselves, retired and veteran and stuff like that. And there's even people who are talking about when you get out of special forces, one of the very few guys they start contacting you because they had connections is a lot of these security teams, so security companies that are like, hey man, I noticed that you finished your special forces training. You can end your contract there with the military and you can join with us. We pay this much, we pay that much healthcare, good in retirement, way better than what you're currently getting paid in the military. And that's how they recruit.
Well, those fucking psychos and the Navy SEALs, I guess, do need work.
Hey man, money's money. And currently when you have an economic situation where everything is collapsing, and like I said, if you're a billionaire and you're giving people $1 million when the economy is collapsing, $1 million is life changing. I swear fucking undying loyalty. You want me to kill someone or somebody's child? I'll fucking do it. And that's how they get it. That's how you get a lot of these.
I mean, that's basically what the American military already is.
Navy SEALs are usually like the most well-adjusted.
No, it's not. That's not true.
Yeah, I actually know people who are Navy SEALs, my dad's friends. They're extremely normal. I know a lot of people who are like fucking non-commissioned officers in the military and they're fucking retards. So I don't know. Where
Well,
are you
those are
getting your
NCOs,
information?
right?
Where are you getting your information from to just assert no, that's not true? Because mine is from actually knowing people.
I'm not ready for that conversation yet. Give me like a day and I'll give you some sources.
Well, look, regardless of the situation is right now as it is. Yeah.
Turn you up.
Yeah, so when it comes
Turn you
to
up to 150.
yeah, when it comes to these like I said, like leftist talking points and stuff like that, man, like again, your group and your guys have already done enough damage to have pushed a lot of people into the extreme right side, and now we're just waiting for the
Well, no, there's a lot of people
reactionary.
going. I will admit there are some, but there's also some going to the
Some?
extreme left.
Well, yeah, those that are going to the extreme left, we really don't. I'm not really worried about that either.
What do you
there's a
mean?
lot of
We have guns.
you guys are I've seen a lot of suicide videos enough, and a lot of leftist conversation talking about, oh, why don't we get guns? I remember Vosh was talking about it in his thread forums when people were mentioning this. Someone had archived
Well,
it.
Vosh's audience isn't really leftist; they're liberals.
They're leftist.
Yo, red tape.
They're
Red
leftist.
tape.
Well,
Red tape.
Vosh is a lib, dude.
No, he's a
Red. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Sorry,
can
I
hear you.
was talking to Death. What's up, Noah?
Can you explain to me what left and right means in your religion?
Typically, I will just say it's an economic distinction.
So right is no right is like free
Typically,
market. Right is
private
free
ownership and
market.
stuff like that. It's capitalism.
So it has to do with money. It has to do with capitalism versus as opposed to what, communism?
Well, communism would be all the way to the left, right? The very far, the political. I hate the political compass, but I'll just use that as an example. Communism would be something like at the very edge of the left.
So it does. So the left is the ability to own. So the spectrum is the ability to own private property.
No, so
On the
there's also
far right-
authoritarianism versus libertarianism on that in that spectrum, right? So you could have an
I'm just trying to-
anarcho-capitalist on the bottom right, right?
No. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand the one spectrum that you refer to as left and right.
Well, like
what is
if you talk to a leftist, none of them will consider like any American president except maybe FDR.
But what is the spectrum? What is the spectrum actually indicate? Like, what is the issue that you're
typically
far on one
authoritarianism
side
versus
or the other side?
authoritarianism versus libertarianism, essentially how strong is the state or no state at all, and economic policies.
Yeah, and just
well, I will say that fascism doesn't really fall under this distinction because fascism is very authoritarian, but doesn't necessarily have economic positions.
Yeah, and so just to give a heads up, and my version of the left and right, it has to do with the moral compass and the traditional compass, right? So more people on the right side will tend to be more traditional nationalist and would rather have their sovereign nation, and they would tend to fall in the factor of two genders, religious, not religious. You leave that in the thing, and then it goes a little bit further into ethno nationalism or an ethno state. That the people who are born on this land have a right to their land. They fought, conquered, and they should die on this land. And that right there also represents within their political understanding of their leaders. Now, leftists are more into a globalization factor, and they'll keep going on talking about a global economy,
That's not true.
Multicultural diversity.
That is something that capitalists form like,
yeah,
right?
So hold on, and the reason and multicultural diversity, mass migration, all these other things that these are lots of talking points, multiple genders, the gays, everything you could think of from the opposite of the paradigm of the right. So when someone tells me about left and right, this is my thought process. It's usually a moral compass, not an economic compass.
What we need to understand is this is not a democracy. So anybody pushing communism, this is not the place to do it because this is actually a republic. So the Republic of Texas is a state, just like Israel is a state.
Israel
and the power lies within the people. The authority comes from the people, not from the government. It comes from the people who are being ruled by them allowing the government to rule them. That's what we need to understand.
Well, yeah, but if they vote for anything, right, that's still a democracy. So if they vote for a fascist economy, right, or they vote for a monarchy, that's still they're still voting for it. Like the authority of the people were given over to it, right?
Can you just show me the word democracy anywhere in our founding documents?
No, I can't think of it immediately. But it still doesn't
What are
matter.
you
They're still
guys
voting
doing
for it.
around?
Yes.
What are you
If
guys
the Republic
running
put it
around
in a
calling
monarchy,
yourself
right?
Democrats for?
Holy shit, dude.
So if it's a republic, why are you trying to be a Democrat?
Same thing. We're voting for our representatives, and the representatives vote for whatever.
Right, but if this place isn't a democracy, like,
Holy
why do you
shit, dude!
guys
You're
keep?
being anal about definitions. People know what I mean.
So, are we not supposed to use definitions now?
Whatever. You just ruined the whole flow of the conversation with an unnecessary comment.
No, I just pointed out the elephant in the room that this has never
Yes,
been a
people know we're talking
democracy.
about like when people
No, it's
say
not a
the umbrella
democracy.
term democracy, republics to parliamentary republics usually fall under that umbrella. Whatever.
Well, just so you know, it's a republic.
Yes, whatever. Don't be so anal about definitions.
Well, if we could stop changing definitions, that'd be
I'm
great.
not. Deathbringer, is he being too anal about this? Oh, he left.
Yes, Larry, you're being anal.
Oh, okay. So,
I
I guess
do
pointing
you
out
think
that
he
this is a
actually is,
republic
Guy?
is weird.
I think it would be a whole other conversation, development of the Democratic Party. And
Well, no, I'm not talking about the Democratic Party. I'm talking about the term democracy. And you got an
yeah,
issue with me calling a republic a democracy, even though they're essentially the same thing. People vote for things.
No, it's not the same thing.
It's
Democracy
basically the
is
same
mob
thing. No
rule.
one cares about
So
that much
in
of
a
it.
democracy,
Yes, a democracy, it's direct
51% of the
voting, right?
people,
But who cares about that? Like, people know what I'm talking about.
like, if you don't care, why do you feel the need to interrupt?
Larry, you're a boomer. Go.
I'm a boomer.
You
I'm
are.
born in
Gen X
82,
is
bro.
basically boomer, whatever.
That's not a boomer.
Basically boomer.
Gen X is spiritually boomer at this point. They're old,
Not
ancient,
even
and
close,
decrepit.
dude. But he said he was born in '82. That's not even close to boomerage.
Yeah, that's decrepit.
That's what?
Decrepit, ancient.
You wouldn't say it to my face,
You have
brother. That's
green
all I
dust
gotta
in your
say.
bones.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm back. I had to step
To
away.
be 40 years old is ancient?
Yeah, dude.
How old are you?
no, it's not.
I'm in my 20s.
Oh, okay.
I guess maybe 40 could. Okay.
Makes sense on your perception on a few things, but
I am almost. I am
guess
almost
on
30.
an average life, 40 is halfway through the life. I wouldn't call that ancient.
yeah. Yo, what did I miss? Anything else?
Larry basically just got anal about me saying the word democracy when we're a republic. I mean, I think most people know what I mean when I'm talking about it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's Constitution Republic, but 1842 we stopped using the Constitution and using maritime law, so it sucks. But we're watching a society collapse at a nice speed rate, and then from there we could rebuild. So
If like the United States collapses, China basically is going to rule the world.
wait, what?
I think if the United States maybe if like the EU united, right? I just don't think there's much hope for like Western civilization if like there's no large Western power block.
Well, currently, right now, as it is, again, like when you were talking about an entire political change, it's not like we're gonna have to rebuild every structure, every steps of government, but it's definitely we have already a constitution kind of already set there as a guideline for a good government. The only difference is now that I've seen and talked to a few people is that there will be immense restrictions that going against the Constitution. I even remember someone even pointing out that if there were any future amendments or any talk about subverting the Constitution, it should be a death penalty. So it's a lot of people are pretty upset at the situation we're currently in our own society, that they would rather put anyone to the executioner's blade than have this thing happen all over again. So I wouldn't be surprised if you like straight up see like a lot of leftist structures of power just completely eliminated and banned. So
I don't
anything
think
that
there's any leftist organizations with any power.
the LGBT is a leftist organization.
No, like because
Yeah,
like
it
center
is.
right liberals like gay people.
No, that's the thing. We're again, whether center left or center right people like the leftist LGBT The LGBT in general are a leftist agenda organization, and it's a completely dark cult. So we can go even from there. You can look at diversity, workforce organizations. Feminism is leftist. Anyone that speaks with any of the same talking points of diversity is leftist. So, and the majority of Hollywood and a lot of the mainstream media are leftist as well. They don't speak in the form or for traditionalism or family. Nothing in the right. Maybe we get like what, Fox News? That's it with Tucker Carlson and sometimes Hannity.
Tucker Carlson's controlled opposition dude.
Controlled or not, he's still spreading the word, and that's enough people to wake up to understand that, hey, dude, you have a legit news anchor that's talking about the bullshit that's happening. The factor is, if he was fully controlled opposition, he wouldn't be talking about, the attack on white families, attack on white people, white racism going towards white folks. He wouldn't need to do that because it would be considered upsetting against the propaganda. I would say Ben Shapiro's controlled opposition.
Well, clearly, I mean, the guy's
yeah.
a Zionist.
Yeah. So,
but you have to admit that the American right is basically married to Zionism, right? Or at least the evangelical right.
A lot of the majority of white citizens, of right side citizens from all conservative sides that are now moving away from conservatism, are now in a very anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist situation, and it's going to continue to rise.
Pro Israel.
You guys.
Yeah. Well, look, how about this? Like, one of the things I wanted to talk about last time before we got that whole feminism shit from last time was the giants, man. There's been reports about fucking giants all over the place. We were having a good conversation there until that got turned over. There's now reports of giants are being sighted on mountains.
Do you think there are giants? Do you believe those reports?
Yeah. The guy got suicided for that. No, there's New York Times articles, if you want to look in the past, that even states about people finding skeletons in these mounds. The Smithsonian's were then recorded even on a Supreme Court case file of the Supreme Court of America suing the Smithsonian for destroying evidence of giant skeletons. So, yeah, there are evidence. There's scientific records for them. It's just there seems to be a political propaganda to that, too. We would rather believe in evolution, which has already been debunked 1,000 times over. So,
I find that strange that, of course, we talk about evolution and here's all the evidence that supports it, but that gets hand waved. But you believe that there are giants roaming the earth.
Yeah. So here's a good. All right, you go ahead. Yeah. I'm gonna wait. Sorry, I don't.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. That's all. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like I've said, when it comes to evolution, bro, it's like I said, I've been into biology classes and stuff like that. And if someone tells you, look, this walking fish right here, this fossil that we have that they're really proud of looking at, this turns into a lizard. I was like, all right, could you show me the multiple fossils showing that? And they're like, no, we won't have fossils that are going to show you these variations. We'll talk about genetic manipulation, that it'll eventually evolve and mutate, and then from there it'll breed with another creature. Then you talk to a geneticist, and he's like, a geneticist says like, no, I'm not in evolution. I believe in God. It's like, oh, okay. Let me talk to another geneticist. It's like, well, I don't believe in the God, but there's definitely something going on with with these creatures because there's no way you can get a mutation, which is again a small minute mutation to cause a variation, and then it needs to find another mutation of another creature with the same variation to be able to do that, and the odds are just too fucking high. And then there's another example where they found that these dinosaur fishes, especially the walking fish that I mentioned that they fossilized, in a lake, still the exact same fish, same size, same height, and same everything. And when asked these scientists, dude, why did this fish not evolve for 600 million years? It's like, oh, the environment must have been perfect. And then you look at the geological records of that area, and it's been vastly changed with these sedimentary rocks and all these layers. And so, yeah, it starts to drop off once you start, checking out what's going on. Finding giant skeletons. Look, I found a record of a 30-foot giant humanoid skeleton. Boom. That's it. That's all it is. That's I found these bones. They're clearly giant humans. Another guy found another giant bones. New York Times went over there. They did a thing, and the Smithsonian went to collect the bones. That's
Never
it.
to be seen again. That's the story over and over again. So if you go to chroniclingamerica.gov, it's all the newspapers in America. Set the parameters for 1800 and 1920. You're going to type in giant bones. When you do this, you should get equally dinosaur bones and human bones. But guess what you find more often than not? Giant humans discovered here, discovered there, discovered everywhere. Smithsonian came, so there's nothing to see here. Took the bones, and they never were seen again.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, when you look at evolution, and you look at all the stuff, you start to see a lot of scams that happen in news companies. Like, you're like, oh, paleontologist got found making bones. Paleontologist museum was found making charades, and you keep looking into this. This shit was one big scam made by two rich kids that were fucking taking this guy's honest work of looking for these bones, and then made an entire money scheme. And then people looked at this as a way of get rich quick scheme, and it's just the mainstream science is now pulling this off later on. It's like, hey, this will fit our anti-God religious belief of, we'll replace everything with God with gravity. We'll replace creation with evolution. We'll replace the cosmo of the mastercraft of God itself with the random chaos of the Big Bang, which even their God particle stated that if there was a God particle, it would disprove the Big Bang. And they did disprove the Big Bang. And they still use CERN and multiple giant apparatus machines to continue to use that. So it's like...
Left Lane, I've got two questions. Are you still there?
Yeah.
I was going to ask, so in terms of like if you were to have the exact measurements for sure that the Earth is not a globe, would it, and that it is a stationary plane, would that in any way shift your viewpoint on whether giants or other creatures existed, kind of thing? Like, would that open your possibilities that there could have been other things like that?
Well, I mean, and I've said before, we talk about Bigfoot and things like that. I mean, big critters are not a big deal. We've got elephants; they're humongous, but so I wouldn't think it would be impossible for there to be such a thing as giants. But
even on a globe, you think?
Well, yeah, globe or flat, either way. I mean, it's just like if you thought there were giants, are they everywhere on Earth, or are they just localized? How many of them are there to sustain their presence? Their population. How many of them are there? How come we don't see them? I think if they were here, I think we would. It wouldn't be a question about it. I think we would know him.
And then my second quick question to tag on to that: how do you think humans got here on Earth?
That's a very deep. I'd have to say I don't know. I mean, we could talk about other possibilities, but I don't know. I do tend to lean towards the evolutionary aspect of it, and the records, and showing the change in development over great spans of time, and how that could work. It seems plausible to me. But in opposition to that, and I don't mean to sound facetious or anything, from the Christian side, it's a man in the sky said, "Poof, there's a man." You know, that's way more difficult for me to wrap my head around than evolution.
It actually says that he created the heavens and the earth with his words, and he created man with his hands.
Yeah. Yeah, like a mud pie.
Right,
I
like a mud
guess.
pie. Right.
Yeah.
So that right there, that explanation that we were engineered by a creator, that doesn't make sense to you.
No, not at all.
But we just sprang up out of the rocks. Does that make sense? Without any kind of direction.
No, I don't think evolution says that we sprung up out of the rocks. You know,
So where do we come from? Do we come from the stars?
no, it's just like everybody's always said, it's like a very long, drawn out process from a prokaryote, which are still around, to
Prokaryote,
evolving
right?
to a
That's something that,
eukaryotic cells, to multicellular, to organs, to organisms, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
right. So these things, they came out of the soup, right?
I guess
Primordial
if you want to
ooze.
call it that, yeah.
Right. So it rained on the rocks for millions of years, and these things just sprang up out of the elements, right?
Well, I mean, there is evidence. Of course, we have to get into talking about meteorites and things like that. That organic compounds and
Lightning
stuff.
strikes. Right. Yeah. Check out the
Yeah,
video that
and
I
everything.
posted.
I can't, Larry. I'm driving.
I know, bro. I was talking to everybody else we could. I know you're driving. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Be safe.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I can understand where he's coming from, though. It's like, like sometimes I've heard people with the whole idea, like, that against the idea of God or creation is because we live in such a you get told thousands of times we live in a godless universe, godless world. Look at what science can do. Look at progress. And there are some times, like when you talk to like religious individuals, the idea of God made this, God made that, God made this is like poof. And then you get a scientist that kind of just show you how these things are actually made or grow or kind of shown can give like an entire insight. So I can understand that. That's why I like when individuals like him. I have no negative thought process towards you, man. Just goodwill. I just want you to like just open your mind to seeing things. Like I make no profit for you, for me to tell you some of these things out there. Like there's definitely something going on. There's a big fucking mystery, and we're not part of that, book club. But they sure as hell want to censor that shit when we want to talk about it. So like, YouTubers and all these other guys in the media, that's the first thing that comes from the left and right. Both the Republicans and the Democrats can both agree that flat Earth cannot be talked about. Absolutely not. They must be censored. And that to me is like, if it's dumb information, if it's really dumb educational information, then it should be left for the people to figure out whether it's useless, good, or useful.
Anybody check out that video that I posted?
I haven't got a chance. I'm right now in the game. Give me one sec.
No worries.
Live stream text. Where's it? Where's the curve? Or no? That's Sensei.
Yeah, it's 11 minutes after the hour, right under Sensei Glant. So I don't know if that's real or not. Obviously.
Oh, this. Yeah, I've seen some records of it. I think this is real. I've seen the Japanese. Again, you look at Japanese swords and Japanese armor, and I love how the Japanese historians have done a phenomenal job in keeping their historical records intact. And a lot of the curators in Britain, as well as America, when we look at giant axe, they always give it the moniker of decorations, or shrine weapons. And the Japanese stated, no, this used to belong to the 20-foot samurai that was under this shogun. He ate this many barrels of food, and he was very well known for cutting 3 to 4 trees in one swing. So, that stuff, it's very believable.
It's
But
wild how triggered the Globers get about Sensei Glatt. Glatt's just posting so much like truth videos and stuff. These guys just blows their tops all day.
yeah, it's I never, the one thing I never understand with these kind of servers, and it's not towards you, Gio. It's just that I always see these truth servers as a beacon of knowledge and stuff. And even some individuals that I know, and they're like, everyone here knows, like, if there's something that we don't know, we just say we don't know. Maybe we'll figure it out. But what I don't understand is, like, this becomes like a fly lantern to attract a lot of the Globers to come here. And instead of like having an open mindset, like I did when I first came into some of these stuff, they're very high strong and just fighting back and stuff. It's like their worldview is being breaking, and they're just going full schizo, like, no, can't be, no. Like, and I've seen a lot of it.
Right. Sort of somebody that's just like, I know what you mean, like an anti, like just taking a very, like an intense anti-type position. Although there's a spectrum of that, because you can be skeptical, but not necessarily be like against. Like, for example, I've kind of made the analogy. Let's say you're in a park having a picnic with a bunch of friends, 20 friends, you're all hanging out, cooking food and drinking beers and listening to music. And maybe you're talking about various topics or whatever it may be. I mean, here, we talk about, cosmology and philosophy, spirituality, health, and, all kinds of different topics that we talk about here. So like, imagine, I guess like if you're in a picnic with a bunch of friends and you're talking about topics like that, if somebody new were to come in, there's like a wide range of approaches they could have. Like they could come in and be like, okay, I might not agree with certain things, but I'm that's interesting, or I'm going to, share their viewpoint or whatever it may be. And, possibly they could pick something up or share something with someone else or whatever it may be, or you could come in, with this like extreme negative viewpoint, like come in just like, you guys are all wrong. Your music sucks. You're ugly. Your food sucks. Just come in and this like really negative vibe and just try to tell everyone they're wrong about everything. So yeah, it is interesting, and just the people's approaches in that way. And I mean, this is an open platform, so we're not really just going to like ban people like, oh, we don't agree with you, you're just banned. But we do the moderation to try to have it not be super toxic. But I know what you mean, though. Even some of these guys are finding ways to not full blown insult people, but are still doing that kind of constant naysaying kind of thing. So
like you can, like you don't know science. Like, just attack the argument. Like, where do you get your degree? Where you get, like, and I'm like, geez, man, just attack the point. Like, you don't have to like arguing upon his authority or educational background.
I want to point out something. So I have an oldest who has in-laws. Actually, it's a fiance, so they're not technically in-laws yet. But his dad is a Bigfoot guy. Now, I'm not really pro Bigfoot, but I'm not exactly anti Bigfoot. So if I ever met this guy and we ever got to talking, I think I'd be like, all right, bro, show me what you got. Let me see your evidence, right? But if he was like, oh, no, I'm not looking at the flat earth, that's stupid, right? That would be like the opening position to take. It's harder to do that. But I would honestly openly look at his claim for Bigfoot. Even though I don't think Bigfoot exists, I think that's crazy. But, I'd be willing to look at the information.
yeah, exactly. Like, see, I don't feel any reason to shut down anyone for anything. Like, I might totally disagree with someone. They might say something. I might completely, okay, I do not agree. I think it's something different or whatever it may be. But I have no reason to like try to shut them down from thinking it. Like I could completely disagree, but I don't have to like try to make them stop thinking it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the latter would be, it's like more like you're trying to control someone's mind, versus just sharing your viewpoint and being confident in it, or just at least being, stable enough to just, like there's that live and let live. I think I heard IPS, Infinite Plan Society. He said, I don't know whether he made this up or not, but he may have gotten it from somewhere, but I just heard it from him. I think it was the first time I heard him. It's like think and let think. So instead of live and let live, think and let think. Like, what's the problem with just thinking what you want to think and coming to truth on one's own terms, and then letting others think what they think? Now, I get it. If you're in a debate and there's like a heated discussion, then yeah, of course people are going to be assertive in their viewpoints. But I think it's that like some people seem to have that inability to just let someone else have their position and that then activates some need to either control, or and then you get into all the ridicule and the condescending and laughing at trying to, but those are all tactics to ultimately manipulate someone to try to get them to think differently. Because if you weren't trying to do that, you wouldn't really have any reason to try to attack them. Like, some people are trying to break other people down emotionally, or in whatever way, to try to get them to bow down to or to buckle to whatever they're forcing, whatever idea they're trying to push.
Yeah, so I kind of joke around a little bit, and I'll make like a Bigfoot joke every now and then. And I'm sure that if he knows about me and knows that I'm a flat earther or whatever, he would probably make a joke every now and then. But if we met in person, it would be like honorable, respectful. Like, show me what you got. Let me see the evidence. Maybe there's something here, but I'm going to be skeptical until I see some like verifiable evidence. And I think that's the way that things should be. It seems like some people just want to come in here and just bust up the fun. Like, make sure that we can talk and have a conversation. And it's like every time something triggering gets said, like somebody has to come in and like, okay, guys, everybody calm down like they're prison guards or some shit. But this is our house, not theirs. Yours.
I think I heard parts of what Larry, your mic was real muffled. Was anyone else able to hear that? Maybe it's just my speakers, but it was.
I was getting kind of like the teacher.
I heard parts of what you said, and I was agreeing. I think I was kind of thinking in my head, like, right on when you were, but it was real muffled. Just letting you know. I don't know if you were on Bluetooth or something that was. It was hard to make out what you were saying.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just saying that
That's better.
if we met in person, everything would be real honorable and respectful.
I mean, yeah. Nobody's this disrespectful in real life than they are on Discord. No fucking way. I've never fucking encountered, like, the only people I've encountered disrespect for are like sketch fucking weird loser homeless types that are on drugs. Nobody acts this way in real life.
Mic check.
Loud and clear. Can hear you coming through easily.
Yeah, I just think it's weird that they come in here and they like act like prison guards, like busting up the conversations and the flow and everything because we say something that triggered them. It's like, this is our house. Go ahead, man. So I understand that, people that are a little more liberal on the left, I understand that they have like a point sometimes. Like, I'm not really a socialist, but I think that we should take care of our troops. And I guess like the extreme leftist position would be we got to take care of the immigrants before we take care of the troops. Like, wait a minute, what immigrants? The illegal immigrants or the legal immigrants who haven't like pitched in? Like the Ukrainian people who are coming over here and haven't pitched in on any of the socialist programs, like Social Security or whatnot. And yet they're coming over here and they're basically, going to be getting citizenship. Like, why? Like, why would we give those people citizenship? I don't give a fuck about this country. Why don't we take care of our own first? So I do like some liberal arguments, but the leftist argument, like, let's take care of everybody and everybody gets everything for free. Like, there's no such thing as free. So that doesn't make any sense.
Damn, what happened? I step away for a second.
We're all here for you, Riggs. What you talking about?
Well, I was enjoying that political theoretical discussion.
It's all theory. So when you apply all that shit, it just goes horribly wrong, and it's just genocide.
You know, I mean, even in the most recent past, or even the present day, there are so many deceptions of which we use as like a pivot point of understanding. It's like, you know, the premise. And like I would say most people even get those wrong because they've been propagandized, you know? I mean, the news media could make some guy could be saving a whale or a seal or a dolphin or something, and they'll put it on the news like man kills dolphin, man attacks dolphin, right? But yet we are highly politicized and opinionated on all things, and we're like a million divisions of knowledge away from thinking, you know, being able to actually know anything, and then we're having all these opinions about it, like discussing at length when half the people in the room don't even understand the full concept, that which is even being hypothesized.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that like a lot of arguments that people have such opinions on, no matter what opinion you have on the subject itself, the foundation of the subject is just pure fucking lies. Like it's not even y'all are fighting for either side of a fake fucking shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know what
With
you mean.
sports.
Like if I could prove, let's just say I could prove that presidents are selected and not elected. I mean, there goes pretty much most of the narratives that you have roaming around in your head anyway. Because a lot of things are derivative of that knowledge. Like, oh, if we had this president, then the economy would be booming, and gas would be $1.50 a gallon, and
I think there's still
you know.
retards that like there's retards who support wrestling and football and shit. And like wrestling, you know it's like fake from the start, and people still got like, yeah, this guy would fucking beat the shit out of this guy, and it's like no one's getting the shit beat out of them, and you know it's fake, and you still or like with football, bro, people burn down fucking stadiums because fucking Messi missed a goal or something. It's like, all right, like this is not real life. Like this doesn't have any impact on your life. So I think in a way, even if it was like officially revealed, like they just came out and said like, yeah, so like none of these presidents have ever been elected. We really don't care. Like I still feel like people would still, yeah, well, Trump is still better. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, like, did you like, I don't know. I feel like you literally
As
can
far
tell the
as I'll go,
population.
I'll say, oh, Trump is funny. He's entertaining. He's a great comedian. That's as far as I'm going to go, like supporting a candidate. You know, like
I don't know. I think Biden's pretty funny too, bro. Like passing out and falling off stairs, like
yeah. I mean,
how is that
that's what
not
I mean, though. Like, I'm
entertaining?
just trying to say that, like, I would not give my political opinion because I don't believe them to be like who they say they are, or like what the system says that they are. Like clearly Biden's not running the shit, right? Even his team is not running the shit. There's people who actually run the shit, and it's not any of those people. They're just there to represent the image of the system.
I also think there's people who are like don't even trade in money almost. Because every time you trade in money, you get taxed, it's visible, everyone can see it. I think there's levels in the game where you're basically just exchanging services or favors, and you're not even exchange. There's no money that ever crosses hands. You know what I mean? There's no, oh, I give you this for this. It's more like, I'll do this for you. You give
Well,
me this title almost.
yeah, it's like, oh yeah, so like, so your family propagandizes with other families that you've worked with because maybe you supply children to them. You're gonna start a finding missing children's program, and you're gonna make it so that it's not part of the government. It's privatized, but it's paid for by the government. Because the government's going to come up with an excuse all of a sudden that it's just highly inefficient and the private sector does it better, you know, and so then they make it reasonable that they contract out some of this work.
Yeah, and even on like a lower level,
we end up paying for it anyway. It gets grants and donations, and then the government pays for it and the people pay for it. Right. And then it seems to be a necessity because it's about children. And all they're really doing is creating a database of lost children to which they can procure and then delete half the data, delete half the profile pictures. You see what I mean? Like it's all about creating a systemic feed for your business so that money isn't ever an issue. You have like the system is set up in your favor.
Well, there's things that money can't buy too, like even at a lower level with mafias and mobs and shit like that. Like
exactly,
they'll go to you and you'll
authority.
you'll go to influence or authority. You'll go like, hey, Godfather, these guys keep robbing me. Can you get these guys to stop robbing me? Godfather shakes the shit out of them. You don't get robbed anymore. But the Godfather is like, hey, like you own a what is that? Like a meat place, like a butcher shop.
Yeah, butcher
All right.
shop.
Whenever we have, like you aren't gonna get robbed anymore. But like if we ever have a dead body, we're gonna need to use that freezer,
right,
to keep it in there, right? But you could never have gotten to that situation as if you just approached the deli and was like, hey, I'll pay you $10,000 if I can use your thing to store a cadaver, right? Like there's never going to be a butcher that's like, oh yeah, sure, like do it. No, yeah, like it's something that you can't buy for money. There's things in this world that aren't purchased with money. You have to give a certain service to get a certain service back almost.
You notice that in all the movies, they essentially pretend that mafias only traffic in drugs. And it's basically to like propagandize the idea within the people, like set the idea that mafias would only sell drugs. And they do it with force and they kill people, but they only sell drugs. Like you never see, like maybe they do liquor, maybe they do cigarettes or just some kind of like
protection.
Yeah. Okay. But like they never talk about how the mafia could influence the government or an election or create a complete industry based on a lie to siphon resources. And what are the limits of influence? If you could take it, how much would you take?
All of it.
All of it.
As much as you
I was
could
trying
grab,
to say
yeah.
last night, I was kind of stoned, but like the point still stands. Like if you had an ATM machine that would spit out all the money that you could want, what number would you put in? The highest one that you could put in. Right? So when it comes to power and influence, the best thing to do, especially if it involves lying, make the lie as big as possible.
Yeah, and I think there's different mobs or different groups that do different things almost.
Yeah,
like
and they
when
work
it comes to
together
that.
because it benefits them.
Yeah, it's almost like a dark market. Like, okay, you do this, I do this. We don't step on each other's toes. And, we get it done. Almost like the governments. You know that the governments used to like pay pirates back in the day? Like Jack Sparrow them. They weren't like outlaws. Certain countries would literally give them money. Like, it's like, you know what I mean?
The moment
like,
that you become independent, you're a pagan.
You're a pirate. You're a dissident. So isn't it funny how, like, when people who reject the state become organized, they become, it becomes a national security issue.
What do you mean?
I just explained it.
Well, I mean,
Those
I just
guys
like
in
consider like
Texas
an
that got
example.
burnt. Those guys in Texas that got burnt alive because they had a. Who are those? What was that? That Christian group, the cult or whatever, and they fucking slaughtered. The government slaughtered all
Waco.
the kids. Waco, yeah,
Sure,
that's an
Waco's one
example.
example.
Branch Davidian. But you can't say like anytime people organize, it becomes
Yeah,
national
pirates,
security.
for example. All pirates are bad. Just because they live on a boat and they have their own hierarchy. They might even have their own currency. Who knows?
That's what I'm saying. I think that like USD or like yuan or yen or rubles or shekels or euros, that's all slave currency bullshit. The people who are really like you got all of us like, he has $1 billion, he has $1 million. But like
not all
money,
mafias are bad.
Yeah, they're just it's just a family organization, isn't it? Like
Some mafias, they like, I guess Witsit was saying the Taliban prevented all the opiates from entering the society because it was ruining their people.
Definitely didn't happen in Vancouver, Canada. That place, the streets look like fucking Zombieville.
Now they're banning women education.
Who?
The Taliban.
Oh, who fucking cares?
Well, you know what? We should get all of our female soldiers out there to defend it. I agree with you.
Or how about we just?
I think if women
that's
want
not our country.
the right of
Who fucking
education,
cares?
they should fight for it, and I agree with you
Raise
completely.
families.
But is it really education, or is it just garbage? Anyways, are they really being educated with something? I mean, what are we to say? What are we to say
Reading,
that
writing.
What are we to say that your country has to operate this way? Like you have to have Western values, or else we're gonna come over there and bomb the utter shit out of you and kill all your children. Like, what's the fucking like? Are you serious? How about just who cares? It's their country. We don't live there. Why the fuck do we care? Why the fuck is it our problem? There's way worse shit that happens across the globe. But I don't know, dude. The US government has some weird obsession with the Middle East when there's bad shit that
You said
happens
across
everywhere.
the globe.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Old habits die hard. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, why the fuck should I care? There's way worse shit that happens in the world, and yet nobody cares about that. It just seems like the US has some interest in the Middle East, so they just pump us with propaganda like, oh, look at this, look how bad it is. Isn't it in Africa where they like fucking stab women's vaginas and shit? Isn't that worse than not getting an education? As if someone mutilates your fucking pussy? But nobody cares, right? Because the US government doesn't want to go to Africa. Like it's
You have to pay for that in America.
classic, bro. Are you a Glober? I'm telling you, some Globers are fucking hilarious. I think some Globers are way funnier than yeah, it's a Glober. You're one of the funny ones.
Yeah, by the way, I'm not saying I support the Taliban or that I support that women shouldn't be able to go to school. But you know what? I think we have plenty of women, that would definitely want to stand up for that, right?
I'm of the opinion, why the fuck would we care? It's not your jurisdiction, it's not your country.
Yeah, that would be my answer at the moment, but
like there's way worse humanitarian crises. Like
know the response to that though. Like
if it's about humanitarianism, why haven't we invaded North Korea and freed all the people who are essentially just slaves? It's all about politics. The only reason it's an issue and people feel strongly about it is because they've seen it on their TV being pumped to them. Look at how bad this is. I mean, what's worse, bro? Not having an education or
mean,
being indoctrinated and fucked by 50 different guys and then having a fucking mental breakdown.
a lot of it's about
And then
money.
shaving your hair short.
Like, the only reason we're giving Ukraine anything, like, aid, quote unquote, it's just loans. We're not giving them anything.
Yeah, they're gonna pay back. They
Like,
call it a loan, so you think they're gonna pay back, right?
Well, I mean, they just finished paying off the Second World War loan, so
Yeah, I just heard that.
Back
How long
into
did that take?
slavery.
like
Back into debt slavery.
100 years, 80 years.
Yeah, and what's the value of that money at this point? Did they adjust for inflation?
Like considerably more because it had interest, right? Like the interest didn't decline in percent. The money didn't devalue.
They didn't adjust for inflation.
Why would it? Like our home mortgages don't adjust. I don't know the specifics about it. I'm just saying, like, they probably wouldn't like loan it and be like, you know what, forget about the interest.
No, yeah, definitely not. I'm gonna be indebted and basically fucked around with forever now. What, 100 years of being underneath control because of your World War II debts? And we just re-up and give you another 100 years of you being under our control and in our debt. Imagine getting out of debt just to be put directly back into debt. And it's the same guy putting you into debt that's giving you the loans. That's a racket. That's what you call it, a racket.
That's a mafia stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The international mafias hold so much fucking sway. It's crazy.
Oh, this is Allen. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to come into your guys' conversation.
Oh no, you're fine, dude.
Amazing.
This is where people talk.
Yeah, I'd rather have
people
you
change their
commandeer
name
the
and shit, and I don't know who they are. So
I'd rather have you commandeer the conversation than some of the individuals that
no
frequent this
shitting.
place.
You know, those people are actually in the other room right now. It's actually kind of a nice change.
There's another room?
Live stream too.
Why is Big Gambino here? He should be banned as a liability to all fucking Discord servers immediately. That's a major liability
Well,
having that guy here.
Why?
Yeah, the three in that room should be banned from all of the channels.
Nah, Bacon and Kosher aren't gonna get your server taken down though, right? They're just gonna kind of just like talk their bullshit. Big Gambino's an actual danger to the server.
I have my reasons for Kosho and Bacon because he's dishonest.
You caught Bacon being dishonest.
Oh, all day, every day, bro.
Really? I've heard him double
Yes.
speak before. I don't think he thinks he's being
he will
dishonest.
he will use circular logic regardless of the topic just to maintain his position. He will never give up any ground. There will be no concessions or like, oh yeah, you're right, or anything like that. He will always omit any sort of concession, and then on top of that, he'll either move the goalpost, or he'll use some kind of slippery tactic. He's kind of like Kosho in that regard.
Well, actually, it's my theory that
Kosho's a bit more slippery.
In my theory, it's actually that because I met Bacon when he first got into the argument and whatever, and he was a very honest dude. And it's actually my like theory that the longer you defend the globe, the more it's gonna like wear away at your mental sharpness almost. Like we all know what Zanuck sounded like, 4 years ago or 3 years ago? And we all know what he sounds like now. We all know what Bacon sounded like 2 years ago. We all know what they sound like now. It's almost like they engineered the lie in such a way that if you decide to defend it, you're going to become more of a zealot over time, and like
That's what
it
happens
doesn't.
with anything, though. Like that's what happens with any belief.
I don't think so. I've seen people become better at arguing a certain, like, there's never been a topic where I've seen people get worse at arguing it over time, to be
Oh,
honest
okay.
with
I
you.
see what you're saying. I didn't understand that part. I was just saying, like, you're going to become more in depth in whatever you're fighting for. I would argue over time. You like whatever it is. Like maybe you're a Subaru fanatic. You're just going to self-indoctrinate you by yourself. Like whatever. If you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, if you believe in God, you don't believe. It's just going to become more and more and more. You like try and fight for it or whatever. That's all I meant.
I think it has more. Yeah, my observation has more to do with like logic and logical statements slash arguments. I saw very like I see like a degradation of logic over time. I don't know if it's just I think it is particularly this debate. Like there's a lot of people who a couple years ago were like they would make really good logical points and it would be really good argument between both sides, and then like you check back up with those exact same individuals today and like they just say things that are flat out contradictory, or illogical statements
Well,
flat
it's because
out.
we
Like
know how to hold their feet to the fire, so they have no choice but to say the dumbest shit. That's great. It's actually fucking amazing.
I think it's also like it comes to a point where like certain responses to certain things that you would say, so then you can't say them anymore like you used to, and then over time you just get it's like you're tippy toeing more and more and more. Like
Well,
you know
when
what
you're
I
wrong,
mean?
you're wrong, bro. I mean, that's nature and that's karma and that's just how the system works. Like some things are right, some things are wrong. And if you pick the wrong path, you can only go so far before it becomes like, I mean, how much Coke do you have to drink before you know it's Coke Zero? And the only way you wouldn't know that it's Coke possibly is maybe if you've never had it and you've only had Coke Zero and you didn't know. And maybe that's a little bit of what's happening here.
You know who's surprisingly kept his like mind amongst all this is Rufy. Rufy is one of the individuals that still seems to be sharp, but like a lot of the Globers that I know of, dude, it's almost like the opposite of steel sharpens steel. It's almost like over the years they've become. I don't know if it's
the reason he's
I don't
kept
know
his
if it's a
mind.
cause or a correlation. I don't know if it's a cause or a correlation though. I don't know if it's like the type of people that defend the globe are likely to become like almost like babbling at the end, or is it that defending the globe actually causes you to become confused and babbling? I'm not saying it's a cause. I'm saying there's definitely a correlation. Maybe there's a cause. It could be the cause, but maybe it's something else, that I don't know. It's just an observation.
So, the only reason that Rufy has kind of kept his mind is because he only cares about math. He doesn't care about anything else. Like, he's actually just a nerd. So it doesn't matter what it looks like or what it smells like or feels like. There's no intuition with Ruhif. He just cares about what the model says and what the math says, and he does everything on a calculator, and that's all that matters. And I don't think he would ever actually question the motives behind the information. He would just test the information.
Bro, and I'm not the
That's
only
it.
one who made this observation too. Like, there's people who literally were like in this argument years ago, and then fucked off and didn't go on Discord, and then like years later came back on here, and literally have like basically made the exact same like observation in real time, and it's like, yeah, so I'm being venerated by certain people. Like, wow, like the shit you're saying now is so much more ridiculous than before, and it's like, yeah, it is. I
Do
don't
you
know,
know a
dude. I
guy
don't know
named
what it
Brummy?
is. Rummy? No.
Brummy.
No, I don't.
No, well, maybe he'll wander in here sometime. But he started out as a staunch Glober, was arguing with the Gem people and whatnot, and he like he left Discord for like a couple years, I guess. and he came back and he like apologized because he thinks the Earth's flat. He like totally switched it up, and he's like genuine about it. Like he was defending it by nature at first, but then as it became, after a few years, it was just overwhelming that he was honest with himself. He's like, oh yeah, this is actually what's going on. Like it was an actual progression. It was great. And yeah, so now now he's just not on Discord very much anymore because all the people on Gems give him shit for like switching up his rhetoric and everything. They feel like he betrayed them or something. But actually, he's a cracking debater, so it's kind of funny when he does get involved.
Why is it that, like, I'm not gonna say that 24/7 isn't toxic or whatever, but like Earth Awakenings and this Cosmology Tartaria server, they're obviously not toxic, right? These are like the best places for debate, you know? But why is it that the globe only server is such a fucking cesspit of filth and
because they're miserable?
It's a horrible, bro. It's a horrible server. Bro. It's ridiculous.
It takes a miserable person to like vehemently defend something that which they can't, actually prove.
Yeah, I think the flat Earth is a deception too. I don't think anyone can fucking measure the world. I don't think anyone's measured it and said these are the dimensions, this is the shape. So I don't even know. I just think the best position is not globe, not fucking asserting whatever. You haven't measured shit. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest. No human being has ever measured the entire Earth and found out its shape. You don't even. It's a mystery to you. You fucking hardly any knowledge on anything. It's so prideful, both sides. I don't know. But I understand the FE, like how it's kind of a good thing, but it's kind of like a catch. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, like globe is fake. Hey, come to us. Like we have the answers, and it's like,
well, we have different answers. It's not necessarily like they have an answer and they're like, oh well, then what's this? What's this? I'm like, well, it's a completely different. You can't just say, oh well, it's this. Like what we're saying is these things aren't known. You're extrapolating, and it's something else entirely. It would have to be something else entirely, just due to the nature of the situation.
Yeah, and the fact that the Illuminati card game had the flat Earth card in the 1990s really bothers me. It really bothers me about the whole movement and how like people are like, I don't know. I just think it's prideful foolishness to think that you measured the whole Earth when clearly you haven't. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And like these people who are like, oh, the dome. It's like I fucking know for a fucking fact none of you has ever fucking measured, seen, or done any of this dome shit. Or like, I don't know. I feel like it's like, why would you get rid of a fucking false idol to just put up a new one? You know what I mean? You just don't have any idols. Just have your truth be what you've experienced and what you actually know. Hey, Ruhif, speaking of the devil.
What do you guys must have said his name 3 times.
We're just saying that you're the Glober that has seemed to kept his wits over the years and not gone fucking crazy.
Okay. I'd like to be in that camp too, real.
No, Ruhif just keeps his crazy very suppressed. It's just very deep down in there. And he keeps his cool on the surface.
Projection,
right? You just push it down, and just stick with the arguments you got.
Did you make a prediction for the angles?
Yeah, see what I tell you. It's all the math.
That's what I'm saying. It's just science itself literally admits that it doesn't get to the fundamental truth. And so by like going into this false dichotomy of flat Earth and round Earth, you're still arguing within the confines of science, basically. People idolize this science. Science is like the overall idol that flat Earth and globe are like
it's
partial
the new religion
of.
It's the world religion. So like That's what I told people years ago, is that science is the new religion. Where they're going to dissolve the countries, they're going to dissolve our differences, they're going to dissolve the monetary system, and they're going to get everyone to learn the slave language, English, and and basically what they're going to do is, it's like when they boil milk after they pull it out of the cow. They're homogenizing it. They're just turning it into one substance.
With science?
Yes. So they're going to turn all of the people into one type of people. And they're going to use science as the main religion, because science supposedly is the beacon of truth and reality. When in reality, it's just it's an assisted lie. Like it comes with there's some things that are pre-concluded. They're called axioms, premises. And you have to interpret everything that is true via X and Y axioms. You can never go outside, deviate. So like, if you already know the globe is real, then you have to interpret everything via the globe. And if something goes outside of the lines, then it's like, oh, well, maybe he messed up. Maybe we just don't include that data because the sensor needs to be resetted, or just doesn't make sense or something. And this is how they made the models currently, is they're okay, well,
but like
they interpret it all through the lens of a globe. It's not that they're getting the wrong data. It's that everything has been shaped and filtered in such a way that it will only reflect one story.
Okay. If I have a model,
if I had a model, if I had a math,
That's
if I had a model.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
If I had a model that made predictions,
models itself.
If I had a model that made predictions that came true in reality, and you didn't have a model that made predictions that come true in reality, right? Do I know something that you don't?
I'd say
yeah. Well, you have a model that doesn't fit with reality. For example, the amount of Earth curve that should be manifesting is not there. So when we test your model, it fails. That's it.
By orders of magnitude, by the way.
By orders of magnitude.
Show me one of these observations.
No, I'm not showing you.
Remember we were joking the other day, but it's like if you went into a party and there's hundreds of people at this house party, and there's just women everywhere in bikinis, just out by the pool, just beautiful women all over the place.
And then a gay guy comes up named Ruhif and says, "Hey, you want a drink?" And you're like, "No." And you put your hand in his face, you push him to the side.
Well, the analogy I was going to try to make is like all the women are all of the direct evidence observations of the Earth not having the curvature, planar, etc. And Ruhif's like, it's like you're walking into the party, like you come up to me and you're like, "Dude, why there's no women here, man? I thought the women were going to be here." And I'm like, "Are you kidding, dude? Look around. There's women everywhere. Look at that one. Look at that one." And you're like, "I don't see any women, dude. Come on. I've been here for hours. I don't see any." Because that's kind of what you're saying. Like you've been in these discussions for years. You have a flat Earth enthusiast YouTube channel of your own channel that you do. And you even go over all the J-Toll and all this stuff, and you still haven't seen it. It's like there's just women everywhere, and you can't see them.
I'll show you one of those hot women.
Or the women are
And
fictitious.
show me the hot women, that he says.
Yeah, and I'll lube up her asshole and slide it in.
Maybe they all got mustaches, Ruth.
Notice how he targeted the asshole.
Yep.
It's like you're averse to seeing the obvious. You're averse to seeing the direct, observational, measurable foundations of reality on the base geometric level.
Do you have an asshole preference?
I do, actually. I remember I used to work with these guys, and I said to them before I met my wife.
That was the wrong answer.
I said,
I used to hang out with these guys before I met my wife. I have an asshole preference. Blah blah blah.
I'm going to marry a woman that loves anal sex, right? And then a couple of years later, I met my wife
so
to be
gross.
and introduced them.
That's so
introduced
gross,
them to her.
dude.
You're gross, dude.
Yeah.
That's so fucking
Does
gross.
your
dude.
wife have a penis?
No, she
You know
doesn't.
what they say about people like that?
What?
They're just not well endowed, so they have to like trick themselves into thinking.
I think
Like,
so too.
yeah.
Listen,
Like, oh, it won't even
even
fit.
listen, even if I had a fucking like 2-incher, I would not fucking. That's gross. It's just gross, dude.
Really?
It's just fucking gross.
Yeah, like who wants poo
Who
poo
am I
on their
blaming to this
penis?
conversation going down this road?
Well, it's always the baller degenerate that brings it into this room.
All right. Anyway, no, I think Gio brought up
let's
the,
get
the
off.
women.
Let's get off
Anyway,
that.
show
Let's get
show
off
us
that.
one of these
Fuck
hot
it.
women. Gio, show us one of these hot women.
But that's the first thing you think of when you see a hot woman is where their shit comes from. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
No, I was just making an analogy. It had nothing to do with actual hot women. It could have
Gio,
been any analogy.
Okay, show us one of these observations.
Yikes, man! What did I come into?
A
Yeah, I don't know. Gio turned the
I just
conversation.
unmuted myself.
It's rude.
I
It's
just
rude.
unmuted myself.
It's
and
rude.
I just
It's Ruhit's
unmuted
first day.
myself. I just
Is it
unmuted
a
myself,
Ruhit
and the first
hosted
thing
event?
I hear is how Rufy talks about he found a wife that likes. Yeah, I just don't want to go further. But
I never said that. I never said that.
I changed the analogy to a room
Did he
full
not
of boards.
just say that?
No, I didn't say it. I said to people that I used to work with, I'm going to find a wife that likes it up the ass.
That's
I
weird.
didn't say
So let's
whether
just
my
move on.
wife did or not.
Oh no, this conversation's gone down.
Why are you still on that, dude?
Ruhit,
Anyway, let's move on. Move on.
Ruhit,
I used an
Show an
analogy.
observation.
Yeah.
We
Show
used
me
a
an
different
observation.
object than a woman, and we wouldn't have went down this.
Orders of
Cool.
magnitude
Hey.
larger.
Okay,
Let's
I got
not
a
use-
question. I got a question for the
Wait,
ballers.
why is that retard allowed even in this room that I just heard?
Hey, do you guys think this is real?
I don't know.
This is supposedly
What, the piece of
NASA's
paper
first
or the
picture
image?
of Mars.
It says on the page it's not real.
It doesn't say that.
you
It
broke
does,
a promise.
it does say it on there in under the writing. It says
It says it looks similar to. So what does it say under the writings, Kosho? What's it say?
It says light and dark rocks. Hold on the Martian. Right, it says right here.
Upper bleak Martian surface described
light
as
rocks.
similar to U.S. Smithsonian desert in this Viking picture taken from TV screen story. Yeah, so it says light and dark rocks.
Right.
Bleak Martian cover bleak Martian surface described as similar to U.S. southeastern desert. So it is a picture of Mars, or it is claimed as a picture of Mars.
Yeah, it says it looks similar to a desert on the Earth.
Why you gotta argue fucking direct lies though? Like why you gotta fucking say like no, it doesn't say that when it clearly fucking says
Because it
that?
describes
Why
the
can't
US,
you just be
it describes
obvious?
the U.S. desert.
It literally says it looks similar. It says the picture from the Martian surface looks similar to a U.S.
Described as similar to U.S. southwestern desert.
Yeah.
Bro, that you just lost a bunch of credibility. That's dishonest as fuck. That you can't even fucking honestly say what it fucking says under the thing in black
It's
and
hard to
white.
read. I know, Bacon. I
Well,
know.
if it's so hard to read, you wouldn't have jumped in to correct me as if you were like showing I was wrong about it.
It
I
says
know. It
letter.
describes on there the Earth's surface, and it's hard to read. So after somebody cleared up,
Well, then
what
why
it
would you
actually
make a
says,
claim?
it doesn't.
So why would you make a claim and say someone else is wrong if you can't even read what it says? Why are you defending something you're
I'm not saying
ignorant
anyone's
of?
wrong, dude. He asked where he said,
literally
"Is this
said you
real?"
were
That's what he
wrong.
asked. Is this real? And so I read it. And
No,
it
I said, do you guys actually believe this is real? And you said it
Yes,
says on
right.
there it's not real.
Yes, exactly. It
Yeah,
says
that
it's
is
on
what you
Earth,
said.
but I read it wrong.
You asserted it said something, but you couldn't even read it. So you asserted something from ignorance, and you just
No, I
admitted.
asserted something based on
This
what
is what
I
I'm
saw that it
fucking
said,
talking about,
but
bro.
it says some
Over
extra
time,
words.
these guys just lose their mind.
No,
They
he's
just
going to
lose
stop
their
talking.
fucking mind.
He says just
I want to read the story on page
Hey,
3. Other
Bacon.
pictures in centerfold.
Yes. Anyway, Gio, do you have an observation that you want to present?
No, I want the
think Bruce
ballers
Leonard-
to tell me if they think this is real.
Oh, does it matter? What's it?
Yeah, it does matter. It does matter.
This is the topic.
Yes, I think it's real. Happy?
You think it's real? Okay.
Yep. Okay,
Wow.
we're done. All right. Does
Real
anyone have an
newspaper
observation?
Printed on real paper with real ink.
Yeah, do you
Can
think
I
this is really a picture from Mars from 1976?
Can I ask a
No,
question?
no.
Oh, so you believe NASA lied?
Is this real? Is this spacecraft real? Has it been to the moon and back? Is this a real spacecraft?
It just
almost
happens to
fucking
look like Nevada or New Mexico. Just a coincidence.
Dude, Clay,
Please
I
say
almost
yes.
spit my fucking coffee out when I saw that second picture. Holy shit.
I just want to hear one glower say yes. This is a spacecraft. Please say yes. Come on, any glower. Is this a real spacecraft?
Dude,
And
I
also,
literally had to hold the coffee in my hand that came out of my lips when I saw that fucking piece of shit.
you know what what they say in the forums about this? They say it looks so weird because it was hit by small meteorites. That's why you have this.
The crumpling effect? Is that
Yes.
dog?
Yes.
Dog, are you fucking I'm about
Yes,
to
that's what they
cry.
claim. That's the
I'm about to
argument.
cry. It's just
It always comes in handy, the little small meteorites hitting it, and then it looks just like cardboard. Oh yeah.
Dude,
You
I
know.
bought that freaking newspaper article because I think it's so funny. Like,
Yeah, make some scan it. Do you have a scanner at home?
I could, yeah, I do.
Is it just the article or the
scan
whole?
it.
The whole newspaper.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How much was that? Like on eBay or something?
Way too much. I'm still contemplating canceling the order. But
also watch the
Well, how
video
much was it?
above.
$100.
$100. I mean, honestly, I think
piece of history.
I don't know, man. Hold on to it. Just hold on to it. One day it's
It
going to
could
be
be
worth a
worth
lot
a
more.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Like supposedly the first time they took pictures on Mars.
Yeah, man. Hold on to that.
Because
Don't
when they
back down.
re-land on
You're
Mars,
the guy.
yeah, then it'll be worth.
Yeah, you're the guy, man. Just hold on to that shit.
Hey,
Fucking
Vincent,
own
look
it.
at the video I posted, please, man. This is what you need to buy into if you believe the Apollo missions. I mean, not you, but you know.
Yeah, when it's sped up, you can see it. By the way, this is what's so funny. I hadn't even brought this to the Globers yet. They were making all these stories up about how the lunar module worked and how it does land on a rotating moon surface that orbits, and they were all contradicting themselves. Oh, well, actually, you wouldn't have to account for it. Oh, they did account for it. Oh, it goes the opposite direction. Oh, you wouldn't even know. It's just like a helicopter. It's no big deal, all this stuff. And it did come in at an angle. They were just making all kinds of stuff up like it was fact. Now look at the actual footage sped up.
Why is it constantly wobbling left to right? And look at 18 seconds. If you stop at 18 seconds, you see a little white dot up above the middle on the upper part of the picture. You see the strings of the model being held up. Like you see the strings going from one corner of the little spacecraft to the other. Like you see how they use it, and it just makes sense with the movement in itself. It's just on strings being moved and twisted around.
And the moon's supposed to be rotating and orbiting, and they're supposed to be landing on that surface. They can't be going in all these different directions last minute at the bottom.
Yeah, but here you can literally see the strings coming at 18 seconds. And the top part, the white little thing, you see the strings coming into the screen. It's not perfectly cropped out.
Yeah, that is just abysmal.
Yeah.
That is so fake looking, unbelievably bad.
And look, dude, the people in this room right now, if you make them answer, they'll say it's real.
Yeah, they're just gonna be quiet. They never rebutted anything that is.
They just get quiet.
Yes, it just gets
That's
quiet.
Like, what do you want? What do you want them to say? Like, yeah, it's real. Like,
I want them to tell me they think it's real. Yeah.
yeah, it's real.
You think this video is real?
Yeah.
Why?
So funny.
Because it's real.
Are you looking at it?
Yeah, look at this with it.
So you didn't even look at it?
I honestly didn't look at it. I thought it was a video of
It's
the
real
lunar
because
landing,
it's
so I assumed
real.
it was real.
Go look at it.
It's real because it was real. It's
Yeah.
real because I assume it was real. It's
It
real
didn't
because
even
it's
look at
real,
it.
and it's real because I assume it's real. Those are the
This
two
is a scaled
explanations.
model.
Yeah, you see the strings coming.
Yeah, it's a
at
model.
18
That's
seconds.
exactly what
I
it
don't
is.
see the strings,
It's a
but
model.
it is clearly a scaled model.
Okay, so is this a video of the lunar landing?
Yeah, supposedly. Yeah.
Okay, then I believe it.
Okay, so did you watch it?
I'm watching it about half, 3/4 the way through.
And none of that looks fake to you?
No, it's sped up.
Yeah. So why does it look
So
like that?
So you can see the wobble better. Why is it wobbling left to right?
Because that's what
minimalistically?
happens in space when it's sped up.
That's what happens in space.
That's what happens when you
We should all
put
just
something
rest our
on a
case.
string.
The case is over. I rest my case. Like we should just rest our case.
I can't argue with someone who believes
With
this.
Sid
Talk about
Briggs,
pareidolia,
we rest our
dude.
case.
So hold on.
We rest our case.
So does it like
We
not
rest our
wobble in
case on
space?
this?
Like when you use a thruster to move in a direction, and you counteract the movement? And what happens?
Counteract the movement.
Yeah,
That
like a
looks
counter
like a-
thruster.
That looks like a stop motion animation.
Bacon, you believe this is real?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I only saw the video. But it looks like a.
It looks fake, is what
stop-
you're saying.
Dude, Zanuck would say this looks
I'm
fake.
saying what I'm saying. Can I just say it? So it looks like a stop motion animation to me.
You said that. That's saying it looks fake.
No,
But,
that does not look like stop motion.
Yeah,
that
but,
has clear
there are-
fluidity, dude.
No, there isn't. It's
Yeah.
clear the
I mean, you
the
were
time
close,
the
but-
time between the frames is clearly not consistent, and that's how a stop motion animation.
Stop motion works.
Hey, go to
Yeah,
like
it-
19
it's,
seconds.
Yeah, but
The frame rate
it's
is
also-
consistent.
one
It
second,
has
second.
clear fluidity. It's not stop motion.
Hey, real fast, go to 19
No,
seconds
it
and look at the little circle.
Clearly has the same fluidity of a stop motion animation. There
Okay,
is
look,
some
man,
fluidity,
look, yeah,
but
yeah.
it's not a
Okay,
consistent one.
yeah. It's like your job. So look, if you look go to 19 seconds, if you go to look at the little circle at the bottom left and watch it.
Yeah, satellite.
Little side,
It like
satellite
it gets caught on the wire and it snaps.
It snaps, yeah. Hilarious.
And you can even see the wire here. I made a video about it. I'm uploading it right now. You can see in this white little circle. You can see that the wire mechanism is moving with the
Are you
object.
guys like honest right now? Are you serious?
Bro, I'm like tearing up right now, bro.
I haven't even seen it. Yes, I believe it. And you're
Yeah.
asking us if we're being honest.
If it's lunar footage, yeah, I believe it.
Look at the little thing on the left. Hey, since you just believe it, how does it land on a spinning, rotating moon going 10.8 miles per hour at the equator, which is where Apollo 11 landing site, while it's also going 2,200 miles per hour around the Earth, but there's no atmosphere to carry it, so it had to account for the motions while it was landing, but supposedly it was going in two different directions at the same time, the orbit and the rotation. How'd they
I'd
account for
argue
that?
A pretty good strategy would be to match its trajectory. That's what
But
I
how would you match a trajectory if it's rotating and then orbiting the opposite way?
They have rocket boosters that they can adjust their trajectory to match its trajectory.
No. You're saying that it was going 2,200 miles per hour when it landed?
If it's matching its trajectory, that'd be yes.
You think the lunar lander matched the 2,200 mile per hour speed when it landed?
Well, it approached, it slowed down. They're both now traveling at the somewhat same speed.
So
Maybe
no.
the moon's traveling a little bit faster. Maybe it sped up a little bit, got a little bit closer. So maybe it's traveling at 19,000. Yeah.
19,000?
This is what I refer to as a zealot.
Yeah, he just, dude,
Immediately
it's
believes,
2,000.
immediately puts his faith into something without even looking into it. That's
Yeah,
what you
I
call a
mean,
zealot.
you
Well,
can
hold on,
replace
hold on.
moon
How
footage
fast-
with scripture.
How fast do
that's basically what
ICBMs
he said.
travel?
What does that have to
Inside of
do
an
with landing on a rock without
Well,
an atmosphere?
You're telling me how fast the ball is going. You're saying it's so outrageous that it could be going that fast.
No, it's that you would have had to land on the surface without an atmosphere.
Does an atmosphere assist in the landing process?
Yeah, according to you, that's why planes land on the Earth with no problem, even though the Earth spins 1,000 miles per hour. Yeah.
That's not why.
Yeah, it is why.
No, it's not.
So the
It's
atmosphere
logical part of it,
doesn't
but-
bring the plane with the spin of the Earth?
Yeah, it's not the amount of acceleration that would apply in for Coriolis is enough to be adjusted for when the plane's keeping up with the Earth. So
Because of the
whether
atmosphere.
it's the wind doing it or whether it's the plane making corrections, the change is very little. And
It's because of the atmosphere. It's because of the atmosphere.
When the Apollo
No.
leaves the Earth and goes
Yes.
to the moon, it's in the moon. It's now trying to position itself in the moon's reference frame.
And this is why I think you guys have like moral.
The speed of the moon is not some impossible task. It just matches it.
Yeah, it just matches it. Yeah. This is why I think you have moral reciprocations from this stuff, because you hear this guy right here doesn't understand anything about it. And you two, but stop interrupting, dude. You two, Kosho and Bacon, know this guy has no idea what he's talking about, right? Like literally no idea. And he's just saying it would work. And you have to jump in to try to make it sure that he can feel like he was making sense and had a legitimate position. But you both know that. All right, I'm gonna stop talking to you guys. You're all interrupting me. So.
Good, yeah. Stop talking about people, dude. I didn't even know who this guy is or what he said.
Oh, that sucks. Good, yeah, I interrupted you, so you stopped talking. Good, yeah, stop talking.
Yeah, but they're interrupting you because you're kind of going after them personally, so they're going to react.
I'm just saying I was talking to the other guy, and as soon as it's his turn to respond, every single time the veteran zealots for the globe have to jump in and try to like create this narrative where he never has to actually have the conversation. They do it every time. They don't let other people have the conversations. They have to come in and try and damage control the narrative, and they never let the other person actually answer when it's their turn. They do it every single time you try to talk to someone different. Every time. If you talk to any glober, you're actually going to have to talk to Bacon, Kosho, and Xanig. No matter what, that's who you're going to end up talking to. They're going to jump in every time.
Well, we can moderate to not have interruptions and let people speak.
Can I answer?
That's why I never get away
we can do live stream hosting, and we could just talk to this one guy, and we could talk to him directly and ask Kosho and Bacon, these guys, to not jump in. We can like make it an actual discussion with this guy if you want to do that instead.
Well, it's whatever. It's not even that serious. I'm just saying, like, if we're having a back and forth for a couple seconds every single time, Kosho has to come in. You know, like every time he has to come in and not when he can tell the guy doesn't have an answer, he's going to like start mocking me to try to help the guy out every time. And it just seems like it's kind of annoying. It's almost like you were hired to be here or something.
Because all I was doing was responding to what you said. I wasn't
to the other guy.
I wasn't worried about anything the guy said. You said it requires the atmosphere for planes to land on Earth, and I just said no, it doesn't. So it's not me defending the other guy or anything. I'm just responding to what you said. But
no, the official narrative is that the atmosphere moves with the globe, and when you fly a plane, you're moving with the spin of the Earth because you're in the atmosphere, which also moves with the spin of the Earth. This is objective. So you jump in and you misrepresent what I'm saying, and then you make your own non sequitur point as if it's a rebuttal whenever I was talking to the other guy. That's what actually happened.
That's fine. And my point stands, though, that it's not necessary for the atmosphere at all.
I have a question about that. You're saying the thrusters would not work on Mars because there's no atmosphere, right?
No one's talking about Mars.
Or the moon.
No, what I'm saying is that when you were landing on the moon, it was supposedly spinning, and you were leaving the orbit. So you would have to account for those motions while you land. There is no atmosphere dragging you with the moon. There's no atmosphere there. So you're going to have to account for the motions of the spin and orbit.
Okay. I thought
okay, now watch the video. You can see they didn't do that.
I think they would describe it sort of like almost like a fish underwater. Like, let's say that, I don't know, maybe there's a fish swimming, and then you have like a remote control submarine or something. And then you try to like get the remote control submarine to kind of match up to the fish. Like I think that's how they would describe it. Like the two things are kind of moving like that, and all you have to do is, because you're kind of in outer space or whatever, you would just have to adjust the thrusters to get going the same speed as the moon, which I guess is all relative in their system or whatever. But I also hear where you're coming from too. Yeah.
You think the thrusters can make it go 2,200 miles per hour, matching the orbit as it falls out of the rocket's orbit? Because the official narrative, see, this is the problem though. Like, I'm talking about NASA's story that they told to the world. They make up a whole different version of events. That's why it's frustrating. We're actually challenging NASA's claim, right? We got the video here. We got other videos of when it descends. We got the audio of them claiming that they messed up and they missed the trajectory and they almost ran out of fuel, and they had to actually land at different speed, different angle, and different location than they planned. This is the official story, and you can look at the video, and then you can actually overlay that with like the physics of the situation. But then we just argue against these hypotheticals of how it could be done, and then they pretend that's how it was done. You know, and so it just, if the Earth is orbiting, if the moon's orbiting the Earth 2,200 miles an hour and it's spinning, and then you're supposedly in a rocket, they claim it's incredibly hard to maintain orbit around the moon, and that's what took so long to get there. And then they magically got into this little window, this little pocket that orbits the moon. Then they shot the lunar module out of it, and it descended for 12 minutes. Right? It's falling out of the orbit, and this is NASA's official story that it left the orbit and came down. for 12 minutes and then landed on the moon. That's spinning and still orbiting, and there's no atmosphere to drag that lunar module with it. That's what the official story is. Like, I just watched like a national television documentary on the moon landing where they're interviewing the people from NASA saying what happened. So it's like, then you come in here and know these people were the ones that actually did the moon landing, and they get to make up a new version of it. That's why it's annoying. It's just annoying because it's like, no, you can't just say stuff. You can't just be like, oh, well, no, it would just match it. Like, oh, it would just match it.
I mean, how else
No,
they
that's
would
wrong.
figure out the math, right? And then they put it into place.
They said that it didn't work. They said they messed up when they were doing it. When they were coming down, they said it messed up.
But how badly? Did it didn't work at all? They had to scrap it, or?
So my question is, do you think the official narrative is that they went 2,200 miles an hour?
Let's nail what you just said down.
But there's two things here. There's like the supposed schematics and the plan that they had, and then they didn't actually do that. It doesn't matter how close it is or not. We're talking about how you have to match the movement to be able to land.
You said they almost weren't able to land, right?
No, I didn't say that. No, I said according to them, they almost ran out of gas, out of fuel. That's not the point. The point is that you have to be able to match the movement to land. Do you understand that? You have to match the movement to land.
I don't disagree.
Okay, well, you're going to have to match the spin in the orbit, and they claim they left the orbit when they dropped the lunar module and it descended for 12 minutes. Now we're looking at the video, so Bacon and Kosho always talk about how it could be done and all this stuff. Well, we're looking at the video where it's going left and right and back and forth and then goes straight down. So it's not just following an orbit around the moon. We're sitting there watching their video, and it's going in different directions.
That video is not showing the descent stage, it's showing the ascent stage. It's doing the opposite. It's not landing on the moon. It's coming back from being on the moon.
Okay. So what about the video that shows where it's descending from inside the rocket and inside the ship, and it shows it going straight down?
Yeah, at that point in the mission, they're already orbiting the moon. So when it has to land on the moon, there's no complications for the fact that it's orbiting the Earth or that it's rotating. It's already orbiting the moon. So they're already in the reference frame that's addressing the moon's the surface of the moon. So all these other complications are actually not complicated.
See, and this is why Kosho gets on my nerves, because I just watched the documentary, and NASA employees point blank say that what he said's a lie. They point blank say it wasn't in orbit and that it left the moon's orbit. But then Kosho says, no, it just stayed in the orbit. It's not complicated at all. But the NASA employees said it had to leave the moon's orbit once the lunar module started descending, that it left the moon's orbit. That's what NASA employees say about the moon mission.
That, dude. The craft that's orbiting the moon, they're orbiting the moon. Now they want to land on the moon. Of course, they're going to leave the orbit. They're leaving orbit to land on the moon, but they're still in the reference frame of the moon. They're not the fact that the moon's rotating differently. It's not going to affect them if they're already orbiting the moon and they're not they're already in the reference frame that's addressing the surface. Then the fact that the surface is rotating is not going to it's not going to complicate it. It's not going to complicate things when their calculations are already in that reference frame.
Wrong. So whenever you're in the orbit around the moon and you went and strawmanned it to the rotation again, like this is, I'm about to just disengage. Whenever the lunar module comes out of the rocket was supposedly orbiting the moon. The module left the orbit around the moon. It left it. It left the orbit. Okay, so it's going to have to account for the orbit as it descends because it's no longer in the orbit.
So what does that mean to you that it's leaving the orbit?
Well, you're supposedly moving with the moon because you maintained an orbit. So as you're orbiting the moon, you're moving around the Earth with the moon. Then the lunar module left that orbit, which means the moon is now moving independent of the module.
That's crazy, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's just a fundamental misunderstanding. When it's not when it leaves the orbit, it's not leaving the moon's reference frame or anything like that. It's just now not in orbit anymore. Its reference frame is still in reference to the moon, and it doesn't have to make some extra calculation for how fast the moon's moving. It's in that.
Well, that's the opposite of what NASA says. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a documentary for the actual truth seekers. They can show that what Kosho's saying, he's objectively making it up. He has no idea what he's talking about. He didn't actually go read the moon mission. He didn't actually go read the official story from NASA. He's just making stuff up. And he's using the word reference frame as if somehow that answers the question. When NASA's official story is that they had to try to account for the descent and the orbit of the moon. That's the official story from NASA, is that when they left, it was very tricky because they had to try to figure out how to come down and descend and account for leaving the orbit.
Yeah, because they have an orbital trajectory. They have a trajectory of their movement around the moon, and they have to now land on the moon so that they're stationary in reference to the moon. And so that makes perfect sense why they'd have to do that. That's obviously what they would have to do. But when I say they're leaving the orbit, that doesn't mean that they're now not using the reference frame of the moon's surface. Because
who said they weren't referring to the moon's surface? Who said that?
Well, you're saying there. That's why I asked you. What do you mean by leaving the moon's orbit?
Yeah, and you're going to respond again with the reference frame. You're just going to say reference frame over and over as if you're schooling me, right? When you're in the orbit, then the lunar module left the orbit. That means it's not moving perfectly with the moon anymore. It's not in orbit around the moon.
Yeah,
or orbiting the moon isn't rotating with the moon. Like, where are you getting this from?
What?
Orbiting the moon doesn't mean moving with the moon.
Oh, so when you're in an orbit around the moon, you're not going with the moon in orbit around the Earth?
Are you talking about the surface of the moon or the moon around the Earth?
See, you guys don't listen. Yeah,
No,
so there's
I'm
two different. That's two different things. That's two different things. We're talking about the orbit right now.
That's what I'm asking.
We're talking about the orbit, Bacon. I've said it 10 times. Orbit,
Okay,
orbit,
if
orbit.
you're talking about orbiting the moon and you're saying you're going with the moon, right? Are you just talking about the orbiting the moon, right?
Yeah, the lander was orbiting the moon.
No, it wasn't. That's what you guys don't. You don't know what you're talking about. You just say stuff. That's not
so
even the
you're
official
saying
story.
As it's
What?
descending, because it's no longer in orbit, you wouldn't follow the moon anymore. Is that what you're trying to imply?
Yeah, why is it going to follow the moon?
You guys are still attracted towards the moon, like just because
Oh, the gravity. Now your guys' claim is the gravity's pulling.
No. You gotta let me respond to you. I just began to respond to you. So if you're no longer in orbit with the moon, all that means is that you're no longer in the orbital speed that is necessary for you to be going around the moon in a fixed distance. If you're going faster or slower, you're not gonna just get away from the moon just because that's no longer the orbital speed. If it's a lower speed, you're actually going to approximate the moon. Just saying
Well,
that it's
NASA
no
says
longer
they
in
had
the
to
moon's
they had
orbit.
to maintain a speed to stay with the moon. That's what NASA says. So you
That's-
guys know more than NASA.
That's
You guys
speed in
should go
which
work for them.
reference frame? Because if you're talking about in the reference frame orbiting the Earth, sure, obviously. But if you're talking about in the reference frame of the moon, then that's in. If you slow down your speed, you're just going to get closer to the moon. You're not going to miss the moon.
You don't
And
get
you're
out of
not
this by just saying the word
necessarily-
reference frame, Bacon.
Because you're talking about speed, and you might not know at this point. I don't know how, but maybe you don't still know at this point. You need a reference for that, right?
Okay, so
There's no
this is just
objective
sophistry, right? Like,
No,
if you
it's
just
physics,
say
like
in
high school
reference
physics.
of the moon, then somehow you don't have to answer the actual problem. Why when
No.
NASA's official story is that you do have to, and they said that they tried to account for it, and that it was very difficult. That's what NASA says. NASA says it was super difficult to try to keep up with the moon once they left the orbit. That's what NASA says. You guys say they don't have to account for it at all, and it's not complicated
I
at
didn't
all,
say
and
that.
it's super easy. It just automatically follows the moon.
I just asked if you which reference frame you were using because you might be speeding up in one and slowing down the other. If you're just saying you're speeding up to keep with the moon orbit, and you keep switching between which reference frame you're talking about, that doesn't tell us anything. Yeah,
A reference frame speaks about the calculation, not what you're actually experiencing in reality.
you don't. Yeah, you
Well,
don't
you have to
speed-
account for it in reality.
Right, but if you're talking about a speed of something that is trying to land on the moon, if you're talking about in reference frame to the Earth, and if you're talking about in the reference frame of the moon, those are different speeds.
Right.
So you might be speeding up in one while you're actually slowing down the other, and it's not clear which one you're speaking because as you're going from the Earth to the moon, it's not clear which one is the default one. So that's why I have
you're
to
saying nothing, basically. Yeah, you're basically
For
saying
me.
nothing. So anyway, NASA says that whenever they left the orbit, the lunar module had to account for the moon moving away from it and not the spin. That's what NASA says. And you guys come on Discord and say, no, you don't have to account for it at all. The moon's gravity just brings it with it, and it's just not complicated. It just goes right with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me see if they're actually saying what you're saying. They're saying.
Okay, yeah. Why don't you do that? How about you do that instead of
post it.
That's what I'm asking you
talking about.
Yeah.
You guys believe it's real and believe that you're teaching us how easy and uncomplicated it was, and NASA says it was super complicated and that they had to account for it once they left the orbit. I just watched it 2 days ago. I watched NASA employees being interviewed saying that's what happened, but you guys say they don't have to account for it at all. There's the moon's gravity just pulls it down with it.
You still have access to that.
Bro, man, no one's saying that it's easy.
Yeah.
No one's saying it would be easy, super easy.
You guys said you don't have to account for it at all and that it's not complicated. That was the exact.
We didn't say that also.
That was the exact words that Tosho said.
Saying that. Yeah,
I didn't say anything about it being easy, dude.
Yeah, you said it's not complicated at all. You said that.
Understand what we're saying.
And then Bacon said that the gravity would pull it down.
Yeah, because you're talking about
always pulling
the orbit.
You think that the moon's gravity pulled the lunar module around the Earth with it, with no corrections needed? Is that your claim?
Yeah, no, I didn't say all the words you just put together and said. So I'll just say it in my words that, of course, if it was orbiting the moon was orbiting the Earth, and it's trying to land on the moon, it leaving the orbit to go closer to the moon is not going to change those other facts. It just changed the fact that it's orbiting the moon. So now it's going to be moving slower in reference to the surface, so it could land on it. That's the difficult.
Yeah, but wouldn't you kind of say that the orbit kind of goes like whatever the distance is from the moon to the thing that's orbiting, whatever they're claiming in this whole fabricated idea, like that orbit thing would go from like the orbit. Almost like the Van Allen, okay, I shouldn't bring up Van Allen radiation belts, but almost like a field that surrounds the entire moon. So what I'm saying is that if you're orbiting the moon in this whole fabricated idea, if you were to go from that orbit into the moon, that orbital trajectory thing is still relevant all the way to the surface. Like it's still part of that gravitational field, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Like once you're using that as your reference frame, you don't have to even think about the fact that it's orbiting the Earth or that it's rotating, all this other type of stuff. If you were already addressing the surface of the moon in the orbital trajectory, then that's a reference frame that you're describing your movement as you descend to the Earth's surface. So that's what I'm saying. That's that part that's not complicated. I'm not saying that the entire event wasn't complicated, because I think the automated fucking bot thing messed up, and so you had to land it manually. But yeah, it's just not as complicated as you say that you would have to keep.
Well, no, that's what NASA says. I'm about to drop the video.
Yeah, so drop the video.
I'm going to, dude, because you guys are literally making stuff up. Like you're just making up what you think makes sense, but we're talking about what NASA claimed happened. They claim they absolutely did have to account for the change in the motion once they left orbit, and that it was difficult.
Well, the motion was definitely different.
I mean, the word "easy" was only used in the sense that it's easy to understand why that's.
No. He said it wasn't complicated to land it.
I didn't say
you don't have to worry
that.
about it.
It wasn't complicated to land it. I was refuting the difficulties you were describing. The difficulties you were describing were not existent. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying it was an easy task to land it.
Okay, so what you guys are saying is when I'm in a rocket going around the moon, that I'm being dragged around the Earth with the moon, if I let a lander out there, I can just let it out. I don't have to worry about anything. I can just let it out and it'll just go down and I'll just account for the rotation and I'm good. That's what you guys think?
Slow down. You have to slow down so you're not at orbital speed anymore.
You have to slow down.
Yes.
So how do you do that?
You apply thrust in the direction of your motion.
Oh, so they come out of the what? Do you know what the speed is of the orbit?
Somewhere between 2,000 to 4,000 miles per hour. I don't know exactly how high they were, so it depends on the altitude of the moon.
You don't. Oh, I'm just gonna look it up. So you're saying they use thrusters to slow down from 4,000 miles per hour all the way down to 0?
Well, they'd have to slow down in the direction, and then you said it took 12 minutes from the descent, or 12 minutes for them to descend. So, yeah, I mean, it's complicated in the sense that you'd have to slow down, and then that would change your trajectory from orbiting to now just heading straight for the moon. But then you'd have to slow down in that direction too, because you don't want to crash into it. So it's complicated in that way, but it's not complicated because you're not moving with the moon anymore. You're still moving in reference. I mean, you're now moving in reference to the moon's surface. So that's the only thing that's complicated. Is just to lower your speed so that you can now land safely.
Okay, it says that they were going 6,000 miles per hour. So 9,300 feet per second, 6,340 miles per hour in its orbit. So not 2,000, but 6,000.
Okay, so 6,000. Okay.
Okay, and that then they drop out this little tweaker shelter known as the lunar lander, made of like styrofoam, and then it comes down out of the orbit, right? So it's leaving the orbit. There's a little bitty pocket that you can maintain the moon's orbit, and NASA says it's very difficult to get there, and that the moon's gravity is quote unquote bumpy, and that you can easily be dislodged either way from the orbit.
I don't think you understand what orbit is, man. Because the window, like there being a window of orbit, is just talking about your velocity and whether your velocity is going to allow you to stay in orbit around the moon and not crash into it, or if the velocity is going to be what it needs to be to make sure it's not going to leave the moon. But it's not like it's not like leaving that position or something makes it so you can't orbit. You just have to be at the correct velocity at the correct altitude.
Did you know that the orbits around the moon are very unstable? The moon's gravity is extraordinarily lumpy, so it's really hard to stay in orbit around the moon. I don't think you understand what orbit is. It's super easy. You're always in the orbit. You don't have to think about it. You're always in the orbit, and then you guys just make up a new version of every part of it.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you're always in orbit. I'm saying that the orbital velocity is going to be correlative to it's going to correspond to your altitude. And that correspondence is, like you said, is probably not. It's not uniform for every position around the moon. That makes sense, because that's the reason why it's a fucking, what do you call it? Tidally locked, is because it's not perfectly.
No, keep the non sequiturs to a minimum there, my guy. So it says, did you know that orbits around the moon are very unstable? The moon's gravity is extraordinarily lumpy, so it's really hard to stay in orbit around the moon. If a satellite orbits too close to the lunar surface, the moon's gravity might cause the satellite to actually crash into the moon. On the other hand, if the satellite is slightly too far away from the moon, the Earth's gravity will pull the spacecraft out, flinging it away from the moon altogether.
Okay.
So why are you guys pretending that if you're just close to the moon, it just automatically allows you to maintain an orbit to where you can just land on it?
No, I just said there's a correspondence between the altitude and your velocity.
And your altitude, velocity, and angle, right?
Well, I mean, it's clearly the velocity is going to be in reference to being perpendicular to the downward direction.
But where you're trying to descend, though.
Well, yeah, if you're descending, then that's something totally different. I'm just talking about the orbital velocity.
We're talking about descending and landing on the moon. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying you said the windows for orbiting.
I mean, that's what it says. That's what it says. It just clearly says right here that I use the word window, and you act like that somehow. I just read from NASA.gov that it's very difficult to stay in orbit around the moon, and if you're just slightly too close or too far away, you'll either crash into the moon or fall outside of the orbit.
Well, yeah, you'll be affected by Earth's gravity more than the moon's gravity. But I mean, the same thing's true for orbiting the Earth. It's just there's going to be a further distance than that you're going to be more affected by the sun than from the Earth. So
yeah, so you see the problem though, right? You guys portray it as if nope, they just got there, they're in the orbit. You can just throw the module out, and it's just going to stay with the moon. That's not what NASA says.
Yeah, because that's true for any orbit anywhere. That's what I'm saying. If you change your altitude or you change your velocity, it's going to change the other component. So there's a specific velocity for any given altitude, and if you try to descend and keep the same velocity, your orbit's going to be all fucked up, and you're probably going to either crash to the moon or leave the moon's influence.
So they have to decrease velocity as they descend.
Exactly.
To stay in orbit around the moon.
Right.
So if they don't do that perfectly, they won't stay in the orbit. It's not just the moon's gravity's magically keeping it with the moon, like you guys were saying.
No one's saying that.
That's literally what Bacon said. He said that the gravity of the moon would just cause it to keep going around the moon.
I said the gravity is still pulling it. If you miss this orbital velocity, as I said, you might miss the moon and start getting further, or you might start getting closer. Depends on if you don't have the right orbital speed. I didn't say you're just always going to keep being pulled by the moon and there's no problem.
Okay, so you have to have
It's just a
precisely
straw
the
man.
right angle of
Another
descent and velocity, right, relative to your descent. So you have to constantly be dropping velocity relative to the descent to match the new updated orbit every time you go lower, right?
Yeah, if you want to land correctly, yeah.
Yeah, and so when they say that they messed up and that they didn't maintain the right velocity towards the end of it, how did they stay in the perfect orbit and then just fall straight down and land on a spinning moon?
The computers messed up, didn't they? And then wanted to land in a different spot.
They can't. They said their whole plan, their velocity and everything, where they landed, like how soon they landed, everything where they were in their like where they wanted to be in an orbit with a certain velocity, it all got messed up. That's the official story.
Yeah, I know. And it said that Buzz Aldrin was. I mean, they were famously like nervous, but neither of them were showing it. And Neil Armstrong pulled it off because he's an expert pilot.
He's an expert pilot, so on the whim, he was able to account for the velocity change with altitude and angle of the orbit of the moon, and additionally count for the rotation of the moon all by himself manually on the spot within a matter of seconds.
Why would the rotation of the moon create some problem?
You have to account for the rotation of the moon.
Yeah, but that like in the problem that you're describing now about descending and your different velocities. If you're constantly matching your, like in reference to the surface, if you're matching your velocity to the surface as closely as you can, then none of that matters. Like if like the rotation of the moon is going to already be part of that calculation because that's what you're referencing. So I understand why the rotation would matter.
Oh, I'm not surprised you don't understand it, but that doesn't mean it's not a reality. So according to Bacon, okay, I didn't want to do this, to be honest. So according to Bacon, the orbit is the opposite direction of the rotation.
Huh?
That's what you drew out the other day. See, this is why I've decided that in 2023, I'm just going to stop doing this. You guys can just make up whatever you want to on a whim. I have to go tell you what NASA actually says, and then you pretend you were saying it the whole time, and then you change from day to day, and it's just a waste.
Wait a second. I didn't say that was the case. I was saying that there was an example that given what the scenario is, you might be actually speeding up relative to the orbit and slowing down relative to the surface. That was just an example. It wasn't meant to have the correct directions. Maybe I used the opposite directions and the same one. But that wasn't the idea of the drawing.
So you'd have to account for both of these things, though. The rotation
and it is opposite
in the different directions.
If it wasn't opposite, it wouldn't keep the same face pointed towards us.
Okay. Do you have to go in a certain velocity to keep moving with the moon?
Yeah. Relative to what?
To the Earth.
Sure.
Right. So whenever they stop and then they just go straight down, how are they maintaining that motion with the moon around the Earth?
They didn't stop in reference to the Earth.
So it was constantly going the velocity at an angle it needed to maintain the orbit around the moon, even to the very second it landed.
In the Earth's reference frame, the velocity was constantly changing.
There's no way out of this, dude. I've already thought about all this.
In Earth's reference frame, that speed is constantly changing. And it's constantly changing following both the acceleration of the moon's orbit, but also the acceleration towards the moon. If you add those two accelerations, you'll get the thing orbiting the moon. And that's no longer just a velocity in reference to the Earth, because that's constantly changing. That's just not changing in reference to the moon.
That makes it worse for you.
Why? That's just what it is.
That makes it worse for you, yeah. The fact that it's constantly changing makes it worse for you. So
it's constantly changing relative to the Earth.
Buddy. They claim that they were going at an angle descending outside of the rocket, okay?
No, I'm saying why it's orbiting the moon.
They went straight down to the moon to land it on the moving, rotating surface of the moon.
I don't know why you're saying that very slowly, but what I was
Do you
talking
understand
about
what I said so far? Do you agree with everything I said?
I was trying to answer to what you said before. I don't know what you said now.
I'm just over it, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a back and forth.
Someone
you're
complaining about how someone talks slow, but then you can't even listen to them when they talk slow. So it's really just like
No,
Or you have a
that's not the
conversation
problem.
with someone who doesn't listen.
That wasn't what I said at all. I didn't say the problem is that he's saying slowly, but he made a claim.
Yeah,
and I
you
wanted to
said
one
why are you
second. Let me
talking
just
slowly?
finish.
But then while
Let
he's
me.
talking slowly, you can't even listen to him talking slowly.
That's
I'm
not
not saying
because he
you
was
said it's a
speaking
problem.
slowly.
It is a problem.
Oh
It
my
is a
God.
problem that you can't even listen to
Can I
someone
answer?
when they're talking slowly.
That's not what I said at all.
No,
That
because you didn't. No, because
Oh
you
my
didn't
fucking
listen to what
God!
Witsit
Let me
said.
respond to you, dude.
You
Can
just
someone
admitted
help
you
here?
don't know what he said.
Yeah, I didn't say the problem was that he was speaking slowly. He made a claim. I wanted to
I didn't
respond
say
to
you
that.
said that.
Oh my fucking God! Can you shut up for a second so I can respond to you? Okay,
Respond to what Witsit said.
Oh my.
But you don't even know
So
what he
shut
said.
the fuck up and turn off your mic if you don't want me to respond
Oh,
to
you
you.
shut up and listen to Witsit when he speaks.
Come on, Noah. You're shutting this whole thing down, dude.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
By
are.
not listening to what Witsit said.
You're not
Yeah,
helping.
You just
you
ran in
interrupt
your mouth
me
and you're
and
not
you don't
saying
want me to
anything.
respond to you.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
want you to respond to me. I want you to shut up and listen to Witsit and respond to him.
I'm not here to obey your orders, sir.
How many mods
Okay,
are
well,
in
I'm
this
not
room?
here to
This is
obey
like a
your
perfect
orders.
example of what the shit I'm talking
Well,
about.
I'm
Like
not a mod,
this
so I
stuff could be
can't do
fixed
anything.
instantly, and then like 5 people come in, and then it's more arguing. It's like,
Yeah. So again, I hope to be able to get to the end of my sentence. He made a claim. I wanted to respond to that claim. He started making other claims. So I decided to wait until he was done with the other claims so I could respond to the first one. If I try to listen to the second and third one, I will forget what the first one is.
Oh my
So I
God.
just stick with the first one, and then he started to make the second and third very slowly. That's why I made that comment. That's not the reason why I didn't listen. It was because I was waiting so I could respond to the first point.
Okay, there's a whole minute of saying nothing, so maybe you can actually say something now. You guys can't respond. You have to always drag me through the weeds and just make stuff and just constantly pretend it's just super simple and it works perfect. But it doesn't. And that's the said it
reference
didn't
frame.
do that. Reference frame. You just don't understand. Reference frame.
If you understood reference frames, we wouldn't have to tell you what was happening. But
You don't know what's happening. I've had to correct you 5 times.
Insulting someone's knowledge of reference.
I'm not insulting anybody.
Great.
You can be a
Great.
good functioning
Great.
adult and not understand reference frames.
I had to correct you like 5 times. You made claims that aren't true, and
What
this
doesn't?
is the
What doesn't?
post
Wait,
video
hold on.
Witsit,
What
and we'll
doesn't?
get to
What
the bottom of
if
it.
you know what? How about you tell us what Witsit doesn't understand about reference frames,
I'll
and
tell
then
you.
explain it?
I'll go ahead and tell
Yeah.
you. When he says that the craft has to stop and then descend and has to stop in reference to the surface of the moon, its speed around the Earth is irrelevant. So bringing that up as some sort of supernatural crazy feat is actually not that crazy because it's irrelevant. When it stops in reference to the surface of the moon, the reference frame of the surface of the moon is the only reference frame that matters. So there's no need to talk about what it's doing elsewhere. Okay? Now you understand.
That's completely incorrect. So I'm going to clip this out and just publicly embarrass you because at this point, there's no other way around it because you guys have no shame. You'll come back tomorrow and pretend this didn't happen. What you just said is so stupid, and you're pretending it makes me stupid. Okay, according to NASA, when you left the rocket that was orbiting the moon, you had to try to keep in orbit as you descended. That's what NASA says. You have to keep your orbit around the moon as you descend from the rocket. That's what they say. So then you come in here and say, no, all you have to do is account for the reference frame of the surface of the moon spinning, and that's it. You don't have to worry about the other reference frame. Well, NASA says the opposite of that. NASA says you actually have to.
What you just said didn't contradict what I said. I said that you don't have to worry about the reference frame of the Earth. Obviously, you're going to have to maintain your the orbit around the moon at the different altitudes that you're doing. But again, this is in reference to the surface of the moon. This is the point, that you're referencing the moon, the surface of the moon. The speeds that it's doing in reference to the Earth are irrelevant. That's not in contradiction with what you just said NASA says.
No, in order to actually stay with the moon as it goes around the Earth, you're going to have to be in orbit around the moon. You think you just go to the moon and can sit wherever you want to and you fly around the Earth with it? That's not how it works. According to NASA, that's not how it works.
That's what I'm saying. That there's nothing that has to do with orbiting the Earth that's involved there at all. You're only worried about orbiting the moon and maintaining your orbital velocity so that you're not at some awkward speed that will fuck up your orbit and send you flying away from the moon or crashing into the moon. So yeah, you have to worry about your speed in reference to the surface of the moon. but nothing in reference to the Earth is relevant there.
You're wrong, though. When you orbit the moon, the whole point is that you're going to be moving with the moon in reference to the Earth. If you're not orbiting the moon, then you're going to not move with the moon in reference to the Earth. That's what NASA says.
Go ahead and post it. You've had a lot of time.
I've already read it. I read it off loud straight from
so
NASA.gov. It says that if you're not in the right place, that you'll move. That you'll go towards the Earth.
Yeah, of course. If you extend your orbit on the moon, then you're not going to be in the moon's influence anymore. You're going to be an influence of the Earth. That's something different, though. Okay, so post the video that you were talking about where they say that what you're saying. That way, I can interpret what they said and get the real picture here. Because obviously, what you're saying is just a misunderstanding of what's even happening. There's no need to reference the Earth, the orbit around the Earth, in the descent stage. It's just not relevant.
No, I never said you had to reference the Earth to descend. I never said that. All you have is strawman fallacies. What I said was that you have to maintain an orbit around the moon. If you don't maintain an orbit around the moon, you're not going to be moving with the moon.
No, that's not what that means, though.
Oh, so you just magically move with the moon. That's what you think?
When you're saying maintaining orbit around the moon, they just mean corresponding your velocity, your orbital velocity, to your altitude. Because if you are not in that circular orbit for any given altitude, then just like Bacon said, that can either send you spiraling, towards the moon, or will extend your orbit on the other side so that you're traveling towards the Earth. But it's not going to do anything. You're not going to have to reference anything outside of the surface of the moon to do that.
I, again, didn't say that you had to reference something outside the moon. So why do you keep saying the straw man over and over? I wonder why you have to keep straw manning me over and over.
Because you were referencing it from the Earth. When you're talking about following the moon in its orbit, that's referencing it from the Earth. That's why he's saying that.
That's dude, it's you don't have to reference the Earth to land. You have to be able to maintain an orbit around the moon. But if you don't move with the moon, what happens? Let's see if you guys can answer this. Hey, if I fall out of the Earth, I fall out of the orbit of the moon and go towards the Earth, what's going to happen?
Well, what you're going to do, in order to do that, you're going to have to be on one side of the moon, and you're going to have to extend the orbit on the opposite side of the moon, such that when you end up on the opposite side of the moon, you're now going to be outside of the influence of the moon and be going towards the Earth. That's what that means. It doesn't mean anything for what's happening.
Okay, Coach O can't answer. Bacon, can you answer the question?
It doesn't mean anything for what's happening during that descent stage. So
okay, you can't answer. Bacon, can you answer?
That's the answer, dude.
No, it literally wasn't. I said, what would happen if you went away from the moon? You can't answer. Bacon, can you answer?
That's the only way for you to go away from the moon.
I didn't ask you how you can go away from the moon. I asked you what would happen when you went away from the moon. Bacon, can you answer?
Where are you when that happened?
It doesn't matter. You're close to the moon, but then you fall out of the orbit and go towards the Earth. What happens? When you start going towards the Earth, what happens? Okay, and then what happens with relation to the moon? Left lane.
It'll fall to the Earth.
What happens with you in relation to the moon?
I don't understand. What happens?
You don't understand. Bacon, do you understand?
If you leave moon's orbit and you're on the Earth side of the moon?
It doesn't matter what side you're on. Yeah, sure. If we're going towards the Earth, what happens in relation to us and the moon?
You get further away from it.
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've left the orbit of the moon.
So is the moon are you still moving around the Earth with the moon?
I'm going to run a simulation.
Are you still going to be moving around the Earth with the moon?
I would say sure.
You're still with
what?
Your velocity's still with the moon's orbit.
So as we go towards the Earth, we're actually going to keep moving around the Earth in the same orbit as the moon. That's what you guys think?
Not the same orbit of the moon. It depends on how you get out of the moon's orbit.
So the moon's going to move away from us.
Yeah, if you're no longer in the moon's orbit,
moving away from the moon.
Towards it, then you're getting away from it.
No, the moon will be moving away from us, Terry.
Well, we're standing still.
No, we're not. No one's standing anywhere. So you see how painful it was to get you guys to even acknowledge and understand that part of it? So maybe you guys shouldn't be so cocky about how you know for sure I just don't understand this. because you don't understand that if we're not moving with the moon, then we're not moving with the moon. It seems pretty simple to me, though, that if we're not moving with the moon, then the moon's moving away from us because we're not moving with the moon. That seems like a simple concept to grasp, right? If we can't grasp that concept, how are we going to continue the conversation?
You're not going to accept this, dude, but you just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how orbits work.
That's a garbage claim.
Because if you're orbiting
garbage
the moon,
filler,
orbiting the
dumpster,
moon, then
fucking
you
garbage,
extend your orbit
not
from the
even a
moon
fucking
to the Earth,
response.
and you follow that
Nuh-uh,
path.
you don't
That
understand
path
is
is
what I
always
just
going to be in
heard.
reference to
That's
the moon.
fucking
Now,
garbage. That's
it doesn't
fucking
matter.
garbage.
Noah's,
That's
I
a
don't know why Noah
garbage
does.
argument.
It
You
is
don't
like
understand. You don't understand is the argument.
Someone
Thanks.
mute Noah.
Thanks for filling
All
the
right,
garbage.
Witsy, I mean, I don't know. Can you do something about Noah just constantly repeating over and over again the same thing?
Right. No, yeah, no, right. It's only Witsit and then 5
Can
Globers
you
that can
mute
talk,
yourself?
right?
No, you're not helping
It's
with the conversation.
No, I've been quiet the whole time until I hear you guys just spouting garbage, and then you guys all go cry about it and
Whether or
say,
not we're
"Well,
spouting garbage
of
or
us,"
not, you don't
and then
have to
now you're
comment about
interrupting
it,
me, and then
okay?
you're gonna say that
Do you
I'm
mind if I
interrupting
talk
them when
over
all they
you
do
while you
is
try to talk
spout
over me?
garbage, bro.
And
Yeah,
you won't be able to hear what I'm trying to say.
Okay, everyone can't talk at the same time.
I know.
Well,
I'm
Terry, you were
listening.
doing the very thing you were asking me to get Noah to stop doing. You went and then you proceeded to do it. So people shouldn't talk in the middle of other people. Yeah, what Coach Joe said was just jump in to just add on my understanding of it, just like as if that somehow wins the conversation. And what I said is very simple.
What did it add on, dude?
So
I was
why?
literally explaining what I said, and Noah was talking over it the whole
all
time.
the Globers quiet when Witsit talks, but when I talk, they're all gonna talk, and they're all gonna say, "Shut up, Noah! You can't talk. It's our personal time with Witsit." You guys are a bunch
Because Noah,
of
you're
bad boys.
just
You guys are a
repeating.
bunch
You're
of
just repeating
bad
yourself.
boys. Yeah, well, you're just repeating yourself. 5 different people repeating the same fucking arguments, and then saying nobody else can answer except for Witsit. Fuck off, you guys. This isn't the fucking League of Globers gets to decide who talks. Fuck is that?
Yeah, what I heard is that Kosha started response by saying he doesn't understand orbits, and he went to elaborate. And when he was trying to elaborate, you started speaking over him to say that he can't just say that Witsit doesn't understand it. But
Yeah,
he was
he's
trying
made
to.
that claim 3
But
times.
let me just finish.
He's
Yeah,
never
but
substantiated it once.
yeah, but he didn't
So
just
why
make
should I
that claim.
listen to him not substantiate it again? He's done it
He
2
did.
times already. Why do I have to sit here a 3rd time and watch him repeat himself? And then you guys say, "Shut up, Noah, you're repeating
it's
yourself."
unfinished.
You guys are a bunch of fucking hypocrites.
Right. So can we go back to the conversation now?
Yeah. How about you guys shut the fuck up and stop saying,
How are you
"No,
going to go back to the conversation while you're shutting up?
God, I feel like I changed the vibe in here, and I'm sorry. I'm just gonna I don't even care anymore. Like, you guys can go back talking about whatever. Like what I said's objective, and if you move away from, if you fall out of the orbit of the moon, then the moon's gonna move away from you. And all Kosha wants to do, pretending that he's somehow teaching me, is to say, well, that's not the same as the descent because you're not moving away. I know that. I obviously know that. I'm pointing out that you guys don't even understand the basic concept. You don't understand that if you're not moving with the moon, then the moon's moving away from you. So if you don't understand that concept, you can't grasp the argument. So that's not my fault.
Well, what's it? You gotta accept. I mean, the fact that their argument is based on subjectivism. Like, there's no objective. They have no objective truth when it comes to direction.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't know what
Yeah,
it is.
it's
There
simply
is relative truth.
relative. It's relative. It has to be
No.
relative to something. There is no
There is.
objectivity to your emotion. That's the whole
There is-
disconnect.
There is objective truth once you give a reference frame. Like if you're saying this speed is
Reference
60
frame
miles.
by definition is objective. How's that? Sorry,
You mean relative?
subjective.
Yeah,
Subjective.
but I didn't
By
say motion
definition.
was. I didn't say motion was objective. I'm saying there is objective truths. If you're saying this car is at 60 miles an hour, that's a relative claim because there's no reference frame. Once you add a reference frame to that, it becomes a objective sentence that there's no wiggle room.
That's a contradiction in terms. Once you add a reference frame, reference by definition is subjective. So there is no
No,
objectivity.
relative, not subjective. Relative.
Yeah, relative exactly is a synonym to subjective. Relative.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, subjective is related
like
to.
me to show you how it's a synonym through like 5 dictionaries. I can give you a synonym to relative being subjective.
Yeah, but like now all synonyms you get from dictionaries are like
So
they have the 100% the same meaning.
What do you want?
Relative is subjective.
No.
Well, subjective.
It's a relative reference frame to an object. That object being the subject. Subjective in that it pertains to a subject or object. So
Well,
yes,
I
it
can
is
agree with that.
subjective.
I can agree with that. It's fine. But the thing is, a sentence by itself, if it doesn't have enough information, like if I say Josh is dead, if I don't know which one you're talking about, I can't say if that sentence is true or not because it lacks information. And the same goes for motion in Newtonian mechanics. If you're just saying the speed of that object is this amount of miles an hour, that doesn't have enough information for that claim to be true or false. Once there is enough information, like when you give a reference frame, then it becomes objective. So the sentence itself, you can have objective truth. Just motion itself isn't objective. Doesn't mean there's no objective truth.
All right, buddy, this is what you guys need to understand, okay? So whenever you're orbiting the moon, right, in order for you to go land on the Earth, you're going to have to be orbiting in such a way that your position above the moon is not changing. Okay? Do you understand that part so far? That's the whole point of like attaining ground speed of 0 to land. Yeah?
Sorry, say that again?
If you were in orbit around the moon, you're going to have to be able to be orbiting in such a way that you're maintaining the same position over the moon so that you can attain ground speed of 0 so that you can land.
I don't think you can orbit the moon and have ground position of 0 at the same time.
Oh, look at you catching up to my argument. So how were they maintaining...
Not sure, though.
All right, dude. But forget it.
Go ahead.
How are they maintaining the orbit over the Earth and then simultaneously able to go down towards the Earth, just accounting for the rotation to attain ground speed of 0?
Going down towards the Earth or towards the moon, you mean?
Towards the moon.
Well, I would need the speeds. What's the orbital speed around the moon?
We don't need any of that. I need you to just understand the principle. Explain the principle of physics to me, how they were able to maintain orbit around the moon, and simultaneously were able to, in the reference frame isn't an answer. Simultaneously, they were able to account for the rotation of the Earth and attain ground speed of 0. Attain ground speed of 0.
Yeah, I think you mean the rotation of the moon again, but
yeah.
So, I don't know what the difference in that speed is. So I mean, I'm not sure if it's something that the thrusts can take care of, because if you can turn on your thrust to not fall towards the moon while it's slowing down, then I don't see an issue.
What you're to not
as you slow down to pick up with the surface, you're also going to fall. So you need thrusts not to just crash into the surface, right? So if you can slow down your descent with thrusts, and you can also slow down your orbital speed so you can sink with the surface, then that's how you descend and not crash into the surface.
Dude, this Gambino dude, it's just such a dude. He sucks. Always comes in here talking about my baby, dude. Shut up.
That guy should be immediately. That's
just
disgusting.
he got 3 servers deleted, and then he comes in here every day just to makes comments about how I'm a terrible parent and talks about my baby every day. Like, what a joke.
But then who do we have to talk to? Don't listen to Riggs. Don't just fucking ban people that deserve to be banned. Where?
Yeah, time him out.
That guy's
Time him out.
disgusting.
Time him out or ban him. It's fine. That guy's very toxic. I mean, we're not really just. He was banned in the past. He's been banned repeatedly in the past. What he does, I'll tell you with that guy. What he does if you ban him, he will create thousands of sock accounts, and now he's just on thousands of sock accounts. So now we get.
And who taught him? Who taught him how to do it, Gio?
Who, Kosho?
Probably.
Admittedly.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm just saying,
we're doing it together.
That guy is such a pest that if you ban him, he will just create infinite sock accounts, and now he's on sock accounts on different days, and we have to be like, oh, is this him again? Ban him. Is this him again? Ban him.
Yeah, I get
It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. So that guy is just, beyond chronic. But yeah, if he's doing that stuff, just time him out, or we can go back to the banning mode where he's banned and then he's creating all the sock accounts. And then we're just going to have all these sock accounts that we then have to decipher, are they real people or are they him, and deal with that. So yeah, he's an absolute pest. It's awful. He's absolutely chronically
you should just
mentally
give him a timeout for a week.
He got my account and server deleted. He got Tartaria deleted and like bragged about it, but then says that I'm lying when I point him out. So it's whatever.
Do you have a server anymore?
No, it got deleted. So
because of Big Gambino, the garbage man.
He taunted me about how he's like, what are you gonna do about it? Basically. Anyway, Bacon, do you understand that if I'm flying around the moon and I leave, if I drop a lunar module down to the moon, right? Like I'm going to have to keep going in that same direction I was orbiting, and I'm going to have to be changing my velocity as I descend to maintain an orbit around the moon. If not, I'm going to fall down and crash into the moon. Or if I don't maintain the right velocity and angle, I'm going to fall away from the moon.
I don't think you can try to descend and keep the orbit. I think you're going to need thrusters so you don't crash into the surface.
So this is why I'm telling you guys, instead of jumping in and telling me about how it worked, you guys, you don't currently know. So I just dropped 2 documentaries from the official story with all the different astronauts and NASA employees are interviewed in it about it, and they point blank explain that they had to try to maintain orbit as they descended. That's what the official story is.
Right, so they would be speeding up, right, as they're descending. That's why I asked what the speeds were.
No, they wouldn't be speeding up. No, they wouldn't be speeding up, right? But the higher you are, the faster you have to go to maintain a radius of orbit.
No, it's the other way around.
Well, how? You have a greater distance to go.
No, the lower you are, the faster you gotta go.
How? You have a greater distance you have to go, the higher up.
Yeah, you have a greater acceleration downwards.
Yeah, you're just going to have to slow down to descend, and you descend and land.
See, and then Left Lane says stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't in any way address anything. You just baselessly asserting that you just descend and land doesn't change anything.
Right, so, as I was saying, the further you are from the moon, the lower is the acceleration towards the moon. So, the lower you have to orbit it. It doesn't matter the size of the orbit. What matters is the relation between the tangential speed and the downward acceleration. So as you're getting closer to the surface, that's a bigger downward acceleration, so you need more tangent velocity.
Okay, so then you think that the lunar module actually sped up and went faster than the rocket as it descended?
If it was descending and maintaining orbit, then it would have to be speeding up compared to the speed they had before.
If it didn't maintain orbit, why would the moon not be moving away from it?
If it's descending, well, what do you mean? It's following towards the moon. If it slows down lower than the orbital speed, it's not going to miss the moon. In the other way around, it's going to fall towards the moon. That's why if it has thrusts and it can prevent it from getting a high speed towards the moon, then it can avoid crushing into the surface.
It's not that it's going to completely miss the moon because it's only 12 minutes, right? But it's that the moon is going to be moving separate from it. That's the whole point of the orbit, is that when you attain an orbit, then you're moving with it. The moon's not moving separate from you. We're not talking about the rotation. We're talking about the orbital motion through space of the moon around the Earth, okay?
Yeah,
in order to move with the moon, you have to be in an orbit around the moon.
But if you're orbiting the moon, then the acceleration towards the moon is already greater than the acceleration you experience from the Earth, right? So if you slow down, your tangent speed, you just fall towards the moon. You don't miss the moon.
But the moon is still moving away from you.
Might I have the same? What do you mean?
That's why we talked about if I fall outside of the orbit towards the Earth, what's going to happen in relation between us and the moon? The moon's going to move away from us.
That depends on the direction of the orbit, right? I can be orbiting in such a way that I'm going with the orbit of the moon or on the Earth, or I can be going against the orbit of the the moon around the
Yeah,
Earth.
you could have left the orbit of the moon and then attained a certain velocity on purpose so that you would be going in the same direction as the moon at the same velocity relative to altitude so that you could move around the Earth at the same rate. That's a complete non sequitur, though, because that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about is it possible to do that. We're talking about what would happen if you left
Earth instead of the moon a couple of times, and I'm pretty lost now because I don't know when you misspeak, but I'm sure you're misspeaking sometimes.
No, we're talking. The reason that falling towards the Earth is brought up is because you guys keep on pretending that if you're not in the orbit around the moon, it doesn't matter. You just go with the moon anyway. That isn't true, though. That's why NASA point blank says that when they descended, they had to maintain an orbit around the moon, and that was one of the trickiest parts. That's what they say in the interviews. I just watched it 2 days ago. I just dropped the links. That's what they say. They say that one of the trickiest parts was maintaining the orbit as it left the rocket.
Yeah, as it left the rocket. Is that still about when it was descending?
Yeah, as it left the rocket and descended. That's right. They point blank explain they had to go to a certain velocity as they descended to maintain orbit.
They said that while they were descending, they were trying to maintain orbit.
The landing module is coming out of orbit. It's not even going to be in orbit anymore.
That's my point, Left Lane. That's my point.
Well, I don't understand the issue then.
I know you don't. If you're not in orbit around the moon's going to move away from you.
No, you're going to land on it.
No, it's good. Why? How are you going to keep moving with the moon?
Because you're moving with the moon.
The same way.
You're already moving with it.
How so?
Same way the moon would still be moving with the Earth around the sun. Like the moon wouldn't just fall towards the sun if it was orbiting the Earth faster or slower. The greater acceleration is still towards the Earth, not the sun. The same way the module, the greatest acceleration is towards the moon, not the Earth.
So are you under the impression that I can just throw a baseball out to the moon and once it gets a certain distance that it's just going to float around the moon?
From what? From where?
Doesn't matter. If I'm just outside the moon a little bit and I just throw a baseball towards the moon, you think the baseball is just going to start following the moon around the Earth?
No. It's
of
going
course
to fall
not.
towards the moon. If you're throwing at the moon, it's going to fall towards the moon.
Well, actually, they say that as they shot rockets towards the moon, all the attempts before the moon landing, they kept missing the moon. They'd get close to the moon, but it wouldn't actually attain the orbit and it'd go past it.
From the Earth. I thought you were saying you were close to the moon and you threw something towards the moon.
Sure. So if I throw something towards the moon, but I'm like 100 miles up, you're saying that the baseball will just continue to fly through space with the moon around the Earth as it goes down towards the moon.
It depends on how fast you throw it. And not towards the moon. You have to throw it tangentially to the surface.
Why would I have? So I'd have to lead it.
I had to what?
I'd have to lead the baseball.
I don't know what that means. So.
Lead it? I'd have to lead it. I'd have to throw it in front of the moon.
In front of the
moon?
Right.
Like when you lead a shot, like when a deer's running across the field, you have to shoot in front of the deer. Because the deer's moving.
I'm sorry, that's
where the moon's going to be.
I never heard that word before. Sorry.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, so you'd have to lead it. So this is the point, man. It's not like this magical utopia of physics where, oh, well, we got close to the moon, so we can just, like Left Lane keeps saying, no, you just descend to it and land on it. Super easy. That's not it. And NASA specifically says what Left Lane is saying isn't true. They claim it is. This is why they claim it's the biggest accomplishment in mankind history. This is why the Soviet Union thought that we were lying and said it was impossible. This is the whole thing. This is why it was such a big deal. They said we won't be able to land on the moon for decades, best case scenario. There's no way. It wasn't just we couldn't get the rocket there. It was they didn't know how they were going to be able to actually land on it. That was the whole point. So this whole like fake illusion of, oh, it's just super easy. It's not even complicated. They just threw a little drone out and then just went and landed on the moon. No problem. That's not what NASA claims. That's not what they told the whole world. That's not the story. It's allegedly one of the most complicated, complex physics feats ever. So on a fundamental level, NASA agrees with me that it's very complicated. Before we even get started into me saying, actually, they didn't do it, they claim they did it, and it was super complicated and very difficult. And almost didn't work. That's the official story. Now, if they're lying, of course they brought up a narrative about, first of all, it's like this big emotional, oh man, he's so heroic. He had to manually fly because he's such a skilled pilot and he pulled it off. And oh, sitting on the edge of your seat, they might run out of fuel. And to make it realistic, they said, oh yeah, it was very difficult. We barely made it because every other country in the world was saying, there's no way you can do this. And then they had all these people before the moon landing coming out publicly saying, you can't land on the moon because of this and this and this and this. And then you'd have to be because of these physics, blah, blah, blah. So the story is, oh, it was very difficult. It almost didn't work, and we just happened to pull it off because basically Buzz Aldrin is a god.
Right, I'm trying really hard to see where you think the problem is with the descent to the moon.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, Winston, like, what are you saying? There's a part of this that's not possible. I mean, obviously, there's all kinds of pseudophysics and assumptions to even consider that any of this is true. The whole thing is the fabricated, medium and all that. But even outside of all that, just in their story, is there a part of it that you're saying is not possible? Because I was just going to say, like, that game Kerbal, that video game Kerbal, you can definitely, like, in that game, you can, like, orbit the moon and land on it and stuff. So I'm just saying, like, is there a part that you're saying is not possible even in their model? Or are you just saying parts of their model don't align with the physics they're claiming? Or, like, what's your claim? What's your thought on that?
It's just more so like how the footage they show us of them landing on the moon is not in any way what you would have to do based on physics. I mean, it can be argued separately that it's just physically impossible to have no atmosphere and then land on an object that's moving in two different directions independent of you. And that's a whole different thing, right? I mean,
how is it moving in two different directions?
Because it's orbiting and rotating.
Yeah, but it's still moving in one direction.
Oh, the orbit and rotation in the same direction, Ruf?
But whatever your landing point is, it's moving in one direction. It might have some acceleration due to the rotation, but it's not going to be significant.
See, you guys just baselessly say stuff. So is the orbit and the rotation...
rotates one fucking month, Witsit. The rotation is nothing.
That's totally irrelevant. Okay, so it's 10 miles per hour. You're landing on a surface that's moving 10 miles per hour. It's not that that's impossible, but it's not nothing. It's 10.8 miles per hour specifically. That's what it is. So it's not nothing, and I don't care about a month. That's irrelevant. And you didn't answer the question, is the orbit and the rotation moving in the same direction?
Your landing spot is moving in one direction. It's got a very small acceleration to it due to rotation.
11 miles per hour, 10.8. Hey, is the orbit? No, it's not actually. So
if you're close to the surface of the moon and your difference in speed is just 10 miles an hour, I think there's not a problem for the thrusts to counter, right?
No, I'm saying you can land on a moving surface going 10 miles per hour. Okay, just like a helicopter can land on an aircraft carrier.
Mm-hmm.
How would you know?
Okay, cool. Now,
you're going to land on the moon. How would you know which direction that 10 miles an hour is going? If you're out by like 15 degrees, you could be landing. Miscalculation is like there's no reference point.
Surface of the moon. That's a
They
pretty.
don't have fucking dotted white lines on the moon. They don't have a runway.
Yeah, but if you're referencing the surface of the moon, then that speed is actually not a speed that's relevant. 10 miles per hour is actually already referencing the fact that you're referencing the surface of the moon.
I think you're not allowed to use the word reference anymore.
No, it's like you guys think that's some type of rebuttal, right? As if I just talk about this reference frame, then everything else doesn't count anymore. You're so like numb and desensitized to relativistic physics and conceptual ideas that you can just break everything up into one conversation at once, and somehow they're not all happening at the same time. But that's not how the real world works. So
it's not that they're not happening at the same time. But if you're very close to the moon and you use the moon as a reference frame, the influences from the Earth become negligible. So it's not that those effects don't exist, but if you're close to the moon, you can you can ignore most of them because that's the biggest influence is the moon.
If you land straight down on the moon, right? You're landing straight down on the moon and it's moving. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so it's not in lockstep with the moon. You're landing on a moving object. As soon as you touch down, your craft will topple over.
Really? Because you just said you were going straight down.
Well, no. So you can land on an aircraft carrier with a helicopter. What you do is you come down, you're going to actually account for the aircraft carrier moving in that direction, and then like helicopters can do it really well because they're able to move slightly in the direction it's moving and then land with that movement. Okay, so yeah, if you were going to go straight down, you'd be screwed, but you can move in the direction of it.
No.
So,
and what you just said, if you're using that analogy, going straight down on the aircraft carrier would be going straight down and implying that you're also moving with the aircraft carrier.
Which is not straight down.
Straight down on the moon, it's already implied that you're going in the direction that the surface is moving.
Cool. I just said that. Why are you saying it like you're rebutting me or teaching me something? I just said that.
Yeah, I'm telling you that in the case of the aircraft carrier, you'd have to already be moving with aircraft carrier.
I just said that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. With the moon, that's not a problem. It's just
I just said that too.
Yeah, well, whatever it is you think you just said. I was responding to the other guy then, because there's no topple over. You need to topple over because you're going straight down. That means that you're going at the same speed as the surface.
Okay, so now we'll see if anyone can actually answer the question. Is the orbit moving in the same direction as the rotation?
No, I already said.
Okay, thank you. So Ruhuf was insane when he said that they're just one direction. That's not true. So
That's all he said.
He literally did say that.
No, he said at any point.
This is why I don't want to talk to you guys anymore, because you guys will you just have revisionist history. No, and what do I do now? Be really petty and go pull the YouTube up and say it? Because I know Ruif, Left Lane, Kosho, and Bacon have no problem saying he didn't say it. So I have to go pull YouTube up
I
and
heard him saying, but
it.
it's not what you're saying right now. I know what sentence you're referring to, but the sentence that he made isn't the same as the one that you made. Even though they sound similar, that's not what he was talking about. That's not what he was saying.
Yeah, he jumped in and said there's not two movements, there's only one. And it all moves in only one direction.
Acceleration due to the rotation, but your landing spot, if you're using the moon as the reference frame, your landing spot's just moving in one direction.
That's what you say, but there's an orbital motion. So I asked you, is the orbit moving in the same direction as the rotation? And 3 times in a row, you responded with how it's just accelerating in a rotation and it's not very fast.
We're treating the moon as the reference frame. So the orbit itself is near enough to negligible, nothing.
What? Why is the orbit negligible?
Because we're treating the moon as the reference frame. That's what our speed is relative to. We're not treating the solar system as the reference frame. We're trying to land on a spot on the moon.
Yeah, in order to do that, you're going to have to account for the revolution of the moon.
Yes, the rotation, yes. And I said
also the orbit.
Very small because it rotates once a month.
Okay, stop saying that over and over. I've already explained exactly how fast it is.
Did NASA say it was? Hold on, did NASA say it was negligible, or did they say it was very complicated to do?
Yeah, so it's very complicated, and that was the most difficult part.
It sounds like the opposite of negligible.
Yeah.
Can you just post what you keep referring
I already
to?
did.
What we're saying is negligible is the acceleration towards the Earth, which is not what we're talking about. I mean, when they're talking about landing the module, they're not saying the acceleration towards the Earth isn't negligible.
What? We talking about Earth?
They're saying it's complicated.
No, they said that. They said that when you left the orbit, they had to maintain the orbit and that it was very difficult.
The orbit around the moon or the orbit around the Earth?
The moon.
Right, so that's not related to the acceleration towards the Earth.
Okay, what you don't seem to understand is that when you orbit around the moon, that's keeping you with the moon, which is orbiting around the Earth.
Okay.
Which is why I had to go back to the elementary layout for you guys and say, if I fall away from the Earth, what happens in relation to us and the Earth? I mean, and the moon. The moon moves away from us. That's why we have to move with the moon so that it doesn't move away from us. If we're not moving with the moon, then the moon's not moving with us.
If you're closer to the moon, that's the greater the acceleration that you have. So like it's not difficult to not fall towards the Earth. It's just difficult to maintain an orbit around the moon.
No,
it doesn't just magically pull you perfectly.
Down. You picture it. The craft is coming straight down. Right? You've already left. You've got to keep the sideways momentum of the orbit of the moon as you're getting closer to the moon and keep that constant speed. How do you keep sideways orbital speed as you're coming down towards the moon?
Yeah, thank you.
What was that?
NASA said it was this part was incredibly tricky. And you guys say it even count, doesn't even exist, it's not a thing, and that it's negligible. So I wonder, are we supposed to take you guys or what NASA said?
What did we say was negligible?
Ruif just said the orbit's negligible.
No, he didn't say the orbit is negligible.
That is literally what he said.
He specifically mentioned the acceleration towards the Earth. And that's not what's being said by NASA. Not
he said the orbit is negligible.
The acceleration towards the Earth when you're close to the moon, that's what he's referring to. That's a negligible acceleration when you're close to the moon.
No, it's not.
That's not what they're talking about. What's not?
There's no atmosphere on the moon to keep
it has nothing to do with the atmosphere, dude. Keep up.
No, he's right, dude. There's a fundamental difference in the Earth and the moon because there's no atmosphere. So if I'm in the ISS and I drop out a lunar lander out of the ISS towards the Earth, right, and it's just going down, what am I going to have to do to come down and land on the Earth? Talk us through it.
Say that again.
First thing you have to do is make it into the shape of an airplane so it can fly.
Wow. Are you kidding me?
You can't land a lunar module on the surface of Earth out of orbit. It'll crash.
Why?
Because it's got gravity. It's got like way more gravity. The lunar module can't maneuver in the atmosphere with just thrusters. Lots of reasons.
Okay, so you guys just made my point. That is different on the Earth because there's an atmosphere.
And more gravity.
No, gravity isn't the answer. That means nothing. You can obviously use a thruster to counter downward acceleration. We do it all the time on the Earth. That has nothing to do with it. What do you think a drone is? What do you think helicopters are?
He started by saying more gravity on the Earth and the atmosphere.
And the gravity means nothing. That isn't the answer.
Yes, he said more gravity. That was the answer.
But that isn't the actual answer.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. We can land stuff on the Earth all the time.
Yeah. Aerodynamic.
Yeah, like a helicopter, like a drone.
Airplanes. Yeah.
Do drones and helicopters, are they affected by gravity on the Earth?
Part of your
well,
answer was nonsense. It's not because there's more gravity. That's ridiculous.
Exactly. It's because of the atmosphere.
Well, I mean, if you drop a lunar lander like the one that landed on the moon, it's going to crash. It's not equipped to maintain elevation. It's our altitude. It's going to crash. If it had propellers like drone propellers or wings that pop out with a propeller or something like, it's going to have some way to propel itself and not crash into the Earth.
Well, why though? You're saying because the gravity's strong. So you're saying that the lunar module its propellers weren't strong enough to make it land on the Earth?
Yeah, it had the thrusters that they were able to land on the moon, but it's only a sixth of Earth's gravity.
So you're just basically assuming and making it up that the thrusters wouldn't be able to land on the Earth because of more gravity? You're just saying that?
You know, I guess if it had enough fuel and it had thrusters powerful enough and all that, but yeah, it automatically just goes into the impractical idea. I just don't see any way to land a lunar module on the Earth.
Okay, cool. So that's not the point. So then what's the actual fundamental difference, though? What's going to be the most impactful difference in landing on the moon and landing on the Earth? It's the atmosphere. That's the answer.
Okay.
Okay. So we don't have an atmosphere on the moon. Okay, so we don't just jump into the vicinity of the moon and then just get pulled around in the air around the moon. That's not how it works. It's not the same as the Earth. Right?
I mean, honestly, I don't know why the spaceship doesn't get left behind when it's in the middle. You know, this whole thing's moving at a crazy speed, don't forget, through the galaxy. So.
Yeah, but it had, I mean, the three of the bodies, Earth, the rocket, and the moon. That
it wasn't affected by the gravity of the Earth.
That immense speed around the galaxy is in all the three of them. So, like, it doesn't make any difference.
And then
it wasn't affected by the gravity of the Earth.
Well, you're not leaving that speed.
Okay, Anyway, I'm just gonna stop. This is painful, dude. I'm just gonna make a video about it for people that actually want to understand it and not just fight it. So, in summary, it's very simple. Like, if you were going to try to descend from a module from the rocket, they claim they shot a rocket to the moon. The rocket is orbiting around the moon, and then they let out a module, and it descends for 12 minutes down to the moon, then lands on it. Okay, so it's gonna have to actually maintain an orbit around the moon as it descends. If it doesn't do that, then the moon's gonna move separate from it. In addition, you're going to actually have. Oh my God!
What you're calling an orbit, because you're calling it an orbit that it's moving with the moon as
what
the
NASA
moon
said.
orbits the Earth.
NASA said that they had to maintain an orbit as the module went down.
Around the moon or around the Earth?
Yes.
Of course, you have to maintain an orbit around the moon. If you're not maintaining an orbit around the moon, then you're not going with the moon.
Exactly.
If you're orbiting the moon, you're not landing on it.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're if you're getting closer to the moon,
Now you're telling us NASA got it wrong, and you guys got it right.
No, I'm not seeing what NASA said. I'm only hearing Witty saying stuff.
I already dropped the evidence though.
Okay, so give me a minute. Let me take a look.
It's pretty long videos. I don't remember where it's at either. So sorry. I think it's in the first one.
Well, I'm addressing what you said then, Jeremy.
Anyway, dude, here's the deal, man. So as you go down towards the moon, right, you're going to have to maintain orbit around the moon. That's what NASA said they did. I don't care what you guys say. That's what NASA said they did. So we can cut that off. You can keep saying no if you want to. That's what NASA said, that it had to maintain orbit as it came down, and that was the most difficult part. Had to have a certain velocity relative to its altitude as it descended to maintain an orbit around the moon. That's officially what they said. They said it was very difficult. And then it had to pull up, and land. That's what they said. Do you guys understand?
It would make sense that you have to get an orbit around the moon, not as you are descending.
Yeah, it says as it came out of the rocket and went down to the Earth or to the moon, that it had to keep a certain velocity to maintain its orbit, and then as it got close enough, it pulled up, and then landed.
Then during the whole descent, it had to keep an orbit.
Yes,
it doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. As in, it had to maintain its relationship with the moon to move with it, and then as it gets down far close enough to the surface, it pulls up, and then lands.
Yeah, well, if it has to maintain, it has to go with the moon, then it just have to maintain an orbit around the Earth, not around the moon.
Yeah,
Then why would it have to pull up? Why would it have to pull up then?
Can we just ask ChatGPT about this? Because we'll get we'll get a straight answer from ChatGPT.
That boy gets things wrong all the time.
Pretty sure,
and then we know you guys don't like the bot.
Why don't you shit wrong? But then when we check it and it's not wrong, we double check it. The bot tells you something. We double check it. Boom, we figure out if the bot's wrong or not, or if it's citing your paradigm correctly.
Yeah, but if you can already check it, then why go to the bot first if you're going to have to check it?
The bot will point you in the specific. The bot will point you in the specific direction.
All right.
And it destroys your model. Like when I say, what's wrong with the geodynamo model, it explains exactly what's wrong with it. And if I ask you guys what's wrong with it, you say nothing, it's perfect, it works perfect. Oh, nothing works perfect.
Exactly
nothing works
that
perfect.
was the exact debate last night, actually, was a guy defending the geodynamo model.
Yeah.
Whitson, do you have the scripts for when you were debating the AI bot? Like, is there a way I could get a PDF of that?
A PDF? I'd have to.
Or like I don't know. You don't have to, but if you do have like some way of,
I'll try and put them all together.
Getting it, or like even if you had it in a video or something on your channel or something, I would actually like to look at like what you wrote and what it responded.
Shut up, Noah.
Man, the way these debates are going, I think they can only serve to keep you from being productive in your own life at this point.
I agree.
You guys aren't getting shit done while we're doing it.
It's been like an hour. An hour of just like
it's like
but nobody has to spend their time debating though, or doing, you know what I mean? Like we could do anything with the live stream. We could go on a different conversation, we could do different discussions, exploring different topics. I mean, there's absolutely no precedence that somebody has to come in here and bat around with Kosho about something for hours. You know what I mean? Like, people are choosing.
I'm sorry, Gio. That's not what I meant. I just meant like these guys are clearly just like nitpicking in order to disagree, and like it takes an hour for them to finally hash it out. Something that could have taken moments, like literally seconds at the beginning. They just refuse to just admit when something's off or they're wrong, or that he even has one valid point. And it's so hard for them to even admit that he's right about one thing. It takes an hour. That's what I was commenting on. It's like, what's the
well, Rick's
the
problem with what he's saying is it had to maintain its orbit while it was landing is an oxymoron. An orbit is not landing. A landing is not orbiting.
No, I said as it descends down to the orbit, then they said they had to pull up. It's like, oh my God, forget it.
Dude, if you're not in orbit with another body, left lane, maybe you don't. If you're not in orbit with another body, how the fuck are you going to land on it if you're not moving with it? You have to be moving with the moon in order to land on the moon, right?
Yeah, it is orbiting
you have to be moving
Earth.
with the moon to land on the moon.
You and the Earth, you and the moon are orbiting the Earth, but that orbit does not matter about you landing on the moon. All you're worried about is what the moon's doing.
Okay, I know, which is orbiting. So you have to be. The moon's moving. You're in orbit. You have to be moving with that orbit, or you're not going to land on the moon, right?
As it orbits the Earth, yes.
Dude, you have to be. The lunar lander has to be moving with the moon in order to land on the moon, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. All right. This is real fucking. I don't know why this took so long.
Yeah, you'd have to.
What do you think that motion's called?
That's what I was saying earlier.
You have to account for
These
both.
guys are just lying.
What NASA says is that it was super difficult. Okay, so it keeps going in the same direction as the orbit once it left, and then they're trying to change its velocity as it descends down at an angle, and then when they get close enough, they pulled up, and then went down and landed. That's what it says. That's what they say. That's the official story.
Like, you have to be moving with the moon's making a path during its orbit. The lunar lander obviously has to be moving with that orbit in order to land, and accounting for the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, as you jump in the air, the moon would move underneath you. Why not?
Why would that happen?
Because there's no atmosphere.
Because you have the momentum of the moon. If you jump up, the moon's not. You're just going to fall right back down where you jump from.
Really? So what if I jump 100 feet?
You jump 100 feet, you'll fall back down.
See,
what about when you take a drone? What about when you got a drone and you fly it off a roundabout or a merry-go-round or something? Does it keep rotating with the merry-go-round? It had its conservation of momentum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the powered vehicle. It can go where it wants to.
What if I jump off the merry-go-round? Do I just land back on the same place?
Is the merry-go-round the mass of the moon?
Sort of, yes, you would. You've seen the trampoline being pulled by the tractor and the guy jumping on the trampoline?
Yeah. So what if I jump 100 feet in the air?
Yeah, it probably eventually would due to wind resistance and things like that.
No, it's not due to wind resistance.
Why not?
So you think if there was no wind, if I'm in a vacuum and I jump up off on a trampoline that's traveling, then I'm gonna if I jump 100 feet up, I'm gonna land on the trampoline again if there's no wind?
Yes.
Oh my God.
If you jump off a roundabout and that roundabout is spinning at 15 degrees per hour, yeah, you can jump up 100 feet and the chances are you're going to land back in the same spot because it's not moving very fast.
Wow. So the moon is supposedly moving 10 miles per hour. It's rotating. The moon is rotating 10.8 miles per hour, and it has no atmosphere.
When did we start measuring rotation in miles per hour?
Oh my gosh.
10 miles per hour is like a jog or a light run speed.
That's the official. Officially, NASA's website says 10.8 miles per hour.
Yeah, actually, if you jumped off of a roundabout that's like a merry-go-round, you would proceed on a tangent from where you jumped. You wouldn't land back on the roundabout.
Well, hold on. When did NASA start measuring rotation in miles per hour? That's Highlander's question.
Yeah.
Right? You still looking for that answer or no?
Yes.
Is that
Yeah.
really the question?
Shut up, Noah.
Highlander wanted to know when we started measuring rotation in miles per hour, but if that came off NASA's website, I'm just wondering when they started doing it then, because obviously it wasn't us. Ask ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT when.
Those are two different ways to measure the velocity, but only one of them is relevant in this regard. Obviously, the rotational velocity is the one you're going to use when you're describing the Coriolis. And so, if you raise altitude and a rotating body, you'll experience its Coriolis. But if you fall back down on that same rotating body, you'll experience the opposite of that same Coriolis. And so, there's no reason that you wouldn't land in the same spot if there's no wind resistance. You tell them about their rotation rate, Jeremy, about the Coriolis from altitude.
Oh man.
You think landing on the moon's ridiculous? Or what about landing on the dark side of the moon? At least they had humans when they landed on the moon for, any human era or whatever. But the Chinese landed one on the dark side of the moon, like remote control, and there's like a time delay. What about the one when they landed on Mars, fucking trillions of miles away or whatever, and they landed on there? Fucking hell, what a time delay! They got it perfect.
When you say the dark side of the moon, do you actually mean the far side of the moon?
Yeah, the side that you can't see from Earth.
Yeah, because the side that faces the Earth becomes dark as well. You do know that, yeah?
Yeah, I mean the side that you can't see from Earth.
Yeah. There was a time they landed on Mars and they crashed, actually. They don't always get it right.
Shut up, Noah.
Am I making that much noise?
No, I just feel like adding it. It was quiet.
It's good comic
Hey,
relief.
Wissa, if you're still there, Wissa, I was to say thank you for posting that video. I'm sort of a sentimental kind of person, so actually I got kind of moved watching it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, so are you drunk?
Oh my fucking goodness.
Okay.
It's emotional.
I get sad about fucking.
It wasn't sad. But when you put yourself in a position of like these Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, these superhuman dudes that were like incredible pilots, you put them in that scenario of trying to land on the moon and having computers.
Right. They mostly look sad.
Dude, you're like the guy who goes to the movie.
He must be
Dude,
paid
you're like
for
the
it.
guy who goes to the movie theater and then cheers when the Avengers win, bro. This is fucking ridiculous.
If you think about how close,
He's trying to gaslight, man. He must be paid for this.
But if you think about how close to the edge of departure that lander was while he was actually landing it, I mean,
dude, no one was landing this thing, man. Like literally, we have seen videos today, and we have seen a cardboard box, man. There's no one in it. It's just a little model someone built and put on strings, and it's literally the old technique of faking stuff. And that's why I can't do it nowadays. That's why with the Artemis launch, you just get bullshit imagery for like I don't know 1 minute, and that's it. And it even doesn't look close to the moon that they show you in the Apollo launches. It's just all awful. It's so inconsistent and bad, and that you guys still buy it. There's nothing I can understand about you guys. Not an inch.
Well,
Only
the
that
launch,
you're willingly ignorant.
the launch back, yeah, you're pretty close to the moon surface, right? To the thruster of the lens, right? like anything could kick back, possibly, like rocks and all kinds of things. You know
They
what I mean?
just
There's
admit it. It hits
could
them
just-
in the feels. They like it because it feels good.
It's made out of like silty, kind of, I don't know, just whatever. It's like the thrusters could just blow away what's underneath it. Then the leg tilts over, and now you're in a problem here. You could point in the wrong direction. We don't want that. So yeah, miracles upon miracles, man. Hallelujah, the moon. Big time.
Man. Floating tweaker shock. Yo.
They are gone.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, man, these people are gone, way gone to the weeds. There's nothing you can do with them. Like
If
they
you
are
actually go
they're
ahead.
dedicated on being willingly ignorant towards, photographic evidence of manipulation.
Yeah, in reference to photographic evidence, I just posted at 54 minutes after the hour from the NASA website 2 images and then 3 other images. The first 2 images are taken half an hour apart, according to NASA, yet are showing the same exact glare or anomaly and are pointing in totally different directions. I would like an answer from anyone, flat earther or globe earther, how to explain this image.
What is the
That's
problem
a
with this
clear,
image?
clear case of moon refraction.
Good one.
Is it possible that those are caused by artifacts on the actual lens? So that's what it looks like.
I just don't get
artifact
if
in the lens, right?
If the spacecraft is keeping up with the orbit of the moon, like keeping the same speed, right, and it's trying to land straight down onto a spot on the moon, the tangential speed of the orbit of the spacecraft as it goes towards the moon, how would you control the tangential speed?
Thrusters. All you got to do is slow down. And all you got to do is slow down and match
how did they know
motion of the
know what to
moon,
calculate?
and you're basically don't have a tangential speed in relation to the surface.
Hang on, you're lowering the craft down and keeping up with the change in speed from the altitude from the orbit of where it left the spacecraft down to the moon. That tangential speed, how do you manage that speed difference from the altitude at the same time as lowering? That's all. I can't even imagine what type of thrusters you would have to do that accurately.
They just call them retro thrusters, and that's a catch-all for anything they need it to be. Retro, reverse.
But shit, hold on. Power off. There we go. Sorry. So I'm working a couple of things right now. What was it just now? Right, yeah. So the orbital speed, the speed you'd have to maintain as you descend the surface.
So every meter that you drop, or let's do it in 100-meter increments. Every 100 meters that you drop, you're going to have to change your speed to keep the same speed as the moon, which is different as you lower.
Yes, that's true in some ways, although they weren't already at the speed of the moon because they were orbiting it, so they were at a speed.
Well, the speed
matter.
at the surface of the moon and the speed at like say whatever height the spaceship was that the craft left from, that's a totally different speed, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but they're not referencing the first one. They're referencing they're referencing the surface of the moon. That's just what they're going to do. But that doesn't matter.
Well, you have to start from the beginning where they left, which is the original orbit of the moon.
That's not how it's
Wait, but-
done. There's a
hold on,
point in the
Coach,
mission.
if they're orbiting,
There's a point
how
in the
is it-
mission when they transfer from the Earth's reference frame to the moon's reference frame. They'll do that at some point, and that's just how they'll describe their speeds at that point. But that's fine. That's not a problem. The video that Witsit had timestamped, if you watch this, so I said it was a good. That's why I thanked him, because it's just a good reminder of what was exactly happening, and so anyways, the whole video
why or how
the
how
whole
did they
video
calculate that
is
speed?
about the control. What's it called? The mission control, and how they're communicating information to the Apollo astronauts, right? And they're keeping. They have planned out the entire descent, and they've practiced it thousands of times, so they know exactly what altitude they're at, and they know exactly what the velocity they're meant to be at, and they're communicating that information to the Apollo astronauts in real time. This is
Yeah, are they
happening
the ones
entire time.
saying fire thrusters now, 5-second burn now to change the tangential speed?
Yeah, they tell them the speed they're supposed to be traveling in what direction,
You have that audio?
and how different that is. Yes, that they're saying
You
that.
have
in
the audio.
Yes.
That shows them changing the yeah.
Yes, would you like that right now? There's an entire mission audio. I'll get it for you.
And I'd love the part where it tells them, hey, fire retro boosters to minimize this speed. Where do they talk about that specifically?
Well, who says they talk about that specifically?
You're
saying that.
We're asking you.
They tell them the velocity. They tell them the velocity that they're going, and the velocity they're meant to be going. That's what they tell.
Close attention, Kosho. We're asking you very specifically how and when they did these calculations and maneuvers, and you said they've got audio for it. I'm asking.
No, I'm telling you specific things, dude. They have audio specifically to tell them how fast they're meant to be going and what direction. Okay. So this is what they're telling them, and this is what they're telling them.
You're just gonna steamroll over
how much
you
the error.
and then cry like a baby.
This is what they're telling them that the error is, based on what they're supposed to be doing and what they are doing. This is what they're telling them.
How did they know what height they were above the moon? Is there an altimeter on the craft?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, so they have to have a starting point. They have to know how high they were. How the hell did they know that?
Again, I don't know. I don't know how they keep altitude on the moon.
It's another anomaly. I mean,
it's not an anomaly, dude. That's not an anomaly. Just because you or I don't know how they keep altitude or how they know their altitude on the moon doesn't mean it's an anomaly.
So real quick then, when we asked you specifically, how did they calculate this and how did they do these maneuvers? You could have said, I actually don't know.
Because that's not the. Dude, it's like you don't listen, man.
But that's not how.
It's obvious you don't listen.
That's not how it works.
The answer is not that I don't know. The answer is that they.
You are trying to answer.
Fuzzy.
We didn't ask.
Fuzzy.
We've been doing this all day.
Fuzzy. The answer is they talk with mission control. They're giving them information in real time.
Yes,
that's what I told you. That's the actual answer.
Do you
So
have
how
that
would
audio?
mission control know the
Are you
altitude
making that
that the
up?
spacecraft was? How would Houston know that?
Well, they know what their altitude. I told you I don't know how they calculate their altitude
In real time, like you said.
Yeah. So therefore, your answer is you don't know, because if you don't have the audio of them doing that,
actually, I do. I just posted it.
I asked.
I just posted
What's the
Fuzzy.
timestamp?
I feel like you had a drink or something like that, dude. But you got to stop just making shit up.
Yeah. Okay.
The audio is there. That's fine.
I love your
Fuzzy,
It's fantastic what you're doing right
the
now.
audio is right there. The question to
What's the timestamp where they're talking about this tangential speed is what I asked for.
Fuzzy. The question about how do they know what to do when is because mission control is communicating with them what their speed's meant to be and what their speed is. Then the question of what's their altitude and how they know that, I don't know. I don't know how they know their altitude.
Yeah, well, you have to think about it because I've seen the audio of it when the spacecraft was landing on the moon, right? And I remember the audio saying like we're 100 feet, we're 50 feet, we're 20. Like if they didn't have an altimeter, because obviously there's no atmosphere, so they wouldn't fucking work. So what were they using to judge how high they were from the surface of the moon? The technology that we have in 2023 or back in then? Back in those
why
days?
don't you just look it up? If I told you I don't know how they kept their altitude, I don't know how they measure their altitude. I don't have that answer. So why would you keep asking me that?
Wouldn't that be very important to
Yeah, it is
know?
real important. I'm sure they knew
We
it.
were looking into it. We were looking into it the other night. We went through it all. We were looking up on all of NASA's documentation. They claim a bunch of different things, but one of them is radar, and they have all these like fancy names for these different forms of radar that they claim to be using. So basically, they're claiming that there's a couple things. I won't go through all of them in this one little time of me speaking here. I won't go through all of it, but they basically claim that they're like communicating with Earth and they're getting telemetric data. So they're being told from Earth, their trajectory. They're also shooting radar at the moon. They have two different forms of radar, like a close range and a long range, and they have these names that they made up for them. So there's radar, and then they also claim that when they get close to the surface, they have these like little like feelers, basically like coming off the landing pads. They have these like little metal wire things that basically touch the moon and kind of send a signal back to them in the cockpit that they're close to the surface. So yeah, those are some of the ways that they claim to have done it.
Yeah, the radar thing makes sense. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, can you imagine Buzz in there, looking at radar signals, looking out the window, shooting thrusters around? To think that guy did that is just bonkers.
I'm actually tearing up. It's so patriotic. I don't know how you can insult it. It's so insensitive.
I'm just imagining Buzz, those faces that he makes. I'm just imagining him making those faces, looking out the window, thrusting around, landing on a 2,300 mile per hour moon. Oh man.
Man, the faces that he made were
Yeah, he must have been an actual clown in another life, because the faces he makes are just he's like a mime.
It was like a bitter beer face.
You guys just sound jealous.
So just to be clear, Kosho, did the thing that you posted, does that have timestamp of them talking about the tangential speed on their descent?
Dude, do you have Google? I mean, do you have the internet? Because you're talking on here. If you see that I sent, if I posted the link, listen, Fuzzy, if I posted the link and you see it, why are you asking me what's in it?
Well, I don't see it. I'm asking a specific question. Does it have a timestamp, or is it like a 4-hour chunk of audio?
It has the entire mission, and it has all the mission control. It has all the mission control. Fuzzy, Fuzzy, I'm just going to tell you to shut the fuck up.
A direct question
I'm just going to tell you to shut the fuck up, Fuzzy.
Are you incapable?
I'm trying to answer it, Fuzzy. Please shut the fuck up. Okay, it has the entire mission. It has every single person in mission control, all of their audio, and all of the data the transcript of the entire mission. Okay, so any and everything is going to be in the thing I posted.
So the answer is no for the specific direct question I asked you. It's a yes or no fucking question. How are you incapable of answering that? The answer is no. Correct?
The answer is yes, Fuzzy.
No, I asked, is there a specific timestamp where it talks about the very topic we're talking about?
Yes, there is. Yes, and it's in the
so why did you not say that before?
Because I just told you it has the entire transcript. It has every moment of the mission.
Yes,
every
do you know what
person in mission
timestamp
control
is?
and what they're
Do you
communicating.
know what a timestamp is?
You glad you got told to shut the fuck up because you wanted to be a baby?
Do you know what a timestamp is, or did I just cut out?
You didn't cut out. He just stopped talking.
He just stopped talking because he knows he can't answer a direct question. That's just a yes or no. Because he refuses to accept anything he can't actually back up.
Isn't that what globals always do? I mean, anti-philosophers.
Sure do. I was trying to. It's just a simple yes or no question. I don't want a 4-hour chunk of audio. If we're talking about something specific.
The answer is yes, dude. I already gave you the yes or no answer.
Wait, what's the
what
timestamp?
What the fuck is your problem?
What's the timestamp?
The problem is you.
What's
A
the
simple
minute?
yes
What's
or no
the hour?
answer. I give you a yes, and then you want something else, right?
No, I said, what's the timestamp? Is there a
That's
specific
not a yes or
timestamp
no.
where they're
That's not a
talking
yes or no
about
question, is
yeah,
it?
yes.
The
Is there a
timestamp. The
timestamp?
timestamp is going to be in the link. Open the link and search for it.
So the answer is no, bro.
The answer
You're
is yes.
unbelievable.
The answer is yes.
Okay,
What
so
a fucking baby.
you're unreal, Kosho. I unreal.
You guys asking for a time? What's not call name? Are you guys asking for a timestamp of how you timestamp a YouTube video? Like, oh, here's what you're looking for, and I timestamped it so that the video starts at an hour and X minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to like start there. Just tell me the time code that it does start. I'll look. I'm not searching through 4 hours of a chunk of thing. But if it's called a timestamp, Kosho, you said that they had specifically what we're talking about.
Why did you say it was a yes or no question?
Yeah, about a timestamp, not the entire mission.
Okay, well, dude, if you're asking for a timestamp, that's not a yes or no question, dude.
Yes, I said the link you provided.
Listen to me. Listen to me. If you open the link, the timestamp is
He
going
asked
to
the
be.
question if there was a
Yeah,
timestamp.
if you open the link, the timestamp is not going to be as relevant as actually knowing what you're looking for, which is at the top of the screen. It tells you the parts of the mission. At Fuzzy, just shut the fuck up, dude.
Really?
Like, the information is coming from my mouth. You have to shut up so you can get it, dude.
You're the only one that's not getting
dude.
it. Everyone else here understands what's going on.
The part of the mission that you want to find is going to be written at the top of the screen. So you just see, okay, what do I want to go to the landing? Do I want to go to the being on the moon? And it's all those. They're in words at the top of the screen. Okay, the timestamp you're gonna have to scroll through a whole bunch of shit, and you're not gonna find it that way.
Oh, what page is it on?
You gotta search for what it is, what part of the mission you're looking for by the words. Okay.
So the answer was no. You could have just said
Yeah.
no.
The answer is yes. There's timestamps for everything in the video, but you're not gonna want to use the timestamp.
Kosho, I can't. You are really unbelievable. Yeah, unreal.
It's like the information that you want. I'm telling it to you, but you're acting like you want an answer, a yes or no answer. The answer to your question is a yes. There's timestamps. You're not going to want to use a timestamp though. You're going to want to know. You're going to want to know what part of the mission you're looking for, and if you can understand words like in lunar orbit or lunar landing, then you're going to click on one of those things.
I mean, put this in like super duper simple terms. If we're talking about, I don't know, pick a topic, it's Declaration of Independence, and someone is actually talking about it in a video, and I'd be like, hey, let's talk about the Fifth Amendment. And I say, is there a timestamp that talks about specifically the Fifth Amendment, goes right to it? Do you know what that would mean?
I don't know. If you're really interested, go take a look at it. You can find it. I'm sure you're capable of finding it if you want to look for it.
Unreal what you're saying, Costa. Like you're being purposefully obtuse.
Dude, listen, dude. The question, dude, what I'm doing is I'm communicating with somebody who I'm expecting wants an actual answer, so they have information. The information I just gave you is exactly the information you're looking for, but you're talking about the Declaration of Independence for some reason. If you want to find a part in the mission, at the top of the screen, it has in words all the different parts of the mission, and you just click on where in the mission you want to go to. That's the fastest way to find where you want to be. That's the fastest way you find where you want to be in the mission, dude. That's it.
I really was just asking a simple question because I don't have time to go into all of that. I was just asking, hey, does it have a simple time frame that I can go to quickly as opposed to an entire chunk?
Yeah, you go click on the word, it takes you there.
I get that. So the answer was no, it doesn't have a specific timestamp per se.
Oh, it has specific timestamps, dude. The answer to that question is yes.
Enough of this.
Fuzzy, stop.
Enough of this between
it's
you
not
two
the fastest
fuckers.
way.
Both of you need to shut the fuck up.
This is unbelievable.
Both of you, enough.
Just because you're not happy with what I'm saying.
There's
timestamps for everything that's occurring. That's not the fastest way to search for where you want to go.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
It's not the fastest way
Nobody
to do it.
cares.
You want to search for the part of the mission you want to be in.
For a fucking second, just don't talk about that dumb shit.
What is the information in that timestamp? What is it you're looking for, Fuzzy?
It's what we've been talking about. He talks about the descent from orbit to the moon and how they did that and what they had to fire, what rockets or what thrusters needed to happen in order to slow that descent. He said that there's a specific time where they talk about that in the mission, I was just wondering if I could narrow that down quickly. So I asked if there was a quick timestamp. Hey, does this talk about it right here at this time so we can quickly go to it as opposed to the entire thing to save time? You could have said yes or no if you had that to hand. That's all.
Yeah, well, all you asked was, are there timestamps? And there are.
No,
Okay?
I definitely didn't.
It doesn't matter.
Is there another
Fuzzy. It
subject?
doesn't fuzzy. It doesn't
Is there another
fuzzy. It
subject
doesn't
we can
matter.
talk about
Fuzzy.
instead of
I
listening
understand
to
you want
these
to talk
retards
again, dude.
debate
I understand you
timestamps
want to
for
talk
fucking
again.
hours?
I understand you want to talk
You're
again.
both still talking
I
about shitty
understand, but it doesn't
timestamps.
matter, dude.
Who
I'm in the
cares?
middle of saying something, dude.
I don't
Okay,
know. Can you hear me
dude,
even?
stop
I think you have
talking,
me
dude.
turned
Why do you
down
do this?
because you're
One at a
talking about
time. I can make a
bullshit.
list. I can make a list if you want.
Yeah, for
Next subject.
anybody interested, there's 3 timelines at the top, and the timelines aren't with numbers; they're with parts of the mission, and you can narrow down where you want to be. Specifically, if you're looking for the descent stage, it's not difficult to find because it's on the top of the screen. You go to where it says on the moon, and then you narrow. There's a more refined timeline, and you just zoom in to where you want to be at. The timestamps are going to be written on the side, but you can't search with a timestamp.
So when I asked you if you had one, the answer was no.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Y'all are fucking retards. The fact that you can't even fucking finish this 5-second conversation for fucking 15 minutes.
I get it. It was a yes or no question.
Yeah, I can hear you, Jeremy.
Okay.
I can hear you,
Fuzzy,
Jeremy.
can you hear me? Fuzzy. I'm telling you
I
right
can
now.
hear you.
Stop.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay,
I got
then
you.
stop talking. If you can hear me, why are you still talking?
Oh,
Noah,
sorry. I was
stop
trying to answer.
calling names. Dude, just stop. Noah, stop calling names, bro. You've been calling people babies and retards. Just stop.
Well, yeah, because these guys are fucking arguing for 15 minutes over something that should take 5 seconds.
We should move on. I agree.
It's absurd.
Move on.
It's absurd. It literally is a 5-second convo that just took 15 minutes. It's an absurd waste of time.
We're moving on. We're moving on right now.
It actually demonstrates pretty clearly the lengths that they'll go to. No. I'm saying I hear what you're saying, and I agree. I just answered it. I just wanted a yes or no question. Answer. And
yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Well, there were interruptions, and you guys got all. I mean, yeah, it seems like maybe moderation-wise, we could have just muted one of you, let the other speak, muted the other, let the other speak. Could have taken 2 minutes, go through what it is, but when it's just open, and then there's interruptions, and one guy gets pissed off, and the other guy's talking over the other guy, and then it's just 10 minutes of chaos. So I thought maybe you guys could work it out. I'm on my phone; it's not really easy to moderate when I'm on the phone, but. Anyways, I don't know if you guys.
I was trying to do, and it devolved.
There was a confusion. Let's not get back into it. Just what else? Where were we?
Yeah, they were trying
to figure out how they
happened.
knew how high they were off the surface of the moon. Yeah.
But Geo told us that.
What'd you say?
Well, you told us about how they knew their altitude. Like there's different methods.
Yeah, radar. They claim to have radar. They're bouncing off the moon and getting data back.
Didn't they call it LiDAR? Something like that.
Well, we were looking at the documentation the other day. There's like these fancy names that they call it. They have these couple different. They claim that they made these like custom radar systems for the lunar lander. One of them was for a further range. The other one was for close range, like for landing. So.
So the lunar lander was in orbit.
Jeremy, your mic's kind of low. All right. I mean, the idea that they were going 24,000 miles an hour through space, slowed down to go 2,000 miles an hour. So they slowed 20,000 miles an hour. Those speeds are unbelievable breakneck speeds. To claim that they were able to reduce 2,000 miles an hour with thrusters and then orbit the moon, and the whole story is just so wild.
Well, the reduction in speed from 24,000 to 2000 would have happened naturally. It's just part of the orbit.
Have you ever?
Just a little squirt on the thrusters, and that's it. 20,000 mile an hour change.
There's nothing on the thrusters at all.
Have you ever? Hold on. Have you ever seen? Go ahead, left lane.
I was just saying when you blast off and you go out into space and you get pointed in the right direction, when you cut the thrusters, you start slowing down at that point.
Awesome.
Well,
You know.
I'm not even saying that.
Have you ever seen?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Have you ever seen Antonio Subaret's Lunacy lander? That shit was hilarious, and he goes over those thrusters.
Oh my god.
They're all fucking goofy, dude. Those thrusters, they had blocks. They had
Well,
block it on one side, on the other side is ridiculous.
Jeremy, your mic's all muffled and
just
I don't know volume.
follow up on the reduction of speed. If you're orbiting the Earth and you want to go to the moon, you extend your orbit on the opposite side of the Earth, so that you now are on an orbit around the Earth that is one side closer to the Earth and the other side closer to the moon. And so if you continue that orbit without using your thrust, you're going to end up getting further from the Earth, closer to the moon, without having to use your thrusters at all, and you'll be slowing down the whole time. That's why they do it that way. It's because it saves a lot of energy.
Okay, cool. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
So, if anyone hasn't seen Antonio Subaret's Lunacy lander, that shit is hilarious. He goes over these bullshit bitch ass thrusters. Some of them have protection on the side, so the lunar lander doesn't get burnt or something, and other ones don't have protection. It's fucking stupid.
I've got
They don't even make
PTSD.
sense. They don't even make sense.
Yeah, I got PTSD with Antonio Subarats. I always hear daytime, nighttime when you mention him. Ugh. Bless his heart.
Yeah, he was honored by the Church of Satan after his death. They made a video about him.
What do you think? You think he was an agent?
Who was
I
that?
think so.
Who? Let me ask you, who's not an agent, PJ? Or I mean, Riggs.
Not at liberty to answer that question.
Are you
Who
an
did you just
agent?
talk? Who's the guy that was just specifically mentioned? What was his name?
Riggs, are you
Antonio
an agent?
Subarats.
Who is that?
Bro,
When
go
you
watch
go
the
into
Lunacy
port,
lander.
men would jump on him like a piece of
Yo,
chocolate cake.
hold on a second. Noah, go watch the Lunacy lander by him. That video is great. He just rips the fucking the lunar lander. It's
Someone
called
have a link?
Lunacy. Let me just
Lunacy?
Google it. Lunacy lander.
Yeah, if you type it in, somebody has mirrored it. Like, I don't think his channel is even still alive or whatever, so it's probably not on his original channel. But if you type in Antonio Subaret's Lunacy Lander, it's still mirrored on YouTube. Last time I checked.
Does anyone have a timestamp for it?
I tried to clarify the timestamp thing. I'm like, do you mean a timestamp as in the video is pre-marked for this time because we're talking about this exact thing? Because there is the other timestamp thing that Coach was talking about where it has like set timestamps for things, like they'll describe what's going on in the video. Anyways, watch that Lunacy Lander video. That shit is hilarious. He goes over these thruster things. They don't even make sense.
Hey guys, please watch the video I posted and look look at the comment I got.
I thought this guy was banned.
I was just gonna say this is a comment from we were discussing earlier about debating with these guys and stuff. I had to jump off for a minute, but I just still had it on my mind. I was just gonna say I certainly understand people's thoughts about the frustrations that are involved, and just the very rigid positions that people that are kind of defending this mainstream stuff, but or just a lot of the mainstream model. But the thing is about it all is that, like, well, first of all, on one level, someone has to choose to want to debate and engage in that way. So obviously, no one's required to do that. And at any point, we could move the live stream to something else, another topic, another, totally different energy rather than just, but people always want to do the debate thing. But there's no precedence that one has to debate at all. But the other thing I was going to say is that what's wild about it is that obviously the condition of the world is that there's this huge part of mainstream science and this whole paradigm that is not only believing this stuff, but is on board with it and thinks it's real physics and all of those factors. So if this discussion was larger, like let's say we had 20 or 30,000 people watching and we had, people from all around the world, scientists and astrophysicists and, PhDs and master's degree people from all around the world, they would be doing the similar thing. Now, I'm not saying they would debate exactly like Kosho or Bacon or whatever, but they would be defending it in a lot of similar ways. And they would have a lot of the similar information, and they would be probably similarly rigid about it, maybe even more so because their profession and everything else is behind that. So I'm just saying that it's a huge sort of situation. And, so even if one was not sort of discussing this with Kosho or whatever, there would be, if it was even on that kind of level of more of discussing it with people with PhDs in the mainstreams, they're gonna have a similar viewpoint. So now there's the other thing of just not debate it at all. Just move forward with the truth and the research and the discovery, and just not even get mired in that whole thing. But at the same time, it's a very real discussion and a process. I think a paradigm shift that's underway. So yeah, I just think it's kind of a big process. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say that even if it wasn't debating with these guys here, there's literally an army of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of, credentialed and non-credentialed people that would be saying a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah, correction, by the way, it wasn't the Church of Satan. It was Left Hand Path, LHP. And from my personal experience dealing with some of these people in LHP, they are they're basically satanic without saying it, and they practice deception openly as like some kind of ritual for, like, especially if you're new, it's kind of like how you start out. Like, it's just something that you do. You try to embed yourself in a community and pretend to be one of them and deceive them in the wrong direction or something. I have known someone to do this actually in LHP. So I find it kind of curious that he is also part of that same group.
Was he a part of that group, or did they just? Well, he must have been if they made some announcement about him.
I mean, watch the video. They're celebrating his life. He says, in memory of Antonio Subaret's Knowles. I think when I watch his videos back, like, I see someone playing like a character, somebody who's pretending to be dumber than he is, somebody who like will raise questions that are stupid and then kind of like, no, I'm not all the videos, obviously, but definitely just seems kind of like strung out.
Like, he kind of poses a question and then he kind of beats it down with his ideas. You're saying, like, he kind of poses these questions and then goes over it and breaks it down.
Well, like, he might raise a good question, but then he'll say something stupid right after that, and then raise another good question, then say something stupid. Really just kind of like muddy the waters a lot. That kind of shit.
And then he had that whatever that went down with him and Patricia Steer. So he's
and there's the connection, right? And then guess what? Now suddenly he's dead and he's not around. I don't know, man. Maybe he signed up for something that they didn't want him around for after.
It's hard.
I mean, he did have kind of a dark vibe, so I guess I wouldn't be surprised if he was involved in that LHP thing. He was he had kind of an edge to him.
Well, go join any of these LHP discords. Left Hand Path. Go do some research on it. I mean, it's straight up Satanism. That's all it is. They don't even try to hide it. Like it's basically just like.
That's what it is, though.
Yeah,
I've known about that since I was like 16. The whole left-hand path being Satan.
I never knew it was called LHP. That's
You
just
didn't
like
know,
one
and then they
label
say
for
like
it.
right-hand path is like good witches or white witches. They have all kinds of shit like that. Yeah, the left path.
It's magic based for sure.
Yeah, the left path and the right path. The left path is like the pentagram upside down, where the right path is like the pentagram right side up. It's weird because I researched all this shit when I was like 16, 17. Way before FE. When I was in high school.
It's funny, like Riggs, you were saying how, their goal is to deceive. It's like when people say, like, why would they lie? It's like, I don't think they're asking themselves a question, why are they lying? Like, that's their entire goal. That's their entire, like, the thrust of their agenda is to lie and to do so in a way that benefits them and, just, pulls off whatever move they're doing. And there's a million reasons why they would do it. But it's not like I don't think they're sitting there like, should we lie about this or be honest? Like, that's their entire goal is to lie. That's like what their operation is. So they're not like debating whether they should do it. They're doing it. They know they're doing it, and they're doing it for whatever agenda or whatever purpose they're trying to carry out.
They clearly want to obfuscate, and they want to create attention for themselves, and they want to like muddy the waters, obviously. And then he was the one who brought up the whole topic about Pat having a piece in her pants,
Yeah,
and that caused a lot of division, right? It was all attention seeking.
Girl with a gun.
And yeah, girl with a gun. A girl is a gun. That's the name of the store.
It's not true. If I got a pantser in front of everyone to prove it, it's not true.
A girl has a gun.
No,
why is that guy so low?
Yeah, Dan, you're
Dan, I got you on 200% and I still can't hear you.
Yeah, your mic's real low, Dan. In case you needed a third person to tell you. Well, was Antonio the one that kind of started all that stuff with her in terms of the idea of her being a man or whatever? Was that kind of what kicked it off? Like that?
No. People were saying it, but then he kind of like they basically like take memes, right? And then they add fuel to the fire, right? So like if somebody calls Mark an agent, then they'll start having he'll start joking about being an agent. Just like, ha, yeah, people call me an agent, blah blah blah, ha.
Oh, dude, I remember for years. This is back when Mark Sargent was a bit more active, and he was sort of he was doing his show or whatever. And he did that show. I guess it was maybe the Hot Potatoes, whichever show it was, with Patricia.
Yeah.
And I just remember, like, because they were doing their show regularly, and you remember the way it was back then. It was like there was generally only like 1 or 2 shows a day. So it's like whatever the show was, most people were watching it. Maybe there was 3, but for the most part, there was only a handful of streams. And so I didn't really watch all of theirs, but sometimes I would tune in and watch a minute of it or whatever. And I just remember every single show they did, they joked about being agents every single time.
Yeah.
They were like, "Oh, it's because we're agents. Of course, it's because we're under." It was just like it got to a point where it's like, all right, like the joke is maybe funny once or twice. Like if you're not an agent, you joke about it. It is a little funny once or twice. But to just do that every single show, every single time, and make a whole thing of it, where like the first 20 minutes of the show is just them endlessly joking about how they're not agents. It's pretty weird.
There's no evidence of it. I know you guys are into it, but there's no evidence of it. It's pure conspiratardation.
Dan's an agent.
Oh God.
Yeah, but like, okay, I don't know if we're gonna go into the whole agent talk, but let me ask this: if someone if somebody is a plant, meaning they're part of some network, secret society, family line, CIA, whatever it is, J-Trig, whatever it is, if they are, what evidence could we find? Just dudes on the internet, more or less. What could we find? Are we going to tap into their network and get their private phone calls? Or are we going to, find where they're having their meetings? So I'm just saying, like, I hear what you're saying about the evidence thing, but I don't like what evidence would be expected that we would find, because they're not just going to tell you, and they're not just going to give you their cell phone text messages and stuff.
I suppose that's a fair point. It's just that
you want to believe in them.
I'll tell you what you can do.
I want to believe.
I'll tell you what you can do.
Dan is friends with all the agents.
Riggs doesn't care because he's just going on a whim. I'll tell you what you do. You look at timelines of events that happen. You can look at their body language, right? Their face. Your face will say a lot. If people have been on camera, the way their face is, their body movements, timelines of events that occurred. That the timeline will tell you a lot alone.
Does anyone have a timestamp of them talking about being or not being agents?
There's also the factor, like, can you tell when somebody's bullshitting you? Like, can you tell when they're being an actor? I mean, that is into the body language, but also the voices as well. Like, I mean, when I'm not gonna get all into all this stuff, but I mean, when Mark Sargent first came on the scene, I was observing all of these different characters as they came on the scene, and so I'm just saying that's another, just kind of along with the body language, just also. I guess it's like a more subtlety thing. Like, can you tell if someone's being authentic? Because if they're a plant of some sort, if they're an agent, then there's going to be a lack of authenticity. Now, maybe they're a pretty good actor, and maybe they can trick people. They can seem like they're just copying arguments, or sometimes they copy one particular figure in the community. Like Mark Sargent did that for sure. But they'll kind of mirror someone, and they'll be like, and then they'll copy all their arguments. That's another giveaway. Like they don't really have like an authentic kind of story. Yeah, that's another thing, that they don't have like a full story. It's like there's kind of like missing pieces of this, like where they came from.
Is Geo breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could tell things from a person by what they say, what they do. Like I said, the timeline will tell you a lot too.
Do you think it's a coincidence? Sorry.
People who defend Mark Sargent are the same people who defend Alex Jones. Thank you.
Do you think it's a coincidence that Geo starts talking about Mark Sargent as an agent, and he starts roboting?
No, because I'm driving through the mountainous region where it always breaks up. So that's it often happens here. I might be breaking up now. I don't know.
Very, very, very convenient.
Well, these guys like extremists, they're conspiracy nuts.
No, they're not conspiracy nuts. They're coincidence nuts.
Stu Peters is another guy. Stupider.
I'm crazy like that. I never met a conspiracy I didn't like.
Alex Jones, Stu Peters, AE, Stupider, Mark Sargent, just a bunch of obvious shills. And it's just the type of people who defend one seem to defend all of these guys.
Well, Dan, let me ask you this. Dan, like, if you're still at your mic, if you were going to build like an all-star team for the truth about, the shape of the earth and other truths as well, would you put Mark Sargent on it? Like, would you trust him to the point, like, yep, bro, you're right here with me on the admin team kind of thing? Like, would you put him on your all-star team?
Well, the question is, was Eric villainized, or is Eric legit? I mean, that's really has a lot to do with Mark's existence, is only because Eric wouldn't get on the phone.
Just answer
nobody can
Gio's
interview
question.
Eric.
Stop dodging it.
Very Glover answer, Dan. Very Glover
Yeah,
answer.
that was totally dodging the whole question itself.
Is Mark Sargent on your all-star admin flat earth team or what?
Is the last guy's name Sargent, and you believe that?
It's an anagram for strange. He chose it specifically.
Yeah.
Sargent, he just because he was kind of first in the arena doesn't mean he was the best fighter per se. There's a lot of people who have much better arguments or more honed in the way they
I put
deliver.
Witsit on mine.
Oh, yeah.
Witsit's like the all-star.
Yo, Dan, seriously, is Mark Sargent going on your all-star admin flat earth team? You just got a zillion.
Only because I don't have a lot of choices. I mean, that's the problem, is there isn't a lot of well-spoken flat earthers.
Let's say it's a basketball
He's not a
team and you have
well-spoken flat earther.
Let's say it's a basketball team and you have 5 people to pick from. You can pick any 5 individuals to be on your basketball team of FE. Who is those 5 individuals?
Wakey, for sure. Probably that Martin Lidke guy, whom I don't know. I never heard Oakley say much, so I don't know if I'd use Oakley for any reason. But it starts to run real thin, real quick. As to who do you want? Who would you want representing?
Hold on. It's got to be. Hold on.
You're fucking tripping.
What topic?
Fuzzy, we can't hear you, Fuzzy.
Oh.
Jeremy might not be on my starting 5, but he's definitely on my bench.
What do you think? What is this team going to do for you, Dan? What are you trying to accomplish with this team? Like debate other.
He's already building a team.
I'm saying, what's your team going to do? Are you going to go out and do tests? Are you going to debate? Fuzzy, we still can't hear you, bro. Are you going to go out and do tests? Or are you just going to debate?
Okay, I'm gonna say Witsit. I'm gonna say Iru. I'm gonna say I don't know. There's a couple more. There.
You guys know about this guy Pharaonic on BitChute? He's pretty good.
It's pretty thin.
Like my team would be different. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
It's pretty thin. I mean,
Would your team be like Data or Indio?
I mean, it gets religious pretty quick, so the argument gets pretty convoluted pretty quick too. My beef with Mark is that he sits on the fence. He's more religious than he leads on to, so he doesn't like to talk about it. So it turns out his little Howdy Doody show is more about what they're not talking about than what they're talking about. And that pisses me off a great deal, and that's why I'm not friends with him anymore. That's why he doesn't take my calls any longer, because I got tired of it. I mean, I got tired of them sitting on the fence. He says he's a recruiter. A recruiter to what? I mean, I've been in the streets, and I got people go, "Oh, how do I hang out with you guys?" And I got nothing to hand them. I got no group. I got no religion. What?
You should send him here. We could hang out here.
I got news for you. Discord's a much smaller sliver of life than you realize.
No, but you said you have nowhere to send him. You can send him here.
For debate? I mean, like, for what?
Yeah, to chat. This is the truth server. We're looking for the truth here. So, I mean, what are you doing?
He's playing with Mark's balls.
It's just that there's
I mean, if you're gathering these people up, Dan, where's your posse?
Where's my posse? What's a posse?
Your posse.
Like,
well, see, here's the problem. Okay, so in
they're
real
not on
world,
Discord, guys.
In real world, when we went to meet up, there was a group here in LA of as many as 350 people called "It's a Flat Earth After All." That group got slightly splintered because the two people that started it didn't it was really stupid. Like, it was a stupid little argument, but that group got splintered. So at one time, they were trying to get together, and I was bitching because they would get together in a bar, and you could really only hear the head of the table. There was music going on, and you couldn't really hear anyone, and there was no agenda. Like, nothing was happening. And then, so we started doing field experiments, and that changed the idea of meeting up, gave it purpose. And the same thing with street activism, it gave it purpose. So we weren't just meeting up to drink beers and hug each other. We were trying to get something done in the world outside of the online community. And that was a challenge. It turns out that it's hard for people to bring their families if it's around drinkers and smokers. So it became less family oriented. People don't have time to go on excursions for 3 and 4 days to go do experiments. It was really hard to get people in the field. It's been really hard to mobilize flat earthers for any reason. Really hard.
What do you want to do? Give me something that's going to show some kind of definitive answer.
If we had a center, like a museum, like a place, then it wouldn't require a meetup time. My idea was to do Flat Earth Hollywood, like Planet Hollywood, and put one in every city and decorate it, as a little cafe. And then that way people could come and hang with Flat Earth without needing a specific date. And your crap little things that you could sell would be there, because mostly that's for gifts. People like to buy shit and laugh at their friends. Look, I got you a Flat Earth t-shirt. But the idea that there's nowhere to go when you come to town to go to a Flat Earth place sucks. That
you can sell
you
coffee.
Can't bring someone.
Shout out to
As
Data.
dumb as it is, yeah. Naming a sandwich after Mark Sargent, yeah. As dumb as it is. Flat dogs, as dumb as it is. Flat Earth pizza, as dumb as it is. But
we have the azimuthal equidistant sandwich on circular bread.
Yeah, and the idea was, the diet plate, the 1/3 off was IPS style. You could order anything IPS style. Already a third of it was gone.
I think what you need to do, I think what you need to do there, Dan, is you need to be the first one to make a blockbuster Hollywood movie from it. You could probably ask ChatGPT to write you a script, place the characters, and what it would be is exactly what it's all about, which is this big cover-up conspiracy. And you turn it into like a moon landing, but it's the in reverse, to the antithesis to the moon landing. It's flat Earth. Make a Hollywood blockbuster movie, you might fucking get a lot of people into it.
Yeah, unfortunately, imagine that rush of people and how lame that's going to be.
Well, just get ChatGPT to do the script for you. All you need to do is find the actors, film it with a phone, put it together, and boom.
There's still no place to put the energy. There's nothing. In other words, there's no political party. So there's nothing. There's no one. There's no power. We don't have any power because we're not a group, and we can't apply our efforts anywhere.
Unfortunately, you're being naive, because to separate religion and state is a lie. You're dealing with the state that's very religious. You're then trying to compete with an organization that has the very religion that you deny, but at the same time thinking that you're going to create a movement without any religion attached to the state. It's not possible.
Yeah, but the splintering of religion is what allowed scientism in.
No, what it was is what everybody that was doing their thing was trying to get hungry for the.
Did you watch Helio Sorcery yet?
And the claim for what do you call it, the accolades and discovery. Because at the end of the day, it's not inherently bad to think that you're a tiny little ant on a massive surface. And it's not inherently bad that the Earth's a ball. It's the connotation and attachment that came with the propaganda with the ball. That's the problem. Inherently, the shape is irrelevant. It's how we treat each other here on Earth. I mean, let me rephrase that. The shape, it does matter because it's all in the mind. For the most part, how we treat each other is important, and all this information is to divide the Christian, divide the atheist, divide whatever it is. It's just all about division, and you're trying to find a way to enter this division without the reality of state and religion is what you're going against. You need some type of belief system, and if you don't have a model, you don't have a belief system, you won't have a political party.
And this is why I say flat Earth is a deception. Because now, you need a model, you need a religion for people to rally behind. There you go. Like I've been saying,
It's a belief system, right? It doesn't matter if it's it's the word is religion or a exercise routine. It's a tradition that's founded in some sort of a political agenda anyway. All religion
But
is
flat
political.
Earth is not a belief system.
Dan,
The word
listen,
belief doesn't belong there.
If you don't have a model and you don't have a philosophy, then you don't have a political party.
Dan, if you had all the money in the world and you could do something.
what do you need a political party for? Is the
Why,
main
man? Did you not
question.
hear me? Because you'd be freaking out. When
Yeah,
people
I
touch in the
hear
middle
you,
of your
Jeremy.
shit. You would have bugged the fuck out if somebody just did that to you, Noah.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Just saying, just don't flip out next time it happens to you. You know what I'm saying? It happens. We all get a little antsy. I understand.
The answer is a school curriculum that's passable. That, in other words, call it theoretical science, but you should be able to get a degree in Earth history that includes theoretical science and not the science that they're clinging to.
Dan, you missed the question. That wasn't even the question. I don't know what you're answering right now.
Well, you asked what I do with the money. If I had money,
No.
how would I make this happen?
I didn't finish. I know the question wasn't over. Noah, cut me off. If you had $1 zillion trillion and all the money in the world, what do you do to measure if still water is curving? Like a definitive answer, 100%. There's no question about it. Solid measurement, definitive measurement. What do you do?
Well, we still haven't shot the middle point with a laser. In other words, the middle point, just like the 3 sticks in the ground, we haven't pulled that off. So that's a must. And then the simple 8 inches over a mile needs to be done without the distance involved of the the ever increasing without the squared part. We don't really need.
Dude, what is the measurement we do? You forget the laser. There's nothing definitive about that shit. What's a definitive thing you do that shows 100% that the water is either curving or not curving?
Well,
everyone should be thinking about this. Everyone should be thinking about this. Everyone should be thinking about it. But I just asked Dan, what would you do that's definitive that would tell you if it's a planar or non-planar surface?
A mile of tubing, of simple plastic tubing. So your water level a mile long.
Yeah, you need something that's. Go ahead.
Well, I think the problem with that is I'm still going to get shit on, because just because both ends are level doesn't mean that it didn't rise or fall in the middle. So if I can't use water, if I can't run buoys on water, if I can't assume water's flat, there's nothing I can do, because I can't.
What about this, Dan? There's a dam in China called the Three Gorge Dam, 3 miles long. If you make one measurement of water at one end of the structure, from the top to where it's sitting, and then you go to the 3 mile end of it, it would either, it should be, I don't know which direction you're going. It should be at a different height from the top at the other end, right?
Of course it won't be, though. That's impossible.
Well, it is, because it's not impossible, because if water is adhering to the curve of the Earth, the structure is made in tiny little pieces. So in other words, the structure doesn't care what the water does, and the water only cares whether or not it's bounded. If it is truly curving, then you could have a simple structure measured in Euclidean pieces, stretch it over a period of space, being that the water works on gravity. It should, between 2 points, it should be in, because when you're building the Euclidean pieces, there's no curve in them, so you would be forcing the forcing the line, if you will. So like the building the line that's being built in the Middle East, there it's this big massive line building. Because it's built in small Euclidean piece sections over the duration of whatever miles, then if they ran a water line between the two, if you measure it at one end, it should be at one length, and if you measure at the end, it should be another length, because the structure itself is not built based on the center of mass. It's small Euclidean pieces. Water works on the center of mass. It's not bounded by small Euclidean pieces. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So there you go. There's a test for you. You can go to Three Gorge Dam, measure one side of it, measure the other, and see if there's an 8-inch drop, or it's 3 miles. So there you go.
This thing we're measuring the water against, they made
Well,
that.
see, the funny thing is,
straight.
I went to go measure it, and I went to go Google Earth to measure it, and Google Earth measures it perfectly for me. I could actually go look at all the whole dam, and I would want to see if that water, being that if it was that distance, it would have, because water, works to gravity in the structures itself.
Data,
that doesn't
data,
share the
please.
same, right?
Please. You're referencing the water against some solid structure. Yes or no? Because quick follow.
Well, if the solid structure is made in Euclidean pieces, it's not
All right,
made
never
based on the
mind.
shape of the Earth.
Just never mind. Forget it.
If
Forget
the water is inherent and curves to gravity, then
I had a yes or no question. Just forget.
Then I should be able to make a very large aquarium, if you will, which would be a dam, essentially, because it would be a basin. It'd be all,
Not interested, bro. Not interested. I had a yes or no question. I don't know why you couldn't answer it.
I think.
See, here the thing is, you just go look at the schematics of the Three Gorge Dam. Go look at the blueprints, the orthographic drawing. There's no curve in it. And then if you go to Google Earth and you look for the level water, there's no curve in it. So if you just want to look for actual real world data for something that Jeremy's asking for, you have it right there. I just gave it.
Okay, so you reference the water. Go ahead, Noah.
I was gonna say, so we're trying to measure if water curves or it's straight. Either way, we need to create something that's perfectly straight that goes for about a mile or two, perfectly straight, to reference it to the water, because curved is just the deviation from straight. Straight is just straight. So the problem is, how are we going to produce an item that's perfectly straight for a mile and confirm that it's perfectly straight for a mile? What are we going to do?
Dam.
You should brainstorm on that.
Yeah, go look at the
I've been
Three Gorge Dam.
brainstorming on it for years.
Yeah,
Data
it's already
just
done
stopped.
for you.
The bridge would be a bad example. The bridge is a bad example.
No shit.
It's not a bridge. It's not a bridge.
Whatever he's talking about is not a good example.
It's a dam. It's a Three Gorge Dam. It's 3 miles long.
Yeah, but it's not constructed for straightness. It's you have little pieces.
Go wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah. Go to Google Earth. It shows you the water there. It shows you the schematics. You can look at the fucking blueprint. Shut the fuck up. It's right there for you. Quit wasting my.
Do you have any idea the degree of accuracy you'd have to achieve?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, I tried to ask you this before, Data. I tried to ask you this before. If you're referencing, what are you referencing the water? Somebody's hot micing.
Fucking clown show.
Data, you're hot micing.
When we shoot lasers over distances and the claim is refraction, it's certainly a different claim for the lasers bend than it is for the water bending, for different reasons. So why do they match height? Why are these different curves? In other words, how is it that the refraction matches the curvature of the Earth, which is what the water is supposedly matching? It's bullshit, because we've moved the variable. We've played with lasers at different temperatures and different humidities, and it's still straight. It's not changing due to the conditions that they say are causing refraction. It doesn't exist the way they describe it. You can make refraction happen, wait for the weather, wait for some thick air. But when there's thin air and similar temperatures with the water and the ground, or with the air and the ground, you don't have these factors to cause refraction. their claim that there's refraction everywhere is preposterous because we've messed with the variable. We
So
really
you think one more laser test and we'll have the shit all sewn up?
Well, my question is, how do we even know that the laser light is going straight? How do we know that it's going perfectly straight for a mile?
Light does.
He doesn't know. That was a good question.
It's used in machinery, right?
Dude, don't
Here's
try to
the
get
best
louder.
part.
Yo,
It's
don't do that,
Chad,
Data.
I'm not getting
fucking do
louder.
that. No,
It's
you
to be
heard me
done.
talking. You stepped up to your mic to try to be louder than me. Fuck off, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to set you guys straight. So they use lasers
well,
to cut
I know,
machinery,
but
right?
I know, but we started talking at the same time. You stepped up to your mic to get louder to try to just power through me. I told you don't do that
They
shit.
use water.
You
Now,
think,
Noah,
you think,
that was a
you
good
think they're going to make
question.
crooked? You think they're going to make crooked I-beams?
Hold on a
You think they're
second.
going to make that crooked shit?
They use both water and lasers for measuring. So when we put them side by side, they absolutely should parallel, and they do.
No, that was a great question. How do you know the laser beam's straight, right? You got refraction and all that. Like, what are you measuring the laser beam against now?
Exactly. How do we know what
water?
This is why the claim is so ridiculous, because to say the earth is curved means you have had something perfectly straight that you measured it against and it deviated from, but no such object exists and no such measurement has been done. But I also don't think, like, how are we going to claim it straight? How do you produce something that's straight for a mile? Well,
So
how do you confirm it's straight?
Here's what you can do. So here's a method to prove Earth curve. Apparently, I don't know if you know it. I'll give you a tool that apparently can prove diverging verticals using photogrammetry. So I don't know if you know what it is. Go look it up. So I've been researching. Apparently, there's a way to prove diverging verticals using photogrammetry. I haven't actually seen any evidence of it, but somebody made the claim. So apparently, if you can go look at photogrammetry, you might be able to see diverging verticals, which would prove your spherical Earth.
Hey,
What was
can
that
I
called?
say something?
Photogrammetry.
What is that?
It's basically lidar in the sense that it measures the image, puts it on a. It's just got all the straight lines and angles. It takes exactly what it sees for what it is. And apparently, if you take one section of it and you do it for a long distance, and you meld it together, you might be able to see a divergence in the verticals. But I haven't.
Oh,
seen
this
the
isn't
footage.
subject. This isn't subject to refraction, you're saying?
Yeah, so the way it's done is locally in small areas in close proximity to the object, so there is no refraction. There is the refraction index is next to nothing. So because it's in proximity to the buildings and structures, and all it is like moving piece by piece, part by part. Now, the person who told me that was Chat GPT, because I was questioning it about photogrammetry, and apparently it's there, but I haven't seen any evidence myself. So. I know photogrammetry works. I've used it. You can totally measure diverging verticals if you intentionally take a shot yourself. You can download software for your phone. Take your countertop, put a cup on it, use the photogrammetry app. You'll see how it works. It's essentially what it is. So fundamentally, it doesn't give a shit about the shape of what it is. It's just taking the initial shot that's there, and it holds true to the verticals. I've only seen it where it holds true to the verticals. I haven't seen it where it diverges. So
I live in Los Angeles. The planes land every couple of minutes, so you can always see a line of planes when it's clear, some 20 and 30 miles to the east. Their lights are pointed at you. That's why you see them. You never see the bottom of an airplane in the distance. Never. Of course you should. Why would the lights be pointed any other way than straight out of the airplane? So there's a lot of, water is key. You have to trust what it is. You just have to trust its properties.
But do we have any definitive measurements showing that it's not curving now?
When I run lights side by side, and your claim or someone's claim is that I have a refracted beam, they have to show me how and why they find it to be refracted, because the normal reason is temperature inversion and moisture. And we've worked to reduce that to the point where I can show you, hey, I've got extremes in temperature, I got extremes in moisture, whatever the fuck pressure, barometric pressure is, and all these other stupid things that they want to calculate in. The light still shoots straight. If you don't have,
You know how you can prove that?
Yeah, I compare it to the water.
Not only that, if you take a drone and you do a 360-degree circle and you do photogrammetry, you'll see what you're picking up. The laser will be they're not going to it's not going to correct for anything. It's going to take what it is and make it exactly how it is.
The
So that
proof
means
is going to be
you will see hold on, you will see it in the photogrammetry, which means in reality, but you'll see it'll blend it together, so you'll be able to see point to point, and you'll see that laser go across the water point to point. So if it truly is parallel, then it'll be perfectly as described, because the camera and the information it's not biased. It's just going to.
You guys think this light? You guys think this light is traveling in straight lines?
Yeah.
At that distance, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure, shorter distances, yeah.
How far of a distance are we doing?
How about this, guys?
Depending on the day, weather conditions, all that stuff is definitely. It's
Let the new guy
sure.
get in. Let the new guy get in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, proving the globe has proven to be quite difficult. We can't go to Antarctica. We can't go to the North Pole, and actually measuring the curve on the ball is also proven to be very difficult. So how about those go fast rockets? They are not that expensive, and they go at least 100 kilometers up into the air, to my knowledge. And as I said, it's not that expensive.
And then what?
And we slam it into the dome if it's there. And,
the dome Kosho was talking about earlier?
Come again?
Oh, that's fucking absurd. That has nothing to do with the ground. That has nothing to do with the ground. We're talking about measuring curve of water.
Well, proving a dome would be
Well, he's got a point. Like we're not. Maybe he's not trying to learn the same thing we already know.
Exactly.
Maybe he's trying to learn something new.
We're trying to get some definitive evidence, son.
Well,
do we have any definitive evidence?
If space existed as described, they could easily show us buildings sticking out at 4 points on the globe, 2 points on the globe, Empire State Building, Eiffel Tower. They could clearly get around to doing that. They're not doing that. It is possible. Think about it.
It would be a postcard. Zoom in on the Eiffel Tower upside down. The Leaning Tower Pizza upside down.
The stuff has to be sticking out. If they're going, oh, you can't see stuff. And it's like, look, you can see a stadium. So show me a stadium here and a stadium there, pointed in different directions. And maybe they got some legs. Other than that, they can't continue to say we can't see Earth. They keep saying we could see it from 1,000,000 miles away with Epic and shit like that. But what about right here? You know, what about right here? What about putting a static camera on the moon? What about watching Earth? You know, and
what about
they should have 360.
Yeah, but think about it. 100 kilometers up in the air is the farthest. We can't go any farther or higher. We'll call it whatever we want.
22,000 miles, apparently, brother. 22,000 miles.
If you had a bigger rocket, you could go higher.
And we put
what
some
about
good. Yeah, we
what
put
about
some
a
good.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, if we put some good equipment and cameras and stuff, we could get some pretty darn good data from it.
I was gonna say, what about?
Go ahead,
and the thing. Okay.
All right, Mix, you gotta stop pausing in between your sentences. You have to just keep going.
He's no. Go ahead, Noah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, just don't pause between your sentences because people think you're done speaking. What about a set of 4 lasers and no air between the lasers. Two of the lasers are going to be vertical. Two of the lasers are going to be horizontal, forming almost like a box. And if they're all 90 degrees within each other and there's no air in between, it would have to be like a massive structure, but with no air to cause it to refract and us measuring 90 degrees in between each of those lasers, you could just then take a water level and compare it to the lasers if you know that the lasers were perfectly straight. I don't
Not
know.
only that,
And
if you run different color lasers, they're going to refract at a different rate because they're at different frequencies. So you're not going to get parallel lasers either.
no,
Yeah,
what I'm
I like
saying
both
is
of
if
the.
there's no air, there's no refraction. I'm saying air, a vacuum. You're shooting the lasers through a vacuum.
I like both of those ideas. All right, a laser and a vacuum tube. I would just do one straight one though, and then have water under it. Like I don't know what you had going on just there in your example, but I mean you would just do one for like a mile or two, and then just put a water level or whatever next to it, and then you could just see if it's curving or not. I also like the idea of I still want to send something up, believe it or not, to get shots of the moon. Ranty had a good idea right before he left, believe it or not, of taking a picture take a picture of the moon from the surface of Earth. And then you take that same camera, send it up on a rocket or a balloon or whatever, and take a picture of the moon when it gets higher. And then you can compare them, see if it got bigger, shrunk, if it's getting magnified, whatever. That'd be something neat to